Chapter 1: The most beautiful woman in the business world. In a parallel world, in Yanbei City, China, at the Hongsheng Group building, Su Hao stood in front of the door and checked his phone. Luckily, he wasn't late. The subway was just a few minutes late today. This is where he works. He is a programmer. Hongsheng Group is an internet company, and he already has a job with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan, which is better than many people. But in Yanbei, he still has nothing. "Hey, isn't this Su Hao?" Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out. "Ji Kai?" Su Hao looked up and saw that it was his college classmate Ji Kai. This guy was a rich second generation, dressed in a suit and tie, looking very respectable, with an Audi A6 parked behind him. "Hey, what a coincidence to run into you here. Look at my new car, isn't it beautiful? I'm here to pick up my girlfriend." "You have a girlfriend now? You poor guy, you're not still single, are you? By the way, have you bought a house yet? Or are you still renting?" Ji Kai was like a horny bird, chirping incessantly. Su Hao frowned. It's true what they say, when old classmates meet, it's always about comparing or showing off. "I'm going to be late for work, goodbye," Su Hao said coldly. "Don't go, old classmate. If you keep working at this company, you'll never be able to afford a house in your lifetime. Why don't you come work at my company? I need someone to serve you tea and water." Ji Kai appeared generous. Su Hao was too lazy to pay attention to this guy and was about to leave when suddenly a beautiful figure walked over from a distance. "Honey, have you been waiting for a long time?" This woman is tall and slender with a curvaceous figure and an alluring face. She is considered to have top-tier looks. "Little one, I just arrived too." Ji Kai stepped forward and put his arm around the woman's slender waist. "Honey, who is this?" The woman looked Su Hao up and down. "He's just a poor, uneducated classmate." Ji Kai looked at him with disdain, and his girlfriend's eyes immediately turned contemptuous. Hearing the words poor and stingy, Su Hao felt a pang of pain in his heart and turned to leave. "Hey old classmate, please consider my suggestion. I really mean it for your own good." Ji Kai continued to boast. Su Hao walked into the company with a dark face and came to the elevator. "Show off your sister, you son of a bitch. I'll cuckold you sooner or later," he cursed angrily. Ding! "Congratulations!" A mature, sophisticated voice rang in my ears. "Ha? Who is this? Who's talking to me? Damn it, I'll make you a cuckold sooner or later." Password correct. You have successfully unlocked the Super Revolution system. Would you like to bind it now? This time it's a lowly voice. Su Hao was stunned. A Super Evolution system? What is this thing? Did my outburst of profanity just now unlock the system? Damn it, I'll cuckold you sooner or later. I mowed the lawn, and this unlock code is kind of weird. Host, would you like to bind to the system immediately? This time it turned into a soft, girlish voice. Su Hao was still pondering whether this Super Evolution system had any benefits. "Host, are you asking again whether to bind to the system immediately?" Su Hao said, "Master, can I consider it?" "What the hell are you thinking? No way." This time, the system transformed into a volatile, tomboyish woman. "Bind." Su Hao immediately spoke up. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound yourself to the Super Evolution system. Your body system has been evaluated. Super Evolution is in progress." For some reason, Su Hao suddenly thought of the game Plants vs. Zombies, or the CF Biohazard mode. He looked down at his arms to see if they had any hair. Nothing has changed, it's still the same, everyone has hair on their body. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your brain has successfully evolved to LV1. Accompanied by the sound, a system screen that only he could see appeared before Su Hao's eyes. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV1, primary intelligence. Next evolutionary part, eyes. Su Hao's eyes lit up. It seemed this system was actually quite legitimate. System, has my brain evolved? Has my intelligence increased? Yes, host, your learning, memory, thinking, and analytical abilities will be greatly enhanced. Su Hao was excited to hear the system's reply. So it turns out that the system isn't just for getting dumped, being cheated on, or having to go on blind dates with dowries. Bite. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Suhao stepped onto the elevator, communicating with the system using his consciousness. While he was pleasantly surprised, he also considered some other possibilities. After all, he was a seasoned bookworm. System, could you please give me a new system with a super rich patron, or a daily check-in system or something? Can't. Is it really not allowed? That's absolutely not allowed. She remains the same hot-tempered, tomboyish woman in the system. System, could you please change to a mature, older woman's voice? The system then switched to a mature, older woman's voice. System, why is your unlocked password MMP? I'll cheat on you sooner or later. Suhao was still very curious about this strange move. This system is a portable version. For some reason, Suhao felt a little uneasy. If the system has bugs, can it still be uninstalled? Please rest assured, host. This system can enable your body to undergo super revolution, which has only benefits and no side effects. Suhao nodded, finally relieved. He clocked in at the company, then sat down at his workstation to continue communicating with the system, quickly gaining a good understanding of it. The Super Evolution system allows you to evolve a part of your body by consuming evolution points, and each evolution grants you different abilities. The host can gain evolution points by completing system tasks and unlocking life achievements. Ding! System task issued. Complete your first confession of love and you will receive 200 evolution points. Suhao was taken aback and said, I already confessed my feelings for the first time a long time ago. Host, confessions made when you were wearing open crotch pants don't count. Suhao was speechless. What kind of system is this? How does it know everything? If you're going to confess your feelings, you need someone to confess to, right? Suhao went through all the young women he knew one by one, feeling extremely conflicted. How, what are you daydreaming about? Guess who I was in the elevator with just now? Suddenly, his colleague, Fatty Dong, walked in from outside carrying a bag, patted Suhao on the shoulder, and looked excited. Who? Suhao frowned. Our company's ice queen, Xin Yufa. Fatty Dong raised an eyebrow. Wu Zetian? What's so great about riding an elevator with her? Suhao shook his head speechlessly. She wore an OL skirt suit today, paired with silver diamond high heels. You can't imagine how beautiful she looked. Fatty Dong looked like he was drooling. Suhao also pictured Xin Yufa in a business suit, a sight that filled him with longing. Xin Yufa, president of Hongsheng Group, is a beauty who surpasses all female celebrities. She is the #1 beauty in the business world, with a cold and aloof personality. She is rarely seen smiling and is known as the Ice Beauty by her colleagues. However, she also had another nickname, which was Wu Zetian. This is because of her decisive and ruthless work style in the company, which makes all employees in the company tremble with fear. She is a real-life queen. Chapter 2, The Confession of Love was sent to the wrong person. However, Xin Yufa's talent and ability in the business world are admirable to everyone. When the group faced hundreds of millions in debt and a broken capital chain, Xin Yufa turned the tide, resolved the company's crisis, and enabled the company to grow and expand. In just 2 years, Xin Yufa successfully listed Hongsheng Group, with a market value of several billion yuan. As a woman who possesses both beauty and talent, Xin Yufa naturally attracted the covetousness of men from all walks of life, but she remained unmoved. Even within gossip circles, some people speculated that Xin Yufa might be a lesbian, which sparked heated discussions for a while. Xin Yufa herself didn't care about this at all, because her aloofness and arrogance made her disdain to explain anything. Suhao sighed inwardly, wondering which man could win over such a domineering female CEO. Fatty Dong was still replaying the scene in his mind, completely absorbed in it. Fatty, it's 8:40 now, which means you were already late when you were in the elevator with Ice Beauty. Suhao tapped the time on his phone. Fatty Dong's expression immediately changed. You're finished. Suhao looked at him with a sympathetic expression. That's really terrible. He was caught being late by the ruthless CEO. Fatty Dong knew that his bonus for this month had vanished like a swan. Wah! Fatty Dong felt depressed. Suhao grinned, remembering that he still had a confession task to complete. Although he didn't have a suitable person to confess to, he could at least prepare his love confession words in advance. Then he thought of his best friend from college, Niu Xiaojie. In his spare time, this guy also writes novels on Tomato Novel Network. Although his results aren't great, he says that Tomato's readers are all handsome men and beautiful women, which is very cute and that's what motivates him to keep going. Niu Xiaojie has a pretty good writing style, and he's also had 2 girlfriends, so he must be experienced in expressing his love. Su Hao opened WeChat and sent a message to Niu Xiaojie. Lao Niu, find me some lines for confessing your love, I need them urgently. Buzz. The phone vibrated quickly, indicating that Niu Xiaojie was also playing on his phone and slacking off at that moment. Niu Xiaojie, holy crap, Sugo, you finally hooked up with a girl too. Are you all wet yet? Dojimoji. Su Hao, get lost. I was just about to confess my feelings, but I don't know how. Niu Xiaojie, confess your feelings? You're such a love idiot. Confessing your feelings is like a recipe for disaster, you know? Just go for it first. Su Hao, screw you, hurry up and get to the point, I'm in a real hurry. Niu Xiaojie, fine, if you won't listen to advice, so be it. I'll give you a few safer love confessions that you can use to make any girl's heart flutter. It must be said that Niu Xiaojie was quite quick in this regard, sending several love confessions in no time. Su Hao opened it directly and took a look. I want to rub wood against you to start a fire, to ignite this life. A lone plume of smoke rises straight in the vast desert, while the setting sun over the long river is the roundest. I want to climb not only the ranks in honor of kings, but also you. Holy crap, is this some kind of love confession from an insurance company? This Niu Xiaojie is full of lewdness. You can tell from his posts on Tomato that he's not writing any serious novels. However, you can save these witty remarks for later, just in case they come in handy. Su Hao simply long pressed to copy a file and pasted it into his phone's log. Just then, a middle-aged man in a white shirt walked over. He wore silver-rimmed glasses and had a greasy face. He was Shi Dapeng, the manager of the program development department. Stop playing on your phones, everyone. The marketing design department needs to add a dating activity entry to the app's relationship page today. We absolutely have to get that entry done today, or we'll be working all night. Shi Dapeng said arrogantly. Ah. The software development team erupted in sighs and lamentations. Their department has a total of 9 people. If you exclude Shi Dapeng, who doesn't do any work, there are only 8 people left. They have to complete the event entrance in 1 day. This is simply outrageous. Su Hao was speechless. This Shi Dapeng was treating them like donkeys in the production team, all for his own performance evaluation. This guy got in through connections with the company's shareholders. He doesn't know anything about programming and just spends his days drinking tea, playing with the fish, and flirting with the receptionist. He doesn't do anything productive. Everyone in their department had a lot of complaints about Shi Dapeng, but since he had powerful connections, they could only swallow their anger. Shi Dapeng then divided the work into 8 parts and assigned them to each employee. When Su Hao received the list of tasks he was responsible for, he rolled his eyes. This workload was unbelievable. He'd be pulling all-nighters tonight. By the way, has the test report for the 618 promotional campaign plan been released yet? Shi Dapeng, holding a teacup, walked to Su Hao's workstation and asked. He's out, manager. Su Hao nodded. Then send a copy of the report directly to General Manager Shin. She said she wanted to see it yesterday. As Shi Dapeng spoke, he picked up the tea box that Su Hao had placed on his workstation and took out a packet of tea leaves. This middle-aged, greasy pig, you make 50,000 or 60,000 a month, yet you still take advantage of your employees. You're so damn despicable. After Shi Dapeng left, Su Hao put his tea box directly into the cabinet. Then I found the link and file to the test report, and then clicked on the WeChat profile picture of the ice beauty Shin Yufa. Su Hao habitually tapped on his moments, only to find that his access had been blocked. Damn it, he couldn't even see moments. He then copied the link and file of the test report and sent them to Shin Yufa. Su Hao didn't start working immediately afterward. Of course, he wanted to study his super evolution system first. Ding! System notification, you have completed the confession task and received a reward of 100 evolution points. Ha! The confession mission is complete? What's going on? He hasn't even found someone to confess to yet. How could he have completed his mission? That's impossible. Besides, all those flirtatious lines Niu Xiaojie sent earlier are completely useless. Who would use those kinds of flirtatious lines to confess their feelings? Is there a bug in the super evolution system? Su Hao was speechless. What kind of system had he been bound to? This portable version of the system just won't work. Buzz. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. Su Hao opened the message and saw a new WeChat message from the ice beauty Shin Yufa. Shin Ufa, come to my office. Um? He was somewhat bewildered. Why had Wu Zetian summoned him? Could it be that there was something wrong with the test report he had sent her? Su Hao scrolled up the chat box and was suddenly stunned. He actually copied and sent the flirtatious confession that Niu Xiaojie had sent him to Shin Ufa. He must have accidentally sent the previous copy instead of the test report link. Holy crap! It's over. Su Hao had a bad feeling and broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is this? He quickly clicked to try and undo it, but it had already timed out and he couldn't. Chapter 3, he still wants to get a marriage certificate with himself? Su Hao was somewhat panicked. This was Shin Ufa, a woman known for her decisiveness and strong-willed approach. Shin Ufa will definitely be furious when she sees the message she posted. Given this woman's style of doing things, losing my job is probably the least of my worries. I might even be accused of workplace harassment, which would completely ruin my career. There was once a company executive who was prosecuted by Shin Ufa for taking a small kickback and was also blacklisted in the industry. Damn, what I did was far more serious than taking kickbacks. Su Hao knew he couldn't avoid this matter today, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and face it head-on. He then took a sip of water to calm himself down before leaving the software development department. The president's office is on the 5th floor of the company. In addition to the office, the 5th floor also has Shin Ufa's private library, entertainment room, lounge, meeting room, and so on. Su Hao went to the elevator and pressed the button. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and as he stepped inside, he felt as if he had entered a courtroom. When he arrived at the door of the president's office, Wang Meng, the female secretary sitting at the door, looked at him with some curiosity. Su Hao, what are you doing here? Wang Meng asked. Mr. Shin is looking for me. Su Hao explained. Looking for you? Wang Meng was somewhat surprised. Employees in positions like Su Hao typically have no interaction with the president, as there are other company executives involved. However, seeing that Su Hao didn't seem to be joking, she picked up the phone and called President Shin to ask for instructions. Mr. Shin, Su Hao from the software development department said you were looking for him, so he's here. Wang Meng said. Okay, let him in. Shin Ufa's voice came through the phone. Okay, Mr. Shin. Wang Meng nodded, giving Su Hao a complicated look. According to the company's routine procedures, the president will inform Wang Meng first who he wants to meet, and then Wang Meng will relay the notification. Since he wasn't asked to notify anyone this time, there's only one possibility: President Shin summoned Su Hao via private WeChat. Could it be that Su Hao and the president are related? Thinking of this, she quickly and respectfully stepped forward and opened the door to the president's office. Su Hao, President Shin wants you to come in. Su Hao nodded and then walked into the president's office. Big, extremely big. This was his first impression upon entering the CEO's office. The office is over 200 square meters, decorated in a Chinese style, and is very luxurious. As soon as you enter the office, you can see the landscape painting hanging on the main wall. In front of the landscape painting are Chinese-style leather chairs for receiving guests, and the bookshelves next to them are filled with various trophies, certificates, and works of art. Further inside was a long desk with 2 computers and some folders on it. At this moment, Shin Ufa was sitting at the table, holding a pen, and signing a company document with her head down. Su Hao walked to the table, unsure of how to begin, and the moment became agonizing. But Shin Ufa remained silent. This woman must have broken down her own psychological defenses first, or perhaps she was thinking about how to deal with herself. Mr. Shen. Su Hao took the initiative to speak. Yes, you're here. I read the message you sent me. Shin Ufa raised her head, put down her pen, stared at him with her beautiful eyes, and remained calm. Mr. Shin, let me explain. Su Hao then offered an explanation. But Shin Ufa suddenly waved her hand and said, No need to explain, we're all young people, I understand, you really like me? Cough cough, no. Su Hao said awkwardly. You're not confessing your feelings to me? So you're just teasing me on purpose? Shin Ufa's face turned cold. Mr. Shin, would you believe me if I said I sent it to the wrong person? Su Hao said calmly. I don't believe it. Shin Ufa shook her head. Su Hao was speechless. It seemed this woman really wasn't going to let him go. With that in mind, he made a decision. Yes, Mr. Shin, I like you. I've liked you for a long time, ever since I joined the company. I really didn't want to keep my admiration for you to myself, so today I mustered up the courage to send you those messages. Su Hao said boldly. That's right, that's his decision. Since he's going to be expelled, he'll admit that he likes Shin Yuefei and insist that the messages he sent were actually a confession to her. Because if they didn't admit it, those text messages would probably be seen as mockery and harassment of Shin Yuefei. In that case, if he gets fired, he'll likely be blacklisted in the industry and become a laughingstock, which would really end his career. Even if Su Hao could deny it to the death and say that he sent his confession to the wrong person, Shin Yuefei's attitude was already very clear. She chose not to believe him, leaving him with no way to defend himself. Oh? So what do you like about me? Shin Yuefei's tone softened. Of course I like you because you're beautiful, Miss Shin. I'm a sucker for good looks. Su Hao said quietly. Okay, so since you like me, you must want me to be your girlfriend, right? Shin Yuefei suddenly asked. Of course. Su Hao was a little confused. This woman went too far. She wanted to teach herself a lesson, but instead she made fun of herself. It's absolutely terrifying. So, you want to marry me too? Shin Yuefei raised an eyebrow. Marry? To be able to marry a woman like President Shin is a blessing earned through 8 lifetimes of good deeds. Su Hao nodded, and patted the horse as well, just in case the woman was in a good mood and wouldn't hold it against him. Okay, then I agree to be your girlfriend. Oh, by the way, get your household registration book ready, we'll go get our marriage certificate later. Shin Yuefei suddenly slammed her hand on the table and said cheerfully. What the heck? Su Hao was completely dumbfounded. Was this woman crazy, or was he dreaming? The woman in front of me is Shin Yuefei, one of the 4 beauties of Yanbei, a woman that countless men dream of possessing. She's actually agreed to be my girlfriend and even wants to get a marriage certificate with me? Isn't that terrifying? Would you believe it if you were in my shoes? Only a fool would believe that. Su Hao was clearly not stupid, even though he was quite handsome. He also saw a hint of smugness on Shin Yuefei's pretty face, making the meaning even more obvious. It's a trap, definitely a trap, a gentle trap. But since it's a trap, Shin Yuefei must have a purpose. What could her purpose be? Su Hao was even more confused. His hometown had several acres of land and a few brick houses. He doesn't even own a house in Yanbei and has to rent a place to live. He only has a few thousand yuan in his bank account. After thinking it over, Su Hao realized that he didn't seem to have anything he wanted, which made things even more terrifying. Shin Yuefei, this ice beauty, has dug herself a hole. Is she trying to ruin herself while keeping herself in the dark? He must refuse. Chapter 4. Didn't you confess your feelings to me? Getting a marriage certificate? No way. Su Hao quickly shook his head. What do you mean? You're not even willing to get a marriage certificate with me? Shin Yuefei frowned, looking somewhat displeased, as if she had been hit hard. She is Shin Yuefei, a stunningly beautiful woman who possesses both talent and beauty. How many people in Yanbei, and even throughout China, covet her beauty? But this silly boy in front of me actually rejected me, which was a complete insult to me. Mr. Shin, stop teasing me. Just be honest, how do you want to deal with me? Su Hao asked directly. Why would I want to punish you? I want to get a marriage certificate with you. Shin Yuefei said in a very serious tone. Getting a marriage certificate? For the 2 of us? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not making a fuss. Didn't you confess your feelings to me? Didn't you want to marry me? Shin Yuefei's tone was definitely not joking. Su Hao frowned. He suddenly understood and had a guess in his mind. This woman must be pregnant and wanted him to be a father, to be the one who would take the fall. Mr. Shin, you caused this mess yourself, there's no need for others to bear the consequences. Besides, you could have taken care of it yourself. He immediately offered his suggestions. What trouble did I cause? What trouble? What nonsense is this? Shin Yuefei was completely confused. Get rid of it? Mr. Shin, stop pretending. You probably just want me to be your sucker, right? I may not have money, but I still have my pride. You want me to be your stepfather? No way. Su Hao shook his head. Shin Yuefei immediately understood, her eyebrows furrowed, and she said coldly, What nonsense are you talking about? I've never even been in a relationship, how could I be pregnant? Are you brainless? Which one of us is brainless? If you want to marry me, you're definitely setting a trap for me. Suhao boldly said, we're already at the point of no return, so there's no need to be polite with this woman. So that's what you were worried about? Shin Yufa moved her executive chair back, took a document from the drawer, and threw it on the table. Suhao took a look and was shocked to see that it was a prenuptial agreement. Take a look. Suhao picked up the prenuptial agreement and looked at it, mainly focusing on property rights after marriage. This woman is really cunning. She married me but didn't even give me a penny of money. No wonder she can be a CEO, she's so stingy. Mr. Shin, what do you mean by this? If you marry me, it's for a year. If we divorce after a year, I'll give you some money. Shin Yufa spoke very frankly. Suhao finally understood that this was Shin Yufa's real purpose, to fake a marriage with him, giving him a fright so he would think she was setting him up. Why don't you just say it directly? You're making yourself worry all the time. This is my first marriage. If you turn around like this, I'll be on my second marriage. Suhao said quietly, still unwilling in his heart. Everyone gets married for the first time. Shin Yufa is angry. Can I refuse? Suhao raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively. Okay, then I'll hand over the harassing messages you sent me to the company's legal department. Shin Yufa casually remarked. I knew this woman would resort to threats. Do you think I'm really scared? Suhao gritted his teeth, just as he was about to refuse, when suddenly the system notification sounded in his mind. System notification: completing the marriage registration achievement will reward you with 1,000 evolution points. A reward of 1,000 evolution points, is that really so attractive? With evolution points, you can not only evolve your brain to LV2, but also evolve your eyes. He doesn't know what abilities his eyes will have after they evolve. Suhao was thrilled at the thought. He boldly walked to the table, pulled over a chair, and sat down opposite Shin Yufa. 1-year term. After the divorce, how much money will you give me? 1 million. Shin Yufa spoke. 1 million is a huge sum of money for ordinary people, but in Yenbei, it's barely enough for a down payment on a house. However, it still holds great appeal for Suhao at present. After all, for an office worker like him, he can't even save 100,000 yuan a year. Okay, I agree. Suhao readily agreed, saying that if the ice-cold beauty had no worries, what was there for him, a grown man, to be afraid of? What's more, he'll receive a 1 million yuan settlement after the divorce, and more importantly, he'll get evolution points as a reward from the system. Okay, this is between the two of us, so don't make a fuss about it at the company. Shin Yufa said seriously. Can I ask you one question? Why do you insist on getting married? Suhao couldn't contain his curiosity. You don't need to know this now, you'll understand later. Shin Yufa said. So why choose me? Because you are easier to control. Suhao was quite annoyed by this reason. Wasn't it because he was handsome? It's because I'm easy to control. This woman is so arrogant, isn't she a bit too confident? It's still uncertain who will be in control in the future. Suhao thought to himself that he would have to be wary of this woman in the future. Beautiful women are not scary. What is scary is a beautiful woman who is also educated. At this moment, Shin Yufa handed him a pen, and Suhao signed the prenuptial agreement directly. Where is your household registration booklet? Shin Yufa asked. Where I live. Go wait for me in the parking lot. I'll change my clothes, then take you to get your household registration booklet before we register and get our marriage certificate. Is there any need to be in such a hurry? Suhao was both amused and exasperated. Getting married so quickly? Isn't today May 20th? Shin Yufa said quietly. Wow, Suhao never expected that this ice queen would care about this. How fashionable. By the way, you won't ask me to have children with you after we get married, will you? Suhao, still not entirely reassured, asked another question. Shin Yufa didn't answer, she just looked at him like he was an idiot. Okay, I'm going to the parking lot. Suhao said awkwardly, am I overthinking this? This woman was only in a fake marriage with him for some reason. She wasn't asking for a large sum of money to have a child. Suhao went back to his department first and said to Fatty Dong, hey, Fatty, I'm going out for a bit. If Sher Dapang asks, just say I'm going to the bathroom. Holy crap, Su, with this much work to do, you're still going out partying? How late do you plan to work tonight? Fatty Don couldn't help but complain. I didn't want to go out either, but the CEO forced me to. Su Hao said irritably. Did the CEO force you? Today is May 20th. Could it be that the Ice Queen is forcing you to get a marriage certificate with her? Fatty Don joked. Hey, Fatty, I have to say, your mouth is amazing, you guessed it so accurately. Su Hao grinned. You're just bragging. If you can get a marriage certificate with the Ice Beauty, I'll acknowledge you as my father. That's what Fatty Don said jokingly. Su Hao was stunned. Wow, he really is my good son. Chapter 5 Super Programming Speed. Su Hao arrived at the parking lot and soon saw Shin Yuefei coming over, dressed in casual clothes. Even in casual clothes, her stunning figure couldn't be hidden. This woman is truly enchanting. However, she was wearing a mask, which must have been because she was afraid of being seen by acquaintances. Let's go, where's your car? Shin Yuefei walked up to him and said. I don't have a car. Su Hao felt somewhat ashamed. No car? Shin Yuefei was somewhat taken aback, but had no choice but to lead him to the other side of the parking lot. Su Hao followed, and there was a Lamborghini. Huh? Isn't your car a Maserati? He was somewhat taken aback. I didn't drive that car today, I drove this one. Shin Yuefei explained. Su Hao was stunned. Holy crap, how much money does this woman have? She can change sports cars as she pleases. Shin Yuefei had originally planned to ride in Su Hao's car, since her Lamborghini was too flashy, but now she had no choice but to drive it. The two then left the company. Shin Yuefei drove her sports car to the apartment complex where Su Hao rented a place, and then headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wow! As soon as the Lamborghini appeared, it attracted a crowd of onlookers. Shin Yuefei hurriedly ran into the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because the registration required the two of them to go to the photo studio to take pictures first, Su Hao realized that he had forgotten to change into a new outfit. After all, these were his wedding photos. At that moment, there were still several couples queuing up in the photo studio. Hey, did you see that? Those two people are also here to register for their marriage certificates. The woman is driving a Lamborghini. No way? That guy is dressed in cheap clothes from a street stall. He must be being kept by a sugar daddy. A couple was talking nearby. Su Hao almost vomited blood. What's wrong with the cheap clothes he was wearing? Why should he be the one being kept? A short while later, the two received their photos and went to the registration window. Hello, we are here to register our marriage. Shin Yuefei sat down and began to speak. Are you two sure you want to get your marriage certificate? The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau were somewhat surprised, given the stark contrast in Su Hao and Shin Yuefei's attire and the lack of any apparent affection between them. Sure. Shin Yuefei nodded. Young lady, our marriage law stipulates that marriage must be entirely voluntary for both parties, and neither party is allowed to force the other or any third party to interfere. You are voluntary, right? The staff member asked again. Yes, I did it voluntarily. Shin Yuefei nodded. Okay then, bring your household registration book and ID card, and fill out this form. The staff handed over 2 forms. Su Hao was a little unhappy. What did this lady at the Civil Affairs Bureau mean? Why did she only ask Shin Yuefei if she was willing, and not ask him? The staff quickly stamped the marriage certificate with their seal and handed it to them. All done. Oh, and by the way, newlywed couples can go to the second floor for a free trial. It's completely free. The woman from the Civil Affairs Bureau reminded him. Okay, thanks. Shin Yuefei took the red marriage certificate and then prepared to leave. However, Su Hao went to the stairwell, intending to go to the second floor to see what activities were available for the free trial. They're gone. Shin Yuefei glared at him. Shouldn't we get a physical exam? Su Hao grinned. Shin Yuefei raised her eyebrows, almost wanting to curse, physical examination my ass. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shin Yuefei quickly drove back to the company parking lot. The two did not exchange a single word the entire way. Let's go upstairs separately. You go first, and I'll come up in a bit. Shin Yuefei spoke. Mission, we're husband and wife now, shouldn't you give your husband a promotion and a raise? Holding the red marriage certificate in his hand, Su Hao became much bolder. Roll. Shin Yuefei glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Damn, it was just a joke, this woman can't take a joke. Su Hao looked helpless and could only get out of the car and go upstairs. I had just sat down at my workstation when Fatty Dong came running over. Su, you're finally back. Holy crap, what have you been doing? You're dead meat this time. I'm worried, said Fatty Dong. What's wrong? Su Hao frowned. As soon as you left your workstation, Shi Dapeng came over and asked you where you were going. I told him you went to the restroom. I'm embarrassed, said Fatty Dong. Su Hao looked exasperated and asked, so how much time has passed since I went to the toilet? It wasn't very long, only an hour and a half. Fatty Dong said quietly. This lie is hard to cover up. I spent an hour and a half taking a dump. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. Su Hao! You finally decided to come back. Suddenly, Shi Dapeng's roaring voice rang out. Fatty Dong shuddered and quickly ran back to his workstation to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Shi Dapeng walked over with a dark expression. Ahem, Manager Shi, you wanted to see me? Su Hao pretended to be confused. Su Hao, you're something else. You've become a seasoned veteran in the workplace, yet you're just slacking off here. Instead of working properly, what are you doing? Shi Dapeng said angrily. Manager, I have diarrhea. I just went to the toilet. Diarrhea? You can have diarrhea for an hour and a half? Who are you trying to fool? Shi Dapeng slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage. Pfft, ha ha. The other colleagues in the software development department couldn't help but laugh. Manager, I pulled 3 groups, each lasting half an hour. Su Hao shamelessly said that he had nothing to be afraid of. At worst, he would confront the ice beauty and see who she would side with. Upon hearing this, his colleagues burst into laughter. Well, you little brat, you're really out of control. Let me tell you, if you don't finish the workload I'm assigning you today, not only will you lose your bonus this month, but your year-end bonus will also be deducted. Shi Dapeng left with a dark expression, uttering a single sentence. Wow, Su, you're amazing. Fatty Dong gave Su Hao a thumbs up. Su Hao shook his head helplessly, sat down in front of the phone, and opened the programming software. Although he is now Shen Lifiai's husband, it's useless. He still has to do his job, otherwise he'll be starving after paying the rent. I went out to get my marriage certificate this morning, which took up a lot of time. I'll probably have to work overtime until dawn tonight. Su Hao immediately started programming according to the module, but he suddenly found that he was programming very fast, much faster than usual, and every time he finished programming and tested, there were no bugs. Ha! Su Hao was a little puzzled. Could this be because his brain had evolved and his intelligence had improved? With this suspicion in mind, he immediately began testing. Finally, he was surprised to find that he could program with ease. Before, he would write a piece of code and then test it, and he was completely unfamiliar with it. But now, the programming code emerged along with his own ideas, and he easily typed it out with both hands, without any so-called bugs. Chapter 6: The Brain Completes LV2 Evolution. Su Hao was overjoyed and quickly typed out the code. His memory and understanding of the code were surprisingly good. Moreover, based on the module design, his analytical ability is exceptionally fast, enabling him to quickly program according to the design. Snap, thud. Su Hao typed code at lightning speed, as if he were typing words. I said, how, you code so fast, yet you still make a lot of mistakes. You should be more careful. Hearing the keyboard sounds from Su Hao's side, Fatty Dong couldn't help but offer a suggestion. Play it safe? I'm perfectly safe right now, aren't I? Su Hao finally experienced the power brought by the system. It was so amazing. It seemed that this evolution was extraordinary. Around 5 p.m., Su Hao's keyboard finally stopped clicking, because he had finished all his work. It's unbelievable that I finished such a huge amount of work so quickly. Su Hao sighed deeply. At his usual pace, with such a large workload, he would have to work through the night at least. Great, I can leave work on time now. Su Hao stretched, then packed his things and prepared to leave work. I said, how, are you crazy? You still leave work on time? You can't finish your work, do you really not want your year-end bonus? Fatty Dong was still busy coding. Who said I couldn't finish it? I've already done it. Su Hao shrugged. Finished? You're just bragging. Fatty Dong shook his head speechlessly. Su Hao was too lazy to explain. He couldn't very well tell the fat man that he was now a man with a system, could he? After all, this is a secret that cannot be told to anyone. At 5:30, Suhao simply picked up his bag and left work. The entire software development department was shocked, and at the same time, they shook their heads, thinking that Suhao might have given up entirely. Sigh, I'm still young. I don't have a wife or kids, so I can do whatever I want. Exactly. For middle-aged programmers like us, there's no way out but to swallow our anger. I think Xiao Su is stupid. Her year-end bonus is tens of thousands of yuan. Isn't this just throwing money down the drain? Several older colleagues chatted amongst themselves. It takes an hour to get from the company to Suhao's rented place by subway, and then another hour and a half to walk. He returned to the community at 7 o'clock. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got downstairs, he ran into his landlady, Aunt Shui, and her daughter, Meng Qiqi. Suhao felt a little embarrassed and lowered his head as he tried to walk into the building. Xiao Su, you've already exceeded the rent payment deadline by 7 days. Did you forget? Aunt Shui had actually seen him a long time ago. In a metropolis like Yanqing, Suhao's salary, after deducting expenses, leaves him with very little each month, and he also has to send money home every month. After all, his parents spent a lot of money to send him to university, and he wanted to help ease the burden on his family. Because he pays 3 months' rent in advance each time, Suhao only has 2,000 yuan left in his account, which is not enough at all. Aunt Shui, I'm a little short on cash lately, could you please give me a 2-day grace period? I'll definitely transfer the rent to you once I get paid. Suhao spoke somewhat awkwardly. Oh, I see. No problem, I can pay the rent next month. Aunt Shui said readily. Suhao was somewhat taken aback. Goodness, the landlady was being so generous and easy to talk to today. However, there will be an additional 10% interest next month. Despite the situation, Aunt Shui remains the same landlady. Suhao's eyelids twitched in surprise. Well, the landlady was trying to do a P2P business on the side. Mom! Su Gij has it tough too. Meng Qiqi, the daughter standing next to her, couldn't stand it anymore and felt that her mother had gone a bit too far. Suhao had a good impression of Qiqi, who had grown into a beautiful, kind, and graceful young woman. Aunt Shui immediately said, everyone has their difficulties. I've already given Xiao Su a big discount. If I had used that money to buy Kai Kai's semiconductor fund, I could have gotten a 20% return in a month. Well, Aunt Shui is also involved in mutual funds and semiconductors. What a roller coaster ride. Everyone knows about these tech funds who want to buy their stocks at rock bottom prices, but they end up buying your stocks instead. Auntie, the 20% monthly gain you mentioned was from last year, right? Lately, it's been all down. Although Suhao didn't have much money and hadn't invested in any funds, he still paid attention to market trends. What do you know? Auntie also bought new energy products and liquor. Aunt Shui suddenly said proudly. Suhao was stunned. It's good to be rich. Auntie, you're amazing. Many people are young and unaware of the value of fine liquor, mistakenly investing heavily in technology instead. Stop talking nonsense and stop flattering me. If you don't pay next month's rent, I'll kick you out. After Aunt Shui finished speaking, she took Meng Qiqi's hand and left. Qiqi, let me tell you, don't date someone like Xiao Su in the future. No house or car, no way. Mom, but Brother Su is handsome. What good is being handsome? Can it put food on the table? What do you know, you silly girl? Without money, life is just about the mundane things like firewood, rice, oil, salt, and other trivial matters. The landlady and her daughter whispered something to each other. Upon hearing this, Suhao couldn't help but twitch his lips. It wasn't very hurtful, but it was extremely insulting. He returned to the apartment, a one-bedroom apartment, for 1,800 yuan, which is considered cheap outside the 5th Ring Road. Although there are cheaper options, those are shared apartments. Suhao did not choose to share an apartment because he prefers freedom and also wants a quiet study environment. He can use his valuable time to learn and improve, because in Yanbei, one cannot live a long life without studying. Suhao lay down on the sofa and began to study his super evolution system. He received 1,000 evolution points for completing the marriage registration, and now has a total of 1,200 evolution points. Suhao also learned about the super evolution system. The system requires 100 evolution points for each part of the body to evolve, 500 evolution points for LV1, 1,000 evolution points for LV3, and 5,000 evolution points for LV4. Having tasted the benefits of brain evolution, he decided to first evolve his brain from LV1 to LV2. The system initiates brain evolution. Okay, host. The game is initiating in evolution. The next moment, Su Hao felt himself become dazed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the LV2 brain evolution. Su Hao immediately checked the current evolution list. Brain LV2 possesses the ability, Advanced Intelligence. Advanced Intelligence, that's fantastic. Su Hao clapped his hands excitedly. Currently, the LV2 brain possesses Advanced Intelligence. It's unknown what amazing abilities it will have upon evolving to the next level. However, he doesn't have enough evolution points to evolve to LV3. Since that's the case, Su Hao decided to start by evolving the next part, the eyes. System, activate eye evolution. Okay, host. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the LV1 evolution of your eyes. Su Hao couldn't wait to check the evolution list again. Chapter 7 Extraordinary Learning, Photographic Memory. Eyes LV1 possesses the ability, Extraordinary Reading. System, what kind of ability is this extraordinary reading skill? Su Hao was somewhat puzzled. Host, with your extraordinary reading ability, you can quickly improve your reading speed. Reading speed? Su Hao suddenly noticed a book on the table called Complete Collection of Arabic Linguistics. This wasn't a book he bought, it was left behind by the previous tenant. He immediately picked it up and started reading. Wow! Su Hao found that his reading speed could be described as reading 10 lines at a glance. Isn't this reading speed 10 times faster than others? Ha! I can actually understand this book now. Su Hao found that the previously awkward grammar and vocabulary usage could now be easily understood and mastered. Swish! 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 He flips through books very quickly and has a photographic memory. He can fully understand all the knowledge in the books. Is this what advanced intelligence is? This means that you have strong learning, memory, comprehension, thinking, judgment, and analytical abilities. In just half an hour, I had finished studying the entire thick book, Complete Collection of Arabic Linguistics. This is Arabic, which was previously an incomprehensible script to him. Su Hao felt like he hadn't had enough, so he picked up the Arabic dictionary next to him. That's right, it was left behind by the previous tenant. Perhaps this guy is a student majoring in Arabic. Another half hour passed, and Su Hao finished reading the dictionary, with all the Arabic words becoming his vocabulary. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spoke fluent Arabic. That's great. Having this ability is like having a super brain. Su Hao was overjoyed to have gained extraordinary learning abilities, which was equivalent to having countless cheat codes. He then took out all his university textbooks. Those things I couldn't learn well before, I'll review them all again today, since I can read them at a glance anyway. Su Hao took out a packet of instant noodles, cooked it, and then continued reading. About an hour later, Su Hao had read a full 10 books. He felt that he now possessed the abilities of a top-tier network expert. After finishing his professional books, Su Hao picked up the English dictionary he had bought. Now that he's learned Arabic, he should also become proficient in English. Soon, Su Hao's English level reached that of a professional lecturer. At this point, he thought for a moment and realized that he needed to learn a skill that could earn him extra money. After all, I still owe rent. I've got it. Let's make the software. Su Hao immediately thought of jyulong.com, the world's largest elite website and community for young people. This website has comprehensive LT knowledge. You only need to pay to purchase book compilations and practical tutorials. Furthermore, here, employers can also post commission-based tasks related to software creation and program development. Some individuals or organizations working in the IT industry can take on tasks here, and after completing the tasks, they can send the results to the sponsors. The client receives the results, the person who took on the task earns a commission, and then the transaction is successful. Over the years, jyulong.com has built a strong credit system through strict evaluation and punishment. In short, as long as your results are excellent enough, you will definitely make money, and you don't need to worry about encountering unscrupulous investors. Su Hao clicked to enter the task community, where he could see all kinds of tasks from LT. These tasks vary in difficulty and also have certain requirements regarding the deadline for submission. Once a task is accepted, it will automatically expire if the deadline is missed. Therefore, LT personnel generally won't accept tasks unless they are confident in their abilities. After all, nobody wants to waste time and not make any money. This is a task that was just released today. Su Hao saw a task pinned to the top with a commission of 30,000 yuan, and he clicked on it. The client is a member named King Kingzi, and the task is to create a shopping mini-program. Shopping-related mini-programs are not considered particularly difficult to develop within the industry. Why are there so few people taking on this task? Su Hao quickly understood that the deadline for delivering the results of this task was 8 a.m. the next morning. Although it's not very difficult, the time is too short, only 12 hours. Within the industry, a typical mini-program goes through processes such as template creation, source code development, and program testing, which usually takes 20-30 days. The task now requires 12 hours, isn't that a joke? There are already many comments from members under this task. Honest Fatty LV3, is this boss trying to kill us programmers with overwork? Eastern Bald Hero LV4, yeah, delivering results in such a short time, the client must be playing a trick on us. I love eating keyboards LV2, although this is a shopping app, and you can scrape the source code and modify it, that's still not enough to complete the task. Golden Rat LV8, under immense pressure. Mituanchuan LV1, the Golden Rat God has appeared. My idol. I love eating keyboards LV2, even the pros are feeling the pressure. Su Hao found the members' comments quite interesting. All members who took on tasks were divided into different levels. The more tasks you complete, the more difficult they are, and the more experience points you gain. This means that the higher the membership level, the higher the member's technical skill level. The Golden Rat at level 8 is considered a top-tier technical expert and is already a target for many headhunters. Su Hao's lips curled up. He wanted to take on the challenge that others couldn't. He immediately spent half an hour learning how to develop mini-programs using 3 languages, JavaScript, CSS, and HTML5. He then registered as a member, named himself Gold Medal Old Wine, and took on the task of the shopping mini-program King Kingzi. The comments section below the task immediately erupted in a frenzy. Mituanchuan LV1, holy crap, which expert took on this task? Eastern Bald Hero LV4, isn't this just a joke? The member who accepted the quest is named Gold Medal Old Wine. I love eating keyboards LV2, Gold Medal Old Wine LV1? This is a newbie. Honest Fatty LV3, this is just us joking around. We'll sit here for a while and the mission will fail tomorrow morning. Eastern Bald Hero LV4, you're such a reckless newbie. Failing the mission will cost you reputation points. However, Su Hao had no time to pay attention to the comments at the moment. He was typing away at the keyboard. Su Hao realized he was typing too fast. The code seemed to be like muscle memory. It's finally finished. He glanced at the time. It was 10 p.m., just 2 hours later. To put this into perspective, he can complete in just 2 hours what would normally take others 20 days to do. If other elite LT professionals saw him writing code, they would definitely be furious. Of course, Su Hao's advantage is that he doesn't need to test the program after he finishes it, which saves a lot of time. Because they have absolute confidence in their program code. Deliverables. He then packaged the program, uploaded it, and delivered it. Chapter 8. This money-making speed is too fast. I don't know if I'll be able to earn this commission. Su Hao muttered to himself. Although he was confident in his results, they still needed to be reviewed and tested by the other party. We probably won't have a result until tomorrow. After he delivered the task, the quest post became lively again. Many elite members of jyulong.com came to join in the fun. Delivering results in 2 hours? That's absurd. As a result, the delivery of this task has once again become a hot topic of discussion. However, Su Hao is not paying attention to these things at the moment, and instead has entered the hacker community of jyulong.com with interest. As a network expert, he is actually very interested in network hacking and defense. Su Hao envied those mysterious hackers when he was a child, which is why he chose to major in network engineering. Now that he has a super brain, he has suddenly become obsessed with learning. Because he knew that knowledge is wealth. He watched until midnight, and if he didn't have to go to work the next day, he might have stayed up all night. The next day, Su Hao got up at 5:30. He was surprised to find that he was full of energy and had no feeling of fatigue, which may be related to evolution. Arriving at the breakfast stall downstairs, Su Hao bought a set of Jianbing Wazi Chinese crepe to eat on the way. Brother Su. Suddenly, I saw Meng Chichi walking over carrying a rice bowl. The girl was wearing an oversized pink t-shirt, denim shorts, and had her hair in a ponytail. Although the t-shirt was loose, it still couldn't hide Nizi's pride. Suha once guessed that she must be at least a 36C, truly a girl next door who has grown up. Chi-Chi is here to buy breakfast. Yeah, my mom asked me to come and buy tofu pudding. Meng Chi-Chi shook the rice bowl in her hand. By the way, brother Su, that's just how my mom is. Please don't take what I said yesterday to heart. Suha smiled and said, It's okay, I'm the one who owes rent. By the way, you're going to take the college entrance exam soon, right? There are still 2 weeks left. Meng Chi-Chi nodded. Study hard, and when you get into university, Brother Su will treat you to a big meal. Brother Su, you said it yourself. Upon hearing this, Meng Chi-Chi jumped for joy. I'm going to take the subway to work now, I can't chat with you anymore. Suha waved his hand and then went to the subway station. Although Suha got up early today, the subway was inexplicably delayed for a long time. He arrived at the company and clocked in at exactly 8:30, which wasn't earlier than usual. Ding dong. Suha had just sat down at his workstation when he received a text message on his phone. Your savings card ending in 1818 received 30,000 renminbi in Huaxia coins at 8:31 a.m. on May 21, leaving a current account balance of 32,318 renminbi and 61 cents. Customer comment, jyulong.com commission. Ha! The task I submitted on jyulong.com last night has been reviewed and approved, and the commission has been credited to my account. Suha was overjoyed. He had actually done it and even received a commission of 30,000 yuan, which was equivalent to 3 months' salary. This was incredibly fast money making. Suha! You're still laughing. Why didn't you work overtime yesterday? Just as Suha was feeling happy, a roaring voice came from behind him. Without even thinking, he knew it must be Shi Dapeng. At this moment, Suha's colleagues in the program development department all looked at him with sympathy. They had already guessed this scene last night. Sure enough, Shi Dapeng came over with a teacup in his hand. Everyone in our department worked overtime yesterday. Where did you go? Why should I work overtime? Suha said casually. Why are you working overtime? You poor loser, how dare you ask me that? I hereby declare that you have no bonus this month, and no year-end bonus either. Shi Dapeng was furious. Suha immediately got angry. Yesterday, it was clearly stated that he could leave work as long as he finished his tasks. He originally wanted to say that he had already finished his tasks when he left work. But Shi Dapeng wouldn't let him explain before he called himself a poor loser. The worst part is that this guy even deducted his own bonus and year-end bonus, which is going too far. Hey, you surname Shi, who do you think you are? Showing off like that? Suha immediately retorted. At that moment, everyone in the department was shocked. Shi Dapeng is a department manager who is used to being arrogant and often scolds and ridicules his employees. The department staff all treated him with utmost respect, daring not to speak out against him. But today Suha actually exploded and openly defied everyone. How could everyone not be shocked? At the same time, while everyone was shocked, they were also secretly excited. After all, Suha had done what they all wanted to do. You dare talk back to me, Suha? Do you even want to keep your job? I'm the department head. Do you believe I'll fire you and make sure you don't get a single penny? Shi Dapeng said angrily. I said, Manager Shi, you're supposed to be a department manager, is your head full of shit? You don't even understand the basics of labor law. Even if you fire me, the company should still give me severance pay. Suha said with a mocking expression. Puff. At this point, his colleagues couldn't help but laugh. You. Shi Dapeng was so angry that his face turned red and his neck bulged. What do you mean, you? And stop calling yourself boss all the time. This is a society governed by law. Are you trying to establish yourself here? Do you even know that your nickname is a pile of shit? Suha felt inexplicably excited when he saw Shi Dapeng's embarrassed expression. Now that I have the super revolution system, there are countless ways to make money, so I don't have to be afraid of being fired. What's more, the company president is now his own wife. Suha. You've really gone too far. Pack your things and get out. I hereby declare you fired. Shi Dapeng slammed his fist on the table and roared. My shit manager, you not only don't understand labor law, you don't even know the company's bylaws. Department managers in our company do not have the power to discipline employees. Only the president has the power to fire employees. How did you become a department manager with such a brain? Su Hao suddenly realized that he could be quite domineering when he got angry. Shi Dapeng was furious, his face turning ashen. He had gotten the job through connections, and Su Hao's words were undoubtedly a sarcastic remark that would make him a laughingstock among his colleagues. The argument immediately attracted the attention of other departments. Fine, I can't fire you, huh? Then I'll bring General Manager Shin over. If General Manager Shin finds out you've talked back to your boss, he'll fire you too. Just wait to be fired. Shi Dapeng gritted his teeth and took out his phone. At this moment, his colleagues all looked at Su Hao with sympathy. If Shin Yuefei came, there would probably only be one outcome: Su Hao would be fired. After all, talking back to one's superior is something that company management absolutely avoids, especially since Shi Dapeng is a relative of one of the company's shareholders. What are you all doing standing here? A sudden shout startled everyone. The person speaking was none other than Shin Yuefei, who was standing in front of the software development department with an icy expression. Chapter 9. You're turning your back on me? Shin Yuefei happened to be on the third floor on some business when she overheard the argument in the programming department, so she came over. Ah? Mr. Shen. Employees from other departments who were watching greeted her respectfully before returning to their work. Shi Dapeng was overjoyed to see Shin Yuefei appear. Mr. Shin, you've come at the right time. This subordinate doesn't listen to my discipline and even talks back to me. I suggest he be fired immediately. He quickly said. What happened? Shin Yuefei frowned. She hadn't expected that the person arguing with Shi Dapeng was Su Hao. It's like this, Mr. Shun, this kid yesterday. Shi Dapeng started rambling on, basically saying that Su Hao was completely worthless, that he was arrogant, disobedient to company arrangements, and lazy at work. Mr. Shin, this kid sneaked out of work yesterday morning and even lied to me that he went to the toilet. He's absolutely lawless. Shi Dapeng then recounted what happened yesterday. Su Hao chuckled inwardly. Shin Yuefei knew better than Su Hao whether he had skipped work yesterday. Shin Yuefei waved her hand, not wanting to hear Shi Dapeng continue. Su Hao, did you just talk back to Manager Shi? She walked up to Su Hao. That's right, but he started by swearing at me, and then he wanted to deduct my bonus and year-end bonus for no reason. Su Hao spoke without the slightest fear. Manager Shi, you swore too? Shin Yuefei frowned. Mr. Shin, I was just angry for a moment, but this kid ran off without working overtime yesterday, and his work wasn't finished, which delayed today's task delivery and will postpone the launch of the event. Shi Dapeng immediately changed the subject. Who told you I didn't finish my work? I completed all the tasks assigned to me yesterday. I left work on time. What's wrong with that? Su Hao raised an eyebrow and asked in return. You finished your work? Are you kidding me? Everyone else works until midnight, and you finished at 5:30? Shi Dapeng said irritably. Okay, stop arguing. What about your work results? Shin Yuefei waved her hand and looked at Su Hao. Su Hao immediately turned on his computer and found the program files from last night. Shi Dapeng was taken aback when he saw the program file and immediately said, You must not have finished it. You think you can get away with a program full of bugs? Manager Shi, if there are any bugs, just run it and it'll be fine. Why are you in such a hurry? Su Hao's lips curled up in a smile. Okay. Mr. Shin is here, and you're still being stubborn. Well then, try running it. Shi Dapeng snorted coldly. Su Hao then immediately tested the program, and the final result showed that there were no errors. However, Shi Dapeng knew nothing about programming. He couldn't understand it. Manager Shi, how's it going? Shin Yuefei's eyebrows twitched, and she asked. Hey, Xiao Dong, come take a look. Shi Dapeng quickly waved to Fatty Dong. Fatty Dong could only come over and check. He was also surprised to see that Su Hao had really finished his work. Mr. Shin, Su Hao has indeed finished his work, and there are no bugs in it. That's what Fatty Dong said. These words shocked the other colleagues in the software development department. What? Shi Dapeng was dumbfounded. Manager Shi, since Su Hao has already finished, you misunderstood him before. Shin Yuefei spoke up. Mr. Shin, there must be something wrong here. You guys come and take a look. Shi Dapeng then called over the other colleagues from the department. However, after reviewing the program, my colleagues found it to be completely flawless, even surpassing the performance and smoothness of the program compared to those of us who were veteran programmers. Shi Dapeng was completely speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Manager Shi, please be more patient with your employees in the future. Shin Yufa said with a straight face. Shi Dapeng was extremely frustrated. He had suffered a loss he couldn't speak of. Alright, everyone get back to work. Shin Yufa said. Mr. Shin, is it really okay to just let Su Hao get away with talking back to his superior? How could Shi Dapeng accept this? If Su Hao didn't punish him at all, how could he swallow his anger? Shin Yufa frowned, somewhat displeased. In fact, she was very clear about Shi Dapeng's abilities. If it weren't for the sake of the company's board of directors, she would have removed such an incompetent and foolish person from the company long ago. What she just said to Shi Dapeng was meant to warn him, but she didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. Besides, Su Hao is still her husband, even if it's fake. Manager Shi, you should focus more on your work. Shin Yufa spoke coldly and glared at Shi Dapeng. Yes, Mr. Shin. Shi Dapeng shuddered in fright and nodded repeatedly. Who is Shin Yufa? She's the head of the company, a ruthless and cold-blooded tyrant. One look from her and he wouldn't dare say another word. Just as Shin Yufa was about to leave, Su Hao suddenly spoke up. Mr. Shin, I suggest that the software development department get a new manager. This manager sure doesn't understand programming at all and just gives orders all day long. Since he had already had a conflict with Shi Dapeng, Su Hao didn't care anymore and might as well take this opportunity to bring up the issue. You. Shi Dapeng was so angry that he stammered. The colleagues in the software development department all looked at Su Hao with admiration in their eyes, which perfectly expressed their feelings. However, Shin Yufa was somewhat displeased. She had clearly defended Su Hao just now, but this guy didn't know when to stop and even took the initiative to cause trouble. Do you think you're more capable than me, the CEO? Don't you know your own limitations? Su Hao, if you have any suggestions, come to my office. After saying that, Shin Yufa turned around and walked out of the room. She didn't want to continue talking to Su Hao here. If this kid impulsively revealed that the two of them had gotten their marriage certificate, it would be difficult to handle the situation. I'll go. Su Hao followed him out. Shi Dapeng felt like he was seeing stars. He was incredibly frustrated. A short while later, Shin Yufa and Su Hao arrived at the 5th floor. When Wang Meng, the president's secretary, saw this, she was somewhat surprised. What exactly was Su Hao's identity, and why was he with the president again? Wang Meng, I need to talk to Su Hao about something. Don't let anyone disturb us. Shin Yufa gave the order. Okay, Mr. Shin. Wang Meng nodded in agreement. The two walked into the office. Shin Yufa ignored Su Hao completely, sat down at her desk, and turned on her computer, acting as if Su Hao didn't exist. Honey, you should have dismissed Shi Dapeng just now. Su Hao said shamelessly. Snap. Upon hearing this address, Shin Yufa slammed her hand on the table and angrily retorted, Su Hao, who are you calling wife? Who's your wife? We just got our marriage certificate yesterday, and you're already turning your back on me. Su Hao said this deliberately. Chapter 10 You cunning woman. Hey Su, if you keep playing dumb with me, do you believe I'll really fire you? Shin Yufa said irritably. You fired me? Sure, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau again. Su Hao said indifferently. Going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? What for? Shin Yufa was taken aback. Divorce. To be honest, I regret it. Divorce? Sure, no problem. Shin Yufa was somewhat taken aback, then nodded. Su Hao was stunned. Could it be? This woman actually agreed so readily? Real? Really, but you should think it through carefully. Did you understand the prenuptial agreement? Shin Yufa blinked her beautiful eyes, which flashed with a cunning look. What's the meaning? Su Hao was stunned, and suddenly had a bad feeling. If you divorce within a year of marriage, you will have to pay a settlement. How many? It's not much, only 200 million. Shin Yufa said quietly. What the hell? 200 million. You cunning woman. Su Hao's eyelids twitched, and he almost vomited blood. He had been outsmarted by this woman after all. What do you mean by cunning? You're a professional, Don't you know that when signing an agreement or contract, you should read all the terms and conditions? Shin Yufa looked smug. Fine, you can't get a divorce, right? Then I'll resign. Su Hao gritted his teeth. Resign? Why would you resign? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow. Why? Shi Depeng is not qualified to be a department manager. You saw what happened today. He can't even understand programming languages. With such an incompetent person in a middle management position, doesn't the CEO bear any responsibility whatsoever? With such a department leader, there's little room for advancement. Su Hao said a lot in a row. I don't think these are the main reasons. Are you afraid that Shi Depeng will make things difficult for you? Shin Yufa asked with a smile. Cough cough, this woman's IQ is too high. That's right, that's exactly what Su Hao was worried about. This time he had offended Shi Depeng, and that petty and vindictive Shi Depeng would definitely find an opportunity to deal with him in the future. Me, afraid of him? What a joke. Su Hao would definitely not admit it. Since you're not afraid, stay here. I'll protect you. What can Shi Depeng do to you? Shin Yufa said quietly. Of course, she didn't want Su Hao to resign, since she would still need his cooperation later on. Oh, it seems my dear wife is going to protect her husband? Su Hao made a joke. If you don't behave properly again, I'll kick you out. Shin Yufa raised her eyebrows. Okay, I'm not kidding you, Mr. President. Since you don't want me to resign, how about giving me a different position? Su Hao took the initiative to make the suggestion. What position would you like to change to? What's it like working as the company's vice president? Shin Yufa coldly replied, fine, as long as you show me that you have the ability of a vice president, no problem at all. Su Hao was speechless for a moment. Just then, there was a knock on the CEO's office door. Come in. Shin Yufa said something. Wang Meng rushed in and said, President Shin, something bad has happened. The customer service department has received a lot of complaints saying that our Kuainiao Tushio app has crashed. What? Shin Yufa's expression changed. Su Hao, you go back first. Xiao Meng, come with me to the operations department. Shin Yufa said something to Su Hao, and then left with Wang Meng. Su Hao was somewhat surprised. The Kuainiao Tushio app was down? Hongshan Group has many businesses, and Kuainiao Tushio is a mobile news app created by Shin Yufa, which is also a company project that she values highly. In the past 2 years, Kuainiao Tushio's performance has steadily improved, and Su Hao's program development department has been working on this app. With the 618 shopping festival approaching, Kuainiao Tushio has a large number of advertisers placing ads, so if the app crashes at this time, it would indeed be a big problem. No wonder Shin Yufa, who is usually calm and composed, suddenly became flustered. When Su Hao returned to his department, his colleagues gathered around him. Hao, are you alright? It's okay. Nothing happened? The CEO didn't punish you? No. Fatty Dong and his colleagues were stunned. Hao, you are truly our idol. You left Shi Depeng speechless with your retort, so cool. Fatty Dong gave a thumbs up. Su Hao glanced at the manager's office. Shi Depeng wasn't there. He asked, where's that pile of shit? He went to the operations department. You know what? Something big happened, the Kuainiao Tushio app crashed. That's what Fatty Dong said. Su Hao then picked up his phone and opened the Kuainiao Tushio app. Sure enough, the homepage was inaccessible, and not only that, other pages were covered with a large amount of spam, which was very explicit and violent. Is this a virus infection? Su Hao said speechlessly. Yes, that should be it. Apparently, the operations department is in an uproar, and now the people in the tech department are in a terrible situation. Fatty Dong nodded. Just then, Dong Pingzi's landline rang. He answered it immediately, looking utterly annoyed. What's wrong? Su Hao asked a question. Shi Depeng asked us to go to the operations department. The tech department says there are problems and vulnerabilities in our programming, and they're pushing the responsibility onto us. Fatty Dong said speechlessly. Screw you. Everyone in the software development department was so angry they were cursing. Let's go take a look. Su Hao said something and then went to the operations department with Fatty Dong. The operations department was bustling with activity at this time, with everyone working frantically. Meanwhile, Shi Dapeng and Yang Wenguang, the manager of the technical department, were arguing loudly. Manager Shi, this must be a problem with your program, a program vulnerability that allowed the virus to infiltrate. Yang Wenguang said through gritted teeth. I said to Yang Wenguang, you're talking nonsense. What problems could there be with our program? Your technical department is responsible for network security. You failed to do a good job of network defense, and you're blaming us? Shi Dapeng snorted coldly. In Hongsheng Group's senior management, the position of president is followed by the company's vice president, and the vice president is followed by the executive director. The role of executive director is determined by the company's business areas. For example, Suhao's program development department and Yang Wenguang's technology department both belong to the Mobile Internet Business Group. The position of executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group has been vacant since the previous director resigned. Shi Dapeng, Yang Wenguang, and other middle managers from various departments all dreamed of being promoted to director. As a result, these middle managers began to fight amongst themselves on a daily basis. Now that an app client has been infected with a virus and crashed, of course none of them want to take responsibility. Once someone becomes responsible for an accident, they will undoubtedly be ineligible for the position of director. Smack! Shin Yufa suddenly slammed her hand on the table, and the two people immediately fell silent. Seeing Shi Dapeng and Yang Wenguang arguing, she was furious. Even now, these two were still trying to shirk responsibility. Chapter 11 Resolving the Company Crisis. What time is it now? Why are we still discussing whose responsibility it is? Don't we know that the primary responsibility right now is to restore the app to normal operation? Shin Yufa let out a loud shout. Shi Dapeng and Yang Wenguang both felt a twitch in their eyelids. Yang Wenguang, you say it's a program vulnerability, then let me ask you, what kind of vulnerability is it? Can it be patched? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow. This. Yang Wenguang stammered and couldn't answer. He was just shirking responsibility, and had no idea whether there were actually loopholes in the procedure. Also, wasn't it a virus infection? What kind of virus was it? Is there any dedicated antivirus software? Shin Yufa asked again. This could be a new type of virus. Yang Wenguang almost broke out in a cold sweat. The app has been down for half an hour, and neither of you has figured out what the problem is. And you still have the nerve to argue. Hurry up and get your people to investigate. Shin Yufa said angrily. Yes. Shi Dapeng then instructed Su Hao and Dong Panzi to begin the investigation, while Yang Wenguang had his technicians conduct the investigation. 10 minutes later, Yang Wenguang heard his subordinate's report and his face turned very ugly. How's it going? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow. Mr. Shin, it's a superworm virus. Our entire server is now infected. This is a huge problem. Yang Wenguang said with a wry smile. What? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened. When she was president, the group's board of directors did not approve of her developing a news app, believing that the prospects were not good and that there were many competitors in China. Shin Yufa achieved the current success of Kuainiao Tushio despite encountering numerous obstacles, with over 500 million downloads and 80 million monthly active users in China. This is already a pretty good result. With the 618 shopping festival approaching, major online shopping platforms will begin pre-sales of goods tonight. If the Kuainiao Tushio app crashes and becomes paralyzed at this critical moment, it will likely attract a large number of complaints from advertisers and may even cause the app to lose the trust of advertisers. With such frequent software crashes on internet-connected devices, which advertiser would dare to place an ad? Mr. Shin, not only that, many of our software programs have also been infected with viruses. We may need to restore the image files, which will result in the loss of some data. Yang Wenguang said again. Shi Dapeng stood aside, looking like a fool, unable to understand anything. The data absolutely cannot be lost. What's the fastest solution right now? Shin Yufa said seriously. The data from Kuainiao headlines is absolutely essential, otherwise, it might become a laughingstock in the industry. Moreover, if Kuainiao Tushio loses a large number of users and advertisers as a result, it means that the project has completely failed. If the project fails, Shin Yufa will likely lose some of her supporters among the group's shareholders. Mr. Shin, to completely eliminate the virus, we'll probably have to call in professional engineers from 370 Antivirus. However, their fastest response time will likely be tonight, and the app is expected to be restored by tomorrow at the earliest. Yang Wanguang had contacted 370 antivirus software company well in advance, since they had cooperated many times before. Tomorrow? Are you all useless? Can't anyone solve this crisis? Shin Yuefei immediately lost her temper and started swearing. At this moment, the whole room fell silent. No one dared to make a sound, everyone was afraid. No one had ever seen Shin Yuefei so angry before. Aren't you both vying to be the director? Whoever solves the problem will be the director. Do you two have the ability? Shen Yuefei said irritably. Shi Dapeng and Yang Wanguang both lowered their heads and dared not utter a sound. Mr. Shen, if I can solve the problem, can I become the director? Suddenly a chuckled voice asked. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and the speaker was none other than Su Hao. When Shin Yuefei saw that it was Su Hao who said it, she was immediately furious. What kind of time is this to be causing trouble? Su Hao. Who do you think you are? Stop bragging at a time like this. Shi Dapeng immediately said with a dark face. Who said I was bragging? This virus does have a high replication rate, but I can remove it all with just one small program. Su Hao said confidently. He wasn't lying, he had already thoroughly checked the server while Shin Yuefei was speaking. Su Hao has long since become a super expert in cybersecurity. Are you kidding me? Yeah, this kid is way too arrogant, isn't he? If so many of us can't solve it, he actually says a small program can clear it. Wanting to show off? There's no need to do this, is there? The technical staff members were all sarcastic and cynical. But Shin Yuefei frowned and asked, can you really get rid of the virus? That's right, the virus can be completely removed. I can guarantee that our Quineo Tushio app will be back to normal in 10 minutes. Su Hao said seriously. What about the data? Shin Yuefei asked again. The data is all normal and will not be lost. Su Hao was still very confident he was now a man with a super brain. Su Hao, who do you think you are? A cybersecurity expert? Shi Dapeng snorted. Mr. Shin, do you dare let me try? If I can't do it, I can pack my bags and leave. Su Hao spoke again. Mr. Shin, why don't we let him give it a try? When Shi Dapeng heard that Su Hao was going to pack up and leave, he suddenly became interested. Su Hao was speechless. Who was this Shi Dapeng anyway? Su Hao, I'll give you 10 minutes. Shin Yuefei gritted her teeth and made a decision. She didn't know if Su Hao could do it, but the situation didn't require 10 more minutes. The next moment, Su Hao quickly wrote an application on the computer and then copied it to the server. He then immediately ran the application he wrote on all the servers to detect and remove the virus. The operations department quieted down, and many employees started refreshing the Quineo Tushio app repeatedly to see if it could be restored. Shi Dapeng watched Su Hao busy at work and chuckled to himself, as if he could already see Su Hao packing his bags and leaving. Okay, all done. Su Hao suddenly snapped his fingers. Don? What did you manage to fix? The Quineo Tushio app is still crashing. Shi Dapeng, holding his phone, immediately retorted sarcastically. Manager Shi, have some sense. Can you exit the software and restart it? Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. Wow. Mr. Shin, Quineo Headlines is back online. Mr. Shin, our operations backend system has also been restored. Mr. Shin, all the functional modules of our client application have been restored. At this moment, the staff in the operations department and the technology department were overjoyed. Su Hao had really done it. Shin Yuefei glanced at her watch. It had only taken 8 minutes. Chapter 12 Promotion to Executive Director. When the technical staff saw that the app had been restored, they looked at Su Hao with admiration, as if he were a godlike figure. How is that possible? Shi Dapeng found it hard to believe. Subsequently, the technical department, operations department, and programming department conducted a comprehensive check, and the data and operation were found to be normal. Shin Yuefei finally breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving this result. The crisis was considered resolved. Mr. Shin, now that the crisis is over and the problem is solved, shouldn't you promote me? Su Hao grinned. Kid, Mr. Shin was just saying that out of anger, how could you take it seriously? Yang Wanguang immediately said. That's right, Su Hao, even if you kill the virus, do you think you can become a director? To be a director, you need not only technical experience, but also management experience. Shi Dapeng also voiced his opposition. Really? Manager Shi, does that mean you'll never become a director? Su Hao said awkwardly. Why can't I become a director? Shi Dapeng snorted. You yourself said that a director needs technical experience, but you don't have it. Su Hao couldn't help but complain. I don't have any. Shi Dapeng's face darkened. How could he not be angry that his subordinate had talked back to him in front of so many people? You have technical experience? Then why don't you install an operating system and show everyone? Do you know how? Su Hao directly confronted him. Shi Dapeng immediately looked embarrassed. He really didn't know how to install operating systems, such a basic operation and maintenance skill. At this moment, everyone in the room was gloating over Shi Dapeng's misfortune. Su Hao, even though you've removed the virus, do you understand cybersecurity? Yang Wanguang stepped forward and spoke. In the current situation, he and Shi Dapeng are on the same side, and neither of them wants Su Hao to actually become their superior. I don't understand? The security system you deployed is completely vulnerable. Many firewall policies are not enabled, many intrusion detection functions are not being used, and the servers are even worse, with many patches not being updated in time. If it were me, I would build a complete defense and protection system. Su Hao spoke directly, pointing out the vulnerabilities in the current protection technology. This. Yang Wanguang was speechless. Are you really capable of perfecting the protection system? Xin Yuefei asked. Of course, in addition to that, I think it's necessary to upgrade our software programming language. Many of the codes and formats we currently use are too old and not conducive to future software updates and feature expansion. Su Hao then mentioned the problems with his program development. Okay, from this moment forward, you are officially promoted to the position of director of the mobile business group. Xin Yuefei made a decision. This crisis has made her realize the importance of high-end technical talent. Although she is not sure if Su Hao can shoulder the heavy responsibility of the director position, she is willing to give him a chance. Because in Xin Yuefei's eyes, ability is the most important factor, not so-called workplace sophistication. Moreover, after becoming president, she boldly promoted talented individuals who aligned with her style. Wow! The employees in the room were all amazed to hear that Su Hao had really been promoted. According to the company's organizational structure, above ordinary employees are supervisors, above supervisors are department managers, and above department managers are business directors. Su Hao was promoted from an ordinary employee to director in one fell swoop, which was a 3-level promotion. This is truly a miracle in the workplace. Mr. Shin, how can the director position be filled so casually? What qualifications does he have? I object. Shi Dapeng immediately became anxious. What right do you have to object to my hiring decisions? I hereby declare you fired, effective immediately. Xin Yuefei looked serious and spoke with an air of authority. Shi Dapeng was stunned. What happened? Did I get fired? No, I must be hallucinating. It can't be. He has powerful connections. One of the company's shareholders is a relative of his. Yes, the CEO must be angry because of what I said. Words spoken in anger do not count. Mr. Shin, you're joking with me, right? I just blurted it out. Of course, I have no right to object to your appointment. Shi Dapeng quickly said. No, I'm not kidding you. You can go to HR to complete the procedures in a little while. Mr. Shin, how could you fire me so easily? Shi Dapeng suddenly became anxious. Don't worry, the company will give you all the compensation it owes you. Xin Yuefei was very direct. She had already made up her mind. Shi Dapeng is related to the company's shareholders, but she doesn't care anymore. Moreover, she felt that she had been too lenient before. Even if it offended the shareholders, she had to get rid of these parasites, otherwise she would only ruin the company. Mr. Shin, I was wrong. I am a long-time employee of the company, and I have made great contributions to our company. What you did will make the company's long-time employees feel disheartened. Shi Dapeng quickly apologized. His monthly salary as a department manager is 50,000 yuan, plus a bonus of more than 60,000 yuan. If he slacks off at the company for a year, how much money would he have made? He doesn't want any compensation. Great achievements? What achievements have you made? Tell me. Sure Dapeng, don't you know your own limitations? Shen Yufa said irritably. Mr. Shen, that's going too far. Director Zhang is my cousin. I will personally explain to your uncle, but the decision to fire you today is final. Shen Yufa's tone was firm. Fine. Mr. Shen, if you don't give my uncle any face, don't even think about getting his support at the board meeting in the future. Sure Dapeng gritted his teeth and said something, then left with a dark face. Xiaomeng, go talk to the HR department and announce today's personnel appointments and removals on the company's office system. From now on, Su Hao will be the executive director of the mobile business group. Shen Yufa said to Wang Meng. Wang Meng nodded and said, Yes, President Shen. Mr. Su, the rest is up to you. Make sure the app runs smoothly. Shen Yufa gave Su Hao a piece of advice. Good. Su Hao nodded. Shen Yufa and Wang Meng then left. Wow, Director Su, congratulations. Operations Manager Tong Siu was the first to step forward and offer her congratulations. Director Su, with your expertise in technology, the position of director is truly well deserved. Yes, Director Su is our technical staff's idol. Director Su, please provide us with more guidance in the future. The employees immediately gathered around and offered their enthusiastic congratulations. Su Hao suddenly felt the enthusiasm of these people and became somewhat giddy. Just then, Yang Wangwang, the technical department manager, stepped forward and said with a smile, Director Su is truly young and promising. I, Yang, admire him very much. From now on, I, Yang, will be Director Su's most loyal subordinate. Chapter 13 Having a Private Secretary. At this moment, everyone in the room looked at Yang Wangwang with surprise. This guy really exemplified what it means to be an opportunist, a seasoned office worker, and a lapdog. Yang Wangguang had just opposed Su Hao's promotion in front of the president, but now he claims to be Su Hao's most loyal subordinate. This is truly a huge irony. Su Hao was also stunned. Was this what workplace politics was all about? Did they have no shame? That's right. In the workplace, there are far too many sycophants and opportunists like Yang Wangguang. Although Yang Wangguang has some technical skills, Su Hao will kick him out sooner or later. Manager Yang, although the virus has been temporarily eliminated, our technical department cannot let our guard down. This afternoon, please begin to reinforce the defense system according to my technical requirements. Su Hao immediately said. Okay, Director Su, I understand. Yang Wangguang nodded quickly. In the afternoon, Su Hao conducted a full inspection of the server and network layers, strengthened the network layer defenses, and activated comprehensive defenses on the server side. When Su Hao was debugging, he would naturally bring along the engineers from the technical department to explain things. Only then did these engineers realize that their Director Su was truly a man of great talent. After perfecting the defense system, he returned to the program development department. Wow, Hao, you're back. When Su Hao returned, his colleagues in the software development department were pleasantly surprised and surrounded him to congratulate him. Su Hao exchanged pleasantries with them for a while. Hey, fatty, where are my things? Su Hao then realized that his workstation was empty. Ha, you're the CEO now, but you have an office, and all your office supplies have been moved to your office by your secretary. That's what Fatty Dong explained. My secretary? Su Hao was stunned. You don't know yet? Take a look at the latest documents released by our office system. Fatty Dong led him to the computer, opened the company's office system, and saw a notice about job appointments and dismissals that had just been released that afternoon. When Su Hao opened the document, he found that it did not mention the app crash that morning. It only mentioned his outstanding performance and that he was promoted to executive director of the mobile internet business group and assigned a personal secretary. At the same time, it was also announced that Shi Dapeng had been dismissed from his position as manager of the program development department. Ha, my dear CEO, you now have a personal secretary, and a young and beautiful one at that. Fatty Dong was extremely envious. Even if a secretary is provided, the HR department would still need to recruit one, so how could it be so fast? Su Hao was somewhat taken aback. The HR department has a talent pool, you know. That's what Fatty Dong explained. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll go check out the new office. Su Hao became interested. However, he remembered something else and then called Fatty Dong over. Fatty, I've decided to recommend you to the CEO as the manager of the software development department. Do you have any objections? Su Hao asked with a smile. Um? Fatty Dong was overjoyed. What office worker doesn't like a promotion? He just didn't expect Su Hao to recommend him. Brother Hao, I. Fatty Dong was speechless. Alright, no need for thanks. Just treat me to dinner if things go well. Su Hao patted Fatty Dong on the shoulder and then left. He recommended Fatty Dong as the department manager, not only because he had a good relationship with Fatty Dong, but more importantly because Fatty Dong's programming skills were really good. The office of the executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group is located in the innermost corner on the third floor, but it has always been empty, and Su Hao has never been inside. In front of the office, there was a secretary's desk, but there was no one at the desk at the moment. Su Hao pushed open the office door and saw a girl with her back to him, bending over and wiping the bookshelf with a rag in her hand. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately stood up and turned around. She was wearing a white shirt and a black pencil skirt, with a blue silk scarf tied around her collar. Combined with her delicate oval face, she was quite a sight to behold. Director Su, you're back. The girl was a little nervous. You know me? Su Hao asked with a smile. Yes, I saw your resume in the HR department, Mr. Su. By the way, my name is Cui Xiaowan, and I will be your personal secretary from now on. Cui Xiaowan stood ramrod straight and began to introduce herself. Xiaowan, how old are you this year? Su Hao walked to the table and sat down. Mr. Su, I am 23 years old this year and just graduated last year. 23 years old? I'm 2 years older than you, so you don't need to be so reserved in front of me in the future. Su Hao smiled and said. Cui Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little happy. She hadn't expected her boss to be such a young and handsome man, and so approachable, unlike the company's big leaders who all had stern faces. The two chatted in the office and gradually became acquainted. Cui Xiaowan has a very outgoing and straightforward personality, which suits Su Hao's taste perfectly. Mr. Su, I am so lucky to have a leader like you. Cui Xiaowan smiled happily. Xiaowan, don't be too happy yet. I have high standards for work. You must be serious about your work in the future, or I may punish you severely. Su Hao couldn't resist teasing her. Ha? A very severe punishment? Mr. Su, what kind of punishment is it? Cui Xiaowan asked curiously. A spanking. Are you scared? Su Hao joked. Cui Xiaowan blushed and said generously, I'm not afraid at all. If I make a mistake at work, Mr. Su, please feel free to hit me. Xiaowan, your straightforward personality is great. Do you have a boyfriend yet? Su Hao asked out of curiosity. No, I've been a single dog for 23 years since I was born, how pathetic. Cui Xiaowan said dejectedly. Really? You're so beautiful, are all your male classmates blind? Mr. Su, you're teasing me again. Maybe it's because I have a carefree personality, but all my male classmates treat me like one of the guys. Cui Xiaowan giggled. What kind of person do you like? I admire young and promising career-oriented men like Mr. Su. Oh dear, what a pity. Su Hao looked regretful. Mr. Su, what a pity. Cui Xiaowan was taken aback. I'm already a married man, otherwise you'd still have a chance. Su Hao grinned. Ha? Mr. Su, you must be kidding me. Cui Xiaowan looked resentful and didn't believe Su Hao's words at all. Ring ring. Just then, the landline phone on the secretary's desk outside the office rang. Oh, the phone's ringing. Cui Xiaowan quickly ran out to answer the phone. A little while later, she returned and said, President Su, President Shen said you need to go to her office at 5 o'clock. Chapter 14 Shen Yuefei's Dictatorship. Su Hao checked the time, it was already 4 p.m. 1 hour is enough, Xiaowan, let me work out a plan first. After he finished speaking, he turned on his computer. Okay, Mr. Su. Cui Xiaowan nodded and walked out. At 5 o'clock, Su Hao finished a comprehensive disaster recovery plan for the system and took it directly to Shen Yuefei. This time, when the president's secretary, Wang Meng, saw Su Hao arrive, she immediately stood up respectfully. Hello, Director Su. Wang Meng took the initiative to greet him. This is the difference after a promotion, every employee's attitude towards themselves changes. Is Mr. Shen here? Yes, Mr. Shen said you can go straight in when you arrive. Good. Wang Meng opened the door for him, and Su Hao went inside. Xing Yuefei didn't sit at her desk. Instead, she stood on tiptoe in front of the wine cabinet, holding a bottle of red wine, intending to put the wine in the top shelf. But the top shelf was a bit too high for her to reach. "Hey honey, I got promoted. Are you going to pop some champagne to celebrate?" Su Hao stepped forward and teased. Now that he was in front of the ice beauty, he had become bold and unrestrained. He figured it out. Why should he be polite to this woman? She had tricked him into signing a 200 million yuan contract to sell himself into servitude. "Are you dreaming? Help me, I can't reach it." Xing Yuefei glared at him and shook the red wine in her hand. Su Hao nodded, stepped forward, bent down, picked up Xing Yuefei's legs, and lifted her up. "Ha? Su Hao, what are you doing? Let me go." Xing Yuefei's pretty face changed. This bastard actually dared to hug her leg. "You didn't say you couldn't reach it, so you asked me to help you." Su Hao pretended to be confused and put her down. "Yes, he did it on purpose. I helped Ice Beauty resolve her online crisis today, shouldn't I get some interest in return? That girl's legs, wow, really nice. I asked you to help me put it up, not to lift me up." Xing Yuefei blushed with embarrassment and anger, and handed the red wine in her hand to Su Hao. "No man has ever hugged my legs before, this bastard must have done it on purpose." Su Hao took the wine and glanced at it. "Wow, it's a Romani Conti, the king of red wines. Even though it's a bad vintage, it's still worth tens of thousands of yuan." He glanced at the other wines in the cabinet, all of which were famous brands such as Petrus, Le Pin, and Cheval Blanc. "Well, the wine in Ice Beauty's wine cabinet must be worth quite a bit of money. I said to my wife, I got a promotion and a raise, can't I have a drink?" Su Hao held the wine, somewhat eager to drink it. "This is the company, why are you drinking alcohol? Also, what's your title?" Xing Yuefei said with a cold face. "If you can't drink, why are you displaying so much alcohol? Who are you trying to impress?" Su Hao was speechless for a moment. These were all gifts from other people. After finishing her sentence, Xing Yuefei walked to her desk and sat down, still feeling lingering fear about what had just happened when she grabbed someone's leg. As expected of someone from high society, even the wine he gives away costs tens of thousands of yuan. "Mr. Xing, what do you want with me?" Su Hao placed the wine down, walked to the table, and sat down directly. Xing Yuefei frowned. This shameless guy was really impolite. No one had ever been so rude in her office before. "After you get off work, wait for me in the parking lot half an hour later." "Ha? What are you doing?" "Work overtime." "I don't want to work overtime." Su Hao shook his head. He hated working overtime the most right now. "You have no choice. I'm your boss. Alright, you can go back now." Xing Yuefei completely ignored Su Hao's opinion. Su Hao was speechless. Damn it, this really is Wu Zetian. A dictator. There are no human rights whatsoever. "Here, take this. I happen to need to talk to you about something." He placed the completed plan in front of Xing Yuefei. "What's this?" Xing Yuefei picked it up and started looking at it. "This is a security solution I developed. It involves adding network equipment and servers to our existing hardware infrastructure, as well as establishing a virtual platform to achieve a multi-active disaster recovery solution for the system." Su Hao gave a brief explanation. Although Xing Yuefei wasn't particularly technically proficient, she still understood what Su Hao's plan was for. She supported the disaster recovery plan, but she didn't expect Su Hao to be so capable. Putting aside the technical content of the plan, the layout alone was better than many others. This solution is clearly well thought out, and the equipment included is specifically designed for Hongsheng Group's Kuainiao Toshio app. "Is this the plan you made?" "Honey, you doubt me." "Shut up, this plan must cost a lot of money, right?" Xing Yuefei asked the key question. "It's not a lot, about 5 million, and my cost budget is below." Su Hao grinned. Of course he would use the best hardware. 5 million? That much? Xing Yuefei was stunned. "Mr. Xing, is 5 million really that much for a big CEO?" Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. "I am the CEO, that's true, but I can't just spend money recklessly." "You've hit the nail on the head. The plan clearly states that this isn't about wasting money. I can approve this funding, but I need to review the proposal first." Shin Yufa is very serious about her work. No problem. By the way, Sure Dapeng has been fired. I suggest that Don Likai Fatty Don take over as department manager. Su Hao spoke up. Su Hao, I didn't realize you were already starting to win over your own people so quickly. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she could see through the other person's thoughts. I don't have that many messy thoughts. Fatty Dong is a veteran programmer, his skills are unquestionable, and he's a kind person. We programmers are all honest people, so he's very suitable to be a department manager. Su Hao gave an explanation. Are all programmers honest people? I didn't see that coming from you. Aren't you pretty sly? And shameless too. Shin Yufa smiled. Honey, that's not very kind of you. If I were cunning, would I have been tricked into signing a contract of servitude? Su Hao said awkwardly. Let me make this clear, I didn't lie to you. You were the one who couldn't resist the temptation of 1 million and signed the document. Shin Yufa glared at her. That 1 million wasn't written in the contract, so who knows if you're going to lie to me? Who do you think I am, Shin Yufa? Would I lie to you? What a joke. Shin Yufa was both amused and exasperated. She was known for keeping her word in the business world. Mr. President, stop making empty promises. Give me the immediate benefits first. Can you resolve the department manager position for Fatty Dong? Besides, I'm a new manager, and I need to have my own capable assistants. Su Hao stood up and sat directly on the president's desk, looking like he was being unreasonable. Get down here. Shin Yufa is usually a bit of a germaphobe, and this guy actually soiled his own desk with his butt. Chapter 15. I'm an experienced driver. Honey, give me some face. Su Hao stepped forward, grinning mischievously. Okay, it's just a department manager position. Let Don Likai act as acting manager for a month first, and then I'll make him a permanent employee. Shin Yufa couldn't stand this shameless guy anymore. Moreover, it's normal for an executive director to recommend and promote his subordinates. Okay. Su Hao then got off the desk. Whether you have something to do or not, go out if you don't. Shin Yufa was getting a little impatient. I still have something important to ask. Su Hao suddenly grinned. What's up? Shin Yufa looked at him curiously. This guy's smile couldn't possibly be anything good. How much is my monthly salary as the executive director? Is it around 100,000 yuan? Su Hao asked impatiently. You really are a money grubber. Go ask the finance department about your salary. Shin Yufa said speechlessly. Honey, why are you being so stingy? Tell me first. Su Hao, shameless as ever, continued to ask. Do you have anything important to do? If not, get out. Shin Yufa was angry. This guy always shamelessly called her wife, it was too much. Oh, now that you mention it, I do have something important to do. Su Hao suddenly remembered something. Speak your mind, or spit it out. Shin Yufa blurted out in anger, but regretted it as soon as she said it. She had never sworn before. She must have been angered by this scoundrel. It must not be my fault. Yes, it must be. Su Hao said speechlessly, you haven't offended anyone recently, have you? What's the meaning? Shin Yufa frowned. Based on my investigation today, it is not an isolated incident that our app was attacked by a virus. Su Hao said seriously. You mean, it was done by someone inside the company? Shin Yufa's heart skipped a beat. No, it was done by hackers, and specifically targeted at them. Su Hao is already very proficient in the knowledge of network hacking. What? Hackers did it? Shin Yufa was startled. There are indeed many business tactics used in the competition among large Chinese companies. But using hacking to cripple a competitor's server system is extremely despicable. Shin Yufa frowned as she pondered. Hongshan Group had many competitors, and she wondered who would resort to such despicable means. I have strengthened my defenses, but I believe the hackers will launch another attack. Su Hao had already analyzed the hackers' attack methods. It can still be attacked? Does that mean our app is at risk of crashing? Shin Yufa asked worriedly. No, not at all. With me here, they won't succeed. Do you want to catch them? I can set up a cyber trap, then perform anti-intrusion and pinpoint their location. Su Hao suggested that he was very interested in online hacker red team blue team battles. Do you have a way to catch them? Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Of course, but what's in it for me to help you catch them? Su Hao grinned. Hey, Mr. Su, you're an employee of Hongsheng Group, and I'm the president of Hongsheng Group. I'm ordering you to catch these hackers. Shin Yuefei said with a straight face. Oh dear, Mr. President, I can't get things done without some incentive. Su Hao shrugged and then shook his head. What benefits do you want? Shin Yuefei was utterly speechless at this shameless guy. I want it? Su Hao squinted and looked Shin Yuefei up and down. Let me kiss you. This guy is so bold. What? Shin Yuefei's pretty face instantly turned red, not from embarrassment, but from anger. Hey, you surnamed Su, get out of here. She slammed her hand on the table in anger. At that moment, Wang Meng, the president's secretary who was outside the door, heard the sound of a table being slammed. Her heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Who exactly is this Su Hao? How could he possibly anger the CEO so much? He's definitely doomed. Ahem, Ice Beauty, why are you still angry? Su Hao said shamelessly. So you've got some nerve, Su Hao? You dare to have malicious intentions towards me? You've got some nerve. Shin Yuefei's tone was icy. What malicious intent? We're legally registered, so can't we even kiss? Su Hao snorted coldly. Legal? You bastard, get this straight, it's a fake marriage. Shin Yuefei was speechless. The reason she chose Su Hao was because she thought he was an ordinary employee who would be easy to control. She never expected him to be such a shameless scoundrel. You knew it was a fake marriage? You tricked me into signing a contract of servitude, and now I'm getting nothing in return. Su Hao was also unconvinced. Stop talking nonsense, what benefits do you want? Shin Yuefei didn't want to get entangled any longer, so she had no choice but to compromise. Okay, give me an extra 20,000 yuan in my monthly salary. Su Hao said quietly. Wow, you really are a money grubber, all you care about is money. Shin Yuefei was so angry that her teeth itched. You're a big CEO, can you please stop being so stingy? Su Hao was speechless. This CEO was really not generous. The group has regulations on the salary standards for each employee. If I give you a raise individually, what will happen if everyone else comes to me for a raise? Shin Yuefei said irritably. Su Hao thought about it and realized that what the Ice Beauty said made sense. How about this, if I help you catch the hacker, can you lend me your car? I'm an executive director, after all I can't take the subway to work every day, that would be too embarrassing. Su Hao got excited when he thought of the Ice Beauty's Lamborghini. What man doesn't love a sports car? A car? Do you even have a driver's license? Shin Yuefei looked at him with a mocking expression. Don't look down on me. Just because I don't have a car doesn't mean I don't have a driver's license. I'm an experienced driver. Su Hao boasted. Okay, I can grant you that request. Shin Yuefei nodded. She had several cars, so she couldn't possibly drive them all. It's a deal, honey, I'll be going now. Su Hao waved his hand and turned to leave, but suddenly stopped next to the wine cabinet. Clang. Shin Yuefei suddenly heard the sound of the office cabinet door opening and closing. Su Hao, what are you doing? Hee, honey, get 2 bottles of wine. What? Shin Yuefei hurried over, but Su Hao had already left the office. Looking at the wine cabinet, she noticed that 2 bottles of red wine were missing. That scoundrel actually stole 2 bottles of my red wine. Shin Yuefei felt a headache coming on. She had chosen to marry this guy, and she didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. When Wang Meng, the president's secretary, saw that Su Hao had brought out 2 bottles of red wine, she was a little confused. Su Hao clearly angered President Shin by slamming his fist on the table, so why did President Shin still give him 2 bottles of red wine? Shin Yuefei in the office shook her head helplessly, then took out her phone and dialed a number. Hey, Auntie, I'm home for dinner tonight. Chapter 16. Are you looking for a partner? When Su Hao returned to his office, it was already time to leave work. However, Cui Xiaowan remained seated at the table and did not leave. Xiaowan, aren't you off work yet? Oh. Mr. Su, you're back. I was worried you might have something to do later, and besides, our company policy states that if a senior executive secretary hasn't left work, the secretary can't leave either. Cui Xiaowan stood up. What a ridiculous rule. From now on, you can leave work when it's time to leave. If there's anything that requires you to stay, I'll let you know in advance. Su Hao said with a smile. Oh? Mr. Su, that's so kind of you. Mr. Su, may I add you on WeChat? It will be convenient for you to contact me if you need anything in the future. Of course you can. The two then added each other on WeChat, and only then did Cui Xiaowan leave work. Su Hao returned to his office and then remembered that the 30,000 yuan commission from jyulong.com had arrived in his account that morning, giving him enough money to pay the rent. He found his landlady, Aunt Shue's, WeChat account and transferred the rent directly to her. Aunt Shue quickly accepted the money. Aunt Shue, Xiao Su, you've made money so quickly. Did you get paid? Su Hao, no, I just made some extra money. Aunt Shue, what kind of extra income makes money so quickly? Tell Aunt Shue, she's very interested. Su Hao, Aunt Shue, this is something men are good at, you probably can't do it. Aunt Shue, young people, you need to be more restrained. Your health is more important. Don't do such foolish things in the future. Su Hao was completely dumbfounded when he saw Aunt Shue's reply. What kind of nonsense was this? Has this landlady misunderstood something? Shin Yufa asked Su Hao to go to the parking lot at 6 o'clock, and it's unclear what she wanted him to do by working overtime again. He checked the time and saw there were still 20 minutes left, so he sat down at his computer and opened jyulong.com. I didn't expect to receive so many post notifications as soon as I logged in. It turned out that many people had commented on my post about accepting the task, and I had become the subject of discussion among many members. Last night, Su Hao accepted a task from his sugar daddy, King Kingzi, and delivered the results in 2 hours. This task has been reported and complained about by many members, who believe it is a fraudulent activity. jyulong.com officially verified and refuted the rumor, confirming that the task was genuine and valid. This shocked many LT professionals. Su Hao smiled and realized that his membership level was already LV2. He didn't reply to these people's comments and prepared to continue learning advanced hacking techniques. He discovered that advanced intelligence not only involves strong learning ability, but also very strong intuitive thinking. For example, when looking at a case of hacker attack and defense, his brain can generate tens of thousands of different attack and defense cases. Su Hao believes that this kind of inspired thinking is the real strength, as it is equivalent to gaining tens of thousands of practical experiences. For example, if you are a newly practicing lawyer, you may only be proficient in one type of case, but your brain can generate tens of thousands of different types of cases, all of which will become your professional experience. For example, if you're a complete beginner to gaming and have only played one game of LOL, yet you have tens of thousands of gameplay experiences, isn't that amazing? Isn't that incredible? Ha! A friend request? Su Hao discovered that jyulong.com had received a friend request message from someone who was his sugar daddy from last night, King Kingzi. Could it be that there was a problem with the task I submitted yesterday? He clicked agree immediately, but to his surprise, King Kingzi sent him a message right after he agreed. King Kingzi, hello, God of Wine, the program you delivered is perfect. A friend of mine also wants to make a mini program, but she is making a catering mini program, which is more complicated than my shopping program. Can you take on the project? Gold medal old wine LV2, no problem, but it will be a bit more expensive. King Kingzi, understood. My friend quoted 80,000. I asked her to post the task requirements for you to take a look. If there are no problems, then you can accept the task, okay? Gold medal old wine LV2, okay. Then, King Kingzi sent a task link. After Su Hao clicked on it, her friend, Lanxin, posted a task for a catering mini program. This mini program task includes 2 parts, dining in the lobby and takeout, so the program is quite complex. Su Hao has a good understanding of the industry. If you were to hire a professional company to customize and develop this kind of mini program, the price would be at least tens of thousands of yuan. The commission rates for tasks on jyulong.com are relatively cheaper, and 80,000 yuan in commission is acceptable. Moreover, for Su Hao, creating such a mini program is very easy. Jyulong.com's commission earning platform is so fast. Su Hao accepted the task directly, then added Lon Xin and discussed the requirements. Lon Xin, God of Wine, I heard from Qingzi that you are very capable and your mini program is excellent, so I'm asking you for help. Gold medal old wine LV2, how many days do you need results? Lon Xin, I'm not in a hurry, how about 2 months? Gold medal old wine LV2, are you looking down on me? I'll send you the results in 2 days. Lon Xin, huh? Okay, can I add you on WeChat, Dionysus? It'll be easier to communicate. Suhao then sent his WeChat ID directly, and soon received a friend request. After Suhao clicked agree, Lon Xin created a chat group and added Xing Qingzi to it. King Kingzi, God of Wine, you finished the ordering mini program in just 2 days? Do you have a team? Gold medal old wine, no, I'm alone. Lon Xin, Dionysus, are you just teasing us? Gold medal aged wine, dog head. King Kingzi, God of Wine, how old are you? Golden old wine, what's up? Why are you asking so many questions? Are you looking for a partner? Lon Xin, our King Kingzi is still single. King Kingzi, Lanxin, don't be silly. I was just asking casually, don't mind me. Ta-da. While Suhao was chatting happily with 2 female netizens, Shin Yufa suddenly sent him a video call invitation. Suhao checked the time on his phone, it was already 6:10. Damn, I was so busy chatting with my female friend that I forgot to go to the parking lot. Suhao quickly answered the call. Hey Su, do you have any sense of time? Ahem, I'll be right down. Suhao hung up the video call, quickly packed his things, grabbed his backpack, and went downstairs. A short while later, he arrived at the parking lot and found that Shin Yufa's parking space was empty. Her sports car was not there. Could it be that this young lady was unhappy and drove away by herself? Beep beep. Suddenly, a car horn sounded from another part of the parking lot. Suhao walked over curiously and saw a sapphire blue Bentley Mulsanne. At that moment, the car window opened, revealing Shin Yufa's pretty face. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get on the bus. Shin Yufa glared at him. Wow, how many cars do you own? You just got another Bentley. Suhao was speechless for a moment, he really didn't understand the world of the super rich. What's that ice queen doing sitting in the passenger seat? Are you suggesting I drive? Chapter 17 A man's words are deceptive. Suhao asked, honey, why are you sitting in the passenger seat? Didn't you say you have a driver's license? You can drive. Shin Yufa said directly, and as for how Suhao addressed his wife, she couldn't be bothered to care. After all, getting angry is bad for your health. If you get angry with this scoundrel, you'll just end up getting yourself killed sooner or later. Okay. Suhao was a little excited. This was a Bentley, and it was the first time he had ever driven such a nice car. He was itching to drive it. He got into the car and fastened his seatbelt first. Honey, where are we going? Why are you making me work overtime? Suhao asked with some curiosity. I'll take you to meet my parents. Shin Yufa said something. Meeting the parents? Suhao was somewhat taken aback, then smiled, and suddenly he understood. So you were just faking our marriage to fool your family? Were you being pressured into blind dates by your family? Shin Yufa was speechless. Was this guy an idiot? Who is she? Needs to go on blind dates? What a joke. Don't look at me like that. I know your circumstances, you don't need to go on blind dates at all. But if you just want to fool your parents, you don't necessarily have to get a marriage certificate. You can just get a fake one. Suhao made a joke. Go to the mall first and buy some clothes to change what you're wearing. Shin Yufa didn't offer any further explanation. She sized up Suhao, who was wearing a plaid shirt, jeans, and a backpack, a typical programmer look. Are you changing your outfit? What's wrong with my clothes? They're pure cotton. Suhao said indifferently. Enough with the nonsense, Jingmao Mall. Shin Yufa said coldly. Okay. Suhao started the car. However, just as the Bentley drove out of the parking lot and Suhao turned on his turn signal, the car's windshield wipers started moving. Do you even know how to drive? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened, and she quickly fastened her seatbelt as well. Look how scared you are. I'm just not very familiar with luxury cars. Suhao boasted. Really? Then there's no need to paint S shapes on the road. Shin Yufa couldn't help but complain. Ahem, let's get familiar with each other first. Suhao blushed slightly, after all, He hadn't driven for a long time since he got his driver's license and was a bit rusty. However, when he was learning to drive, his skills were excellent, and he quickly mastered the skill. Because of some traffic congestion, it took them half an hour to arrive at Jingmo Mall. Jingmo Mall is a well-known shopping destination for the upper class in Yanbei, as it houses various luxury brands selling clothing, bags, watches, cosmetics, jewelry, and more. Honey, before we get out of the car, let me ask you something. Will you reimburse me for the clothes I buy? Su Hao said shamelessly. Although he has some money in his account, he probably can't even afford a bag at the Jingmo Mall. Don't worry, I'll swipe my card. Shin Yufa glared at him. This guy was really shrewd when it came to money. The two went straight to the third floor of the mall, which was filled with clothing and shoes. Even though Su Hao was dressed very plainly, the security guards and service staff here were very respectful and did not show any discrimination or contempt as in the novel. This is a high-end shopping mall, and the service staff are all very professional. Su Hao sighed inwardly. He had been fooled by the urban novels written by those lowbrow online writers. The salespeople here were so enthusiastic and polite. The two first went to an Armani brand store. Hello, sir, madam, welcome to the Armani boutique. The salesperson greeted us proactively. Pick out a suitable casual suit for him. Shin Yufa didn't know much about men's clothes, so she just let the sales assistant choose. The salesperson quickly selected a gray-blue suit for Su Hao based on his height and weight. Su Hao went to the fitting room, glanced at the price of the clothes, and saw that the price per piece was over 30,000 yuan. Damn, that's really expensive. I must say, it was very comfortable to wear, and he came out after changing into it. Shin Yufa was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that Su Hao would look like a completely different person after changing into a suit. He looked even more handsome and had a better temperament. For a fleeting moment, Shin Yufa even wondered if this was still the same shameless guy she knew. Madam, your husband is very handsome. The salesperson next to them couldn't help but praise it. Shin Yufa blushed slightly and said, okay, let's go with this set. Now let's pick out a pair of shoes. Afterwards, Shin Yufa picked out a pair of leather shoes at the Armani store, swiped her card, and the two left. Su Hao calculated that these items together cost a full 100,000 yuan. This ice beauty is really willing to spend a lot of money. Honey, you're so good to me. After meeting the parents, you're not going to take the clothes back, are you? Su Hao asked tentatively. Do you think I'm like you? Shin Yufa shook her head speechlessly. Oh, is that so? There's a Prada store next to my wife's place. Shall we go check it out? Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he took the initiative to make the suggestion. What? Shin Yufa looked at him warily. Don't worry, I'll just browse, I won't buy anything. Su Hao said in a very serious tone. Shin Yufa nodded, thinking that this guy must have never been to such a luxury shopping mall before and was just curious about it. Welcome. The Prada saleswoman bowed to welcome her. Su Hao browsed around and immediately pointed to a casual shirt priced at 30,000 yuan, saying, Waiter, give me a size 180 of this shirt and wrap it up. Shin Yufa was stunned. Okay, sir. The saleswoman was overjoyed and quickly wrapped it up. Honey, hurry up and swipe the card. Su Hao winked at Shin Yufa and said with a grin. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth in anger. This bastard actually took the opportunity to fleece her. How despicable. But she was still someone who cared about her image, so she had no choice but to take out the card. My wife is great, she's never stingy with her money. Su Hao said to the sales clerk with a smile. Shin Yufa was both amused and exasperated, unable to express her bitterness. After the two paid and left the store, Shin Yufa snorted, You've got some nerve, haven't you? You said you were just going to browse without buying anything? Oh my, this shirt is just too beautiful, I couldn't resist. Su Hao said shamelessly. Seeing Shin Yufa's angry expression, Su Hao felt a sense of schadenfreude. He was determined to teach this woman a lesson. A man's mouth is a lying devil. If he says it was just a little rubbing, would you really believe it was just a little rubbing? Look how happy you are. It's just a few pieces of clothing. Shin Yufa said irritably, thinking to herself, fine, I'll buy it. It would be better if this guy got a new shirt. Right, just a few clothes. Honey, there's a Gucci store up ahead. How about I buy a belt too? Su Hao continued to push his luck. How about I buy you a few more pairs of underwear? Shin Yufa raised her eyebrows and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Really? Honey. Su Hao's eyes lit up. If you say one more word, I'll return all the clothes you're carrying. Shin Yufa threatened. Chapter 18. We've already gotten our marriage certificate. Seeing Shin Yufa's cold face, Su Hao picked up the clothes and shoes he had bought for over 10,000 yuan and decided it was best not to provoke this young lady any further, otherwise the clothes and shoes would be wasted, which would be a loss. The two left the mall and came to the car. Shin Yufa said, "You get in the car first and change your clothes." Good. Su Hao nodded. After Su Hao changed his clothes, Shin Yufa opened the car door and got in. I sent you a location on WeChat, that's the destination. Shin Yufa spoke up. Su Hao glanced at his phone and his lips twitched. Damn, it was in the suburbs. It would probably take an hour to drive there, and it was during rush hour. No wonder the Ice Queen made her drive. CEOs are really smart, huh? Although the journey was long, Su Hao didn't find driving boring. Nonsense, try driving a luxury car for the first time, you'll find it boring. Moreover, whenever there was a traffic jam, Su Hao would honk his horn incessantly. Of course, he wasn't trying to urge the car in front of him to move, but rather to attract other people's attention. It must be said that Bentley is very attractive, and most men look at it with envy. What's more, Su Hao's passenger seat also had a stunningly beautiful woman sitting in it. Once the car left the city, Su Hao had no chance to show off, so he sped up. By the way, once we get home, don't call me President Shin. Shin Yufa gave her instructions. How should I address you? You usually shout so enthusiastically, don't you? Shin Yufa pouted. Wife. Shin Yufa hummed softly. Although she didn't like the way she was addressed, she had to pretend in front of her family when she got home, so she had to compromise. And you have to pretend that we're a loving couple, okay? Don't let my dad and aunt find out we're just pretending. She offered a reminder. Being affectionate? I have no problem with that. But do you even know what being affectionate means? Su Hao couldn't help but tease him. What is affection? Isn't it just speaking to each other in a more tender and affectionate way? Su Hao was speechless for a moment. Why aren't you saying anything? Shin Yufa frowned. You've never been in a relationship, but you often watch romance movies or soap operas? I haven't seen it. What do you usually watch after get off work? Books on business administration and finance, or related news. Su Hao finally understood. No wonder he could become a CEO. The scariest thing in the world is that outstanding people work even harder than you. By the way, can I ask you a gossipy question? He spoke boldly. What's the problem? Shin Yufa was taken aback. People say you like women. Boring. Shin Yufa ignored him completely, closed her eyes, and leaned back in the car seat. Su Hao gave an awkward smile and could only concentrate on driving. Finally, at 8 o'clock, they arrived at their destination. Su Hao got out of the car and realized that it was a sanatorium, a very high-end one. My dad isn't in good health, so he's been living here. Shin Yufa explained and led him into the courtyard. Cough, cough. Su Hao immediately coughed. What's wrong? Shin Yufa frowned. Do we look like a newlywed couple in love? Su Hao offered a reminder. What should I do? Shin Yufa looked completely bewildered. She truly knew nothing about relationships. Fine, I'll teach you, you said, reaching out to take my arm. Su Hao walked straight up to her, took her arm, and placed it on his own arm. Although Shin Yufa was somewhat resistant to this action, she thought that young couples really do that. But she pulled her arm back a little, only resting her wrist on it. Ha, my silly wife, can you come a little closer to me? You're so far away, are you escorting me? Su Hao chuckled at Shin Yufa's silly actions. You don't need to teach me. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth, then wrapped her entire arm around Su Hao's arm. Yes, that's it. Su Hao smiled and nodded, secretly delighted. He could hardly believe he was standing so close to the ice beauty. A short while later, Shin Yufa led him to the innermost villa. Auntie, I'm back. As soon as Shin Yufa entered the room, she saw her aunt Shin Suaping watching TV in the living room. Xiao Fei is back. Ha? What's this? Shin Suaping stood up happily, but then paused when she saw the strange man next to her. Auntie, this is Su Hao, my boyfriend. Shin Yufa pulled Su Hao aside and took the initiative to introduce them. Boyfriend? Shin Suwaping was clearly bewildered by this boyfriend who suddenly appeared. Hello, second aunt, I am Su Hao. Su Hao greeted him politely. Shin Yufa had already told him about it on the way. Her father, Shin Hongshang, had been living in a sanatorium due to poor health, and was usually cared for at home by her divorced aunt, Shin Suwaping. Oh my, young man, you're so handsome. Please have a seat. Xiao Fei, we have guests coming. Why didn't you let me know beforehand so I could have asked the housekeeper to prepare? As Shin Suwaping spoke, she gestured for Su Hao to sit down. Auntie, he's not a guest anymore, we've already registered our marriage. Shin Yufa sat down directly on the sofa. You got your marriage certificate? That's a huge deal, don't joke around with your aunt. This startled Shin Suwaping. Auntie, Su Hao works at the same company as me, and we've been secretly dating for a long time. This isn't just a passing fancy. Shin Yufa explained. This. Shin Suwaping didn't know what to say. Auntie, where's my dad? How's he feeling lately? Shin Yufa asked. Your dad is in his study upstairs. He's been doing well lately and can still read every day. I'll go up and take a look. Shin Yufa then went upstairs. Su Hao then took a closer look at the villa. It was decorated in a Chinese style and was very luxurious. It didn't look like a sanatorium at all, it was clearly a private estate. After Shin Suwaping saw Shin Yufa go upstairs, she began to exchange pleasantries with Su Hao. A barrage of questions followed. Where are you from? How old are you? What's your zodiac sign? Just as Su Hao was having a headache, Shin Yufa helped her father, Shin Hongshang, downstairs. Shin Hongshang was wearing reading glasses, squinting, and had a kind and gentle expression on his face. Although Shin Yufa was supporting him, Su Hao could still sense a powerful aura emanating from the old man. Hello, uncle. Su Hao quickly stood up. Please sit down. Shin Hongshang walked to the sofa and sat down, waving enthusiastically at Su Hao. Su Hao then sat down, still nervous even though his boyfriend was fake. Young man, how much did Xiu Fei pay to hire you to pretend to be her boyfriend? Shin Hongshang suddenly spoke up, his deep eyes fixed on him. Chapter 19 Go Masters. Su Hao's eyelids twitched. Could this old man be so amazing that he knew he was an imposter as soon as they met? Dad, why don't you believe me? Didn't I tell you that Su Hao and I have always been in a secret relationship? Shin Yufa sat down next to her father and quickly explained. Really? I don't believe it. Su Hao, do you think my guess is right? Shin Hongshang asked with a smile. Uncle, this is all my fault. Su Hao suddenly said. Shin Yufa frowned. Was this guy about to reveal his true colors? I used to work at a company, and because of my low position, I felt a bit inferior, so I didn't want to make my relationship with Xiao Fei public. I should have made her tell you a long time ago. Su Hao explained. Yes, Dad, you've always wanted me to get married soon, and Su Hao and I have already gotten our marriage certificate. Shin Yufa quickly said. Did you two get your marriage certificate? Shin Hongshang was taken aback. I knew you'd be suspicious, so I'll show you. Shin Yufa took out the marriage certificate from her bag and handed it to her father. Shin Hongshang took the marriage certificate and opened it to take a look. Shin Suwaping quickly came over to take a look and said, it really is a marriage certificate, and it even has an official seal. Dad, Aunt, would I lie to you about something like this? Shin Yufa said seriously. You silly girl, you didn't even tell your dad beforehand about such an important thing as getting your marriage certificate. Sigh, daughters grow up and leave home. Shin Hongshang sighed. Dad, look at what you're saying, isn't this what you've always wanted? Shin Yufa said. Uncle, don't worry, I will be good to Xiu Fei for the rest of my life. Su Hao suddenly grabbed Shin Yufa's hand and said seriously. Alright, as long as you two are in love, that's good. Suwaping, have the servants prepare a banquet, we're going to celebrate tonight. Shin Hongshang said happily. Well. Shin Suwaping nodded repeatedly. Su Hao smiled, seeing the expressions on the two elders' faces, he realized they truly believed him this time. Oh? Dad, you're not feeling well, so you shouldn't drink alcohol, right? Shin Yufa said worriedly. No, that won't do. It's Su Hao's first time visiting, I have to have a drink with my son-in-law. Shin Hongshang said with a smile. Shin Yuefei knew her father's temper, so she didn't stop him. Soon enough, Shin Hongshang and Su Hao were drinking and chatting at the table. If Shin Yuefei hadn't stopped him, old man Shin would probably have been drinking with Su Hao forever. After the meal, the servants brought tea, and Shin Hongshang and Su Hao chatted idly. By the way, Xiao Su, do you know how to play Go? Shin Hongshang asked with a smile. Uncle, I only know a little bit. To be honest, Su Hao only knows a little bit about Go. That's great. It's been so long since anyone played chess with me. I've been itching to play for months. Su Weiping, go get my Go set. I'll play a few games with Xiao Su. Shin Hongsheng suddenly became interested. Dad, playing chess takes a lot of mental energy. Shin Yuefei reminded her. It's alright, your dad has been resting for so long, he's got plenty of energy. Shin Hongsheng waved his hand. A short while later, Jiang Suweiping took out the Go set and placed it on the tea table. Then Su Hao and Shin Hongsheng started playing. Originally, Shin Hongsheng just wanted Su Hao to play with him, but as they played, he discovered that Su Hao's chess skills were extremely impressive. Shin Hongsheng has spent half his life in business, but his only hobby is Go. He is a master of Go, with a very high rank, in no way inferior to professional players. However, today he suffered repeated defeats against Su Hao. Shin Hongsheng then realized that his son-in-law was a sly fox, pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Xiao Su, you're not being fair. You've taken so many of my pieces, and your chess skills are so high, yet you claim you only know a little bit. You made me underestimate you, and I'm definitely going to lose this game. Shin Hongsheng couldn't help but complain. Cough cough, uncle, maybe I'm just lucky. Su Hao said awkwardly. He wasn't just pretending to be weak, he did know a little about Go before, but now it's different. He possesses advanced intelligence, which is why he's become so good at Go. Because he could easily analyze and judge almost every move Shin Hongsheng made, and he could also set a trap for his opponent without them even realizing it. Stop with the nonsense. In Go, there's no such thing as luck. Let's play another game. Although Shin Hongsheng lost, he was extremely happy. For someone who enjoys playing Go, encountering an opponent is the truly exciting thing. Ha! Dad, you lost? Shin Yuefei was stunned. She knew her father's chess skills and suspected that he might have deliberately lost to Su Hao. In the next game, Shin Hongsheng became unusually serious, deliberating for several minutes on almost every move. But in the end, a large part of his territory was eaten up by one of Su Hao's pieces. Oh no! What a miscalculation! What a miscalculation! No, this move doesn't count. Seeing that he was about to lose, Shin Hongsheng slapped his forehead in frustration. Hey, uncle, there's no taking back moves on the chessboard. Su Hao said with a smile. Yes, you can't take back your moves. Even though we lost, this game was so enjoyable, so exhilarating, so incredibly satisfying. Shin Hongsheng clapped his hands with joy. Seeing her father's happy expression, Shin Yuefei felt a pang of emotion. Her father hadn't been this happy in a long time. She glanced at Su Hao beside her and immediately realized that he was quite handsome, which made her feel more grateful to him. How come this guy's Go skills are so superb? Xiao Su, let's have another round. I refuse to believe I can't beat you. Shin Hongsheng was in high spirits. Dad, it's getting late, Su Hao and I have to go back, and you should rest too, the doctor doesn't want you to stay up late. Shin Yuefei quickly stopped her. Okay, Xiaofei, you two shouldn't stay up late. You two shouldn't go back tonight. Your room on the third floor is cleaned every day, so you two should stay home tonight. Shin Hongsheng suddenly said. Su Hao and Shin Yuefei were dumbfounded. Yes, it's past 11 o'clock, too late. Stay home, Xiao Su has been drinking and can't drive. Shin Suweiping said from the side. Shin Yuefei said, Aunt, we have to go to work tomorrow, I can drive. Staying at home? That means I'd have to sleep in the same room as Su Hao? How am I supposed to sleep like that? If they don't sleep in the same room, wouldn't that immediately give them away? It's so late, I'm worried about you driving. You can get up a little earlier tomorrow morning. Shin Hongsheng said. Yes, you should take Xiao Su upstairs quickly, take a shower and go to bed early. Shin Suweiping nodded. Okay then, Su Hao and I will go upstairs first. Shin Yuefei nodded helplessly and pulled Su Hao upstairs. Xiao Su, wait a minute. Shin Hongsheng suddenly called out to Su Hao. Uncle, please speak. Su Hao asked. Silly boy, you two are already married, and you still call me uncle? Shen Hongsheng feigned anger. Oh dear, Dad, it was my fault. Su Hao quickly changed his tune. Okay, good, Xiao Su, now that you two are married, I have a task for you. Shen Hongsheng suddenly said seriously. Dad, please say something. You and Xiaofei, you'd better let me hold my grandson soon. Shen Hongsheng immediately said something. Chapter 20 Hoping to hold my grandson soon. Su Hao was stunned. He hadn't expected that old Master Shen would make such a request. Fine, if your daughter is willing, I can definitely give you several litters of grandchildren. Unfortunately, my relationship with your daughter is just a sham, so I guess I can only dream about it. Dad, what are you saying? You're making us feel so embarrassed, especially since we just got our marriage certificate. Shin Yufei's pretty face flushed red, and the redness went all the way down to the roots of her neck. This is so embarrassing. My dad is really too impatient. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all family, right, Xiaosu? Shen Hongsheng asked with a smile. Yes, Dad, don't worry, I will definitely try my best to get Xiaofei pregnant as soon as possible. Su Hao readily agreed. Well. Shen Hongsheng nodded in satisfaction. Shin Yufei looked at Su Hao with some resentment. What was this bastard saying? He wanted her to get pregnant as soon as possible. Pregnant my foot. Did he forget his place? The worst part is that she even imagined herself with a big belly, and Su Hao supporting her from the side. It's so embarrassing. Yes, I'll show you after you have your babies. Shen Suwaping echoed. Oh well, we're not going to chat with you guys anymore, we're going upstairs now. Shen Yufei quickly pulled Su Hao upstairs. After the two went upstairs, Shen Hongsheng and his sister Shen Suwaping sat down on the sofa in the living room. Suwaping, get me a cigarette. Shen Hongsheng said with a solemn expression. You're still thinking about smoking, bro? Do you think Xiaofei and Xiaosu are really married? Shen Suwaping couldn't wait to ask this question. She had been holding it in all night. What? Can't you tell? Shen Hongsheng said. When Xiaofei walked into the house, I didn't believe her at first, but when she took out the marriage certificate, I started to believe her a little more. Shen Suwaping explained. Otherwise, why do you think I let Xiaofei stay at home tonight? Shen Hongsheng said with a smile. Are you trying to see if the two of them will sleep together? You're getting old, but you still like to scheme. Shen Suwaping shook her head speechlessly. Otherwise, how would I know if Xiaofei was just fooling this old man? Shen Hongsheng still had some doubts. Even if Xiaofei is really in a relationship, is it really necessary to get a marriage certificate so quickly? She didn't even discuss it with us. Shen Suwaping looked puzzled. Xiaofei, she must have another purpose. She wants to protect the career I've worked so hard for my whole life. Shen Hongsheng recalled an unwritten rule of the Hongsheng Group's board of directors. Save the company? I don't understand any of your stuff. Shen Suwaping shook her head speechlessly. At this moment, Shen Yufei and Su Hao, who were in the room on the third floor, stared at each other, not knowing what to do. A man and a woman alone in a room, especially one who are legally married, is perfectly legitimate. Su Hao looked at Shen Yufei's pretty face and her perfect figure, and swallowed hard. Honey, let's get started. He sat down on the bed and said quietly. What should we begin? Shen Yufei looked at him warily. That's what your dad told us. Seeing her nervous and flustered appearance, Su Hao couldn't help but tease her. You dared to have malicious thoughts about me in my own home. Who gave you the guts? Shen Yufei gritted her teeth and instinctively took a step back. Don't you listen to your father? Come, sit here. Su Hao patted the bed with a mischievous grin. You, surnamed Su, you'd better put away your improper thoughts and wicked ideas, or I'll break your legs. Third point. Shen Yufei snorted and grabbed the chair next to her. If Su Hao were to do anything truly audacious, she would probably pick up a chair and smash it over his head. Su Hao's eyelids twitched. Holy crap, this woman is so violent, so ruthless. He couldn't help but squeeze his legs together tightly. However, seeing Shen Yufei's wary expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Pfft, haha, honey, look how scared you are. You're not going to wet your pants, are you? So even the high and mighty CEO has fears. You're the one who wets your pants. Shen Yufei then realized that this bastard was just trying to scare her. How awful. You bastard. Get off the bed. How can you get in bed without changing your pajamas? She immediately stepped forward and gently kicked Su Hao. Ha! So, does that mean I can go to bed after changing into my pajamas? Su Hao's eyes lit up. Of course not. Even if you change into your pajamas, you can't go to bed. You have to sleep on the floor. Shen Yufa said irritably. Su Hao looked at the cold floor and said, sleep on the floor? The floor is so cold. Why did you agree to live at home in the first place? What do you know? Why did my dad let us stay overnight? He wanted to see if we were really a couple. Shen Yufa sat down helplessly. Ha! You and your dad are acting out an undercover operation? By the way, did your dad forget something just now? Su Hao got off the bed and sat down at the table. What have you forgotten? What have you forgotten? Shen Yufa looked at him, puzzled. I started calling him dad, so why didn't he give me a change of address fee? Su Hao said awkwardly. Shen Yufa was speechless. What nonsense was this guy thinking? What? Don't wealthy families like yours have this custom? Su Hao smiled shamelessly. No. Shen Yufa rolled her eyes at him. Wow, I never thought the Ice Queen could roll her eyes. Su Hao waved his hand and said, alright, I'll sleep on the floor then. Find me some pajamas so I can take a shower. I sweated a lot while drinking. Shen Yufa sighed helplessly she would have to make do tonight. She opened the wardrobe, looked around, and then took out a very conservative set of pajamas and handed it to him. Wear this. Mr. Shen, do you think I can fit into that? Let me get you a different one. Shen Yufa then found another pink one and handed it to him. Is that a nightgown? Su Hao took it and saw that it was a woman's nightgown. What's wrong with the nightgown? It's new, I've never worn it before, don't worry. Shen Yufa explained. It's not a matter of whether I've worn it or not, this is a women's nightgown, and it's pink. I look out of place wearing it, even though I'm a man. Su Hao said in a very serious tone. Although he usually dresses very casually, he can't just throw away all his image, can he? I don't have any men's pajamas here, so if you don't want to wear them, fine. Shen Yufa glared at him. Su Hao was somewhat amused and exasperated. At this hour, he couldn't very well ask Grandpa Shen to borrow his pajamas, could he? So be it if I die. He took the nightgown and went to take a shower. Wait a minute, this is for you. Shen Yufa took out new towels and bath towels from the wardrobe. Su Hao took it and went into the bathroom, and Shen Yufa followed him in. Oh, and don't use the towels and bath mitts hanging inside, they're all mine, as are the skincare products. I said, honey, do you want to shower with me? Su Hao suddenly turned his head and gave an evil smile. Chapter 21 I was drunk last night. Upon seeing Su Hao's wicked face, Shen Yufa immediately ran out of the bathroom. That bastard, he hasn't changed his scoundrel ways. She was furious. Just then, she saw the cell phone on the table and an idea came to her. When that jerk comes out in his nightgown later, I'll take a picture of him and save his embarrassing photos. Let's see if he dares to mess with me again. Shen Yufa was making plans in her mind. A dozen minutes later, Su Hao came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Just as Shen Yufa raised her phone to take a picture, she suddenly realized that Su Hao wasn't wearing the pink nightgown, but her own fluffy bathrobe. Ha! Why are you wearing a bathrobe? Shen Yufa was stunned. Don't make a fuss. If you had a bathrobe, you should have taken it out earlier. It's more suitable than a nightgown. Su Hao spoke while drying his hair. Hey, you filthy scoundrel. Shen Yufa felt like crying. Because this bathrobe was kept in the small wardrobe in the bathroom, and the small wardrobe contained all her personal clothing. When Su Hao took this bathrobe out of the closet, didn't that mean that this bastard had seen all of her underwear? Shen Yufa quickly ran into the bathroom, opened the cabinet, and took a look. She was immediately filled with shame, and sure enough, her underwear was completely exposed. Cough cough, what's wrong? Seeing Shen Yufa's strong reaction, Su Hao asked in confusion. Did you ask for my permission before going through my closet? It's full of my clothes and my privacy, okay? Shen Yufa said angrily. It's just 2 Hello Kitty ones and 2 strawberry ones, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Su Hao grinned wickedly. Ha! You filthy scoundrel! Shen Yufa was so angry she almost fainted. This bastard still remembered it so clearly. What? I didn't do it on purpose, okay? Or should I take off my bathrobe? Su Hao said helplessly. Shut up. I don't want to hear you. Shin Yufa closed the bathroom door and then put away all the clothes in the small cabinet, covering them all with a bath towel. She breathed a sigh of relief after she finished tidying up. Calm down. Calm down. Don't get angry. Anger is bad for your health. Shin Yufa told herself this to calm down, then locked the bathroom door. She was going to take a shower too. Since there was a man outside her door, Shin Yufa felt a little strange, so she quickly took a shower and changed into conservative pajamas before coming out. But as soon as she stepped out and saw the scene before her, her anger flared up again. Because at this moment, Su Hao was lying on her bed, and he was even spread out in a big shape. You pervert! Get off me! Who gave you permission to get in bed with me? Shin Yufa stepped forward and said with a dark face. But Su Hao, who was lying on the bed, completely ignored her, which made her even angrier. She immediately grabbed the pillow next to her and prepared to throw it at Su Hao. Hoo! Just then, Su Hao's snoring could be heard. Shin Yufa was speechless. This guy had actually fallen asleep? That was way too fast. She had only been taking a shower for about 10 minutes. However, she suddenly remembered that Su Hao had drunk a few glasses of wine during dinner that evening, and he seemed to have said that he couldn't hold his liquor. Is this guy drunk? Su Hao. Shin Yufa nudged him and found that he was already fast asleep. I can't wake him up no matter how much I call him. What should I do? Where should I sleep? Does she expect her to sleep on the floor? She's a girl, and the floor is so cold. If she sneaks off to sleep in the guest room now, her aunt will definitely find out when she's packing her things the next day. It's all your fault. Shin Yufa angrily raised her foot and glared at Su Hao. She absolutely cannot tolerate sleeping with a man, even while fully clothed. She simply cannot overcome that mental hurdle. Unfortunately, her bedroom didn't have a sofa, only a table and chairs. Shin Yufa could only put on her clothes, set her alarm, and then fall asleep on the table. At first, she couldn't fall asleep at all because of Su Hao's snoring. However, after midnight, Shin Yufa couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep on the table. About an hour later, Shin Yufa woke up from the pain in her arm. Call. Seeing Su Hao sleeping soundly, she was furious. This is my own bedroom, why should I suffer like this, lying on the table? Shin Yufa gritted her teeth and walked to the bedside. Because Su Hao had turned over, the other side of the bed was empty. She immediately lay down, feeling drowsy and unable to think straight. Ring. The alarm clock rang at 5:30 the next morning, waking Su Hao up. He tried to move, but found that his legs were numb and he couldn't move them. Then, turning his head, he saw that Shin Yufa was lying right next to him, with one of her legs on top of his. Su Hao was speechless. Goodness, this woman is quite assertive when she sleeps. Shin Yufa also heard the alarm clock, then opened her eyes and happened to make eye contact with Su Hao. With a scream, she kicked Su Hao off the bed. Clang! Su Hao's face immediately darkened, and he got up speechlessly. You filthy scoundrel, what did you do to me? Shin Yufa looked at herself in alarm and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that her clothes were intact. Grandma, how come your legs are so strong? What could I possibly do to you? You're the one who made my legs go numb. Su Hao couldn't help but complain. Numb? Humph. I'm being kind by not interrupting you. Last night you were sleeping in my bed, and I couldn't wake you up no matter how much I called. Remembering what happened last night, Shin Yufa picked up a pillow and threw it at Su Hao. Su Hao caught the pillow and laughed awkwardly. It's really not my fault. I have a low alcohol tolerance. I was a little drowsy after taking a shower and ended up falling asleep. Humph. I think you're doing this on purpose. Shin Yufa stretched and yawned. Su Hao was immediately captivated, drawn to Shin Yufa's stretching motion. She's so beautiful. How did this woman grow up like this? Why is she so beautiful even without makeup? Moreover, wearing this pink loungewear makes her even more feminine. At this moment, Su Hao was truly tempted. How wonderful it would be if he could marry such a beautiful wife. Shin Yufa suddenly noticed Su Hao's infatuated gaze, and she quickly covered her upper body. Hey you pervert, what are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Go to the bathroom and get your clothes on. There's a meeting at 9 today, and I absolutely can't be late. She immediately retorted angrily. Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. This woman was already dressed, but she wouldn't let him see. Chapter 22: Obtaining Extraordinary Vision. After Su Hao and Xin Yufei got up and washed up, they went downstairs. Xiao Su, Xiao Fei, you're both up. Aunt Xiao has already prepared breakfast. Hurry up and eat, you need to have something to eat in the morning. Shin Su Weiping quickly said. Xin Yufei nodded, and then went to the restaurant with Su Hao. Shin Su Weiping quickly went up to the third floor and then quietly went to Xin Yufei's bedroom. It seems that Xiu Fei and Xiao Su were really a couple. They slept in the same bed last night. Shin Su Weiping could easily tell that there were signs that two people had lain on the bed. She then went to the study and told Shin Hongxing about it. When Su Hao and Xin Yufei finished breakfast and were about to leave, Shin Hongxing called them back and chatted for a few more minutes. Xiao Fei, don't put too much pressure on yourself at the board meeting 3 months from now. Although the position of chairman is important, you don't need to be too fixated on it. Shin Hongxing gave his instructions. Dad, don't worry, I won't let the Kong family easily take over the family business you've built up over half your life. Xin Yufei said seriously. Xiao Fei, Dad is getting old. There are always some things in this world that we can't control. Dad doesn't want you to carry too much burden on your shoulders. Dad wants you to be happy. Shin Hongxing said earnestly. Dad, I understand. Xin Yufei's eyes were a little red. All right, it's getting late, let's get on the bus. Shin Hongxing waved his hand. Although Su Hao wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, he had a general idea of what was going on. Su Hao and Xin Yufei then drove away from the sanatorium. On the way, Xin Yufei unexpectedly started talking to Su Hao about her family. Her father, Shin Hongxing, was a soldier when he was young, but he retired due to multiple injuries. After retiring from the military, Shin Hongxing chose to start his own business, and met Xin Yufei's mother in the early stages of his business. A few years later, Hongsheng Group developed into a large company, and Shin Hongxing also ushered in the peak of his career in family life. However, this happy period was short-lived. Xin Yufei's mother was diagnosed with cancer and eventually passed away. Since then, Shin Hongxing's health has deteriorated. 3 years ago, he fell ill at a company meeting, and the company's business was thrown into chaos. It was around that time that Xin Yufei took over as president of the group, turned the tide, stabilized the company's situation, and later successfully listed the company on the stock exchange. After the company went public, although its performance was good, Shin Hongxing's shares were diluted significantly. Because of Shin Hongxing's illness, he could no longer serve as chairman, so he transferred all his shares to his daughter, Xin Yufei, hoping that she could take over. However, the company's other shareholders all have their own agendas, and many of them also want to compete for the position of chairman of the group. Kang Xinghe, one of the shareholders, is the most representative of them. Su Hao, I'm getting married to you for 2 reasons. One is to make my dad happy, and the other important reason is to compete for the chairman's position. Xin Yufei finally revealed the purpose of her fake marriage. A battle for the chairman's position? What does that have to do with getting a marriage certificate? Su Hao was somewhat puzzled. There is an unwritten rule on the board of directors that if a candidate for chairman is female, she must be married. Xin Yufei explained. Huh? What kind of bizarre rule is this? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. Yes, it's quite bizarre. It's because those old fogies on the board are worried that a young, single woman as the group's chairperson might cause many unforeseen changes and troubles in the future. Xin Yufei felt helpless about this regulation. Misfortune? Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. What kind of bullshit worry was this? The two chatted as they entered the city, where there was some traffic congestion due to the morning rush hour. It was 8:35 when they got on the company elevator. Oh no, I'm late for clocking in again. This is the 5th time this month, and I'm going to lose my perfect attendance bonus again. Who came up with this ridiculous rule? Su Hao couldn't help but make a comment. That's what I think. Xin Yufei glared at her. Su Hao was speechless for a moment. You seem a bit silly. You're the executive director now, you don't need to clock in anymore. Xin Yufei offered a reminder. Oh dear, I forgot about that. Su Hao immediately laughed again. When he arrived at the office door, Cui Shaowan quickly stood up. Good morning, Mr. Su. Hey, Xiaowan, you look really pretty in that blue business suit today. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Oh no, Mr. Su, are you wearing Armani? Cui Xiaowan was extremely surprised. Ha? You recognized him that easily? Su Hao was somewhat taken aback. Of course, this Armani piece must cost over 30,000 yuan. Cui Xiaowan sighed deeply. Su Hao was completely convinced these women had an innate sense for luxury goods. He then went into the office, and Cui Xiaowan immediately made him a cup of coffee. Making coffee is basically a required skill for every executive secretary. Mr. Su, today is Friday. There is a senior management meeting at 9 a.m. that we need your attendance. Cui Xiaowan handed over a schedule for a company executive meeting. Su Hao nodded and said, Xiaowan, bring me the company's organizational structure and relevant business information. Okay. Cui Xiaowan quickly brought the documents. Ding, system notification, the host has evolution points to be claimed. Su Hao was taken aback, then activated the super evolution system. He discovered that his achievement of being promoted from a junior position would earn him 600 evolution points. Su Hao directly received the evolution points and now has 1,200 evolution points. System, activate I evolution. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your eyes have successfully evolved to level 2. Eyes LV2 possesses the following abilities: superior reading plus superior vision. Extraordinary eyesight? Su Hao immediately scanned the office and found that his vision had indeed become much clearer. Not only that, because the office door was open, he was able to clearly see the chat content on Cui Xiaowan's phone while she was standing at the desk outside the door sending WeChat messages. Cui Xiaowan, hui, do you know what? Today my boss wore an Armani suit, and with his handsome looks, he completely outshines all the male celebrities you admire. Bitch's best friend, really? Send me a picture so I can feel good. Cui Xiaowan, no way. Stop fantasizing about my boss. I want to have fun on my own. Bitch's best friend, you slut, you're so stingy. You're not feeling romantic, are you? Cui Xiaowan, oh dear, there's a commotion, what should we do? Bitch's best friend, humph. Why don't you pounce on her and make your boss fall head over heels for you? Cui Xiaowan, shame on you, shame on you. Su Hao blushed. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. I never expected that Cui Xiaowan, who looks so proper, would be so sexually active with her best friend behind the scenes. Chapter 23, Eavesdropping on Thoughts. Su Hao opened the virtual interface of the Super Evolution System. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV2 possesses the ability, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2 possesses the following abilities: superior reading plus superior vision. Remaining evolution points, 700 points. Next part to evolve, ears. Su Hao's eyes lit up. He wondered what abilities the evolved ears would possess. System, activate ear evolution. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level 1 ears have successfully evolved. Keep evolving. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level 2 ears have successfully evolved. Su Hao immediately checked it out without hesitation. Ears LV2 possesses the following abilities: extraordinary hearing plus eavesdropping on thoughts. Su Hao immediately understood the extraordinary hearing. It must be due to an improvement in his hearing. What is this eavesdropping on thoughts? Host, you can select the person you're eavesdropping with your eyes, and then silently repeat what they're thinking. Su Hao looked at Cui Xiaowan with curiosity, then muttered to himself. Cui Xiaowan's inner thoughts: I'm definitely not good enough for a man as handsome as President Su, but I can always fantasize about having a romantic time with him, right? At this moment, Cui Xiaowan turned around and looked into the office, where she met Su Hao's gaze. Ah! Cui Xiaowan blushed instantly, and her eyes darted away. Su Hao was stunned. Could he really hear Cui Xiaowan's inner thoughts? This ability to eavesdrop on thoughts is pretty cool. That's so awesome. Xiaowan, what's wrong? Why are you embarrassed when you look me in the eye? Su Hao walked over and teased him on purpose. Ha! Mr. Su, no. Cui Xiaowan quickly pretended to be confused. No? If not, why are you blushing? Su Hao continued to ask deliberately. Is that so? Maybe it's too hot. Mr. Su, I need to go to the restroom. Cui Xiaowan made an excuse and ran away. Su Hao grinned. Going to the restroom? Could it be that Zui Wen's intentions weren't with the bar? He was very happy. It seemed that he would have to continue to work hard and achieve more in the future, so that he would have more evolution points. Ding! System task issued. Enhance the host's influence and complete the task of attracting 1 billion in advertising revenue. Mission reward, 1000 evolution points. Su Hao was stunned. A task of attracting 1 billion yuan in advertising revenue was indeed quite challenging. He is now in charge of the mobile internet business group, and the fastest way to make money is, of course, to attract advertisers. Su Hao then quickly reviewed the company's organizational structure and business operation documents. Before long, it was almost 9 o'clock, and he took his laptop and went straight to the conference room on the 6th floor. As a listed company, Hongsheng Group holds a regular meeting every Monday and Friday morning, with the participants mainly being the company's senior management. Hello, Mr. Su. President Su. Along the way, Su Hao encountered many company employees, who all took the initiative to greet him. Some young female employees cast admiring glances at him. After all, he was currently the company's youngest executive. In the eyes of these ordinary female employees, he was a dark horse with a promising future. Soon Su Hao arrived at the conference room on the 6th floor. The conference room was already filled with people, and the names of each executive were placed on the conference table. He saw his name on the sign, walked over, and sat down. This must be Director Su. Hello, I'm Jiang Yunqi from Human Resources. At this moment, a beautifully dressed woman sitting next to me took the initiative to greet me. Hello, Ms. Jiang. I have long admired you. You are not only beautiful, but also extremely efficient at work. You assigned me an assistant as soon as possible yesterday. Thank you, Ms. Jiang. Su Hao spoke up readily and generously. No way, it's President Su who was young and promising. Jiang Yunqi was praised, and her vanity immediately surged, causing her to smile happily. Soon, the other executives in the conference room also took the initiative to greet Su Hao. After all, in their social circle, interpersonal relationships were everything. However, a middle-aged man sitting opposite Su Hao snorted coldly. I think the appointment of senior executives in our company is becoming more and more casual. What ability does a greenhorn have to be a director? The middle-aged man said sarcastically. Su Hao frowned and immediately recognized the man as Kai Yuba, the executive director of the Online Media Business Group. The Online Media Business Group is the company's news and media business unit, primarily targeting PC users. It was once a very successful business unit for the company. However, with the development of mobile phones, the PC business has declined, so Kai Yuba's position as executive director is not as good as before. When Shin Yufa advocated for the establishment of a mobile internet business group, Kai Yuba strongly supported her and proposed merging the mobile internet business into his own online media business. However, Shin Yufa rejected the suggestion, which naturally displeased Kai Yuba. Although the PC-based online media business has declined, the department's extensive news content services remain very important. Even the news content of Su Hao's current Kuainiao Tushio app comes from the Online Media Business Group. A few days ago, the previous executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group resigned, and the company has not been able to recruit a suitable successor for a long time. Kai Yuba thought he had another chance. But no one expected that Su Hao would suddenly appear and become the executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group. When Kai Yuba learned that Su Hao had once been a programmer in the program development department, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Su Hao could understand Kai Yuba's resentment, but he was a little annoyed that the guy called him a greenhorn. Mr. Su, just ignore him, that's just his temper. Jiang Yunqi offered a word of comfort from the side. Just then, the conference room door opened. Shin Yufa walked in with an extremely beautiful woman. This woman had a curvaceous figure, and compared to Shin Yufa, she was more charming and alluring, perfectly embodying the word sexy. Su Hao immediately recognized the stunning woman as Ning Yusin, the financial director of Hongsheng Group, who, along with Shin Yufa, was known as the two most outstanding women in Hongsheng Group. Ning Yusin is Shin Yufa's senior from university, and the two have a very good relationship. This is why Shin Yufa felt comfortable entrusting such an important position as CFO to her. Ning Yusin walked into the conference room, her captivating eyes scanning the room before finally settling on Su Hao. A slight smile appeared on her lips. Su Hao was taken aback. Why was this woman looking at him with that expression? Eavesdropping on inner thoughts. Ning Yusin's inner thoughts, is this the annoying guy Xiao Fei was talking about? Haha, he's actually quite handsome, but why does he keep staring at my oh? Humph, brat. Su Hao's face immediately darkened. He wondered what bad things Shin Yufa had said about him in front of this woman. Damn it! And who's staring at your thing? This woman is so narcissistic, just because it's big doesn't mean it's amazing. Chapter 20 for the beautiful CFO. As Shin Yufa walked into the office, all the executives in the conference room straightened their backs, and the conference room immediately fell silent. Mr. Shin, everyone has arrived. This is what Wang Meng, the president's secretary, reported. Okay, let's begin the meeting. Shin Yufa nodded. Wang Meng then sat at the observers' table behind the conference table to take meeting minutes. The content of each regular meeting is basically the reports and presentations of the week's work by senior executives from various departments. The first person to report was Kai Yuba from the online media business group. At first, it was just routine work reports, but in the end, Kai Yuba proposed a new work plan. This guy suggested adding a new feature to the Quineo Tushio app, Shake It. Kai Yuba's online media business group is now vigorously developing dating and marriage services, which is why he is thinking of opening an entry point to attract users on the Quineo Tushio app. Kai Yuba hopes that by using the Shake feature, more men and women nearby can add each other as friends and interact and chat through their dating platform. Su Hao frowned. The Shake function on mobile apps is very common on social media. When this feature first appeared, it attracted a lot of enthusiasm from young people. However, Kai Yuba's reach was far too long. He even dared to interfere with the functional modules of the mobile internet business group. Shin Yufa frowned. Such a feature could indeed attract a lot of users in a short period of time. What are your opinions on the new feature modules proposed by Director Kai? Shin Yufa asked a question. All the executives in the conference room began to express their opinions, and most of them thought Kai Yuba's suggestion was good. I object. Su Hao suddenly spoke up. This sentence caught everyone's attention. Kai Yuba was displeased to see Su Hao contradicting him. Director Su, what are your thoughts? Please share them with everyone. Shin Yufa didn't expect Su Hao to object so directly. Quineo Tushio is a news and information app, not a social media app. I think adding this feature is completely unnecessary and will only make users feel that our app is neither fish nor fowl. Su Hao said directly. Shin Yufa nodded. This was indeed her concern. But Kai Yuba was displeased and snorted, Director Su, you're wrong about that. Have you done any market research? Do you know how many users social apps attract with this feature? There are many ways to attract users. My news app won't work. If you want to attract users by shaking your phone and then expand your dating and marriage services, Director Kai can launch a separate dating app. Su Hao said without any politeness. Don't forget, a lot of the news content on Quineo Tushio comes from me. Kai Yuba was furious. Director Kai, you need to understand your position. The news content is provided by the online media business group, not by you personally. Moreover, it is precisely because of the Quineo headline platform that your news content has value. The two together constitute the company's business strategy. Su Hao said in a very serious tone. Kid, don't talk nonsense. You can't make this decision. President Shin is the CEO, and she's the one who calls the shots. Kai Yuba snorted coldly. Don't try to scare me with Mr. Shin. If Mr. Shin insists that I add this feature, I will resign immediately. Su Hao responded assertively. You're so arrogant. Mr. Shin, is this the director you promoted? Kai Yuba slammed his fist on the table in anger. Shin Yufa's expression was also somewhat unpleasant, but she still agreed with Su Hao's questioning. But this guy is being way too direct, especially since I'm sitting right here. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes lit up. She was pleasantly surprised by Su Hao's assertiveness. Ahem, Director Su, watch the way you speak. Shin Yufa said seriously. Su Hao nodded and smiled. All of you executives here should know about an app called Its Shake feature has become a means of hooking up. If you want to make a dating app, Director Kai, you must learn from this experience. Kai Yuba's face immediately darkened, and he was so angry that he almost jumped up. The other executives couldn't help but chuckle and gloat when they saw Kai Yuba's expression. All right. We'll talk about this later. Other departments, please report your work first. Shin Yufa quickly interrupted. If this continues, who knows what Su Hao will say next? Then the other executive directors began to report on their work. At first, Suhao listened attentively, but the business content of other departments was really boring, and some directors' reports sounded like lectures, making him drowsy and dozing off. How about I lie down on the table and take a nap? That's not a good idea. After all, it was a company executive meeting, and besides, I had to give my wife some face. It's a pity he forgot to bring a teacup when he came to the meeting room, otherwise he could have had some tea. Suhao decided to find something to do to perk himself up. So Suhao took out his phone and surprisingly received a friend request on WeChat. When he opened the message, he was surprised to find that the person who had added him was Ning Yusin, the fierce-looking female CFO. But why would this woman add me as a friend? Suhao clicked agree, and Ning Yusin, on the other side of the conference table, tapped her phone and then smiled. Director Su, this is Ning Yusin. Smirking. Yeah, I know, I'm not the only one who gets distracted in meetings, Dojimoji. Ha, you little brat, you were so cool just now. There aren't many people who dare to talk back to Director Kai. Really? I didn't argue with him, I just really can't stand him. Ning Yusin, sitting at the conference table, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw the reply. Shin Yufa, who was next to her, looked over, and Ning Yusin quickly turned off her phone. Suhao saw Ning Yusin paying attention to the meeting again from a distance around the conference table, so he reluctantly opened his mobile game, Honor of Kings. Since I'm sleepy, why not play a game to perk myself up? Turn off your phone's music first, otherwise it will be really embarrassing if you get caught. Anyway, Suhao's position was quite far from Shin Yufa, so she wouldn't notice him. So Suhao sat down at the table and started playing with his head down. Jiang Yunxi, sitting in the next seat, glanced casually and saw Suhao playing a game. She was immediately startled. During regular meetings, with Shin Yufa present, none of the executives, let alone play games, would even take a nap. Now Suhao is even playing video games, isn't that incredibly audacious? Shin Yufa, who was listening attentively to the report, suddenly fixed her gaze on Suhao. Because Suhao kept his head down, even though his laptop blocked his view, the corners of his mouth kept cracking open, clearly indicating that he was secretly playing on his phone. Chapter 25 Little brother, you're so domineering. Shin Yufa was furious when she discovered Suhao secretly playing on his phone. Who would dare to be so bold during her regular meetings? This bastard is outrageous. Which senior executive would dare challenge my authority under normal circumstances? At this point, the reports from the other department directors were finished. Shin Yufa noticed that Suhao was still playing games, and she immediately yelled, Suhao, what are you doing? Ah! The sudden roar startled Suhao, making his eyelids twitch. He frantically pressed his phone, trying to turn off the screen. However, in a moment of panic, he pressed the wrong button, pressing the volume up button instead, and the game sound instantly filled the conference room. Double kill. Triple kill. At that moment, all the executives in the conference room looked over at the same time. Upon hearing the game sounds, Kai Yuba immediately burst into gloating laughter. This time, that Sugai is doomed, he's doomed. He actually played games during the regular meeting. This will definitely make President Shin furious. Frustrated, Suhao quickly pressed the button again to turn off his phone. Jiang Yunxi looked at Suhao with some sympathy, then shook her head helplessly. Ning Yusin covered her mouth and chuckled. Slap. Suhao, stand up. Upon hearing the sound, Shin Yufa immediately slammed her hand on the table in anger. Rub. Suhao instinctively stood up, just like when he was called on by the teacher in class. Well, Director Su, we're having a regular meeting and you're playing games, like PUBG. Shin Yufa said angrily. It's not PUBG, it's Honor of Kings. Suhao explained. I don't care if it's pesticide or fertilizer, I think you need to take some medicine, right? Tell me, why are you playing games during a meeting? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow. I'm a little sleepy, I just want to play games to perk myself up. Suhao said shamelessly. Pfft, haha. The company executives couldn't help but laugh. What? Shin Yufa was completely baffled by Suhao's bizarre reason. I play games because I'm too sleepy, and it's a way to perk myself up. This shameless guy, does he think he can't be fired? I'm sleepy. Why are you sleepy? Shin Yufa said angrily. You should know why I'm sleepy, I only slept a few hours last night. Suhao said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room gave him strange looks. You should know why I'm sleepy. This statement seems to have another meaning behind it. Mr. Shin should know? Could it be that President Shin and Su Hao were together last night? What can a lone man and a lone woman do together at night? Just one sentence can spark a whole host of thoughts. Shin Yufa blushed instantly, gritting her teeth in anger. What nonsense was this bastard spouting? Su Hao, all I did was ask you to work overtime last night to reinforce the security of the Quineo Toshio app, and you've already started complaining to me? Shin Yufa immediately came up with a reason. The executives in the conference room then realized, oh, so that's how it is. Su Hao was taken aback when he heard Shin Yufa's words, but then he understood. Yes, I shouldn't complain. Are you tired? Perfect timing. Aren't you working on a disaster recovery solution for the Quineo app? Come and give everyone a presentation. Shin Yufa immediately changed the subject. Oh? Okay then. Su Hao nodded, then opened his laptop, connected it to the projector, and began his report. Kai Yuba was a little confused. What was going on? This guy playing games during a meeting just passed by like that? What's going on? This isn't Mr. Shin's usual work style. President Shin is a ruthless and cold-faced tyrant. How could he let this kid surnamed Su off so easily? Kai Yuba was truly puzzled, and he wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Soon after, Su Hao finished his report, and of course, there was one last important point: he needed 5 million yuan in funding. I object. Kai Yuba immediately disagreed. You were against my proposal, weren't you? Now I'm against yours too. Director Kai, this is an internal plan from our mobile internet business group and has nothing to do with your department. Su Hao retorted directly. Kai Yuba was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Kai Yuba's expression, Ning Yusin winked at Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa also looked helpless. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? As the Quineo Toshio app has developed to this point, most of the advertising revenue still comes from our marketing department. Why should we spend money as we please, especially 5 million yuan at once? Kai Yuba said irritably. Currently, the mobile internet business group does not have its own marketing department. Director Kai, I'd like to ask you, what is your advertising sales target for this year? Su Hao suddenly asked. 500 million. Kai Yuba said confidently. Although his annual advertising revenue share is small compared to the group's total revenue, it is still a significant amount of income. Great. I hereby announce that starting today, the Mobile Internet Business Group will launch an advertising sales program with an annual target of 1 billion yuan. Su Hao said domineeringly. Everyone was stunned by these words. With an annual advertising revenue of 1 billion yuan, even well-known domestic internet companies like Zhihu and Douyin don't have 1 billion yuan in annual advertising revenue. Shin Yufa was stunned, never expecting Su Hao to suddenly give her a task assessment. The company's executives shook their heads speechlessly, thinking that Su Hao had acted too impulsively and was just asking for trouble. And even if you want to achieve some results, you should at least be humble, especially with a target of 1 billion. Kai Yuba was overjoyed when he heard Su Hao's words. Wow, Director Su is really young and energetic. It's good that you set tasks and performance targets for yourself, but what if you can't do them? Kai Yuba raised an eyebrow and asked. If I fail to complete the task, I will resign and leave. Su Hao said directly. Well. The company's executives all sighed they were still too young. Ha, Mr. Shin, did you hear that? He's made a solemn pledge himself. Kai Yuba said happily. Snap. Suddenly, Shin Yufa slammed her hand on the table. Kai Yuba immediately stopped laughing, and everyone fell silent. All right. The meeting is now adjourned. Meeting adjourned. After finishing her sentence, Shin Yufa left the conference room with a cold expression. This. Kai Yuba was somewhat bewildered. Meeting adjourned. The company executives then took their belongings and left. In fact, everyone could see that President Shin had not made his stance clear, which was undoubtedly leaving room for Su Hao to maneuver. Su Hao, let's see how you get out of this. Kai Yuba made a boastful remark, then left with a smug look on his face. Su Hao shrugged indifferently. Did these people really have so little confidence in themselves? Director Su, you're too impulsive. Zhang Yunxi said something and then left. In the end, only Su Hao and the other one of the two absolute stars, the company's beautiful chief financial officer, Ning Yusen, remained in the conference room. "You little brat, you're so cool," Ning Yusen said with a smile. Chapter 26 I'm your boss. "Mr. Ning, you're joking with me again, aren't you?" Su Hao couldn't understand why Ning Yusen was so enthusiastic towards him, acting like they were old friends. "How could that be? I really think you're pretty awesome, okay? But you're still the first man I've ever met who adds assessment tasks to himself." Ning Yusen smiled charmingly. "President Ning, as you can see, it seems I've displeased Wu Zetian." Su Hao looked helpless. "Wu Zetian? Pfft, you mean Xiao Fei, right?" Ning Yusen was taken aback. "Ahem, Mr. Ning, I have to get back to work now." Su Hao realized he was in trouble. He had almost forgotten that the fierce beauty in front of him was best friends with Shin Yufa. "Hey, little rascal, don't rush off." Ning Yusen suddenly reached out and held the conference room door, blocking Su Hao's way. Su Hao looked completely bewildered. I was completely stunned. What was this woman doing? Did I even know her that well? "Ahem, Mr. Ning, is there anything else?" Su Hao coughed and asked. "Are you free tonight? Want to grab some beer?" Ning Yusen raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Drinking beer? What are the three hobbies of a mature, sophisticated woman?" Su Hao wasn't stupid. This woman was probably plotting something against him. Ning Yusen must have been instructed by Shin Yufa to play a trick on me. He had read The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber more than a dozen times, and he remembered how the more beautiful a woman was, the more likely she was to deceive him. "Ahem, I'm sorry, Mr. Ning, I have something to do tonight." "What's up?" "My wife gave birth." "Huh? Having a baby?" Ning Yusen was stunned and withdrew her slender arm. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Hao walked out the door and made a quick getaway. By the time Ning Yusen came to her senses, Su Hao had already walked far away. "Little rascal, I didn't expect you to be so funny. Now I'm even more interested in you." Ning Yusen's lips curled up, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Su Hao had just gotten into the elevator and turned on his phone when he saw that he had received a WeChat message from Shin Yufa. "Come to my office." Su Hao could only go to the 5th floor first. "What's wrong, honey? You miss me again so soon?" He walked into the office and sprawled out on the sofa without any restraint. Shin Yufa was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Who was this person? He was getting more and more outrageous. "You bastard, stand up." "What? There are no outsiders here," Su Hao said shamelessly. "Hey Su, I'm your boss. If you keep behaving this way, I'll dock your year-end bonus." Shin Yufa roared. "Ahem, honey, don't be angry." Su Hao quickly stood up. This woman had really hit his weak spot, using the bonus to scare him. "I'm not angry? You were playing games during the meeting? I think you're not interested in working here anymore." Shin Yufa glared at him. "How could that be? Didn't I even proactively promote advertising to the company? I think you've got no idea what you're capable of." "You? Trying to attract investment?" Shin Yufa was speechless for a moment. "Honey, don't you support me either? Just focus on doing your job well." "No, I made that promise in front of so many people. I need to start the advertising and sales plan," Su Hao said in a very serious tone. "Okay, go ahead and recruit them. You're very capable. I'll wait until you get your hands on the 1 billion advertising fee." Shin Yufa gritted her teeth. "Honey, if I really complete the 1 billion task, what reward will you give me?" Su Hao asked with a grin. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened. "Am I a wet nurse? You want a reward every day. Here's the deal, honey, if I really achieve the 1 billion advertising target, will you stay with me?" Su Hao grinned mischievously. "What are you saying, you filthy scoundrel? If you speak disrespectfully to me again, I'll cripple you and make you a eunuch." Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened, and her overwhelming queen-like aura erupted instantly. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let me finish." Su Hao feigned an innocent expression and offered an explanation. "Then what do you suggest we accompany each other with?" Shin Yufa's anger subsided slightly. "I just want you to have a meal with me," Su Hao explained. "Me, have dinner with me?" Why should I have dinner with you? Let me tell you, even though we're married, don't have any unrealistic or unreasonable ideas. Shin Yufa rolled her eyes at him. Don't worry, if you were really my wife, I couldn't stand your cold attitude either. Su Hao said awkwardly. Shin Yufa was stunned. Here's the thing, I'm planning to invite a few good classmates out for a meal sometime, to get together. How about you pretend to be my girlfriend and come along, so I can save face for you? Su Hao explained with a smile. Hey Su, I didn't expect you to be so vain. You even wanted to borrow me to show off? Shin Yufa was stunned. This guy's skin was as thick as a city wall. Who doesn't want to show off a little? Every time I go out with my classmates, they all bring their girlfriends, and I'm the only single guy. I don't want to suffer another 1,000 points of hurt. Su Hao was telling the truth. After he graduated, he often had meals with his college classmates, but all those old dogs had girlfriends. Even that fat guy Niu Xiaojia has a girlfriend, how could he not be depressed? After graduating and working for several years, Su Hao's handsome appearance attracted the attention of many women, but he was obsessed with looks. Of course, the main reason is that Su Hao focused all his energy on his career and studies. It's just a meal, fine, as long as you can complete the 1 billion task. Shin Yufa readily agreed. Why did she agree so readily? Because she didn't believe Su Hao could complete the mission at all, so whether she agreed or not, the result was the same to her. So you've agreed, honey? That's great. Su Hao nodded happily. He felt incredibly pleased to be having dinner with his classmates and to see his girlfriend, Shin Yufa. He imagined the envious looks on his close friends' faces. You bastard, you ruined everything, I almost forgot about the important matter. What important business is it? At 2 p.m., the company will be hosting an important foreign client. As the executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group, you will be attending with me. Remember not to wander around. I will send the client's information to you via the intranet. Shin Yufa gave her instructions. Okay, no problem. Su Hao nodded. Here, this is for you. Shin Yufa handed him a folder. Chapter 27: The Feeling of Being Protected by a Woman. Su Hao took the folder, which contained his system disaster recovery plan from yesterday, with Shin Yufa's signature of approval clearly visible on it. Ah, honey, you finally signed. Wasn't Kai Yuba against me spending money? I am the president of this company. Honey, you're so good to me. Su Hao was somewhat moved, feeling as if he were being protected by a woman. Get lost if you have nothing to do. Shin Yufa glared at him. Okay. Su Hao took the folder and left. A short while later, Ning Yusin arrived at Shin Yufa's office. The two best friends each made themselves a cup of coffee and started chatting. Sister Xin, you saw it at today's meeting, right? That Su Hao guy is such a troublemaker, he's a real pest. Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. Ha? Fei, you actually said the words troublemaker? Ha, that's hilarious. Ning Yusin laughed so hard she almost fell over. Sister Xin, you're still laughing? I'm so angry with him. Shin Yufa took a sip of coffee to suppress her anger. Fei, I think Su Hao is quite domineering, and you said he's very skilled in LT techniques. His skills are indeed impressive, but Sister Xin, let me tell you in advance, this Su Hao is a money grubber. As the CFO, you need to keep a close eye on him and make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. Shin Yufa gave a word of advice. Fei, tell me honestly, you and Su Hao don't have any special relationship, right? Ning Yusin arched her eyebrows and asked tentatively. Cough, Sister Xin, what relationship could I possibly have with him? I promoted him because he's really skilled. Shin Yufa said somewhat guiltily. Although she and Ning Yusin are best friends, vying for the chairmanship is a big deal, and she cannot yet openly tell Ning Yusin about her marriage registration with Su Hao. I see. I'll test Su Hao's abilities later. Ning Yusin said in a charming tone. Want to try different depths? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Oh, my pure and innocent little sister Fei, has your mind become dirty now? Ning Yusin immediately understood Shin Yufa's expression. No, not at all. Shin Yufa immediately denied it, feeling a little embarrassed. By the way, Su Hao is quite humorous. I asked him to go for beer with me in the conference room tonight, and guess what he said to me? Did he agree? He refused, saying he had something to do that night his wife was about to give birth. Ning Yusin was both amused and exasperated. Having a baby? That bastard, he's the one having a baby. Upon hearing this, Shin Yufa said in an annoyed tone. Ning Yusin looked at him strangely. Ahem, what I mean is, this guy always talks nonsense. Shin Yufa said awkwardly. Oh, by the way, Feifei, don't forget to attend the birthday party for Grandpa Chu's youngest daughter at the Danyue Club tonight. Ning Yusin recalled this incident. Ugh, I hate these kinds of social engagements the most, but Mr. Chu is a senior figure in the business world, so I can't avoid it this time. Why don't you come with me, Sister Xin? Shin Yufa said helplessly. Okay then, I love these kinds of social events the most, I get to see lots of handsome guys. Ning Yusin said proudly. Sister Xin, you always talk about handsome guys, but why don't you actually have a boyfriend? Sigh, maybe I'm just a picky person. On the other hand, Su Hao did not go straight back to his office, but went to the technology department. Mr. Su, you've arrived. Yang Wenguan greeted him respectfully when he saw him. Yes, Manager Yang, please take a look at this plan. Su Hao handed the system disaster recovery plan to Yang Wenguan. Okay, Mr. Su. Yang Wenguan glanced at the plan and his eyes lit up. It was a large-scale purchase of network equipment and servers. He had another chance to make some kickbacks. By the way, could you give me information on the hardware suppliers our department frequently works with? Su Hao suddenly said. Yang Wenguan was taken aback by Su Hao's words. He usually made the decisions on these procurement matters himself, but now it seemed that Su Hao wanted to take control. However, he was not discouraged. For procurements worth several million, there are only a few qualified suppliers. He could still get benefits from suppliers by arranging things indirectly. Okay, Mr. Su. Yang Wenguan nodded obediently. Su Hao then went to the server room and inspected the servers. Hello, Mr. Su. When Engineer Song Heng saw him enter, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Is the system running normally today? Su Hao asked. Yes, Mr. Su, everything is normal. Song Heng reported. Su Hao nodded, and then immediately logged into the network equipment using the computer in the computer room. He then set up a network vulnerability, which he did intentionally a trap to catch hackers. In addition to network equipment, Su Hao also set up a virtual distribution server. Mr. Su, what are you arranging? Song Heng saw Su Hao typing out complex code and became somewhat curious. This is a defensive strategy. By the way, I'll set up an early warning alert in a bit. When the alert is triggered, please report it to me immediately. Su Hao said. Okay, Mr. Su. Song Heng nodded quickly. After giving Song Heng his instructions, Su Hao left the technical department. Yang Wenguan quickly made a phone call, and the name displayed on the dialed number was Ji Kai. Hello, is this Mr. Ji? Oh, it's Manager Yang. Don't be so polite with me, just call me Xiao Ji. Well, Xiao Ji, I won't stand on ceremony then. Our group is going to purchase a batch of hardware equipment soon. Really? Manager Yang? That's great. How big is the order? It's close to 5 million. 5 million? Upon hearing this, Ji Kai was clearly overjoyed. Manager Yang, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a massage and we can chat. Ji Kai quickly extended an olive branch. Well, no rush. We recently got a new executive director. Although I was the one who made the final decision, it still needs the boss's signature. I'll be the middleman. You can treat him to a meal, and that'll settle things. Yang Wenguan deliberately exaggerated his role in the procurement process. Okay, Manager Yang, no problem. Let me know when we've made the appointment. Okay, shall we stick to the old rules then? Manager Yang, don't worry, I won't forget your share. Okay. That's all for now. The two then hung up the phone. Su Hao returned to his office. Now that he possessed a super brain, he certainly wouldn't miss any opportunity to learn. He bought a batch of books from jyulong.com, including a complete set on big data, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. Of course, in addition to his own professional field of IT, Su Hao also bought books in other fields, such as finance and investment. He then activated the Super Evolution System. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV2 possesses the ability, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2 possesses the following abilities, Extraordinary Vision plus Extraordinary Reading. Ears LV2 possesses the following abilities, Extraordinary Hearing plus Eavesdropping on Thoughts. Remaining evolution points, 100 points. Next evolution part, Hands. Chapter 28. You dare to criticize the female CEO? Suha was somewhat surprised that the next part to evolve was his hands. I have 100 evolution points left, let's try evolving. The next moment, he immediately completed the level 1 evolution of both hands. Double Hands LV1 possesses the ability, Omnipotent Hands. The all-powerful hands, hands that possess extraordinary strength, flexibility, ingenuity, and creativity. Suha was somewhat taken aback, not quite understanding the specific abilities of the omnipotent hand, but he tested his fist and found it had indeed become extremely powerful. He was confident that he could send someone flying with a single punch. TSK, every part has its advantages in evolving. He then checked the system's achievements page, and the top achievement that needed to be unlocked was completing his first kiss. This achievement is both easy and difficult, mainly because there was no one to work with. Suha was somewhat depressed. At this moment, he looked at Cui Shaowan sitting outside the door and wondered if he should discuss it with her. Suha shook his head, thinking that he would be considered a pervert. He then stopped researching this and began handling the company's daily operations. I was so busy that I almost missed my mealtime. When Suha arrived at the company cafeteria with his employee ID, he found that there were hardly any people eating there. However, he was surprised to find that Shin Ufa was also sitting in the corner of the cafeteria eating. Suha was stunned. Normally, the Ice Beauty didn't eat in the company cafeteria. Wang Meng would usually order meals for her or take her out to eat. It's indeed rare to see a top CEO eating in the company cafeteria. The sun must have risen in the west today. Mr. Shin, what brings you to the cafeteria for lunch? Suha originally wanted to call her wife, but when he remembered that this was the cafeteria, he quickly swallowed the last word. Mind your own business. Why are you sitting across from me? Go eat somewhere else. Shin Ufa glared at him. Don't be so boring. I just saw you sitting here all alone and seemed lonely, so I'm keeping you company. Suha grinned. Who needs you to accompany them? Shin Ufa was speechless. At that moment, several employees walked into the cafeteria. It was none other than Fatty Dong and his colleagues from the software development department. They were all shocked to see Suha and Shin Ufa sitting together. Wow, Suha was really something, he actually dined with a beautiful female CEO. Fatty Dong sighed. Yes, he's simply a role model for us men. Another colleague said enviously. At this moment, Suha noticed that Shin Ufa was ignoring him, so he started shoveling rice into his mouth. The shredded potatoes were alright today, but the tofu had no flavor at all. The braised pork was good, but the cafeteria lady gave us too little. While eating, Suha commented on the dishes in the cafeteria. Just then, he suddenly noticed that Shin Ufa had left all the braised pork on her plate uneaten. Mr. Shin, why aren't you eating braised pork? Suha was taken aback. I don't like to eat it, and I'm afraid of gaining weight. Shin Ufa pouted. Braised pork won't make you fat, especially since there are only a few pieces. If you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it for you. We can't waste it. Suha directly reached out his chopsticks and took a few pieces of braised pork from Shin Ufa's plate. This scene was witnessed by Fatty Dong, who had just finished getting his food, and he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Shin Ufa's beautiful eyes widened when she saw Suha's actions. What are you doing? That's my braised pork. If you don't eat it, it'll just end up being thrown away anyway. Don't be so stingy. Suha ate with relish. Shin Ufa blushed instantly. It wasn't that she was stingy, but rather that she had bitten into a few pieces of braised pork, which meant that her saliva might still be on them. Suha actually picked it up and ate it. Wasn't that an indirect kiss? Thinking about this made Shin Ufa even more embarrassed. Eat, eat, eat. I'll choke you to death. Shin Ufa muttered a curse under her breath, then cleared away her tray and left the cafeteria. Suha shook his head helplessly. Then, Fatty Dong, grinning, carried the food to Suha's table. Wow, how GE, you're amazing. You just picked up the CEO's braised pork? Fatty Dong could hardly believe it. Yeah, what's wrong? Suha nodded. What else? She is Xin Yuefei, the Ice Beauty, the queen of Hongsheng Group. How dare you snatch food from a tiger's mouth? Fatty Dong exclaimed in surprise. Su Hao was amused by Dong Panzi's description. It was indeed like a tiger's mouth. Women are all tigers. So what if she's a CEO? She's still a human being. I just criticized her. The fellow boasted. Huh? What? Brother Hao, you criticized President Shun? Fatty Dong's eyelids twitched. Well, she didn't eat the braised pork. Isn't that a waste of food? I picked it up and ate it for her, and criticized her a bit, which made her unhappy, and then she left. Su Hao was talking nonsense with a straight face. Hiss. Fatty Dong gasped. By the way, Fatty, you'll be acting as the manager of the software development department for now, and you'll be officially appointed after a month. Su Hao recalled this incident. Ah. Brother Hao, you really are my brother. How about this, I'll toast you with soup instead of wine. Fatty Dong picked up his hot and sour soup. Don't try to fool me with soup. No way. Su Hao grinned. At 1:50 p.m., Su Hao arrived at the president's office. Besides Xin Yuefei, the office also contained Ning Yusin and the company's vice president, Lei Jianshu. Lei Jianshu is mainly responsible for the company's corporate development and public relations department, and he is usually in charge of receiving important clients. Hello, Vice President Lei. Su Hao greeted him. Oh, you must be Su Hao? You're so young. Lei Jianshu often travels for work and has no impression of Su Hao. Alright, let's stop chatting and hurry up and wait in the lobby. Xin Yuefei said directly. Then they went downstairs. 6 months ago, the Kuainiao Tushio app launched a new business channel called Donkazoo, meaning car experts. Donkazoo is an automotive information platform, and Xin Yuefei's goal is to build it into a first-class automotive sales and transaction platform. This channel has been online for a while now, and its daily activity level is currently quite good. However, what the channel currently lacks most is the presence of well-known car manufacturers. After all, without the presence of well-known car manufacturers, the channel is not authoritative enough for car enthusiasts. The client who visited and exchanged ideas with the group this time was Mr. Dussel, the China regional president of Baoqi Group, a globally renowned automaker. Baoqi Group owns multiple car brands. If a collaboration between Hongsheng Group and Baoqi Group can be facilitated, it will be a qualitative leap for car enthusiasts. It was precisely because of this important client that Xin Yuefei personally came downstairs to greet her. Vice President Lei, has our translator arrived? Xin Yuefei asked. Yes, Mr. Xin, don't worry, the translator is already waiting to greet you in the lobby. Lei Jianshu nodded. Does it still need translation? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. This man, Dussel, is an Arab who speaks his native language in his home country, so a translator must be present, and a highly skilled one at that. Ning Yusin whispered to him. Chapter 29. This is a savior. After reviewing Dussel's information, Su Hao realized that this guy was an Arab, just a regional president in China, and it was a bit unexpected that he didn't speak Chinese. Soon, Xin Yuefei and her group arrived at the company's lobby on the first floor. There were already quite a few people standing in the hall at this moment, all of whom were responsible for etiquette and reception. Mr. Xin, this is Ms. Wang, the translator in charge of this meeting. Lei Jianshu noticed the translator and offered to introduce himself. The translator quickly greeted Xin Yuefei. But at that moment, Ms. Wang's eyes suddenly became glazed over, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Huh? What's going on? Many people gathered around her when they saw her faint. Miss Wang, are you all right? Xin Yuefei squatted down and quickly asked. My heart is uncomfortable and I can't move. Ms. Wang looked rather unpleasant. Vice President Lei, quickly send someone to take her to the hospital. Xin Yuefei immediately said. Okay, Mr. Shen. Lei Jianshu immediately had his company staff lift Ms. Wang into a car and take her to the hospital. Oh no, we're almost there in Dusseldorf, and we're out of translation. Ning Yusin then remembered this matter. Oops. Lei Jianshu's expression also changed. Xin Yuefei frowned and immediately said, Vice President Lei, don't you know a little Arabic? Mr. Shin, I only know a little bit. Lei Jianshu was somewhat embarrassed. Just then, two vans pulled up and stopped in front of the company. We've arrived in Dusseldorf. Ning Yusin quickly reminded her. Vice President Lei, please handle this for now and see if Dusseldorf has brought a translator. We should also ask our friends if anyone understands Arabic. Shin Yufa quickly said. Oh well. Lei Jianshu was extremely frustrated, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and proceed. They then went outside to greet Dusseldorf. A number of people got out of the car. They were all representatives of the Bauchi group. Dusseldorf was wearing a blue suit, which looked quite stylish. Hello, Mr. Dusseldorf, this is Mr. Shin, general manager of our Hongsheng group. Lei Jianshu stepped forward and took the initiative to introduce himself. But to his surprise, his Arabic was completely wrong, leaving Dussel completely bewildered. What's going on? I don't understand the Arabic you're speaking. Dussel was clearly taken aback. Shin Yufa, Ning Yusin, and the others didn't understand what Dussel was saying, and the scene became somewhat awkward. Our general manager Du said he couldn't understand your Arabic, and that your Arabic wasn't authentic. Didn't you prepare a translator in advance? The female assistant behind Dussel spoke up. Shin Yufa's expression darkened upon hearing the assistant's words. In general, both parties must prepare translators for such business exchanges, especially since Hongsheng Group is the host. Even though Dusseldorf has its own translators, if you don't prepare in advance, it will be seen as a sign of negligence and disrespect. Please tell Mr. Du that we have prepared a translator, but the translator was unwell and was taken to the hospital. We may need to trouble your staff to help with the translation today. Lei Jianshu smiled obsequiously and spoke to Dussel's assistant. At this moment, the staff of Bauchi Group all looked displeased. Unfortunately, Dussel's assistant conveyed the message to Dussel. No, I think this situation is a waste of time, and my staff are not here to serve you. I think we can end our discussion here today. Dussel waved his hand dismissively, his face full of arrogance. The female assistant immediately conveyed Dusseldorf's meaning. Shin Yufa's face turned extremely ugly. I had originally hoped that we could reach a cooperation agreement with Dusseldorf through communication and negotiation, if all went well. But I never expected things to turn out this way. The cooperation is clearly going to fall through. Moreover, if this matter gets out, Hongsheng Group will likely become a laughingstock in the industry. Hey Mr. Dusseldorf, you are indeed a very humorous person. Actually, we were just joking with you. I am a professional translator from Hongsheng Group. Suddenly, Su Hao, speaking in Arabic, stepped forward with a smile. Everyone was stunned and looked at Su Hao. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. This was her savior. It turns out that director Su speaks Arabic. Lei Jianshu was overjoyed. Shin Yufa was a little surprised. She never expected that Su Hao knew Arabic. Could this guy only know this one word? Wow! Sir, your Arabic is so fluent, it's like meeting a local friend. What's your name? Dussel's eyes lit up. Although there are many Arabic translators in China, like with English, many people only grasp the surface of Arabic but cannot express its flavor and soul. It's like hearing a foreigner speak Chinese. You can understand it, but their tone is hilarious. Dussel was already used to the so-called Chinese-style Arabic spoken by the translators around him. But Su Hao's appearance in fluent local dialect surprised Dusseldorf. Mr. Dussel, my name is Su Hao. You're so handsome, you won't mind the joke you just made, will you? Su Hao said humorously. Of course, Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to chat with someone like you who speaks pure colloquial. Dussel couldn't help but laugh. Shin Yufa breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Dussel smile. Our general manager Du was very satisfied with Mr. Su's fluent Arabic. That's what the female assistant said. Su Hao immediately winked proudly at Shin Yufa. While Shin Yufa was happy, she also felt a little resentful. This bastard could speak Arabic, why didn't he tell her sooner? Su Hao then gave an introduction, and then everyone went upstairs to the conference room. At the beginning, Shin Yufa introduced the automotive channel to the content director of Donkazu. Su Hao acted as the translator. However, Dussel seemed somewhat indifferent, staring intently at his clothes. Su Hao could tell that Dussel was arrogant and didn't care about what he was saying. Did he have other ideas? Oh right, didn't I eavesdrop on people's thoughts? Su Hao then immediately looked at Dussel and silently listened to Dussel's thoughts. Dusseldorf's inner thoughts: sigh, all this data and stuff is a waste of time. Whether I cooperate or not, these Chinese people don't know. It's entirely up to my mood. Su Hao was completely stunned. He never expected that this foreigner, the president of Bauchi Group Greater China, would have such true thoughts? He glanced at Shin Yuefei again, who was still explaining earnestly, and felt a pang of sympathy. Su Hao continued eavesdropping. Dusseldorf's inner thoughts: I'm so bored and a little thirsty, but I don't like the coffee they prepared for me at all. If someone could give me a glass of Romani Conti right now, it would be my god. Chapter 30. Do you think this is a bar? Su Hao was speechless. This Arab was quite unique. They were having a business meeting, and he actually wanted to drink red wine, specifically Romani Conti. Goodness! As he continued translating for Shin Yuefei, a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. Then he quietly took out his phone and sent a message to his secretary, Cui Xiaowan. Su Hao, Xiaowan, I need your help urgently. Cui Xiaowan, President Su, what's wrong? Please give your instructions. Su Hao, go to the president's office right now, take that bottle of Romani Conti from her wine cabinet, open it with a bottle opener, and bring it to me. Don't forget to bring a few glasses. Cui Xiaowan, President Su, weren't you in a meeting in the conference room on the 6th floor? Su Hao, that's right, it's delivered to the conference room. Cui Xiaowan, President Su, you're in a meeting, and you still want to drink? And you want to drink the president's wine? Su Hao, yes, speed. Cui Xiaowan, President Su, are you dissatisfied with me and looking for a reason to fire me? Su Hao. Cui Xiaowan, you want me to get wine from the president's wine cabinet? How dare I? You must be playing a trick on me. Su Hao, I'm not kidding you. It was President Shin who ordered you to do it. Just do it. Cui Xiaowan, really? Su Hao, seriously, Dojimoji? 10 minutes later, the content director of Donkazu was explaining the PowerPoint presentation when the meeting room door opened. Cui Xiaowan was carrying a tray with a bottle of Romani Conti red wine and several tall glasses on it. Shin Yuefei was completely stunned when she saw this scene. This. Ning Yusin was also dumbfounded. Lei Jianshu was immediately speechless. What's going on today? Why are things going so wrong? The content director stopped abruptly halfway through his speech. However, they failed to notice that Dusseldorf, who had been nonchalant, suddenly brightened up. Can't you see there's a meeting here? Get out. Shin Yuefei immediately said coldly. Ha? Mr. Shin, didn't you ask Mr. Su to have me deliver the wine? Cui Xiaowan was stunned. Mr. Su? Shin Yuefei looked at Su Hao, wondering what this bastard was up to. Su Hao stood up with a smile and said, Yes, Mr. Shin, I had Xiaowan deliver the red wine, and it's your bottle of Romani Conti. What? Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes widened. It was still her own bottle of fine wine. Ning Yusin slapped her forehead. Oh no, today's exchange meeting was a complete failure. Lei Jianshu was speechless. Was this Director Su an idiot? They were having a meeting, and you brought out the drinks? Did you think this was a bar? We've been having a rather boring meeting. I imagine Mr. Dusseldorf must be thirsty too. How about we grab a drink? Su Hao ignored the questions raised by Shin Yuefei and the others, and went straight to ask Dussel. Oh no, I've really offended this big client. This is what Shin Yuefei and the others truly thought. But then a surprising scene unfolded. Dussel grinned and stood up. Wow, Mr. Su, you really are the most emotionally intelligent person I've ever met. I would love to have a drink with someone like you. Dusseldorf said with great interest. Shin Yuefei was completely stunned. Our general manager Du said he would like to have a drink with Mr. Su. The female assistant translated it. Everyone was stunned. Why was Dusseldorf so happy? Ning Yusin raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Hao, thinking to herself, this brat, could he have some kind of social superpower? Or is he the kind who's got a natural aura about him? Here, let me pour Mr. Du a glass. Su Hao poured Dussel a glass of wine, and the two clinked glasses. Cough cough. Shin Yuefei was both amused and exasperated. What was going on here? I never expected that a business conference would turn into a drinking session. Dussel took a sip of his drink, looking quite pleased with himself. Su Hao immediately seized the opportunity to eavesdrop on his thoughts again. Dussel's thoughts, the wine is pretty good. This Mr. Su and I hit it off really well, and we could develop a good personal relationship. We could go out for some skewers and street food together sometime. Su Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Dusseldorf would like to eat skewers at a street food stall, with edamame and peanuts. In his excitement, he forgot to use Arabic and said, "Mr. Dussel, if you're willing, we can be friends. I'll treat you to barbecue and skewers another day, so you can try some Chinese delicacies." Everyone in the conference room was startled. Ha! Shin Yufa and the others were so shocked by Su Hao's words that their mouths dropped open. Lei Jianshu shook his head speechlessly. Director Su was still too young. Drinking red wine was such a sophisticated thing, but now you're suggesting inviting those foreigners to eat skewers on the street? Isn't that ridiculous? Dussel looked at Su Hao with a puzzled expression. Su Hao then realized he had forgotten to speak Arabic, so he repeated it. Wow, that's great. I'd love to. Su, let's be good friends from now on, let's add each other on WeChat. Dussel was overjoyed and actually answered Su Hao in broken Chinese. No one expected this outcome. Even Dusseldorf's female assistant was stunned. I hereby announce that Baoqi Group has agreed to cooperate with Hongsheng Group. The details of the subsequent cooperation will be discussed between my technical director and you. Dussel spoke to Shin Yufa in Arabic. Shin Yufa quickly stood up. Although she didn't know what Dussel was saying, she knew it must be an expression of friendliness. Mr. Shen, our general manager Du said that Baoqi Group has agreed to cooperate with Hongsheng Group. The female assistant quickly translated. Ha? You agree to cooperate? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Ning Yusen's mouth also gaped open. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? Vice President Lei Jianshu pinched his thigh. The content director of Donkazu was dumbfounded. What was going on? Had he just talked about nothing? Was it less effective than a glass of wine from Director Su? At this moment, Dussel said to Su Hao, "Su, but I don't have time this weekend. We can make an appointment next week." No problem. Su Hao nodded. Today is a very pleasant day, Su. I'm so glad to have met you as a friend. Dusseldorf extended his hand. Me too. Su Hao handed over his hand, and the two clasped hands. Subsequently, Dussel and his company left Hongsheng Group, and the two groups established a cooperative relationship. Even after the car carrying Dussel drove away, Shin Yufa and Ning Yusen, the executives, were still somewhat dazed. Su Hao successfully secured a major client with just a drink and treating the foreigner to barbecue, and the news spread quickly throughout the company. For a time, Su Hao was shrouded in mystery and legend in the eyes of all employees of Hongsheng Group. Awesome, that's awesome. Discussions about Su Hao were rampant throughout all departments of the group. However, in the president's office, Shin Yufa was interrogating Su Hao with a series of questions. Chapter 31: The Creator's Perfect Masterpiece. At this moment, in the CEO's office, Shin Yufa stood in front of Su Hao, while Su Hao sat at the table. That's right, this guy is sitting, and the president is standing. Moreover, Su Hao was still fiddling with that bottle of Romani Conti red wine. He couldn't waste it, so he poured himself a glass. This red wine cost tens of thousands of yuan a bottle. Wow, this wine tastes pretty good. Su Hao sighed. Of course it's good. You've got a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan. You're something else, drinking my wine without even telling me. Shen Yufa said irritably. Hey honey, that's not fair of you. I helped you secure the deal, and you're still worried about a bottle of red wine? Su Hao was full of confidence. Who said I felt sorry for you? What I mean is, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Would you agree if I told you in advance? Of course not. That solves it. Shen Yufa was truly puzzled. What exactly was wrong with this? Why did Dussel and Su Hao reach a cooperation agreement after just having a drink together? TSK, honey, would you like a drink too? You're drinking during work hours? Tell me honestly, how did you figure out Dusseldorf's temper and decide to drink with him? Shin Yufa immediately raised an eyebrow and asked. You really want to know? Su Hao asked deliberately. Well, then tell me. Let me touch your little hand. You shameless scoundrel, you have no shame whatsoever. Do you even have any sense of decency? Shin Yufa raised her eyebrows. Just kidding. The reason I had my secretary bring the wine over was because I thought Dusseldorf was thirsty. Su Hao said quietly. Thirsty? Even if he is thirsty, why don't you get him a drink? Shin Yufa was speechless for a moment. Honey, didn't you send me information about Dusseldorf? Later, I looked up more information about Dusseldorf online, and based on my judgment, he prefers to drink red wine. Su Hao started talking nonsense. You brought the wine based on guesswork? Aren't you afraid the cooperation will fall apart? Honey, you saw it from the beginning too. Even if I didn't bring the red wine, did you think we'd have a chance to cooperate? Shin Yufa couldn't help but agree with Su Hao's words. At the beginning, when she was explaining and communicating with the content director, Dussel's attention was clearly not on the business, and she even showed some impatience. Okay, you got lucky this time and ran into Dusseldorf's temper, but remember next time, don't mess around again. Shin Yufa immediately gave instructions. Okay, sure. Su Hao nodded, thinking to himself, you really think I'm just lucky? He looked at Shin Yufa and noticed that she seemed to be lost in thought, so he decided to eavesdrop. Shin Yufa's inner thoughts, I really owe a lot to Su Hao today. That guy is incredibly lucky. Su Hao was speechless. By the way, you speak Arabic so well, why isn't it mentioned in your resume? Shin Yufa remembered this matter. Arabic is nothing, I know many other foreign languages. Su Hao said arrogantly. It's not easy for him to learn a language now. Just then, Shin Yufa's phone rang. She looked and saw that it was Ning Yusin calling. Hey, Sister Xin, what's wrong? Xiaofei, I need to ask you for leave. My dad called and said his stomach is a little upset, so I'm taking him to the hospital for a checkup. Okay, then you should go quickly. And there's a party at the Dongyue Club tonight, I probably won't be able to join you. Ning Yusin's tone was apologetic. Sister Xin, it's alright, getting uncle checked out is more important. Shin Yufa then hung up the phone. Since Ning Yusin couldn't attend the party at the Dongyue Club that evening, Shin Yufa decided to find someone else to accompany her. Suddenly, her gaze fell on Su Hao, who was swaying a glass of red wine. Why not take this guy out to see the world? Besides, this guy keeps saying he wants to attract advertising and business, so let's take him to expand his network. The birthday party at Dongyue Club was hosted by Mr. Chu Wenhan, the head of the Chu Group, for his youngest daughter. The Chu Group is a well-known large enterprise in Yenbei, and Chu Wenhan is a business tycoon. There will definitely be many high society figures attending the party in the evening, an opportunity that is impossible for ordinary people to get into. Okay, stop drinking. Do you have time tonight? Shin Yufa dodged the wineglass from Su Hao's hand. What are you doing, honey? Want to go for some skewers tonight? Su Hao's eyes lit up. You're such a glutton. There's a party tonight, come with me. A party? Is it the kind of party with lots of girls wearing bikinis? Su Hao became interested. What are you thinking about? It's the birthday party of the youngest daughter of the chairman of the Chu Group, not the kind you're thinking of. Shin Yufa was speechless, this guy's mind was full of filth. Sure, it's the weekend anyway. Su Hao smiled and nodded. Okay, same as always. I know, see you at the parking lot. Su Hao guessed it. That's right. Shin Yufa nodded. Su Hao returned to his office and took a break from his busy schedule to write some code, since he had also taken on a mini-program project for Julong.com's Blue Heart. At 6 p.m., he went directly to the parking lot. Shin Yufa's car today was still a sapphire Bentley. At this moment, Shin Yufa also came downstairs, appearing with the clatter of her high heels. Su Hao was stunned when he saw her appear. Because Shin Yufa actually changed her business suit into a light blue fitted dress, showing off her long, straight legs and black high heels. Her stunning beauty was simply too gorgeous. Su Hao was instantly mesmerized. This woman is truly enchanting, she has an irresistible charm for men. With those looks and that figure, she's truly a masterpiece of creation. What are you looking at? Get on the bus. Shin Yufa glared at him. Su Hao pulled open the passenger door and sat down. Damn, he almost couldn't hold back his drool. Shin Yufa knew that Su Hao had been drinking at noon, so she didn't ask him to drive. Honey, you look so beautiful in that dress. It's just a shame you're wearing black leggings underneath. Otherwise, you would definitely have charmed a lot of men when you got there. Su Hao said awkwardly. It's cold at night, am I supposed to just stand there with my legs bare and freezing? As Shin Yufa spoke, she took out her flat shoes from under the car seat and put them on, since she still had to drive. Yes, we can't let it get cold, honey. Let me check if your legs are cold. Su Hao shamelessly reached out his hand. I think you're tired of living. Shin Yufa suddenly glared at him with murderous intent. I meant well, if you're cold, I'll put my coat over you. Su Hao said in a serious tone that he absolutely could not admit that he just wanted to test the feel of the game. Oh, and when you get to the party, don't wander around or talk nonsense. Don't embarrass me. Shin Yufa gave these instructions in advance. Chapter 32 I Am a Married Man. The Chu Group, founded by Chu Wenhan, is now a multi-billion-dollar empire. Chu Wenhan was very famous in Yanbei and even throughout the entire country. However, life is not perfect. Chu Wenhan had 5 children, but all of them were daughters. He had no sons. His wife felt very ashamed and had even thought of asking Chu Wenhan to find a concubine, but Chu Wenhan refused. Now that Chu Wenhan is over 60, he has publicly stated that he will leave his family business to his daughter in the future. This attracted the covetous eyes of many men, who all vied to become the son-in-law of the Chu family, because becoming the son-in-law of the Chu family meant that they would have billions in assets in the future. Now that all the eldest daughters of the Chu family are married, only the youngest daughter, Chu Shangshan, remains. Now that she has just come of age, she will surely become a highly sought-after object of pursuit for men. On the way, Shin Yufa told Su Hao about the situation of the Chu Group. Wow, $1 trillion empire, a fortune of tens of billions. Su Hao looked on with a sigh. What? You're tempted too? Shin Yufa raised her eyebrows. Me? Of course not, I'm a married man. Su Hao immediately shook his head. Hey, don't take this to heart. If you're so capable, go ahead and do it. I won't stop you. Anyway, we're just a fake couple. Shin Yufa said quietly. Honey, this isn't generosity, you're clearly mocking me for not being good enough. Su Hao said irritably. Really? You're overthinking it. Shin Yufa refused to admit it. Don't worry, my wife, I will be loyal to you. I only love you. Su Hao said in a very serious tone. Get lost. You shameless bastard, who wants your love? Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. The two bickered and argued the whole way, just like a real couple. Danyue Club, a property under the Chu Group, boasts an elegant environment, much like a resort. The people who come to the club on weekdays are all upper-class individuals. As soon as Shin Yufa's car stopped, a hostess greeted them and led them into the venue. Upon arriving at the venue, Su Hao was stunned by what he saw. There was a winding pool in front of us, and many men and women were standing beside it, chatting and raising their glasses. There was a wide green lawn next to the pool. In the middle of the green lawn, there was a luxurious band, and a pianist was playing the piano. The beautiful and moving music filled the entire venue with elegance. In front of the piano, some men and women were dancing ballroom dances, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere and environment. Su Hao sighed inwardly. This must be the world of the rich. They enjoy the world's top material and spiritual nourishment at all times. The women at the party were all dressed in bright colors, showing off their long, slender legs. Compared to them, Shin Yufa did look rather conservative. However, Shin Yufa's looks and figure still surpass all other women. Because she is recognized as one of the 4 most beautiful women in Beijing. As expected, Shin Yufa immediately attracted the attention of many people as soon as she entered the venue. The men looked on with admiration, and the women with envy. At that moment, Shin Yufa made all the women present pale in comparison. However, many men soon noticed Su Hao standing next to Shin Yufa and cast envious and jealous glances at him. Who is this guy? She actually came with Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa's companions at various public events were all women. But today was an exception. Who exactly is this man? For a time, many people were filled with doubt. Could this be Shin Yufa's boyfriend? This is quite possible, since Su Hao is dressed in a casual suit today, and his handsome appearance is also eye-catching. Afterwards, many people took the initiative to come up and greet her, and some introduced her to their friends. Shin Yufa would also introduce Su Hao to her friends, and it was only then that everyone realized that this handsome man was a senior executive of Hongshan Group. As a result, quite a few women took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Su Hao, thinking that it was always a good idea to get to know him in this kind of setting. President Shin truly lives up to her reputation as a celebrity among the beauties of Beijing. She was surrounded by admirers the moment she appeared. Suddenly a young man walked over with a smile, carrying 2 glasses of red wine. Hua Tianhao? Shin Yufa frowned, ignored the man, and prepared to leave with Su Hao. Hey, Mr. Shin, don't go. Let me buy you a drink. Hua Tianhao suddenly stepped in front of her and held up a glass of wine to Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa was clearly displeased. Just as she was about to refuse, Su Hao suddenly snatched the wine from Hua Tianhao's hand. Sorry, our CEO Shin is the driver today and can't drink alcohol. Su Hao spoke up. Hua Tianhao was somewhat displeased. Who are you? I am Su Hao from Hongsheng Group. Oh? Mr. Shin's subordinate, huh? What's up, kid? You want to drink this glass for your boss? Hua Tianhao said sarcastically. No, I'm just rejecting you on behalf of my boss. Su Hao shrugged and placed the wine directly on the table next to him. Kid, do you know who I am? Hua Tianhao snorted coldly. Have no idea. Su Hao shook his head. You. Hua Tianhao was so angry he almost vomited blood. How dare such an insignificant character disrespect him? Who is he? Which guy in Beijing's elite circles doesn't know him? For this guy to say he doesn't recognize himself in this situation is a complete insult to himself. Hua Tianhao, do you need something? If not, don't block the way. Shin Yufa said coldly. Of course there's something, Mr. Shin. What's your opinion on the acquisition of Hongsheng that I mentioned to you before? Hua Tianhao looked arrogant. I remember I refused that offer back then. Mr. Hua, have you forgotten? After Shin Yufa finished speaking, she pulled Su Hao away. When Hua Tianhao saw that Shin Yufa was actually holding the boy's wrist, his eyes blazed with fury and his face darkened. You filthy bitch, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You're just keeping a gigolo. Just you wait, if you offend me, I'll ruin your reputation sooner or later. Hua Tianhao looked fierce. In Yanbei, the Hua family is also a very powerful family. Although the family's wealth is slightly less than that of the Chu group, it is still a giant with tens of billions of yuan in assets. A year ago, Hua Tianhao, the third generation of the Hua family, represented the Hua family to negotiate with Shin Yufa, wanting to acquire Hongsheng Group in order to strengthen the Hua family group, but was rejected by Shin Yufa. Similarly, Hua Tianhao had long coveted Shin Yufa's beauty and originally wanted to acquire her and the company, but he unexpectedly met with a rebuff. Hua Tianhao was a complete playboy with a chaotic private life, and his reputation was notorious among the young masters of Yanbei. Shin Yufa has never had a good impression of this person and dislikes him very much. Chapter 33 Acquisition of Hongsheng Group? Shin Yufa pulled Su Hao to the other side, and her expression softened. Who is this kid? Thinking of acquiring Hongsheng Group? Su Hao asked curiously. You spoiled brat, you were quite brave just now, refusing the drink for me. Shin Yufa said. I just don't like watching him show off. He even offered to buy you a drink. This is the Chu family's party, and this wine clearly belongs to the Chu family. If anyone should be invited, it should be the Chu family. Su Hao said irritably. Puff. Shin Yufa couldn't help but smile. Oh? Honey, you actually smiled. Su Hao was stunned. Shut up and watch your manner of address. Shin Yufa glared at him. Understood, Mr. Shen. Su Hao nodded. Just then, a commotion broke out in front of the party venue, and an elderly gentleman in a suit walked out, with many people greeting him. It's Mr. Chu coming out. Let me take you to say hello. Shen Yufa said. Su Hao was taken aback. This was Chu Wenhan? No wonder he walked with such an imposing air. Uncle Chu. Oh, Xiaofei's here. How's your dad's health lately? When Chu Wenhan saw her, he asked her kindly. Shen Hongsheng and Chu Wenhan were about the same age and were both prominent figures in Yanbei, so they had always had a good relationship. Yes, my dad is in good spirits lately, thank you for your concern, Uncle Chu. Shen Yufa replied. Ha? Who is this handsome young man? Chu Wenhan noticed Su Hao beside her. Uncle Chu, I was just about to introduce you to Su Hao, our company's executive director. Shen Yufa quickly said. Hello, Mr. Chu, it's an honor to meet you. Su Hao took the initiative to extend his hand. Yes, Su Xiaoyu is a handsome young man, and you two are truly a perfect match. Chu Wenhan handed it over, unable to resist joking. Oh? Uncle Chu, you've misunderstood. Shen Yufa was a little embarrassed. Xiaofei, you shouldn't put all your energy into work. You're so young, you should fall in love and enjoy your youth. I told Xiang Xiang today that after her birthday, she'll be 18 and can start dating. Chu Wanhan said very openly. Su Hao was somewhat taken aback. This old man Chu was quite different from many wealthy fathers. Yes, Uncle Chu, I've remembered your teachings. By the way, where's Xiang Xiang? Xin Yufa quickly changed the subject. This girl is an adult, and she's still playing that game called Honor of Kings with her friends in her room? I don't understand it either. You should go and call her out. She's forgotten she's the main character today. Chu Wanhan looked helpless. Although he said that, it was clear that Grandpa Chu doted on his youngest daughter. Okay, Uncle Chu, I'll go take a look right away. Xin Yufa nodded. Afterwards, Chu Wanhan went to chat with other people. Xin Yufa and Su Hao entered the villa and saw several young people sitting on the sofa in the hall, each holding a mobile phone and playing the mobile game Honor of Kings. Oh dear, you guys are terrible. We lost again. A girl with a pure and innocent appearance complained in a depressed mood. Xiang Xiang. Xin Yufa called out. Oh. Sister Xiaofei, you're here. When Xu Shangxiang saw Xin Yufa, she threw down her phone and ran over. She was wearing a white casual t-shirt and a light yellow knee-length skirt, which showed off her perfect figure with her fair and slender legs. Uncle Chu gave me a mission, to take you out. Xin Yufa said with a smile. Ugh, I don't know any of those people outside. It's supposed to be my birthday party, but they're all just my dad's friends. How boring. Hey, who's this young man? Is he your boyfriend, Sister Fei? Chu Shangxiang looked at Su Hao with curiosity. What boyfriend? He's my colleague. Shen Yufa explained. Hello Miss Chu, my name is Su Hao. Su Hao said in a very serious tone. Wow, you're so handsome. You're not Xiaofei's boyfriend? Are you single? Chu Shangxiang asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Su Hao nodded. Then date me. Chu Shangxiang's beautiful eyes darted around, as if she were a mischievous little devil. Cough cough. Su Hao felt a wave of embarrassment. Shangxiang, stop fooling around. Shen Yufa was both amused and exasperated. Ah, Sister Fei, you still say he's not your boyfriend, so why are you so nervous? I was just teasing the guy. Besides, becoming my boyfriend isn't that easy at the very least, you have to reach the highest rank in King of Glory. Chu Shangxiang giggled. Su Hao was speechless for a moment. The conditions for having a boyfriend were so casual. By the way, bro, do you know how to play King of Glory? Chu Shangxiang asked curiously. Will I? I'm a King of Glory, okay? Su Hao said proudly that this was his area of expertise. Shen Yufa shook her head speechlessly. This guy still has the nerve to say that. He plays games during work meetings. You must be a king in the game. Huh? You're a pro, bro. Wow, come play a game with us. Chu Shangxiang was overjoyed. This. Su Hao hesitated. Hey, hurry up. So Su Hao was pulled into the game team by Chu Shangxiang. Shen Yufa was truly stunned. This is possible? Are games really that fun? And soon, Su Hao became an idol in the eyes of these young men and women because of his super fast hand speed. While everyone was playing, Chu Shangxiang's best friend's phone suddenly rang. She quickly stood up and ran out to answer the call. Oh no, Xiaomei actually answered the phone. What a ripoff. Chu Shangxiang couldn't help but complain. Su Hao also looked up at Xiaomei outside the door, but unexpectedly heard a sound. Xiaomei, have you made all the arrangements yet? Come here quickly. I've already made plans with Xiang Xiang. After her birthday party tonight, we'll drink all night and play games all night. I'll get her drunk, and you can take advantage of that to win her over. Then you'll be the Chu family's ideal son-in-law. That's a good method. Xiaomei then hung up the phone and returned to the villa's lobby. Su Hao was somewhat taken aback. He had actually overheard Xiaomei's phone call outside the door. This must be related to his super hearing. What I didn't expect was that Chu Shangxiang's best friend, Xiaomei, was such a scheming and vicious person at such a young age. Next, everyone played another game. Since it was time to cut the cake at the birthday party, Chu Shangxiang, the main character, had to appear, so everyone arrived at the party venue. After cutting the cake, the partygoers played games and danced ballroom dances. Su Hao also chatted enthusiastically with many women, adding quite a few WeChat friends in a short time. After all, what girl wouldn't like a young and handsome guy? Hey, you need to be more discreet. You're a married man. Shen Yufa couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was treating this place like a blind date scene. Chapter 34. Wife, are you jealous? Su Hao, slightly tipsy, smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" "Humph, why would I be jealous? You can't hold your liquor. I'm just worried you'll get drunk and I won't be able to carry you," Shen Yufa said irritably. Okay, I can't hold my liquor, I won't drink anymore." Su Hao then nodded. "It's 10 o'clock now, we should head back." Shen Yufa glanced at her watch. "Walk?" Su Hao was taken aback, then nodded and said, "Then wait for me." Su Hao then went directly to the other side and found Chu Shangxiang. At this moment, Chu Shangxiang is playing with fireworks with her classmates and best friends. "Xiangxiang!" Su Hao shouted. "Hey bro, come set off fireworks with me." Chu Shangxiang ran over with a sparkler in her hand. "No, I'm going back now. I just wanted to let you know." Su Hao smiled. "Huh? Going back so early? No way, bro, didn't we say we'd play a few more rounds in a team?" Chu Shangxiang was somewhat unhappy. "Ahem, Shangxiang, this is an order from my boss, how could I dare disobey it?" Su Hao pointed to Shen Yufa behind him. "Pfft, look how cowardly you are, just blindly following the boss's orders." Chu Shangxiang giggled. "Oh, by the way, before I leave, I have a few words to whisper to you," Su Hao said seriously. "Whisper?" "Sure." Chu Shangxiang looked a little excited. Su Hao immediately leaned close to Chu Shangxiang's ear and whispered, "Are you planning to stay up all night drinking and playing games tonight?" Yes, I've already discussed it with my classmates." Chu Shangxiang nodded. "Someone is plotting against you, be careful of those around you, and remember, don't drink alcohol," Su Hao said in a very serious tone. Chu Shangxiang was stunned. Su Hao had overheard his best friend Xiaomei's phone conversation and spent the whole night considering whether or not to tell Chu Shangxiang. After all, he and Chu Shangxiang weren't that close, they had only played a few games together. Finally, he made up his mind to remind Chu Shangxiang. If she didn't hear him, that would be fine, but if she did hear him, pretending not to know anything was not in his nature. Moreover, Chu Shangxiang is, after all, a girl who has just come of age. If such a thing really happened, it would be fatal for a girl. "Okay, Shangxiang, happy birthday, I'm leaving now." Su Hao waved his hand and then left. Chu Shangxiang smiled and waved to Su Hao, "Goodbye, little brother." Shen Yufa and Su Hao then left the party venue. "What did you say to Xiangxiang?" Shen Yufa started the car and then asked curiously. "Oh, you're curious? I won't tell you." Su Hao lay back in the back seat. "If you don't want to talk, then forget it," Shen Yufa said irritably. Hoo. Unexpectedly, after only a few minutes of talking, Su Hao's snoring could be heard. "Oh no! Su Hao! Don't sleep! Wake up!" Shen Yufa had a bad feeling. This bastard hadn't even told her where he lived yet, and now he was asleep. But no matter how many times he called, Su Hao didn't respond. This bastard, what kind of alcohol tolerance does he have? He falls asleep as soon as he drinks. If you can't drink, then don't drink, okay? Shen Yufa angrily became familiar with him. "What should we do now? Should we take this guy to a hotel? Let's forget about it. He looks like a coward. What if something happens if we leave him alone at the hotel?" Left with no other choice, Shen Yufa had to take Su Hao back to her villa. Longcheng Villa is a very famous villa community for the wealthy in Yanbei. Shen Yufa drove quickly to her villa. Her whole family used to live here, but now she lives alone. "Hey, wake up, you're home." She tugged at Su Hao's arm. We've arrived." Su Hao got out of the car in a daze, swaying and looking around. Shen Yufa quickly stepped forward to support him, afraid that he would fall to the ground. Su Hao didn't stand on ceremony and put his arm around Shen Yufa's shoulder, his hand flailing about haphazardly. "You pervert, if you move your hand again, I'll disassemble you." Shen Yufa cursed with a dark face. "This bastard got drunk and still tried to grope me. What kind of person is he?" She quickly dragged Su Hao into the villa, went to the sofa, and prepared to throw him onto it. But as she flung her hand away, she unexpectedly slipped and fell onto the sofa first. Thump! Shin Yufa was caught off guard and fell down, and then she saw Su Hao crashing down on her. Oops! Smack! As luck would have it, Su Hao's lips landed on Shin Yufa's lips. Shin Yufa was instantly stunned. Was I forcibly kissed? No, it should be said that I was kissed unexpectedly. You filthy scoundrel, get up! Shin Yufa immediately pushed Su Hao away from her. You bastard! Shin Yufa was so angry at Su Hao's drunken state that she almost cried. This was my first kiss. My first kiss, which I'd kept for so long, was stolen by this bastard. That's outrageous. I was absolutely devastated. And there's nowhere to seek justice. Yes, I'm thirsty. Pour me a glass of water. Su Hao was still groggy and wanted to drink water. I'll pour you a glass of water. Pour your ass off. Shin Yufa was so angry that she cursed and went over to Su Hao, punching and kicking him repeatedly. After venting her frustrations, Shin Yufa immediately ran upstairs. She needed to brush her teeth right away. After brushing her teeth, Shin Yufa let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one knew about it. Although Su Hao kissed him, he probably didn't know anything about it, since it was just a poke that lasted for a few seconds. She filled the bathtub with water, preparing to take a bath first. In Shin Yufa's bedroom bathroom, there is a separate bathtub. Taking a bath every day is incredibly comfortable and has become her bedtime habit. After taking a bath, Shin Yufa came out without wearing anything. Oops! Shin Yufa screamed in surprise because there was someone lying on her bed. Who else could it be but Su Hao? How did that bastard even get up here? Shin Yufa was completely speechless, so she could only dress up and come out again. Having learned from her previous experience, Shin Yufa was too lazy to bother with Su Hao anymore. Let this bastard sleep here if he wants. She had several rooms in her house anyway. So Shin Yufa went straight to the bedroom on the third floor. The next day, Su Hao woke up to a blinding ray of sunlight. He opened his eyes and saw a pink bedsheet and a particularly pleasant bath fragrance. Ha! Where am I? Su Hao got out of bed and discovered that it was a girl's room. He immediately noticed a photograph on the desk in the room. It was of Shin Yufa. Cough cough, is this the room of the tigress Shin Yufa? Su Hao sat up abruptly. He tried to recall what happened last night, but it seemed that he had a blackout after getting into the car. It seems I'd been taken in by the Ice Queen. Su Hao gave an awkward smile. He then observed Shin Yufa's room and, to his surprise, it was decorated very warmly, especially the bed, which smelled wonderful. Lazybones, wake up! Suddenly, the bedroom door was kicked open, and Shin Yufa stood in front of it with her hands on her hips. But at this moment she was dumbfounded, because Su Hao was completely naked. Chapter 35. Are you making extra money outside? Shin Yufa gets up early every weekend morning to exercise. It's a good habit she's developed. Today was the same. She got up at 6 o'clock and went to the community sports field to run. She didn't get back until 7 o'clock. She was surprised that Su Hao was still not up, so she got angry. So she went to the bedroom and kicked the door open. But what she never expected was that Su Hao was sitting on the bed, slippery as an eel, completely naked. You filthy pervert! Shin Yufa quickly covered her eyes. Who's the hooligan? You're the hooligan. Why did you barge in without knocking? Su Hao quickly pulled the blanket over himself. You were dressed to sleep yesterday, so why are you naked this morning? Shin Yufa turned around and said angrily. It was so embarrassing. It was the first time she had ever seen a man without clothes on. I have to say, that bastard Su Hao actually has 8-pack abs. I really didn't expect that. Ugh, how could I have been thinking such nonsense? It's so embarrassing. Women are just as passionate as men. That statement is absolutely true. Which young person in their prime isn't curious about the opposite sex? Although Shin Yufa has a cold personality, it doesn't mean she's cold in matters of the heart. After all, she's only human. At that moment, her heart was racing and her face was flushed. Last night, this jerk stole my first kiss, and this morning I never expected something so embarrassing to happen again. This guy is definitely here to torment me. I'd been drinking, and it would be so hot to sleep in my clothes, so I probably just took them off while I was sleeping. Su Hao explained, speechless. Humph. You didn't need to strip so naked. You pervert. Shen Yuefei said through gritted teeth. I've always had the habit of sleeping naked, okay? Exhibitionist. Alright, you're the one who looked at me and I suffered the loss, yet you still call me a hooligan. Su Hao said shamelessly. Humph, hurry up and put your clothes on and come down for dinner. After finishing her sentence, Shen Yuefei hurriedly went downstairs. Su Hao grinned. So even the Ice Queen has her shy moments. He got dressed and went downstairs. Shen Yuefei was dressed in sportswear and had the illusion of being a girl next door. She was really more and more beautiful the more you looked at her. Hey, you made breakfast? Did you buy it? Su Hao had originally intended to offer some praise, but he didn't expect that the breakfast on the table was all bought from outside. Things like soy milk, fried dough sticks, jianbing Chinese crepes, millet porridge, etc. What? You have a problem with that? Shen Yuefei's eyebrows twitched. Cough cough, no objection. Su Hao quickly shook his head, then sat down at the table and reached for the fried dough sticks. Snap. Shen Yuefei slapped his arm. Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face? All you can think about is food. You still want to brush your teeth? I don't have a toothbrush. I have a spare one in the first floor restroom. Okay. Su Hao was overjoyed and ran to the first floor bathroom to wash up. A few minutes later, after washing up, he ran back and picked up the fried dough sticks to eat. Shen Yuefei was speechless when she saw them wolfing down their food. Hee hee, honey, you're so sweet. I drank all night, and my stomach is already empty. Su Hao said with a smile. Eat up, then get out of here. Shen Yuefei glared at him. Sorry to bother you, I'll leave after I finish eating. Su Hao nodded. After finishing her meal, Shen Yuefei made herself a cup of coffee, then sat down on the sofa and started reading a classic book written entirely in English. Splash! Just then, by sheer coincidence, it started raining heavily outside. Oh dear, it seems God isn't letting me go. Su Hao let out a burp. Shen Yuefei was speechless for a moment. Seeing that Shen Yuefei was ignoring him, Su Hao asked, by the way, honey, can I go upstairs and play on your computer? Can't. Why? Why should I let you use my computer? Shen Yuefei snorted. You see, I have nothing to do here, and if I play on my phone, it will disturb you while you're reading, right? Su Hao explained with a smile. Okay, just play on the computer and don't touch anything else, okay? Shen Yuefei said seriously. She thought about it and realized it made sense with this guy next to her. How could she concentrate on her book? Let him go upstairs to play on the computer, out of sight, out of mind. Once the rain stops, get him out of here immediately. Don't worry, I won't go through your closet. I don't have that kind of fetish. Su Hao said awkwardly. He went up to the second floor and turned on the computer on the desk, but he didn't intend to play games, he was going to do programming. He hasn't finished the commission tasks he accepted on jyulong.com yet, so he's taking advantage of the weekend to work overtime. Su Hao first installed the programming software, and then quickly typed out the code. At noon, Shen Yuefei quietly went upstairs. Hearing the sound of typing on a keyboard in the room, she curiously walked in. Wow, I didn't expect you to be writing code instead of playing games. You're really dedicated, working overtime at home. Shen Yuefei was somewhat surprised. Hee hee, not counting overtime, I took on a task on jyulong.com to earn some extra money. Su Hao laughed. What? You bastard, you're not a programmer for the company? You're actually making extra money on the side? Shen Yuefei was stunned. What's wrong with earning some extra money? If it weren't for earning extra money, I wouldn't be able to pay my rent. Do you think I'm like you, living in a big villa and driving a sports car? Su Hao said helplessly. You think you're right? Doesn't the company have enough to eat? Shen Yuefei said irritably. I'm definitely not full. Why don't you feed me, boss? Su Hao grinned mischievously. Shameless. Bah! Shen Yuefei blushed and left the bedroom. Su Hao grinned. Sometimes it was quite fun to tease this ice beauty. He continued typing away at his code, and after about 10 minutes, Shen Yuefei unexpectedly arrived again. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. What was wrong with this woman? Why did she always bother him when he didn't bother her at all? It's lunchtime now. Order whatever you want to eat yourself. Shen Yuefei said coldly. Ordering takeout? Don't you have any groceries at home? Su Hao was taken aback. There are vegetables, but I can't cook. Shen Yufa said awkwardly. Can't cook? Oh, so there's a wife you can't cook too. Su Hao joked. Shen Yufa ignored him and prepared to go downstairs. Hey honey, you can't cook, but I can. I'll reluctantly show you my skills today. Su Hao stood up and clapped his hands. You can cook? Shen Yufa was somewhat surprised. Sigh, children from poor families mature early, don't you understand? Cooking is nothing. Lead the way, let me see what's in your kitchen. Su Hao said with a proud look on his face. Oh well. Shen Yufa then led him to the kitchen on the first floor. Su Hao opened the refrigerator and was stunned to see it full of food, fish, meat, all kinds of vegetables, everything was there. Hey, why are you buying so many groceries when you can't even cook? Su Hao was speechless. Chapter 36 Who will be your screensaver? Shen Yufa rolled her eyes at him and said, These aren't the vegetables I bought. You didn't buy them? Then where did these vegetables come from? Su Hao was somewhat puzzled. They were all delivered by the community property management. Shen Yufa explained. What? The property management company delivers the groceries? The property management company is also responsible for buying groceries? Su Hao was stunned. Yes, they send me a batch of fresh vegetables, meat, eggs, and the like every 3 days. Wow, this is definitely a high-end residential area. The property management company is really willing to spend money. The reason they are willing to spend money is because homeowners receive a substantial property management fee every year. Shen Yufa explained. That's true, the cost is ultimately borne by the consumer. But if you don't cook, won't all these vegetables go bad? What a waste! Su Hao was speechless. No, every time there are fresh vegetables, I send them to Wang Meng so she can take them home and eat them. Well, it's great to be your assistant. Su Hao was incredibly envious. Damn it, Wang Meng wouldn't need to buy groceries at all, since they had all kinds of chicken, duck, fish, meat, and vegetables available here. No, it's not just Wang Meng who doesn't need to buy groceries, her whole family probably doesn't need to buy groceries either. Hee hee, my dear wife, can that little girl Wang Meng really handle all these vegetables by herself? Maybe I should take some every time? Su Hao suggested with a smile. No. Shen Yufa shook her head directly. You're so stingy, is that all the love you have for your little secretary? Su Hao was immediately displeased. It's not that I'm stingy, but it's improper for a grown man like you to come and go from my villa every time. If people see this, they'll think I'm keeping a gigolo. Shen Yufa said irritably. That's not right. You've always been indifferent to rumors and gossip. Su Hao was speechless. I don't care, but if it could have been avoided, why didn't I avoid it? You're just stingy. I don't care what you think, it's just not allowed. Shen Yufa shrugged. Su Hao angrily took out the ribs and fish from the refrigerator and said fiercely, If you don't give them to me, I'll eat them all today. Okay, if you're so capable, then eat it all. Shen Yufa couldn't help but chuckle. Oh my, honey, you look so beautiful when you smile. Wow, I never knew you could smile like that. Su Hao was stunned. That smile was so damn charming that he immediately took out his phone to take a picture. What are you doing? Shen Yufa frowned when she saw him raise his phone. You look so beautiful when you smile. Come on, smile again, I want to take a picture and use it as my phone wallpaper. Su Hao said shamelessly. Get lost, who wants to be your screensaver? Shen Yufa glared at him. You never smile, and you won't even let me keep a picture of you as a souvenir. Seeing that she wasn't cooperating, Su Hao had no choice but to put his phone back in his pocket. Why don't I usually smile? Really? I rarely see you smile at the company. I have to maintain my authority at the company. Su Hao was speechless for a moment. He started to take out the vegetables and then prepared to pick and wash them. Is there anything I can help you with? Shen Yufa asked a question. What can you do? I know how to boil water. You should go outside and wait for your food. Su Hao waved his hand. Shen Yufa felt a little embarrassed, then left the kitchen and went back to reading. Su Hao finished washing the vegetables and then quickly chopped them. He suddenly realized that his knife skills were amazing. He could cut potato shreds very finely and beautifully. Is this the power of the all-powerful hand? Su Hao was stunned. His knife skills were already quite good before, but now they were at a completely superb level. Moreover, he discovered that the cooking skills he had previously learned were merely theoretical knowledge from books, which he could easily master. Even when cooking, I can easily figure out what ingredients to use, how much salt to use, and how much soy sauce to use. Wow, what an all-around hand! Not only is it flexible, but it's also incredibly creative. Su Hao couldn't help but sigh. An hour and a half later, Su Hao finally finished cooking. Dinner's ready. Su Hao clapped his hands and then brought all the dishes to the table. Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, Sichuan peppercorn chicken, hot and sour shredded potatoes, garlic broccoli, mapo tofu, and a bowl of dumpling soup. It's truly a sumptuous meal. Did you do all of this? Shin Yufa was dumbfounded. What? I cooked it myself, and you still have doubts? Cough cough, no, I just can't quite believe it. Come on, try my cooking. Su Hao handed her the last bowl of rice. Shin Yufa took the rice, then tasted the ribs. They were savory and delicious, tender and golden red in color. Take another bite of the sweet and sour fish. It's incredibly tender, sweet and sour, and has absolutely no fishy taste. Oh my god, this is so delicious. Shin Yufa was overjoyed. She had been to countless high-end restaurants, but the taste and color of the dishes Su Hao made were nowhere near those of a 5-star restaurant chef. Is it really that delicious? Seeing Shin Yufa's expression of enjoyment, Su Hao also took a bite. It's so delicious. Su Hao himself hadn't expected this. Could this be the all-powerful hand? This ability actually boosted my cooking skills. So Shin Yufa started eating without restraint. Ahem, boss, didn't you say you don't eat meat? Weren't you afraid of gaining weight? Su Hao couldn't help but tease him. It's not just one meal. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. You're not entirely useless after all. Shin Yufa ate with great relish. Su Hao felt a little embarrassed. He was more than capable, wasn't he? After finishing the meal, Shin Yufa was very satisfied. If she hadn't been a little full, she wouldn't have wanted to stop. Honey, is my cooking delicious? Su Hao raised his eyes and asked. Not bad. I'm even thinking of having you work as the head chef in the company cafeteria. Shin Yufa nodded. Ahem, I think I'd rather be the director. Su Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. Look how scared you are. I was just kidding. Shin Yufa smiled slightly. How about I stay? Su Hao suddenly said. Not leaving? What does that mean? Shin Yufa frowned. Your environment is so nice, and it's close to the company. There are also several empty rooms in the villa. How about I move in? Su Hao offered his suggestion, thinking that if he could stay here, he could not only save on rent, but also avoid having to get up early to take the subway in the morning. What are you dreaming about? That's impossible. I'm telling you, don't think you can take advantage of me just because I give you a little kindness. Last night you were drunk and even took my. Shin Yufa stopped abruptly, almost revealing that she had been kissed the night before. What did they take from you? Su Hao was taken aback. Shut up, finish your meal and wash the dishes. Shin Yufa glared at him, then went to make coffee. Su Hao was completely bewildered. What kind of temper did this young lady have? Was her period a little irregular? Chapter 37. Still acting like a CEO? Su Hao shook his head helplessly. After finishing his meal, he threw the bowl into the dishwasher, still thinking about what Shin Yufa hadn't finished saying. What exactly did this woman claim to have taken from her? Su Hao shook his head, packed his things, and went upstairs to continue programming. An hour later, he finally finished writing the mini-program, delivered the results, and then sent a WeChat message to Lanshin to let him know. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and Shin Yufa walked in carrying a cup of coffee. Are you tired? I poured you a cup of coffee. Shin Yufa suddenly said. Su Hao was completely bewildered. Was this woman all right? Why are you looking at me like that? Shin Yufa pouted. I said, boss, get to the point. Just pour me some coffee, I'm really nervous. Su Hao quickly replied. You're quite clever. Here's the thing, I have a tablet here. Shin Yufa took out a tablet from behind her and handed it to him. What's wrong? I have some data stored on this tablet that I want to look at, but it's password protected. It's been a while, and I've forgotten the password. Do you know how to crack it? Shin Yufa asked tentatively. Cracking the password? That's easy, a piece of cake. Su Hao thought it would be something incredibly difficult. Really? That's great. I've been feeling down for so long. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes lit up. Cracking the password is very simple for LT professionals. As Su Hao spoke, he took out a USB drive with a microsystem installed on it, and then quickly cracked the system using the built-in software, opening the tablet's desktop. So fast? Shin Yufa was extremely surprised. However, your tablet is a bit old, and the system is a little laggy. Su Hao tapped the photo album on the desktop several times, but nothing happened. Suddenly, the photo album responded and a video started playing. Su Hao's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, it's a movie that's only suitable for watching alone. Hey, you surnamed Su. What did you open? Turn it off right now. Shin Yufa quickly covered her eyes. Su Hao quickly turned it off, but he was still a little unsatisfied since it still had subtitles. Yes, it's off. What did you just randomly select? What? I just randomly clicked on this, boss. This is a video from your photo album. I didn't expect that, boss. You have a pretty open mind. Su Hao couldn't help but tease. Shut up. How could such a video be in my photo album? Shin Yufa said irritably. What do you mean there aren't any? Look, there are a few in the album, they even have dates on them, downloaded last year. Alright, boss, there's nothing to be embarrassed about this, we're all adults, it's normal. Su Hao pointed to the photo album. Nonsense. Shin Yufa snatched the tablet, looked at the photo album, and sure enough, there were several videos inside. That's impossible. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Ha, boss, stop pretending. You've already seen it, so what? Su Hao grinned. Get lost. You're the one who just watched it. I definitely didn't watch this. Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. If you didn't see it, how did it end up on your tablet? Shin Yufa didn't know how to answer this question. How about that? No explanation needed, right? These kinds of things don't need explanation. Su Hao said gloatingly. I'll say it again, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it. Shin Yufa suddenly became anxious. Okay, you didn't see it, I believe you. Su Hao immediately said in his serious tone. You. Shin Yufa was on the verge of tears. This guy's eyes clearly showed he didn't believe her. Honey, don't be embarrassed by your expression. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Su Hao quickly assured him. You still dare to say that? The rain has stopped outside, you'd better get home right now. Shin Yufa said with a dark face. I am, boss, why are you kicking me out so soon? I cracked the password for you, do you just want to watch this all by yourself? Shut up. Let's watch it together. Roll. Shin Yufa roared. Su Hao was kicked out and had no choice but to go home. After he left, Shin Yufa felt extremely embarrassed. She picked up the tablet again and checked it. Sure enough, there were several movies saved. She quickly deleted them. This is so embarrassing. She really couldn't understand how there could be such a video on her tablet. Shin Yufa thought hard for a moment and finally came up with something. Last year, my cousin Xia Yuyu stayed at my house for a while. It must have been this girl who downloaded it. Shin Yufa immediately dialed her cousin's number. Hey cousin, what made you decide to call me today? Did you miss me? A cheerful voice came from the other end. Yo, what did you download on my tablet? Shin Yufa said angrily. Tablet? What kind of tablet? Xia Yuyu was a little confused. Last year, when you were staying at home, what did you download on my tablet? I remember now, it's just a few good movies. What? How could you watch this, you little brat? And you didn't even delete it after watching it. Why did you delete it? I'm saving it for my cousin to see. Leave it for me to see? Why would I want to see this? It's all your fault, I'm being misunderstood now. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Cousin, tell me quickly. Xia Yuyu's tone was clearly excited. Shin Yuefei, remembering her cousin's big mouth, scoffed, "I'm not telling you." Hangs up. She then hung up the phone. Just as he suspected, it was his cousin who did it. But he couldn't tell Su Hao the truth, and even if he did, the guy wouldn't believe him. Wait a minute, why did I explain it to him? Shin Yuefei only then realized the problem. Ding dong. Just then, Shin Yuefei received a message on WeChat. She opened it and was surprised to find that it was sent by Su Hao. "Su Hao, honey, those videos you saved are pretty good quality. Where did you download them from? Could you give me the website address?" Shin Yuefei was so angry she almost smashed her phone. Su Hao, who was sitting on the subway at that moment, stroked his chin and had a mischievous smile on his face. He received a reply very quickly. "Shin Yuefei, go to hell." Su Hao raised an eyebrow, feeling smug. "Oomph, I've discovered your embarrassing secret. Let's see if you can still act like a CEO now." Ding. System notification, you have evolution points to collect. Pending collection? Su Hao opened it and was surprised to find that he had achieved the feat of having his first kiss. How is that possible? How could I not know I had my first kiss? Su Hao suddenly gasped, remembering Shin Yuefei's words that he had taken hers. Could it be my first kiss? Chapter 38, Playing Games with Clients? When Su Hao arrived at the company on Monday, he saw several receptionists whispering among themselves. Upon seeing Su Hao, they immediately shut their mouths. "Good morning, Mr. Su." Su Hao nodded and then went upstairs. When he arrived at the office, he saw Cui Xiaowan chatting on her phone. "Good morning, Mr. Su." Cui Xiaowan immediately stood up when she saw him. Xiaowan, I saw a lot of people talking about this today. What are they talking about?" Su Hao was somewhat puzzled. "Oh? Mr. Su, you're a gossip too." Cui Xiaowan chuckled. "What gossip?" Su Hao raised an eyebrow. "I heard about it when I came to the company today. It's rumored that our general manager Shin has gotten married." Cui Xiaowan leaned closer and whispered. "Huh? Getting married?" Su Hao's eyelids twitched. Could it be that his marriage registration with Shin Yuefei had been exposed? "Mr. Su, you don't believe it either, do you?" Cui Xiaowan smiled. "How could there be such a rumor? Who did President Shin marry?" Su Hao asked deliberately. "I don't know the specifics, but it seems a friend from the company saw our general manager Shin and a handsome guy walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau a few days ago. Do you have any photos?" "No, if it were, it wouldn't be gossip." Cui Xiaowan shook her head. Su Hao nodded, then suddenly tapped Cui Xiaowan on the head and said, "Focus on your work and don't spread gossip." "Huh? It was clearly you, Mr. Su, who asked me that." Cui Xiaowan pouted and muttered a resentful remark. During the morning meeting, Su Hao observed Shin Yuefei, and she didn't seem to be acting strangely. After the meeting, Su Hao returned to his office, only to find that Yang Wenguang, the manager of the technical department, was looking for him. "Mr. Su, are you busy?" Yang Wenguang stood in front of the door and asked respectfully. "I'm not busy. What can I do for you?" Su Hao asked, sitting down. "Mr. Su, it's like this, regarding our group's plan to purchase a batch of hardware, a supplier has heard about it and wants to invite you to dinner tonight. They asked me to make the appointment and ask if you have time." Yang Wenguang spoke up. "Tonight?" Su Hao was taken aback. "Right." Yang Wenguang nodded. Su Hao thought about it for a moment. He did need to have a detailed discussion with the supplier about the hardware procurement, since there were many technical parameters that had to be met. "Okay, send me the address later." "Okay, Mr. Su." Yang Wenguang nodded happily before leaving. Just then, Su Hao's WeChat suddenly rang, and someone sent a video call invitation. Chu Shangxiang? Su Hao looked up and saw that it was the eldest daughter of the Chu family, so he answered the call. "Shangxiang, why did you send me a video so early in the morning?" "Wow, Su Gij, what are you doing?" Chu Shangxiang asked with a grin. "I'm at work. It's Monday today. Don't you have classes?" I skipped class." Su Hao was speechless for a moment, but it was normal for Chu Shangxiang to skip classes since she was a freshman. Which college student hasn't skipped classes? "By the way, brother Su, are you free tonight?" Chu Shangxiang suddenly asked. Oh dear, unfortunately, I do have something to do tonight. Su Hao replied. Oh? I was thinking of inviting you to dinner tonight. Will you treat me to a meal? Well, I didn't mean to thank Brother Su in person for reminding me. Chu Xiangxiang suddenly said seriously. Su Hao knew, of course, that she was referring to the birthday party. He said, "It's nothing, no need to thank me." No, no. I really need to thank you for this. Chu Xiangxiang immediately said seriously. Okay, Xiangxiang, you really want to thank me? Su Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Chu Xiangxiang nodded. I heard that several of your older sisters are presidents in your family's group, is that right? Su Hao asked with a smile. Yes. Could you introduce me to them? Su Hao spoke up. Oh? Brother Su, you want to get to know my sisters? Let me remind you, all my sisters are married. Even though you're handsome, they definitely won't have an affair with you. Chu Xiangxiang said quietly. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated, feeling utterly overwhelmed. This little brat Chu Xiangxiang really dared to say anything. But if you really have a choice, Su Gij, then choose my third sister. I don't like that third sister's husband, he's all talk and no action. Chu Xiangxiang spoke again. Ahem, Xiangxiang, you've misunderstood. Brother Su isn't that kind of person. Su Hao quickly explained. Ha, I knew Brother Su wasn't that kind of person. I was just teasing you. Chu Xiangxiang suddenly giggled. Su Hao felt a little embarrassed, wondering if he had been tricked by a young girl. Here's the thing, I currently have an advertising and business development task. If you introduce me to your sister, I'd like to discuss potential collaborations. Su Hao revealed his purpose. He had researched the Chu Group, which owned brands in clothing, daily necessities, and skincare products, and invested over 1 billion yuan annually in advertising and promotion. If we can get to know someone from the Chu family, we might have a chance to earn some advertising revenue. Oh, I see. You can just ask me for help. Chu Xiangxiang said with a grin. Hey, this is business. Xiangxiang, you're still just a kid. Su Hao couldn't help but tease him. Okay, but I can just talk to my dad about this. But Brother Su, you have to agree to one condition. What are the conditions? Brother Su, you have to help me reach the king rank. Cough cough. Su Hao was shocked by this condition. Could this be considered playing games with a client? Brother Su, will you agree or not? Okay, I promise. Su Hao readily agreed. So Su Hao spent the entire morning playing King of Glory. Moreover, he discovered that he had gained an all-powerful hand, which made him extremely good at playing games. Victory in almost every game became a certainty, and Chu Xiangxiang's rank rose rapidly. Just as she arrived at work in the afternoon, Shen Yuefei finally heard the company gossip. She sent Su Hao a few messages asking about it, but to her surprise, she didn't receive a reply from him. So Shen Yuefei went downstairs, and found that Cui Xiaowan was not there. She simply pushed open the door and walked into the office. Unexpectedly, I saw Su Hao playing games on his phone. Haha, another pentakill. Su Hao slapped the table excitedly, but when he suddenly saw Shen Yuefei walk in, he was dumbfounded. Well, Director Su, this is working hours. You're playing games again. I think you're just wasting your time at work and don't want to work here anymore. You can pack your bags and leave right now. Shen Yuefei's anger suddenly erupted. Ahem. No, honey, I've been working all morning, I just want to relax and have a couple of games. Su Hao shamelessly spouted nonsense. Chapter 39 The Hacker Takes the Hook. You're kidding me. I'm promoting you to director, not so you can play games at work. Shen Yuefei said angrily. Oh, you're really angry? I was just playing a game, I didn't watch any videos. Su Hao said meaningfully. You. Shen Yuefei knew, of course, that Su Hao was doing it on purpose, and it seemed she couldn't explain herself to him. Don't be angry, boss. Did you need something from me? Su Hao quickly changed the subject. Of course something's wrong. You know about the gossip circulating in the company, right? Shen Yuefei raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes, I heard about it this morning too. Did you leak it? Boss, that's not right. Am I a blabbermouth? If I were, the whole company would probably know about you watching porn by now. Su Hao was immediately displeased. So Shin Yufa came to see me in such a menacing manner because she suspected me of leaking secrets. Not you? Shin Yufa was taken aback. Of course it wasn't me. Su Hao said speechlessly. Just then, the phone on Su Hao's desk suddenly rang. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Su? This is Song Hang from the technical department. The defense strategy you said is now triggering an alert. Great, the enemy has taken the bait. Ha? Enemies? Song Hang on the other end was somewhat taken aback. Su Hao immediately hung up the phone. What enemy? Shin Yufa looked at her, puzzled. Ha, honey, the enemy has taken the bait. Su Hao clapped his hands with joy. Explain clearly, what exactly is the enemy? You forgot, hackers. Another hacker attack? Shin Yufa's expression changed. Ha, honey, don't be nervous. I've set a trap for the hacker. Come on, let's go to the tech department. Su Hao said proudly. So, out of curiosity, Shin Yufa followed Su Hao to the server room of the technology department. Ha! Mr. Shin, Mr. Su. Song Heng quickly and respectfully stood up. Su Hao immediately sat down at the computer and logged into the network device to take a look. Sure enough, this afternoon, the hackers started attacking the Quineo Toshio app again, and this time the attack was clearly more ferocious than the last one. This time, it tried to implant the virus multiple times, but was defended against each time. However, after a tremendous amount of effort, they finally managed to break through the distribution server, and they must be very proud of themselves. What these hackers didn't know was that the distribution server they had compromised was just a virtual server, a trap left for them by Su Hao. Su Hao typed code rapidly and then began the anti-intrusion process. While these hackers were sending out viruses, they were unaware that Su Hao had gradually figured out their methods and started to infiltrate their computers. Before long, Su Hao cracked the other party's IP address and used the address to pinpoint the geographical location. Done. Su Hao immediately sent his location information to his mobile phone and walked out of the server room. Found it? Shin Yufa asked excitedly. Well, I've located them now. I didn't expect them to be in Yanbei. Is this Chaobei district? Su Hao took a look. Is it in Yanbei? Shin Yufa was extremely surprised. Boss, may I borrow your car? Su Hao's eyes lit up. What are you going to do? Are you going to arrest them? Shin Yufa raised her eyebrows. Yes, this is a rare opportunity, I must go and see for myself to be sure. Su Hao nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Shin Yufa immediately said. Are you going too? Okay, if it really is a hacker, we'll call the police. Okay then. Su Hao did not refuse, and then he and Shin Yufa went to the underground parking lot. Half an hour later, Su Hao and Shin Yufa arrived at an old residential complex in Chaobei district. According to the location, Su Hao finally confirmed that it was in Building 23. However, Building 23 has 6 floors and 3 households per unit, so we need to filter the units to determine which one is hiding the hacker. I'll go up and check on him, boss. You wait for me in the car. Su Hao spoke up. Are you sure it's here? With so many households, how are you going to find it? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow and asked. I have my own methods. Just listen to my phone call. If I confirm that the hacker is here, I will call you, and then you should call the police. Su Hao said directly. Okay, then be careful. Shin Yufa gave her instructions. Su Hao nodded and then went upstairs. For others, finding a hacker would probably require knocking on every door to investigate. But for Su Hao, who possesses extraordinary hearing, this was a very simple matter. For example, the 3 households on the first floor are clearly unoccupied, because there is no movement in their rooms. Su Hao went straight up to the second floor, and then he heard one household doing laundry and another household watching TV. He then continued upstairs and soon arrived at the 6th floor. Plop plop. Su Hao stood outside the door and could clearly hear the sound of typing coming from room 601. Su Hao immediately approached the room door. He discovered that his extraordinary hearing could extend his range and distance, much like sound waves. Moreover, when he concentrated, the sounds he heard became even fainter. There were about 5 people in the room. 1 person was sleeping in the bedroom, 4 people were using computers in the living room, 2 of whom were smoking, and the other 2 were eating sunflower seeds. Su Hao could already tell what these people were doing just by listening to their voices. Ah, Brother Sean, I have now completely taken control of their distribution server and have released a large number of worm viruses. Suddenly, the person eating sunflower seeds said smugly. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was these guys. He had finally caught them. Then Shan Ji's voice came from the room again, the distribution server isn't enough. Today our goal is to destroy his entire service group. Everyone, keep up the good work. Brother Sean, do you think the client will keep their word on this deal? Another person asked. Don't worry, most of the clients in Dark Realms are reliable, and we've already received a 1 Bitcoin advance payment, right? If we complete this transaction, we'll get 5 more Bitcoins. Brother Sean spoke with an arrogant tone. Su Hao overheard their conversation from outside the door, and was secretly astonished. He never expected that these people had taken on the mission in the Dark Realm, and that the patron had offered a reward of 6 Bitcoins. The price of Bitcoin has skyrocketed recently. 6 Bitcoins are equivalent to more than 2 million renminbi in Huaxia currency. This investor is really generous. Su Hao sighed. Now that he had confirmed it was them, Su Hao immediately took out his phone, ready to send a WeChat message to Xin Yuefei, asking her to call the police. But suddenly my phone vibrated and rang. Who's outside? Suddenly, Brother Sean in the room shouted. Chapter 40. Is this Superman? Su Hao glanced at his phone and saw it was Chu Shangshan calling. He quickly hung up. Clang. Just then, the door to room 601 opened. A bald man with a dark expression suddenly asked, Kid, what are you doing here? I'm from upstairs. Su Hao quickly replied. Upstairs? You're talking nonsense, the people living upstairs are old ladies. The bald man snorted coldly. Who is it? Baldy-san. Shangu, who was in the room, suddenly asked. Brother Sean, this kid is acting suspiciously. There's definitely something fishy going on. Baldy-san immediately grabbed Su Hao's arm. Let me go. Su Hao's expression hardened, and he narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Let go? Kid, did you hear what we just said? The bald man's eyes gleamed with a menacing light. Go to hell. Su Hao flung the bald man's hand away and then kicked him, sending the bald man sprawling to the ground. Holy crap! Guys, let's get them! The bald man shouted. Su Hao knew he couldn't back down now. He couldn't let these kids get away. Rub! The next moment, several names that were sitting in front of the computer rushed over. You little bastard, you're asking for it. Brother Sean suddenly rushed over, carrying a steel pipe in his hand. Su Hao tensed up when he saw the steel pipe, and instinctively threw a punch. Bang! The punch was incredibly fast, hitting Brother Sean directly on the nose. Oops! Brother Sean was sent flying backwards and crashed onto the computer desk, instantly smashing the monitor to pieces. The other men's eyelids twitched. They were stunned by the punch. Su Hao hadn't expected the punch to be so powerful. It seemed that his all-powerful hand technique also had an added boost to strength and explosiveness. Holy crap! The man who had been sleeping in his room came out and was stunned by what he saw. Get him! Brother Sean winced in pain and roared through gritted teeth. The next moment, several men rushed up together. Then, a series of clanging and banging sounds, along with the sounds of fighting, rang out in the room. Xin Yuefei, who was waiting anxiously in the car downstairs, wondered if Su Hao had caught the hacker yet. Just then, the sound of things being smashed came from upstairs. Snap! In a room on the 6th floor, the glass was suddenly smashed by a sharp object. Xin Yuefei's expression changed. She suddenly realized that the hacker might not be a single person. What if it was a team of thugs? If Su Hao were discovered and a fight broke out, wouldn't that be very dangerous? What if something happens to Su Hao? Xin Yuefei regretted it. She shouldn't have let Su Hao take the risk alone. Xin Yuefei quickly got out of the car and ran upstairs. A short while later, she arrived on the 6th floor and saw that the door to room 601 was open, with sounds of fighting coming from inside. She rushed inside, but what she saw left her speechless. Su Hao was sitting in a chair in the living room, holding a steel pipe in his hand. In front of him squatted 5 men, their hands covering their heads, cowering in fear, and several others who were clearly beaten black and blue. Snap! Su Hao picked up the steel rod and slammed it onto the table. Weren't you guys so tough just now? Weren't you going to beat my mom so badly she wouldn't recognize me? Come on, why aren't you coming anymore? Su Hao pointed at them and said jokingly. Ha! Dude, we're too scared to do it again. The bald man grinned and said that he was the worst off, his face was beaten up like a pig's head. Xin Yufa was completely stunned when she saw this. What's going on? Looking at the mess in the living room, it was clear that a fight had just taken place. Su Hao subdued 5 men all by himself. 1 against 5. In an instant, Su Hao's image in Xin Yufa's mind was overturned. This guy is so fierce? Brother Shan, holding his head, said, Brother, no, elder brother, we have no grudges or hatred from the past or present. Is there some misunderstanding? You're kidding me. Su Hao was about to speak when he saw Xin Yufa and was taken aback. Boss, what brings you up here? I heard the sound of smashing and looting, and I was a little worried, so I came upstairs. Are you all right? Xin Yufa explained. I'm fine. You can call the police. It's these bastards. Tell the police that we caught a bunch of lawless hackers. Su Hao said directly. Well. Xin Yufa immediately took out her phone. Shan Gu and the bald man exchanged a glance, their expressions changing as they realized something was wrong. They had just fought with Su Hao. They initially thought it was just a misunderstanding, but now it seems that the other party was clearly prepared and knew about their shady dealings. Brother Shan immediately gave the bald man a wink. The bald man's face suddenly darkened, and he picked up a chair next to him and threw it at Su Hao. Su Hao's expression hardened, and he immediately met the attack with a punch. Bang! A chair was instantly shattered by Su Hao's punch. This. The bald man was completely dumbfounded. Was this Superman? Shan Ji's eyelids twitched. He gritted his teeth, suddenly pulled open the computer desk drawer, pulled out a dagger, and rushed towards Xin Yufa. He wanted to control Xin Yufa, use the opportunity to blackmail Su Hao, and then escape. Ah! When Xin Yufa saw the gleaming white dagger, she turned pale with fright. Even though she is a ruthless and domineering CEO, she is still a woman after all. What woman wouldn't be afraid in this situation? At this critical moment, Su Hao rushed over, grabbed Xin Yufa's hand, and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Xin Yufa then saw Su Hao stand in front of her. Smack! Su Hao quickly grabbed Shan Ji's wrist with his other hand. Click! With a forceful movement, the dagger in Brother Shan's hand instantly fell to the ground. Ah! Brother Shan screamed in pain. You're even playing with a knife now. Su Hao slapped Shan Gu across the face, sending him flying 5 meters away and knocking out several of his teeth. This terrified his companions. This guy was incredibly fierce. Su Hao picked up the dagger and said with a dark face, I hate men who lay a hand on women the most. If you don't behave, I'll castrate you. Ah, I won't do it again. The group of people were so frightened that they quickly shook their heads. Xin Yufa breathed a sigh of relief and then dialed the police again. The call had been cut off halfway through. A dozen minutes later, several police officers finally arrived and handcuffed all of Brother Shan's gang members, while also confiscating all the evidence, including computers. Once at the police station, Brother Shan and his hacker traffickers confessed everything. Just as Su Hao had heard, they had accepted the mission from the Dark Realm. The mission was to hack into Quingyao Tushio and paralyze the app during the 618 shopping festival. After giving their statements at the police station, Su Hao and Xin Yufa left, but Xin Yufa still looked dazed and shaken. Boss, you don't look well. Did you wet your pants in fear? Su Hao couldn't help but ask. Chapter 41 My Wife's Clingy Acts. Xin Yufa glared at him and said, You're the one who peed your pants in fear. I'm just a little scared. Do you know you were a bit too impulsive today? What if something had happened? Hey honey, are you worried about me? Su Hao asked with a grin. Sha, stop being so narcissistic. Xin Yufa snorted. The two walked to the car as they talked. Su Hao grinned and said, Hey, by the way, boss, I've caught the hacker for you. What about the car? Look at you, you can take this Bentley and drive it. Xin Yufa handed him the key. This one? Boss, don't you have a Lamborghini at home? Su Hao thought for a moment. You want to drive a sports car? This one, are you going to drive it or not? Xin Yufa glared at him. Open it, I'll open it. Su Hao quickly took the keys. Although this Bentley isn't as flashy as a Lamborghini, it's still a car worth several million, which is quite impressive. By the way, what was the dark realm they were talking about at the police station? Shin Yufa asked curiously. It's actually a type of dark web. Dark domain is a mysterious website from abroad. This mysterious website is said to have been established by a mysterious organization with servers all over the world, specializing in hiring and trading hackers. Employment transaction? That's right, investors can post missions in the dark realm, and hackers can accept missions from there. Can't we catch them? Shin Yufa frowned. Su Hao shook his head and said, it's very difficult. The dark domain website operates in a unique way, using onion routing. Each node is separate, and you can't find all the links. There are too many fake servers around the world. It's a huge hacker organization. Hateful. Shin Yufa was a little angry. Moreover, even if you find it, it's mostly information about the people who hired the clients, because Dark Realm doesn't store any information about all users. Transactions are conducted using virtual digital currencies like Bitcoin, and the financial transactions are never traceable. Su Hao explained. It's unclear who's behind this, but they want to take down Hongsheng Group. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth. I think someone wants to cripple the Quineo app, and they must have their own reasons. If the Quineo Tushio app is crippled, then who will benefit? Su Hao gave a reminder. Shin Yufa was taken aback, and then several guesses came to mind. But speculation is just speculation. Inside the company, shareholder Kong Xinghe, that old guy, has always been ruthless in his actions. In order to win over shareholders, he might very well do something like this. After all, causing the Quineo Tushio app to crash before the shareholders' meeting would be a major work accident for Shin Yufa. Besides internal factors within the company, external factors are also possible, such as Hua Tianhao from the Hua family. This guy has always wanted to acquire Hongsheng Group and secretly created a crisis for Hongsheng Group, which would be beneficial to him. In addition, several other large groups have also expressed their interest in acquiring Quineo Tushio app to Hongsheng Group. At the same time, there are many competitors for news apps similar to Quineo Tushio. Thinking of all this, Shin Yufa shook her head helplessly. When the two returned to the company, it was already 5 o'clock. Cui Shaowan looked at Su Hao with a mischievous grin. Shaowan, why are you looking at me like that? Su Hao was somewhat puzzled. Mr. Su, you wouldn't happen to be Mr. Su's rumored husband, would you? Cui Shaowan guessed. Cough cough, who told you this? Su Hao blushed. Had he been exposed again? Everyone in the company knows that you went out with the president this afternoon. Cui Shaowan explained. Mr. Shin and I went out to discuss business. You guys are too nosy. Su Hao shook his head. Not to gossip, but I think in the company, Miss Su, you are the most like Miss Shin's husband. Cui Shaowan sighed. Why? Su Hao was curious. Mr. Su is so handsome and talented, he and Mr. Shin are a perfect match. Cui Shaowan explained her reasons. Really? Then Shaowan, I have a favor to ask of you. Su Hao suddenly grinned mischievously. What's up? Cui Shaowan was taken aback. Go and act as a matchmaker. Go and tell President Shin that she and I are a perfect match, and ask him to help us get together. Su Hao couldn't help but tease him. Ahem, Mr. Su, you're teasing me again. I want to live a few more days. Cui Shaowan fled. Su Hao couldn't help but grin before returning to his office. He opened his phone and saw 2 messages on WeChat. One of the messages was from Yang Wanguang. It was the room number for the Galaxy Hotel. Su Hao was taken aback. He didn't know who the supplier Yang Wanguang had introduced was, but he was somewhat surprised that they had chosen such a high-end 5-star hotel as the Galaxy Hotel. The other WeChat message was from Chu Shangxiang, asking him to call back. Su Hao then remembered that when they were catching the hacker, Chu Shangxiang had hung up the phone herself after answering it. He dialed Chu Shangxiang's number directly. Hey, brother Su, you finally called me. Shangxiang, what's wrong? I told my dad that my second sister will come to your company at 10 a.m. tomorrow to discuss a collaboration. Chu Shangxiang smiled. Real? Su Hao was overjoyed. Well, I can't guarantee whether we can cooperate, but my second sister is very beautiful, brother Su, you have to keep it up. Chu Shangxiang said with a grin. Hey, you little brat, don't tease me. Okay, brother Su, I won't tease you anymore. Also, I'm not a child anymore. I've already turned 18. I'm an adult now. Chu Xiangxiang said seriously. Okay, you're an adult now. Su Hao nodded. Okay, that's all for now, Brother Su. I'm going to dance class with my classmates now. Chu Xiangxiang then hung up the phone. After getting off work, Su Hao drove his Bentley directly to the Galaxy Hotel. Xin Yuefei then realized that she didn't have a car to get home today. So she sent Su Hao a WeChat message. Xin Yuefei, I don't have a car to go home today. Why don't you drive me home first? Su Hao, no. Xin Yuefei was stunned when she saw his reply. This guy drove off in his car and then offered to take him home, and he's still not happy about it. How awful. Xin Yuefei, hurry up. Su Hao, I'm no longer with the company. Xin Yuefei, where's the car? Su Hao, it's gone. Xin Yuefei, where did you go? Su Hao, I have a social engagement. Xin Yuefei angrily threw her phone down, thinking to herself that this bastard had no legitimate social engagements. He must have been driving around showing off in his own car. At this moment, Su Hao sent another message. Su Hao, your home is so close to the company, you can get there in just 3 subway stops. Xin Yuefei, pa. How dare you make me take the subway? Humph. I'm ignoring you. Su Hao grinned as he read the reply. They're ignoring me now? It's like they're trying to coax me. Chapter 42 Ji Kai, the classmate who was dumbfounded. Yanbei Galaxy Hotel is a very well-known 5-star hotel. 3 people were sitting in a private room on the 17th floor, one of whom was Yang Wangwang, the technical department manager. There are 2 others, Ji Kai and his girlfriend Wang Shasha. Manager Yang, thank you very much for this. Ji Kai offered his thanks. You're too kind. We've been working together for so long and have built mutual trust, so of course I would recommend you as my first supplier. Yang Wangwang said with a smile. Ji Kai nodded with a forced smile, thinking to himself, what a load of rubbish, he just gives you kickbacks every time he makes a purchase. By the way, Manager Yang, what's your newly appointed executive director's name? What's his background? Tell me about him so I know what to talk about when he arrives. Ji Kai took the initiative to ask. Okay, let me tell you something. Oh no, I have a bit of a stomachache and need to go to the bathroom first. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. Yang Wangwang frowned. He'd had diarrhea all day. Okay, Manager Yang, no rush, you go first. Ji Kai nodded. Yang Wangwang then went to the restroom. Honey, this Manager Yang is a middleman who takes kickbacks. Why don't we just contact my new director directly? Wang Shasha said irritably. Well, but not this time. We still need Yang the Skinflint to make connections. Once we get to know the new director better this time, we'll kick Yang the Skinflint out. Ji Kai had planned this all along. By the way, Hongshang Group, wasn't your college classmate also working at this company? Wang Shasha recalled this incident. My poor, pathetic classmate? He's just a programmer, completely useless and can't help with anything. Ji Kai couldn't help but mock him. Ha, it's all because you're so outstanding. Compared to you, all your classmates seem so poor and pathetic. Wang Shasha said in a charming tone. Yes, that's right. Come on, there's no one here now, baby, let me have a sip. Ji Kai pulled his girlfriend close. Oh dear, what if Yang the Skinflint comes back soon? Wang Shasha said shyly. Come back? I'm not afraid of him coming back, he'll be so envious. Ji Kai hugged her and kissed her. Just as the two were embracing and kissing, the door to the private room suddenly opened. Su Hao walked in and suddenly froze. Did we go to the wrong room? Wait a minute, the name of the private room is correct, Four Seasons Fragrance. When Ji Kai and his girlfriend saw someone come in, they quickly got up and sat down. Su Hao. What are you doing here? Ji Kai frowned immediately when he saw the person who came in. What are you doing here? I'm curious too. Su Hao spoke up. What are you curious about? I'm entertaining a distinguished guest here, so get out of here right now. Ji Kai stood up and said arrogantly. Inviting distinguished guests? What a coincidence, someone else is also inviting me to dinner here. Su Hao squinted as he spoke. Someone invited you to eat here? You must be dreaming. With your connections, who would invite you? You're not working here as a waiter after your regular job, are you? Ji Kai immediately burst into laughter. Ha, serving dishes, or maybe being a male prostitute. I heard that the male prostitutes at the Galaxy Hotel make a lot of money. Wang Shasha also giggled. Pfft, honey, you're so funny. But this poor, pretty boy would be perfect as a gigolo. Ji Kai burst into laughter. Clang! Just then, the door to the private room opened, and Yang Wanguan returned from the restroom. Oh, Director Su, you've arrived. When Yang Wanguan saw Su Hao, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Ji Kai and his girlfriend were completely dumbfounded. Manager Yang, what did you call him just now? Ji Kai thought he had misheard. Ah, Mr. Ji, let me introduce you. This is Su Hao, the executive director of the mobile internet business group of Hongsheng Group. Yang Wanguan quickly explained. What? He's the new director. Ji Kai was completely dumbfounded. Ah? Wang Shasha's face instantly turned bitter. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the two men, Su Hao finally understood that the supplier Yang Wanguan was talking about was actually his old classmate Ji Kai. What are you doing? Yang Wanguan was somewhat bewildered. Ji Kai's face turned ashen instantly, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Although he didn't believe it was true, surely Yang Wanguan wouldn't lie? He never expected that the new director would be Su Hao. Ji Kai wanted to slap himself a few times right now. He had such a sharp tongue, always talking about his poor, stingy classmate. He never expected that he would be the clown. Oh, Mr. Su, please have a seat. I really didn't expect you to be the newly appointed director. Ji Kai quickly stepped forward and pulled out a chair. Su Hao didn't stand on ceremony and went straight up to sit at the table. Do you know each other? Yang Wanguan was taken aback. Manager Yang, why didn't you tell me sooner? Director Su and I are college classmates and have a very good relationship. Ji Kai quickly said. College classmate? Yang Wanguan was dumbfounded, and secretly thought to himself that he was in trouble and probably wouldn't be able to get the kickback. Ji Kai, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Are we even close? You two were just making fun of me. Su Hao squinted and spoke. Oh dear, Mr. Su, I was just joking with you. Ji Kai quickly explained. Yes, just kidding. Wang Shasha echoed. Are you kidding me? You're joking about me being a gigolo here? Su Hao snorted coldly. Ah? Yang Wanguan was a little confused. What was going on? Oh dear, it's all my fault. My foul mouth. Su Hao, let me pour you some wine to make amends. Ji Kai slapped himself and quickly stood up to pour wine for Su Hao. This is the only thing he can do now. It's a $5 million deal, and he has to humble himself. No need. Since you're the supplier, I don't think there's any need to continue the conversation. After all, I know your character. Su Hao simply stated it directly. No, Su Hao, no, President Su, we're old classmates. Sasha, you should apologize to President Su right now. Ji Kai panicked immediately. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I was wrong, it's all my fault. Wang Shasha quickly bowed and apologized. No need, there's no need. Su Hao waved his hand, stood up, and prepared to leave. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Please tell me how I can apologize to satisfy you. I'll do anything you ask. Ji Kai quickly said. Anything is fine? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Yes, anything is fine. Ji Kai nodded with a forced smile. Su Hao suddenly looked at his girlfriend, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure. Not long ago, Ji Kai was still embracing this woman, showing off in front of me, and even mocking me for being a single dog. Ji Kai, your girlfriend is pretty good looking, quite radiant and healthy, with a lovely face and a great waist. Su Hao narrowed his eyes, a wicked look on his face, and said something meaningful. Chapter 43 Shen Yufa is drunk. Su Hao's lips curled up. Of course, he wouldn't really make a move on Ji Kai's girlfriend, he was just saying that on purpose. I wonder what choice Ji Kai, that scumbag, will make. Yang Wanguan finally understood that Ji Kai must have said something vulgar, and he had only himself to blame. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, Ji Kai's expression hardened, and he looked at his girlfriend, Wang Shasha. What? A scoundrel. Wang Shasha gritted her teeth in anger. But Ji Kai suddenly walked over and looked at her with a strange expression. Sasha, this is a $5 million deal. Can you help me out? How about you spend some quality time with President Su today? Ji Kai quickly said. What? Wang Shasha's eyes widened in shock. She clearly hadn't expected Ji Kai to say something like that. Ji Kai, how could you say such a thing? Are you willing to sacrifice your girlfriend for a business deal? Wang Shasha said angrily. What sacrifice? This is a $5 million deal. Haven't I spent enough money on you already? Why can't you make a sacrifice a little? Ji Kai said shamelessly. Su Hao was truly stunned. He had really seen something new today. He never expected that Ji Kai was such a man, able to bend and stretch. He was such a scumbag to the extreme. Snap. Wang Shasha slapped Ji Kai across the face. You're shameless. I'm shameless. What are you pretending for, you filthy bitch? You've slept with countless men before me. Ji Kai said irritably. You. Wang Shasha was so angry she couldn't speak. Slap. Slap. Su Hao clapped his hands and laughed. Girl, now you know how much of a scumbag the guy next to you is, right? Ji Kai, we've broken up. After Wang Shasha finished speaking, she left the private room. Su Hao, what do you mean by this? Ji Kai was taken aback. Ji Kai, you didn't really think I'd watch you sleep with your girlfriend, did you? I just wanted to see how shameless you could be, but I never expected you to open my eyes. Su Hao shook his head with a sigh. You, Su Hao, are you kidding me? Ji Kai looked embarrassed. Are you kidding me? Let me tell you clearly, Hongsheng Group will never do business with you. Su Hao left after saying a few words. Only Yang Wenguang and Ji Kai remained, staring at each other blankly. Manager Yang, why didn't you tell me sooner that the executive director is Su Hao? Ji Kai was full of resentment. Ji Kai, you deserve it. Sharing your girlfriend like that, you're a real piece of work. Pa. Yang Wenguang cursed and left. You shameless bastard Yang, how dare you talk to me like that? Just you wait, I'll report you for taking kickbacks tomorrow. Ji Kai said angrily. After leaving the Galaxy Hotel, Su Hao reluctantly found a noodle shop and ate something quick. After dinner, he intended to go home, but he realized he had left his keys in the office, so he had to drive back to the company. Huh? Why is the light still on in the CEO's office on the 5th floor? Su Hao checked the time. It was already past 8:30, and the lights in the other rooms of the company had long been off. He first went up to the 3rd floor to get the key, and then went to the 5th floor. The lights in the 5th floor hallway were already off, and Su Hao went straight to the president's office. Did they forget to turn off the lights? Su Hao opened the door and found that no one was in the room. Just as he was about to turn off the light and leave, he suddenly heard someone singing in the room. I am a little bird who wants to fly, fly. Su Hao was taken aback. He realized that the sound was coming from under the president's desk. He walked over curiously and was surprised to find Shen Yuefei sitting on the floor, holding a bottle of red wine, her pretty face flushed, and muttering to herself. Holy crap! Honey, you were hiding here drinking. Su Hao was stunned. Ha? Su Hao, what brings you back? Shen Yuefei looked up and saw her, her eyes glazed over as she asked. Get up quickly, it's so cold sitting on the floor. Su Hao went over and tried to help her up. No. I won't. I'll just sit on the ground. Shen Yuefei insisted. How much alcohol did you drink? Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. He snatched the red wine from Shen Yuefei's hand. There was only a little left. The ground was not only cold, but also dirty, and you got it all over your clothes, you know that? There's dirt? Humph, I'm not afraid, I'll just roll around on the ground. So Shen Yuefei happily raised her hands, lay down on the ground, and started rolling around on it. Ahem. Is this still the noble and beautiful CEO? Su Hao's face darkened. This guy shamelessly took out his phone and started recording a video. The video proves that I didn't take advantage of anyone. Su Hao stepped forward and immediately picked Shen Yuefei up in his arms. Hey, let me go. Shen Yuefei defiantly struggled to break free. So it turns out that beautiful women are all the same when they're drunk. Su Hao simply threw Shen Yuefei onto the sofa next to him. Ouch, you hurt my butt. Rub it for me. Shen Yuefei suddenly frowned and glared at him resentfully. Su Hao was stunned. Could this really be true? However, he certainly couldn't take advantage of the situation, otherwise the ice beauty would definitely kill him the next day. Why are you drinking so much alcohol all by yourself? And you're the one who complains, asking me to take you home and you're not even willing to do it. Shen Yufa said irritably. Su Hao shook his head speechlessly and noticed a stack of documents on the president's desk. He picked them up and took a look. These documents clearly show the group's shareholders and the percentage of shares held by each shareholder. Su Hao noticed that Shen Yufa had clearly marked the shareholders' names with a pencil. Now I finally understand why Shen Yufa drinks alcohol. Perhaps today's incident of catching hackers made Shen Yufa realize a huge potential crisis. She was researching the group's shares clearly, vying for the chairmanship was not a safe bet. Looking at the drunk Shen Yufa, Su Hao felt extremely sorry for the woman in front of him. She is a group president that many people envy, and she appears glamorous on the outside, but who knows that she also has her own enormous pressure and troubles. Okay, boss, I'll take you home. Su Hao quickly replied. Call. Shen Yufa, however, was already fast asleep. Wow. She fell asleep so quickly. Su Hao sighed and rummaged through Shen Yufa's clothes, looking for the key to their villa. But after searching high and low, they couldn't find it, so they decided to search her desk drawers. But then he remembered that Shen Yufa really hated it when people rummaged through her things, so he gave up. What should I do? Should I take her back to my place? Su Hao thought for a moment, then picked up Shen Yufa and took the elevator to the parking lot. That's all we can do for now, we can't just leave her in the office. Shen Yufa, still half asleep, hugged Su Hao's neck. Chapter 44 has the desire to steal but not the courage? Su Hao carried Shen Yufa to the parking lot and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the elevator goes directly to the parking lot, otherwise, if the security guard had seen it, it would have been a major scandal. He tossed Shen Yufa into the back seat before starting the car and heading home. After arriving home, Su Hao opened the car door, ready to hug Shen Yufa. Unexpectedly, Shen Yufa vomited, covering her clothes and even the car. Ha! I was driving pretty steadily. Su Hao had no choice but to carry her out. Unexpectedly, just as I took her out, the landlord's daughter, Meng Qiqi, happened to pass by. Hey, it's Brother Su. Meng Qiqi ran over. Oh. It's Qiqi. Su Hao was taken aback. Oh, Brother Su, who are you hugging? Meng Qiqi saw the beautiful Shen Yufa and asked curiously. This is our company's CEO, he's drunk. Su Hao explained. Ha? Brother Su, she was drunk, and you brought her back? You don't have any bad intentions, do you? Meng Qiqi looked at him with suspicion. Cough cough, Qiqi, am I that kind of person? Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. Brother Su, you're not that kind of person, but she's so beautiful, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist her. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, Meng Qiqi felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Don't be silly, how could I possibly lose control? Besides, she's my boss. If I had any bad intentions, I'd be dead the moment she woke up tomorrow. Su Hao said awkwardly. That's true, Brother Su, you've always had the desire to steal but not the courage. Meng Qiqi nodded in agreement. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. Was this a compliment or an insult? Oh, by the way, Qiqi, you've come at the right time. Can you do me a favor? What kind of help? Come upstairs with me and help me take off her clothes. What? Brother Su, you want to do that kind of thing, and you want me to help you? You're dragging me into this. No way. Meng Qiqi quickly shook her head. What? Qiqi, look at her clothes, she's drunk and threw up, I can't possibly take them off for her, can I? Su Hao quickly explained. It really is. It's a bit dark, I can't see clearly, oh well. Meng Qiqi agreed. She then followed Su Hao upstairs, where Su Hao placed Shen Yufa on the bed in the bedroom. Take off her clothes, then cover her with the blanket. I'll take the clothes out and put them in the washing machine to wash in a bit. Su Hao gave a word of advice. Okay. Meng Qiqi nodded. Su Hao then went to the living room, and Meng Qiqi soon brought out the dirty clothes she had taken off. Brother Su, I'm going home, but you have to promise to suppress your evil thoughts. Meng Qiqi said with a serious expression. Yeah, of course, no, I didn't have any bad intentions. Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. Brother Su, I was just kidding. Meng Chi-Chi giggled. After she left, Su Hao threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine. Bored, I sat down on the sofa. TSK, there was a stunningly beautiful woman lying in the room. It was indeed a bit of an ordeal. Su Hao made himself a cup of instant coffee. It's not even 10 o'clock yet, time to read. He has recently developed a love for reading and has prepared a large collection of financial books at home. He studied for 2 hours straight, and by then he had thoroughly grasped the theoretical knowledge of finance. However, Su Hao knew that financial knowledge and programming knowledge were different. Financial theory is just the foundation, practice is another matter entirely, because the financial market is full of too many possibilities. Different financial products are even more complex. Su Hao stretched and sat at the table in a daze for a while, then suddenly remembered the scene of him fighting with 5 hackers during the day. If I didn't possess an all-powerful hand, how could I possibly defeat 5 people? Wow, what an all-around talent. He suddenly remembered that he had earned 500 evolution points for completing the first kiss achievement. Why not upgrade your hands to level 2? They might be even more powerful. Su Hao was somewhat excited. System, upgrade your hands. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your hands have been upgraded to level 2. Su Hao couldn't wait to open the system. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV2 possesses the ability, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2 possesses the following abilities, Extraordinary Vision plus Extraordinary Reading. Ears LV2 possesses the following abilities, Extraordinary Hearing plus Eavesdropping on Thoughts. Double-handed LV2 possesses the following abilities, Omnipotent Hands plus Super Speed Hands. Remaining evolution points, 0. Su Hao was suddenly stunned. Speed hand? What does that mean? Did my hands suddenly gain superhuman speed? Cough cough, what's the use of this ability? Su Hao waved his hands to test it out, and sure enough, he could unleash super speed, which could only be described as invisible. At that speed, if someone were slapped, no one would even be able to see who did it. He suddenly realized that at this speed, wasn't he coding very fast? Su Hao immediately turned on his computer and tried it out. I saw my hands flying across the keyboard, typing as fast as a phantom, which startled me. Su Hao opened Word again to test his typing speed. Swish swish swish. A minute later, Su Hao was astonished to find that he had typed more than 2,000 words in 1 minute. Hiss. This is just too incredible. Su Hao knew that the current Guinness World Record for the fastest typing speed was only a little over 400 words per minute. I can now type 2,000 words per minute. Isn't that like a tentacle monster? His college best friend, Niu Xiaojie, writes novels on Tomato Novel Network, but he only updates 4,000 words a day. If I were to write my own online novel, wouldn't it be easy to update tens of thousands of words a day? Writing a novel? Su Hao was taken aback, then suddenly thought the idea was good. He had read a lot of online novels and could definitely give it a try. Moreover, he currently possesses advanced intelligence and exceptionally strong intuitive thinking, so why not just write for fun? So Su Hao opened Tomato Novel Network, registered as an author, and logged into the authors section. I once conceived a really good fantasy novel, so I'll write about this one. Su Hao named his novel, Hidden Dragon. He then immediately started typing, and he found that his thinking speed was very fast, perfectly matching his super typing speed. Clap clap clap. Half an hour later, he uploaded 50,000 words and then made a cover image. I just don't know if the handsome men and beautiful women on Tomato Novel Network like my writing. Perhaps Su Hao's typing speed was too fast, the sound of him typing on the keyboard was a bit noisy, and Xin Yuefei, who was sleeping in the bedroom, woke up. Xin Yuefei rubbed her eyes, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling and the old wardrobe next to her. Where is this? She frowned, trying to remember, but she hadn't been drinking with people in the office. Xin Yuefei pulled the blanket up and suddenly realized that she was completely naked. Ah! She screamed in shock. Chapter 45. I've been afraid of cockroaches since I was a child. Su Hao was taken aback when he heard this, then pushed open the door and went inside. Ah! When Xin Yuefei saw him, she quickly covered herself up tightly with the blanket. What's wrong? Su Hao asked curiously. You filthy scoundrel, what did you do to me? Xin Yuefei had a bad feeling. Had Su Hao already taken advantage of her? What? You can't remember any of it? Su Hao was taken aback for a moment, then grinned mischievously and took the opportunity to tease her. Tell me quickly, I'm drunk and I don't remember anything. Shen Yuefei said through gritted teeth. Oh dear, you're drunk, so I brought you back to my place. What did you do to my clothes? You really forgot? Tell me quickly. Su Hao teased, sigh, you're drunk, and it's just the two of you alone. You don't even know what happened, but you told me to take good care of you. How could I refuse you? What? Shen Yuefei's beautiful eyes widened. And that's what happened. Su Hao said awkwardly. You bastard. You scoundrel. I'm going to kill you. Ah. Shen Yuefei grabbed a pillow and threw it at Su Hao. If she hadn't been wearing nothing underneath, she probably would have jumped off the bed. Su Hao quickly caught the pillow. As a result, Shen Yuefei picked up the water glass from the bedside table again, preparing to smash it. Okay. Stop yelling. I was just kidding. Su Hao quickly replied. He should stop teasing the woman, it would be bad if she got upset again. Joke? Shen Yuefei was stunned. Nonsense. What could I possibly do to you? Use your brain, okay? If I did anything to you, with your body inside, wouldn't you feel something? Su Hao said irritably. Shen Yuefei was taken aback. After thinking about it, she realized that it made sense. She didn't seem to have any physical discomfort. What happened? Why are my clothes naked? She asked through gritted teeth. Everything's gone? You're talking nonsense. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. How did Meng Qiqi manage to strip Shen Yuefei completely naked? You got drunk at work, so I brought you home, and then. He then recounted what had happened that evening. So, it was your landlord's daughter who helped me take off my clothes? Shen Yuefei asked again to confirm. Or what? Or do you want me to do this? Su Hao grinned. Go to hell. Shen Yuefei rolled her eyes at him. Alright, things have been explained. I'm sleepy too. Honey, make some room on the bed, I'm going to lie down for a bit. Su Hao said shamelessly. You wish. Get out of here. Shen Yuefei said coldly. Sha. Who cares about you? Su Hao shook his head and went to the living room. Shen Yuefei finally breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. The effects of the alcohol hadn't completely worn off, and she was still a little dizzy. She picked up her phone from the bedside table. It was already past midnight, and she didn't know how late she would get home. I'll just make do sleeping here tonight. Shen Yuefei turned to one side and then fell asleep immediately. But then I suddenly noticed something under my face. She picked it up and took a closer look. It was actually a sock. Ha! Tui! 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 Shen Yuefei quickly wiped her mouth. This jerk was so sloppy he actually put his socks next to his pillow. She threw the socks on the ground, then turned to the other side. She calmed down, but suddenly felt something crawling on her pillow. Shen Yuefei reluctantly turned on the light and looked down. Ah! A cockroach. She jumped up in a flash. The cockroach was crawling around on the bed without any restraint. Although Shen Yuefei is a domineering CEO, she is still a woman at heart and has been afraid of insects since she was a child. Su Hao! Su Hao! Come here right now! She shouted anxiously. Grandma, what's wrong with you now? Su Hao was speechless. He had just laid down on the sofa, ready to go to sleep. Hearing Shen Yuefei's cries, he reluctantly walked in and saw Shen Yuefei wrapped in a blanket, standing on the bed, looking frightened. Come quick and catch the cockroach. It's on the pillow. Shen Yuefei pointed to the pillow and said. It's just a cockroach. Su Hao walked over and saw the cockroach being pinched onto the ground and then stomped on. How come there are cockroaches on this bed? Shen Yuefei was still somewhat worried. This is an old neighborhood, it's normal to have cockroaches. Why don't you go sleep on the sofa? Are there no cockroaches on the sofa? There are also. Then what the hell are you talking about? Shen Yuefei pouted angrily. Alright, just make do for now, you can sleep in your big villa tomorrow. Su Hao said helplessly. No, I'm scared. I've been afraid of bugs since I was little. Shen Yuefei said quietly. What should we do then? How about I go to sleep and you keep an eye on me? Su Hao rolled his eyes. Well, how dare you make such a request? I'll keep an eye on things for you. Or do you want me to lie down next to you and sleep with you? This guy was speechless. What are you thinking? How could you do that? Shin Yufa glared at her. Then just hang in there. Su Hao turned and left. Come back. Shin Yufa got anxious again. What? Here's what you can do, you can lie down on the other side to sleep, but you have to wear clothes. Shin Yufa bit her lip. She was terrified of bugs. If there were bugs, she couldn't sleep at all. In that case, it's fine to have Su Hao lying next to me. Anyway, it wasn't the first time the two of them had slept in the same bed. Oh my, boss, you're really letting me lie down next to you? Aren't you afraid that if I get any evil thoughts, I won't be able to control myself and will become a beast? Su Hao said with a smile. If you want to go to jail, then give it a try. Shin Yufa's pretty face froze for a moment, then she said with a straight face. Su Hao shivered. Although it was just a simple sentence, he had no doubt about what the woman said. In fact, Shin Yufa was not stupid. She knew what might happen when a man and a woman were lying together alone. However, after observing him for so long, she concluded that although Su Hao was usually shameless, scoundrel-like, and had a foul mouth, his character was still good. Otherwise, if Su Hao wanted to do something to her while she was drunk tonight, it would be easy. Su Hao didn't want to sleep on the sofa anyway. He'd probably have a sore back and neck after sleeping there all night. Okay, since you insist, I won't be polite. Su Hao went straight to the bed and lay down. Shin Yufa quickly wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, afraid of revealing even a little bit. But Su Hao still managed to see her fair neck and collarbone. Turn around. Shin Yufa's eyes were filled with panic, and she quickly scolded him. Su Hao saw that she had wrapped herself up like a silkworm cocoon, and couldn't help but smile. This woman is absolutely stunning. Finally, he turned away, remaining calm and suppressing his true nature. Given Shin Yufa's personality, if I were to do something, that guy's life might be in jeopardy. Chapter 46. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. Shin Yufa woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning. She opened her eyes and found herself with one hand and one foot draped over Su Hao. Shin Yufa was extremely embarrassed and quickly pulled her leg back. However, Su Hao was sleeping soundly with his back to her, which relieved her. Shin Yufa blushed deeply. Luckily, he hadn't woken up, or she would have been so embarrassed. She wrapped herself in a blanket and went into the living room. She saw her clothes hanging on the clothes rack, touched them and found they were dry, then put them on. Shin Yufa stretched and began to observe the old house. The interior decorations were all quite dated. To her surprise, Su Hao's computer desk in the living room was covered with books. Are they all finance books? I didn't expect this guy to be such a studious person. Shin Yufa was somewhat surprised. Just then, she suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. She thought to herself, oh no, I might be getting my period. She rushed to the toilet, then sat down on the toilet seat. Sure enough, my period has really started. What should I do? Just as she was getting anxious, she suddenly heard the bedroom door open. Wearing slippers and with blurry eyes, Su Hao pushed open the bathroom door and was about to unbuckle his belt to urinate. Hey, what are you doing? Someone's here. Shin Yufa shouted. Oh my. You scared me. Why didn't you lock the door? Su Hao quickly retreated. You didn't knock on the door. Nonsense, I'm going to the toilet, why would I knock on the door? Su Hao was speechless for a moment. Su Hao, could you do me a favor? Shin Yufa found it difficult to speak. What's the matter? Are you constipated? Need an enema? Su Hao asked curiously. You're the one who needs an enema. I'm on my period. Shin Yufa said irritably. Is my period coming? Could you help me buy a few packs of sanitary napkins? Shin Yufa bit her lip. There's no other way now, so we can only ask Su Hao to help us buy it, since there's no one else here. Cough cough, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Su Hao blushed. I'll give you the money. Shin Yufa quickly said. It's not about the money, okay? I don't know how to buy it. Su Hao was telling the truth. He had never been in a relationship, so why would he buy this? I'll send you the brand and specifications on WeChat, and you can buy it according to those. Okay then. Su Hao nodded helplessly, then changed his shoes and went downstairs. A short while later, he received a message from Shin Yufa. 8 degrees space, daily use, pure cotton. Soon, Su Hao bought it according to the brand. For you. He opened the bathroom door and reached in. Shin Yufa took the plastic bag and found a brand new pack of toothbrushes inside. She was touched that Su Hao had thought of this, but at the same time, she felt ashamed that she had asked a man to buy her sanitary napkins. A short while later, she came out after changing her sanitary napkin. Boss, are you alright? Why is your face so red? Su Hao asked suspiciously. Fine. Shin Yufa bit her lip. Ha, are you feeling embarrassed? Su Hao suddenly teased. Roll. Shin Yufa was initially touched, but seeing Su Hao's grinning face, she glared at him resentfully. Okay, let's quickly wash up and then go downstairs for breakfast. After Su Hao finished speaking, he went to wash up. Shin Yufa followed her in, then opened the toothbrush and squeezed on the toothpaste. Use this cup to rinse your mouth. Su Hao handed her a glass. And so, the two of them stood in front of the bathroom vanity mirror, brushing their teeth. When Shin Yufa saw the two people in the mirror, she suddenly felt a little dazed. Married couples must look like this too. After washing up, the two went downstairs to the breakfast stall. Boss, why don't you have a bowl of mutton soup to nourish yourself? This place has really good mutton soup. Su Hao said with a smile. Ha! I don't dare to eat it, there's lamb offal and all sorts of other things there. Shin Yufa quickly shook her head. Ahem, you can't do it like that. You need to live a more human life. Su Hao ignored everything and went straight to the mutton soup stall, ordering 2 bowls of mutton soup. Boss, 2 bowls of mutton soup. Okay. The boss picked up a bowl and started picking up the lamb offal. Shin Yufa initially considered refusing, but then thought that she might as well try it herself at worst, she could just not eat the meat and only drink the soup. A short while later, 2 bowls of mutton soup were served. The mutton soup is here. Young man, your girlfriend is so beautiful. You two are a perfect match. The boss gave a compliment. Shin Yufa's pretty face immediately turned red. Hey boss, you don't know this, my girlfriend is beautiful, but she has a terrible temper. Su Hao, that shameless bastard, said. Ha ha. The mutton soup vendor immediately burst into laughter. Shin Yufa immediately reached out and pinched Su Hao's arm. Ugh. Okay, I won't say anything more. Su Hao immediately begged for mercy. Shin Yufa then lowered her head, picked up a spoon, and began to drink the mutton soup. After taking a few sips, she found that the taste was actually quite good, but she still didn't dare to eat the lamb offal. Su Hao shook his head helplessly and handed her a slice of bread. Boss, the lamb offal is all the best part. If you don't eat it, I'll eat it for you in a bit. Su Hao suggested. Ah. Shin Yufa was startled, remembering the last time Su Hao ate her braised pork in the company cafeteria. This time, he even thought about eating his own lamb offal. But this mutton soup has my own saliva in it, how can that be allowed? No way. Who said I wouldn't eat it? I'll eat it, why should I leave it for you? So Shin Yufa gritted her teeth and tried to eat it. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated to see her struggling to eat. Oh, brother Su, you're having mutton soup here. Suddenly a voice came, and Su Hao looked up to see Meng Qiqi standing next to him with a bowl of millet porridge. Qiqi, boss, this is the landlady's daughter I mentioned to you last night. Su Hao quickly explained. Hi, sister, hello, I'm Meng Qiqi. Meng Qiqi waved. You must be Qiqi. I heard from Su Hao that you helped me change my clothes last night. Shin Yufa stood up and spoke. You're welcome, sister. By the way, sister, did brother Su do anything beastly to you last night? Meng Qiqi asked slyly. Ahem, Qiqi, what are you saying? Su Hao feigned anger. Pfft, he wouldn't dare. I'd give him 100 lives. Shin Yufa smiled. Ah, I knew it. Brother Su had the desire but not the courage. Meng Qiqi giggled. Shin Yufa couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at Su Hao, who was engrossed in drinking his mutton soup. By the way, sister, can I add you on WeChat? Can we be friends? Meng Qiqi said generously. Of course you can. Shin Yufa took out her phone directly. The two people scanned the QR code and added each other as friends. Suha was speechless, thinking to himself, you two are several years apart in age, why add each other as friends if there's a generation gap? Chapter 47 The Sense of the Stock Market. After the two arrived at the company, as usual, Shin Yuefei went up first, and Suha went up 10 minutes later. Because Chu Xiangxiang's second sister, Chu Lianxia, would be coming to the company this morning, Suha informed Cui Shaowan in advance to receive her. Ding dong! Just then, Suha received a text message. It turned out that his 80,000 yuan commission from jyulong.com had been credited to his account. Suha checked his balance and realized he could easily afford to invest 100,000 yuan. Since finance is all about practice, let's see how my analysis and judgment of the market hold up. Suha smiled and then opened the stock trading software on his computer. He had opened a stock account at a securities company a long time ago, but after losing several thousand yuan last time, he never traded stocks again. But things are different now. He has a thorough understanding of stock market knowledge, and he has been paying close attention to various industries, sectors, and individual stocks. Because of his advanced intelligence, he has a very keen sense for industry analysis and judgment, but Suha needs to verify just how accurate this sense is. When the market opened at 9:30, Suha immediately selected 10 different stocks based on his analysis, and bought 10,000 yuan worth of each stock. At 10 o'clock, Chu Lianxia from the Chu Group arrived at Hongshan Group with 2 assistants. Cui Shaowan was already waiting in the lobby when she led a group of people to Suha's office. When Suha met the second young lady of the Chu family, he was still amazed by Chu Lianxia's beauty. In Yanbei, everyone says that Chu Wenhan's 5 daughters are all beautiful as flowers. Suha was initially skeptical, but now it seems the rumors were indeed true. Chu Lianxia was dressed in a white business suit, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Hello, Miss Chu. Suha took the initiative to extend his hand. You must be the Su Gij that Xiangxian was talking about. I didn't expect you to be so young. You are indeed very handsome. Chu Lianxia handed over her hand, speaking with great composure. Miss Chu, please have a seat. Suha quickly invited them to sit down, since they were there to discuss cooperation. Mr. Su, before discussing cooperation, I must express my gratitude to you on behalf of my father. Chu Lianxia suddenly said. Suha was taken aback, realizing that Chu Wenhan must have also heard about what he had said to Chu Xiangxiang. Miss Chu, you're too kind. Xiangxiang is a very cute child. I just didn't want her to get hurt. Also, Miss Chu, please still call me by my name. Suha spoke the truth. Well, Suha, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Xiangxiang is the apple of our family's eye, and we don't want her to get hurt in the slightest. My father also said that Mr. Su's character makes him an excellent business partner. Chu Lianxia said with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the two began discussing cooperation on advertising and business development. Because the Chu family's businesses are very diverse, they also invest a lot in advertising, so they need to understand the data of each channel on the Kuainiao Tushio app. Sister Xia, all the data for the Kuainiao Tushio app are steadily increasing. I believe that the advertising investment of Chu's group will definitely yield significant results. After they became more familiar with each other, Suha started calling Chu Lianxia Sister Xia. Chu Lianxia was very happy after her conversation with Su Hao. She felt that Su Hao was not only emotionally intelligent, but also knowledgeable, and always able to guess her thoughts. Little did she know that Su Hao had been eavesdropping on her thoughts several times during their conversation. Su Hao was also inwardly amazed this ability to eavesdrop on thoughts was simply too powerful. There's a saying that goes, you can't guess what a girl is thinking. With this ability, Su Hao could certainly guess Chu Lianxia's thoughts accurately, which was very effective during communication and negotiations. Well, Su Hao, based on my initial understanding, I plan to spend 500 million yuan on advertising on the Kuainiao Tushio app over the next year. Chu Lianxia announced her decision. 500 million? Su Hao gasped. Although he knew that the Chu group was wealthy and powerful, he did not expect them to be so extravagant, spending 500 million yuan on advertising. Of course, Su Hao, our advertising campaign is divided into 5 phases, and there are certain return requirements for the advertising effectiveness of each phase. If the results are too far from our target, we will stop the next phase of advertising at any time. Chu Lianxia said seriously. Of course, that's no problem. Su Hao readily agreed. After all, this was a business matter that required careful oversight. The Chu group is in business, and business is all about profit. They can't afford to waste money. Subsequently, both parties signed a preliminary letter of intent. Sister Xia, it's already noon. I've already asked Xiaowan to book a private room at the hotel next door. I'd like to treat you to a simple meal. Su Hao immediately extended an invitation. This is a 500 million yuan contract, I should at least treat them to a meal. Oh dear, Su Hao, I really don't have time at noon. I have to fly to Donghai City in an hour to discuss some business. Xu Lianxia explained. So urgent? Well, Su Hao, I'm not just being polite. We'll have plenty of time for each other in the future. Okay. Then next time. Su Hao nodded in agreement. After seeing Xu Lianxia off, Su Hao was quite excited. He hadn't expected that he had already completed half of his 1 billion yuan investment target. This was simply amazing. This good news had to be shared with Shen Yufei, and Su Hao was about to go upstairs when his phone rang. Dusseldorf? Su Hao was somewhat taken aback, not expecting it to be a call from Dussel, the president of Baoqi Group's China region. He answered the phone immediately. It turned out that Dussel had invited him to lunch. Su Hao certainly couldn't refuse a major client like Dusseldorf, especially since the two companies had just established a cooperative relationship. Mr. Dusseldorf, I'll be there in a bit. Su Hao agreed, and before leaving, he told Cui Xiaowan that he might be back at the company a little late in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, a major incident occurred at Hongsheng Group in the afternoon. The finance department received a report accusing Yang Wenguang, the manager of the technology department. CFO Ning Yusin immediately consulted with Shen Yufei. After reading the materials, Shen Yufei slammed her hand on the table in anger. This Yang Wenguang, a mere department manager, has taken nearly 1 million yuan in kickbacks over the years. Disloyalty, corruption, and bribery are the workplace behaviors that Shen Yufei hates most. Mr. Shen, what do you think we should do about this? Ning Yusin asked. What to do? Prosecute them. Also, convene a meeting at 3:30 p.m. for all management personnel above the department head level. I will personally announce this matter to serve as a wake-up call for all management. Shen Yufei said seriously. Okay. The finance department will organize the meeting. I'll send out the notification. Ning Yusin nodded. Ugh, this is infuriating. Shen Yufei said angrily. Xiaofei, don't be angry. There are too many people like that in the workplace. By the way, have you heard? A very beautiful woman came to our company this morning. Ning Yusin suddenly said. Chapter 48, Drinking during work hours. A stunning beauty? What stunning beauty? Shen Yufei was taken aback. I asked the receptionist, and she said that this beautiful lady was Chu Lianxia, the second young lady of the Chu group. Ning Yusin explained. Sister Xia? Shen Yufei was quite familiar with the eldest daughters of the Chu family, so she should have been contacted by Chu Lianxia when she came to her company. Sister Xin, are you mistaken? If Sister Xia were coming to the company, wouldn't she call me? Shen Yufei shook her head. No mistake, I asked, and she went to Su Hao's place after she arrived. Where is Su Hao? At Chu Group, Chu Lianxia is mainly in charge of planning and marketing. Could it be that Su Hao wants to attract investment? How did Su Hao come to know Chu Lianxia? On the night of the birthday party? That's not right. She was even more confused. Even if Su Hao wanted to attract advertising investment, he should have taken the initiative to visit the Chu Group. Why would Chu Lianxia, as a client, take the initiative to visit him? This makes absolutely no sense. Since it doesn't make sense, it's probably not a business matter. Could it be? Shen Yufei's beautiful eyes widened. Could it be that Su Hao, that scoundrel, was flirting with someone else? If that's the case, then it's bad, since it was Su Hao's birthday party that day that I took. Xiaofei, Su Hao is amazing. He actually knows the second young lady of the Chu family. Ning Yusin said with a sigh. He's so great. I brought Su Hao to the birthday party that day. He must have gotten to know Sister Xia through that. Shen Yufei explained. What? You took Su Hao there that day? Ha, Su Hao's got it. He knows how to seize opportunities. Ning Yusin couldn't help but laugh. He'd be lucky if he didn't cause any trouble, let alone seize any opportunity. Shen Yufei hoped that nothing would go wrong. Ning Yusin said, no matter what it is, when you see Su Hao at the meeting this afternoon, just ask him. At 3:30 p.m., all the management of Hongsheng Group arrived in the large conference room on the 6th floor, a total of over 100 people. Such meetings of the entire management team are usually held only once a month. A plenary meeting is usually only held when a major event is announced. Vice President Lei, what's the matter? Tell us about it. Kai Yuba asked Lei Jianshu, who was standing next to him. Lei Jianshu shook his head and said, I don't know either. You don't know either? How could that be? You're the vice president. Kai Yuba was somewhat skeptical. Yes, I am the vice president, but I am always traveling for work. Lei Jianshu spoke the truth. At this moment, HR Director Jiang Yunqi said, I heard that the finance department received a whistleblower report today, and General Manager Shen lost his temper. Complaint materials? Upon hearing her words, many of the executives in the conference room looked rather unwell. Director Jiang, do you know who that is? Kai Yuba asked curiously. I really don't know. Jiang Yunqi shook her head. Just then, the conference room door opened, and Shin Yufa walked in. The management team, who had been whispering among themselves, fell silent. Before we begin the meeting, I have something to announce. Shin Yufa walked to the front of the conference room and spoke. Yang Wangguan, manager of the technology department of the Mobile Internet Business Group, has been suspended from his duties and is under financial review. Many executives were taken aback by these words. The meaning is quite clear, a financial audit indicates that there must be financial misconduct. Mr. Shin, why? Yang Wangguan was dumbfounded and stood up from the back of the conference room. Why? All the evidence I have here is proof that you're taking kickbacks. What do you say? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow and glared at him. Mr. Shin, is there some mistake? Yang Wangguan's expression changed, but he guessed in his heart that it was probably that bastard Ji Kai who reported it. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. You'll be dealt with by the law. Shin Yufa glared at him. No, Mr. Shin, it must be a misunderstanding. Yang Wangguan started to play the victim. Security guard, take him out of here. Shin Yufa slammed her hand on the table. Two security guards immediately pulled Yang Wangguan away. All the executives in the conference room looked at him with some sympathy. Shin Yufa then scanned the people in the conference room, preparing to start a meeting and give all the management a wake-up call. But she suddenly noticed that the seat of the executive in front of her was empty, and the nameplate on the table was clearly Su Hao. Where is Director Su from the Mobile Internet Department? Shin Yufa frowned. Mr. Shin, I contacted Director Su's secretary and told her that Director Su was out on some business. This is what Wang Meng, the president's secretary, replied. He went out? Didn't they tell him that everyone was required to attend this meeting? Shin Yufa was somewhat displeased. They said they had already called and informed Director Su. Wang Meng explained. Shin Yufa immediately took out her phone angrily and called Su Hao, putting it on speakerphone. She was ready to give Su Hao a good scolding. Hey, honey, what's up? Su Hao joked from the other end. Everyone in the conference room was stunned when they heard Su Hao address him. What's going on? Su Hao actually called President Shin wife? Could it be? Puff. Lei Jianshu took a sip of tea and immediately spat it out. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. This bastard was becoming more and more lawless, openly calling her his wife. She regretted turning on the speakerphone, but if she turned it off now, wouldn't that be like trying to hide something obvious? Su Hao, this is Shin Yufa. Who are you calling your wife? Are you out of your mind? There was a company meeting this afternoon, did you know? Where are you? A meeting? I'm busy right now. What are you busy with? Get back here right now. Okay. I'll be right back. Su Hao hung up the phone after he finished speaking. This infuriated Shin Yufa. How dare this bastard hang up on her? It was outrageous. At this moment, everyone's mind was still filled with the name Su Hao. Snap. Shin Yufa suddenly slammed her hand on the table and said, meeting. An hour later, the conference room door suddenly opened, and Su Hao, reeking of alcohol, walked in unsteadily. Everyone was stunned when they saw him. The smell of alcohol is overwhelming. Director Su, did you go drinking during work hours? Wow. It's almost time to get off work, and you've been drinking all afternoon. No wonder he called his wife when President Shin called him earlier. He must have been drunk. Oh no, it looks like we'll have to replace the CEO. The mobile internet business group has had a tumultuous history. The program department and technology department managers are gone, and now even the executive director is about to be gone. The crowd immediately started discussing it. Ning Yusin shook her head speechlessly when she saw the drunk Su Hao. Shin Yuefei's pretty face gradually turned ashen. She was already having her period today, which was making her emotions fluctuate a lot, and this bastard had to put her in such a difficult position. Oh. Everyone's here. Su Hao glanced at it and grinned. Su Hao, as a senior executive of the company, you actually sneaked out to drink during work hours and got drunk. You are simply lawless. Shin Yuefei said sternly. Chapter 49, Making 1 billion in one day. That's right, Mr. Shin is right. Su Hao, you really don't respect the company's rules and regulations. Mr. Shin, how can someone like you be fit for management? I suggest you be fired immediately. Kai Yuba immediately echoed. Seeing Su Hao like this, he was naturally the happiest. With the mobile internet business group collapsing, he could finally take over everything to his online media business group. Ning Yusin was speechless. Who was this Kai Yuba? I think Uncle Kai is right. People like that should be fired immediately. Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting at the front of the conference room spoke up. Shin Yuefei frowned. This middle-aged man was also the company's vice president, and he was Kong Junjie, the son of Kong Xinghe, a shareholder of the company. If Kong Xinghe wins the chairmanship in the future, then Kong Junjie will definitely become the group president. Vice President Kong, you just got back from Donghai today. You have no idea how arrogant this kid is. He directly confronted me at the last meeting. Kai Yuba immediately snorted coldly. Is that even possible? How could someone like that become a director? Kong Junjie said in a sarcastic tone. Everyone present knew that Su Hao was personally promoted by President Shin, so Kong Junjie's words were undoubtedly an attempt to embarrass Shin Yuefei. Shin Yuefei frowned, looking at Su Hao with even more anger. This bastard was really embarrassing her. Su Hao frowned, ignoring them, and said directly, President Shin, I didn't sneak out to drink, I was there for a business engagement. Socializing? Ridiculous, what socializing could you possibly have? Kai Yuba said irritably. Director Kai, Mr. Dussel, the president of Baochi Group, invited me to lunch. Does that count as a business dinner? Su Hao immediately asked. This. Kai Yuba was speechless. Even the president couldn't afford to neglect a major client like Dusseldorf. Even so, shouldn't that be enough to prevent the company meeting from happening? Did you spend the whole afternoon drinking? Kong Junjie snorted coldly. Who said I've been drinking all the time? Drinking is just for fun, I mainly talk business. Su Hao looked at Kong Junjie and said. Oh? I don't know what kind of business it is? Tell everyone about it. Kong Junjie looked at him with a playful expression. Needless to say, the contract has already been signed. Su Hao suddenly opened the file folder in his hand, took out a contract from it, and placed it on the table. Kong Junjie picked it up and was immediately dumbfounded. This is because it is a letter of intent from Baochi Group to place advertisements on Hongsheng Group's Kuainiao Tushio app, and it bears the signature of Dussel. The total investment in the advertisement is a staggering 500 million yuan. Vice President Kong, what contract is it? Kai Yuba also stood up and took a look. Wow! A 500 million advertising contract. Kai Yuba was completely stunned. 500 million? An advertising contract? Everyone in the conference room was stunned. At this point, Kong Junjie's expression turned somewhat grim, and he stopped speaking. He then handed the contract to Shin Yuefei. Shin Yuefei took a look and was equally shocked. This is indeed Dusseldorf's signature, and it also has the seal of the Baochi Group on the back, so the contract is obviously genuine. Ning Yusin also came over to take a look. My god, Su Hao, you actually secured 500 million yuan in advertising fees from Baochi Group. Ning Yusin said with a sigh. At this moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Su Hao with shock and admiration. That's 500 million in advertising expenses, something many well-known internet companies can't afford. I never expected Director Su to be so capable. I heard that the president of Baoqi Group's Greater China region is an Arab, and has a rather strange temper. It's a miracle that Director Su could handle even such a client. Having secured 500 million in advertising revenue, what's wrong with having a few drinks? Yes, he's a real hero of the company. Suddenly, the executives in the conference room changed the subject. Xin Yufa felt relieved. Her anger dissipated instantly, and she even felt a little touched. After all, this was a significant amount of company profits. You should have told me before you went out to discuss business. She spoke to Su Hao, her tone becoming much gentler. Wow, Director Su, your business acumen is amazing. You secured a 500 million yuan advertising contract in just one day. Ning Yusin gave a thumbs up. It's important to understand that in the business world, negotiating contracts and collaborations, especially for contracts worth 500 million, usually requires a series of business negotiations and exchanges, which can take a long time, sometimes several months or even half a year or a year. But to secure a 500 million contract in a single day is indeed a business miracle. 500 million? No, that's not right. Su Hao suddenly shook his head. Something's not right. Ning Yusin was stunned. Everyone in the conference room looked surprised. I should be able to close a 1 billion deal in one day. I even closed one this morning. Su Hao then took out another contract from the file folder, which was an advertising contract signed with the Chu Group. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to them. Xin Yufa took the contract and glanced at it. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. It was another contract worth 500 million. What's wrong? Everyone was shocked to see the usually composed and calm CEO. What was going on? This is an advertising contract with the Chu Group worth 500 million. Ning Yusin exclaimed in surprise from the side. What? Is it true or not? Is that impossible? A contract worth 1 billion yuan signed all at once. Is this a joke? The conference room erupted in chaos the next moment. Kang Junjie frowned. He was instantly suspicious. He had never heard of signing an advertising contract worth 1 billion yuan in a single day. Director Su, you've pulled out two 500 million contracts in a row. Are you kidding everyone? He asked with a stern face. Yes. How could that be? This kid must have made a fake contract. Kai Yuba quickly echoed. At this point, the other executives in the conference room also had some doubts. After all, this was 1 billion. Vice President Kong, am I joking? The contract has the financial contact numbers for Baoqi Group and Chu Group. You can call to confirm. Su Hao said in a very serious tone. At this moment, Xin Yufa looked at Ning Yusin. Our finance department has worked with Baoqi Group and Chushi Group. I have the contact information of their CFOs, and I have personally verified it. Ning Yusin immediately took out her phone to verify. The call ended quickly, and Ning Yusin said excitedly, I've verified everything, the contract is fine, it's real. Wow! The meeting room was buzzing with excitement. Thump! Kai Yuba instantly became dejected, sitting there listlessly, dumbfounded. Kang Junjie's eyelids twitched. When Su Hao was promoted to director, he thought Xin Yufa had found someone to fill the position, but he didn't expect him to be so capable. Xin Yufa was equally excited. She felt a surge of pride. After all, she had promoted Su Hao herself. Chapter 50 million Sales Commission. At this moment, all the senior executives of Hongsheng Group were filled with awe and wonder. During last week's routine meeting, Su Hao proposed an advertising sales target of 1 billion yuan, which was met with ridicule from everyone. They believed that Su Hao had no chance of completing it, and even Kai Yuba, a seasoned veteran in the business world, couldn't achieve the annual target of 500 million. But no one expected that in less than a week, Su Hao would acquire 1 billion yuan. Moreover, Baoqi Group and Chu Group are both top-tier companies. These top-tier clients are not so easy to secure. But Su Hao did it, and the key is that he was the executive director, not an advertising sales specialist. It's worth noting that the online media business group has its own marketing department with over 20 sales specialists. If the marketing department can secure 200-300 million yuan in advertising revenue a year, then that's considered a very good performance. After all, the 500 million that Kai Yuba mentioned earlier was just a task target. This means that Su Hao's performance alone surpassed that of the entire marketing department. In an instant, Su Hao became an idol in the hearts of everyone in the entire group. Alright, that concludes today's meeting. Meeting adjourned. Shin Yufa spoke up. At this point, everyone dispersed. Let's talk in the office. Shin Yufa said something to Su Hao and Ning Yusin. The three then went to the president's office. Ah, that's brilliant. $1 billion advertising contract, and I've seen the payment terms, so that means we'll be rolling in 200 million by the end of the month. As the CFO, Ning Yusin's favorite thing is for the company's accounts to become full. After all, the working capital of a group is something that every CFO needs to control. Hey Mr. Shin, are you not angry now? Su Hao asked with a grin. Ugh, you scoundrel. Shin Yufa sat there, and she was so angry that she laughed. Ning Yusin stood to the side, her eyebrows furrowed. Why did these two address each other like that? Oh dear, my mouth is so dry after drinking. Su Hao sat down directly on the sofa. Ha, I'm getting water for the hero. Ning Yusin went straight to the refrigerator in the office and took out 3 bottles of water. Su Hao took the bottle and drank it in big gulps. Ning Yusin then handed another bottle to Shin Yufa. She can't drink cold drinks. Su Hao said quietly. Ning Yusin suddenly froze. She suddenly remembered that Shin Yufa had started her period today and had mentioned it to her. But huh? Ning Yusin looked at Su Hao in astonishment. How did he know? That's Su Hao. Ning Yusin wanted to ask. Shin Yufa blushed slightly and quickly interrupted her, saying, Sister Xin, please have the company's legal department review the contract again to make sure there are no problems. Okay, don't worry. Ning Yusin nodded. Mr. Shin, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Get off work now. I had a few drinks and I'm feeling a bit tipsy. Su Hao suddenly said. Shin Yufa nodded. Off work? No way, Su Hao, how about you treat me and Xiaofei to dinner tonight? We can have some beer then. Ning Yusin suddenly suggested. Treat me to a meal? Hey, you two earn more than me, and you still expect me to treat you? Su Hao was speechless for a moment. This woman really was a beer fanatic. Sister Xin, this guy is too stingy, let's just forget about it. Shin Yufa quickly replied. Forget it? No, we can't forget it, Xiaofei. Have you forgotten our company's commission policy for advertising sales? Ning Yusin reminded her. Shin Yufa certainly wouldn't forget. At Hongsheng Group, the commission rate for advertising sales is generally 1%. However, if the advertising sales exceed 100 million, the commission rate is 2%. If the advertising sales exceed 500 million, the commission rate is 5%. Su Hao secured a 1 billion yuan advertising contract, which means he will receive a 5% commission on sales. With 1 billion yuan in advertising fees, Su Hao's commission would be a whopping 50 million yuan. Shin Yufa almost forgot about this matter. When payday comes on the 10th, Su Hao will be able to receive this substantial sales commission. Sales commission? Is this for real? Su Hao's eyes lit up. Pfft, Su Hao, you're the director and you don't even know about this? Next month, the sales commission alone will be 50 million. Don't you think you should treat us to a meal? Ning Yusin snorted. You should treat me, it's more than my salary. Shin Yufa sighed deeply. As the president of Hongsheng Group, her salary was in the tens of millions, but Su Hao earned more than the president, which made her sigh. Su Hao was somewhat excited. A commission of 50 million? He suddenly became a rich man? He now finally understands why so many companies' sales staff have become wealthy. This is truly a case of no business for a year, but enough to live on for 3 years. If you work a regular job and only earn a fixed salary, you'll never earn 50 million in your entire life. Ahem, I'll have to wait until I get paid to treat you. I'm off. Su Hao isn't stupid, he doesn't have much money in his pocket right now. He just bought 100,000 yuan worth of stocks today. Hey, Su Hao, don't go. Ning Yusin was both amused and exasperated. Shin Yufa said, Sister Xin, I told you he was stingy. Su Hao returned to his office and poured himself a glass of milk. Actually, he didn't drink much at noon. It was by eavesdropping on Dussel's thoughts during lunch that he unexpectedly landed a 500 million contract. Because by 5:30, everyone in the company had already left work. Su Hao opened the stock trading software on his computer and checked the status of the stocks he had purchased today. He bought a total of 10 stocks. Of course, some went up and some went down, But in the end, the results were close to his prediction of the stock market trend, with a final increase of about 6%. Su Hao's initial investment of 100,000 yuan turned into a profit of more than 6,000 yuan. Wow, he made 6,000 yuan in just one day. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking that once his 50 million commission arrived, he could finally make a big splash. He then opened Tomato Novel Network and found that the novel he published last night had been approved, and he had even received a signing notice from the site. Su Hao followed the instructions and submitted the signing documents. Currently, all contracts on novel websites are electronic, and he quickly completed the signing after adding the editor's QQ. Now that the novel had been approved, he immediately started writing, and half an hour later he uploaded another 50,000 words. Ding! System notification: you have completed the advertising recruitment task and have been rewarded with 1,000 evolution points. Su Hao's eyes lit up as he checked the system and discovered that he still had evolution points to collect. The achievement of publishing an online novel has been unlocked, granting 200 evolution points. Su Hao never expected that publishing a web novel would also trigger an achievement. It seems that I can definitely try my hand at something outside the industry, which will allow me to achieve more in the future. I currently have 1,200 evolution points. Let me see where the next evolution part is. Chapter 51: Skeletal Muscle Platinum Enhancement. Host: the next body part to evolve is your skeleton. Skeleton? Okay, let's evolve. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the skeletal evolution to level 1. Skeleton LV2 possesses the ability Bronze Enhancement. Keep evolving. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the skeletal evolution to level 2. Skeleton LV2 possesses the ability Platinum Enhancement. Su Hao was somewhat surprised. After learning about it, he found that after the Platinum Enhancement, the strength, support, blood production, and movement functions were all greatly improved. 600 evolution points remaining. System: continue evolving. Host: the next area to evolve is muscle. Do you wish to evolve? Okay, let's evolve. Su Hao then directly evolved his muscles to level 2. Muscle LV2 possesses the ability Platinum Enhancement. Similarly, after being enhanced with platinum, muscles exhibit significant improvements in flexibility, strength, stretching, and speed. Su Hao suddenly had the illusion of a complete transformation, and he discovered that his current strength and reaction speed were extremely formidable. After these two evolutions, I possessed extremely strong physical attributes. Maybe I should sign up for some combat sports training. Su Hao thought to himself. Ever since he fought with those hackers, he felt he needed to learn more fighting skills to push his physical abilities to the limit. He's like someone who now possesses powerful internal strength, but he still needs to learn some more techniques. Ding dong! Just then, Su Hao received a WeChat message, which he opened. Shin Ufa, you've been drinking today, you can't drive. Shall I take you home? Su Hao was stunned. What was wrong with Shin Xianyo? She actually offered to take him home? Is this still the aloof and powerful CEO queen? Oh my god, could this woman have fallen in love with me? Or is there another purpose? Who cares? Su Hao replied directly, okay. When he arrived at the parking lot, Shin Ufa was already sitting in the Lamborghini waiting for him. Honey, why did you offer to drive me home today? Could it be that you've fallen for me? After Su Hao sat down, he couldn't help but tease him. Stop being so narcissistic. I'm only rewarding you because of your significant contributions to the company. After Shin Ufa finished speaking, she started the car. Honey, you have to treat me. You can't just send me home and call it a day, can you? Su Hao said with a smile. What else do you want? Have you forgotten the bet we made? What? Just spend time with me this once. Su Hao gave a reminder. Shin Ufa then remembered that Su Hao wanted her to pretend to be his girlfriend and have dinner with his cronies. It's just a meal. Just let me know when you've decided on a time. Okay, I'll arrange it as soon as I get paid. Su Hao readily agreed. I understand that you were able to secure the advertising contract in Dusseldorf, but how did you manage to negotiate the contract with the Chu Group? Shen Ufa was truly puzzled. This is all thanks to Chu Shangxiang. Su Hao spoke the truth. Chu Shangxiang? You forgot? I was playing games in the office and helped her reach the king rank. Later, she introduced my second sister to me. Su Hao explained with a smile. What? Shen Yufa was speechless. She felt that Su Hao must be hiding something. By the way, honey, I've made so much money for the company, and I need your support on two things. Su Hao suddenly said. What's up? First, I plan to establish two new departments within the department, a marketing department and a big data algorithm department. Shin Yufa was somewhat taken aback. Of course, she understood the marketing department. With the future growth of traffic to the Quainiao Tushio app, advertising sales would require its own marketing department. What is this big data algorithm department? Essentially, it involves collecting and analyzing big data, then applying algorithms to intelligently recommend content resources to users. Shin Yufa was a little confused when she heard this. Let me put it this way, many news apps currently on the market still follow the conventional model, simply porting PC web pages to mobile phones and making it incredibly easy for users to browse. My algorithm architecture relies on big data to analyze user behavior and then intelligently recommend content that users are interested in. For example, our big data can help us identify which users are interested in daily skincare. We can then target skincare ads to these users precisely to maximize exposure and effectiveness. After Su Hao's brief explanation, Shin Yufa immediately understood. I understand, but isn't this technology a bit too difficult? Shin Yufa was a little worried. After all, the technology Su Hao described involves big data analysis and complex recommendation algorithms. I'm the executive director when it comes to technical matters, so you don't need to worry about that. If I want to do it, I definitely can. Su Hao is certainly confident in his technical skills. Yes, this is equivalent to upgrading the core of the Quainiao Tushio app, and I agree with that. Shin Yufa nodded. The second thing, you need to allocate me 100 million yuan in operating funds. Su Hao grinned. What? You need 100 million in operating funds? What for? Shin Yufa's eyelids twitched. I'm planning to send some red envelopes to users of the Quainiao Tushio app. Su Hao shared his thoughts. Sending red envelopes? 100 million? Are you crazy? Shin Yufa's eyes widened. Boss, if Quainiao Tushio app wants to increase its user base, one thing is to improve the product itself, and the other is to do a good job of attracting traffic. Giving users red envelopes is the simplest and quickest way. But once you open that door, it will be a huge expense. Shin Yufa expressed her concerns. Boss, don't worry. When we have a huge amount of traffic, we've unlocked the secret to wealth. This little bit of spending on red envelopes is nothing compared to the massive advertising revenue. Su Hao said with great confidence. He had been thinking about this for a while now. If Quainiao Tushio app wanted to become the #1 news app, it had to make a series of improvements and reforms. This matter is too important. Give me some time to think about it. Shin Yufa should think about it carefully. Just then, her phone rang, and the caller was none other than her cousin, Xia Yuyu. Hey, Yuyu, what's wrong? Meow meow, cousin, I have some good news for you. That's what Xia Yuyu said playfully over there. What good news? I'm going back to China tomorrow. Surprised? Unexpected? Get ready to pick me up at the airport. Shin Yufa was taken aback and asked, going back to China? You're not going to school anymore? There are no classes in the second half of the year, okay? And someone's coming back with me, guess who it is? Who? Aunt. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened. What? My aunt is coming back too? Chapter 52. A toad trying to eat swan meat? Shin Yufa's mother has 5 siblings. She is the eldest. Xia Yuyu is the child of her second aunt. After that are her 2 uncles. The youngest is her aunt, Xiao Ishuan. So Aunt Xiao Ishuan is only 3 years older than Shin Yufa. Xiao Ishuan is a very strong-willed person, and sometimes she even gives Shin Yufa and Xia Yuyu a headache. Xiaofei, what's wrong? Are you unhappy to hear I'm going back? Suddenly, I heard my Aunt Xiao Ishuan's voice on the phone. She was obviously with my cousin Xia Yuyu. Oh? No, Auntie, your advanced studies are over too? Shin Yufa quickly asked. Well, it's over. Xiaofei, you're so immature. I only found out today when I called your dad that you actually got your marriage certificate behind our backs. You were too impulsive. Xiao Ishuan said irritably. Ahem, auntie, I wasn't acting impulsively. I've been in a relationship for a year. Shin Yufa quickly explained. Humph. I'm really curious now, which guy tricked my Xiaofei? Auntie, what lie? We truly love each other. Xiaofei, others may not understand you, but I do. Alright, your flight is at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Remember to pick me and you up. We'll talk about this in detail when I get back. Xiao Yishuan hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Shun Yufa was both amused and exasperated. This was troublesome again. Her aunt was not someone to be trifled with. Su Hao, why don't you move into my villa? Shin Yufa immediately said to Su Hao beside her. Ha? What do you mean? Su Hao was suddenly stunned. My aunt and cousin Yu are coming back from abroad, and they know about my marriage certificate. Yeah, if you know, you know. They're coming back and staying at my villa, so the two of us have to live together, otherwise we'll be exposed. Su Hao rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, we're in a fake marriage. Why don't you just tell them the truth? No way. My dad's health has just improved, and you don't know my aunt. If she finds out we're not a real couple, she'll definitely make a scene. Shin Yufa explained. Well, you're quite nosy, aren't you? By the way, why don't they stay at their own homes when they go back to China? Su Hao was somewhat puzzled. Sigh, it's a long story. My aunt has a strong personality, and she had a falling out with her family, so she never goes home to live. Shin Yufa said helplessly. Is it that complicated? I'm fine with moving there, but you'll have to prepare a big room for me. Su Hao thought for a moment. No. We're married now, so you have to sleep in the same room as me. Shin Yufa said seriously. Sleeping in the same room? Does that mean we also have to share a bed? Su Hao almost drooled. What are you thinking? Of course you'll sleep on the floor and I'll sleep on the bed. Shin Yufa said in a very serious tone. Forget it, I'll just stay in a rented room. That way I'll have more freedom. Who can stand sleeping on the floor every day? Su Hao immediately shook his head. Can't you just make do for once? Shin Yufa was somewhat frustrated and a little wronged, but she had no other choice at the moment. But how long can we keep making do like this? Unless I sleep in the bed. Su Hao said shamelessly. At this point, he had to fight for it with all his might. Just thinking about sleeping in the same bed with Shin Yufa every day, TSK, that sounds so nice. Sleeping in bed? No way. I'm still a virgin, how can that be? You bastard, don't even think about it. Shin Yufa immediately gritted her teeth and said. Why not? Haven't we shared a bed twice already? Su Hao grinned. Those 2 times were when I was forced to do it, okay? Shin Yufa was speechless. That bastard is deliberately making things difficult for himself. He's despicable. Oh dear, there's no benefit to it, this is really difficult for me. Su Hao looked quite helpless. Okay, stop pretending. What do you want? Just say it. Shin Yufa gave a soft snort. Don't you know what I want? Su Hao winked at her, a wicked look on his face. Have I been too tolerant of you lately? Have you been delusional and harboring some wishful thinking, like a toad trying to eat swan meat? Shin Yufa's tone was icy. Come on, how could a swan like me have such thoughts? Su Hao grinned. Shin Yufa was speechless. You're a swan, so why am I a toad? How about this Lamborghini will be my ride. Su Hao raised an eyebrow. So you still wanted to get your hands on my sports car. Although Bentley is an option, I think Lamborghini is more stylish. Fine. It's just a sports car. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth. Ha, okay then, I'll find a moving company tomorrow and move my things over. Su Hao readily agreed. Of course he was willing. Moving to a villa would be great, not to mention the nice neighborhood environment, but more importantly, it would be close to his company. Even though he now owns a Bentley, the morning rush hour traffic in Yanbei is still incredibly annoying. Moving isn't that big of a deal, is it? Just bring a few changes of clothes and shoes. I have everything I need. Okay then, but I didn't drive today. Why don't you come to my place first, and we can move tonight? Su Hao took the initiative to make the suggestion. Okay then. Although Shin Yufa was somewhat unwilling, she had no choice but to endure it. That night, Su Hao packed some clothes and shoes, along with a few books and a laptop, and moved into Longcheng Villa, Shin Yuefei's villa. As for the apartment Su Hao rented, he hasn't moved out yet, and who knows when he might be kicked out. That evening, Shin Yuefei stayed in a guest room, and the next morning, she went to the company first. It was almost 8 o'clock when Su Hao finally drove his Lamborghini to the company. He arrived at the parking lot at just 8 o'clock. I have to say, it's so convenient to be close to the company, it only takes less than 10 minutes to drive there. It's absolutely fantastic. Ha! Su Hao. When Ning Yusen saw the car, she initially thought it belonged to Shin Yuefei, but she was surprised to find that the person who got out of the car was Su Hao. Hey, Director Ning, good morning. Su Hao got out of the car and greeted her. Hey little brother, isn't this Xiaofei's car? Why are you driving it? Ning Yusen asked curiously. Well, it's because I made some contributions to the company that Mr. Shin lent me his car. Su Hao explained. Really? Xiaofei is so generous. By the way, little brother, are you free tonight? Ning Yusen suddenly took his arm and asked affectionately. Cough cough. Su Hao was startled by her actions. What was this woman doing? He quickly pulled his arm away. Evening? I really don't have time, I need to go home and cook for my wife. He said with a smile. Alright, you little brat, stop pretending. I know you're single. Ning Yusen gave him a charmingly disdainful look. Cough cough. Su Hao blushed. You should be free this weekend, right? How about we work out together? Ning Yusen smiled sweetly. Chapter 53 instantly kills a 5-star chef. Su Hao was taken aback, then asked with a smile, Director Ning, do you work out often? Of course. Can't you see how great my figure is? As Ning Yusen spoke, she deliberately straightened up, revealing her S-shaped body curves. It has to be said, this woman's figure is absolutely top-notch, if only she weren't a busty woman. But she always poses seductively in front of me. What is she doing? Could it be that she's lusting after my good looks? Yes, Director Ning certainly has a great physique. I'm planning to find a boxing gym to learn some combat sports recently. Do you have any good recommendations? Su Hao remembered this matter. Fighting? Wow, little brat, so that's what you like. Ning Yusen's eyes were alluring. Yeah, I need to work out, otherwise my 8-pack abs will turn into one big muscle. And I need to work on these muscles too. Su Hao nodded. 8-pack abs? You little brat, you have 8-pack abs? Come on, lift up your shirt and let your big sister see. Ning Yusen was about to lift Su Hao's clothes as she spoke. Ahem, Director Ning, what are you doing? Su Hao quickly dodged. Ha, you little rascal, look how scared you are. Why are you running away? Do you think your big sister would eat you? Ning Yusen giggled when she saw Su Hao's flustered expression. Director Ning, if people in the company see this, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on you. Su Hao said with a serious expression. Okay, I'm just kidding. The gym where I got my membership is a fitness and combat sports club. The combat sports coaches there are really good. I'll introduce you to them sometime. Okay, sure. How about this Saturday? Okay, sure. Su Hao agreed. The two then went upstairs. When Su Hao arrived at the office, Cui Shaoan suddenly exclaimed excitedly, President Su, you're finally here. Come on over. What's wrong? Why are you so excited? Su Hao was taken aback. Look what this is. Cui Shaoan held a stack of letters in her hand. What is this? Could it be a whistleblower letter? Su Hao was somewhat taken aback. What whistleblower letter? This is something someone slipped under the door when I opened my office this morning. When I opened it, oh dear, it was all love letters. Cui Shaoan quickly handed him the love letter. Love letter? Are you kidding me? Su Hao took the letters and saw that they were indeed love letters from many of his female colleagues. Cough cough, what era is this? Still writing love letters? Su Hao was speechless for a moment. Mr. Su, it's clear how popular you are among the company's female employees. Cui Shaoan looked at him with admiration. Really? Then, is there a love letter for Shaoan? Su Hao teased deliberately. Oh dear, Mr. Su, you're teasing me again. Cui Shaoan blushed instantly. Ha ha. Su Hao smiled and walked into the office. In the morning, he was handling company affairs, since Quineo Tushio app was going to cooperate with Chu's Group and Baochi Group, and there were quite a few things to do. As soon as he arrived at work in the afternoon, Su Hao received a text message from Shin Yufa summoning him, and he went straight to the president's office. Boss, you missed me? Can you stop joking? I have something important to discuss with you. What's the important matter? I have approved the 2 plans you mentioned yesterday. Shin Yufa has thought it through carefully. If Quineo Tushio app wants to take off, it really needs to improve itself. Okay, just wait and see how it goes. Su Hao said confidently. By the way, my aunt and Yuyu's flight is at 5 o'clock. I'll go pick them up from the airport early. You can go home and cook dinner after get off work. Shin Yufa had already made up her mind. Should I cook at home? Cough cough, they just got back, aren't they going to eat at a restaurant? Su Hao was speechless. Oh dear, they'll have to adjust to the time difference when they get back, they must be exhausted. You're such a good cook, just eat at home. Shin Yufa quickly said. Ahem, let me tell you in advance, I'll get our marriage certificate, I promise to live in a villa, and I promise to cooperate with you, but I didn't promise to cook for you. Su Hao immediately gave a reminder. He's not stupid otherwise, he might end up becoming this woman's maid. I know, is just this once not enough? Shin Yufa pouted. Hee, it's not that we can't do it, but it will cost extra. Su Hao said shamelessly. You still can't change your money-grubbing nature. It's just money, how much do you want? Shin Yufa said indignantly. It's not much, a meal costs 1,000 yuan. Su Hao's lips curled up, and he offered a price. His cooking skills are now so good that they could easily beat a 5-star chef. With skills like that, a meal costing 1,000 yuan is well worth it. 1,000 yuan? You surnamed Su, you're really greedy. Shin Yufa was furious. Just think about my cooking skills, you won't regret it. Su Hao winked. Okay. $1,000 it is. Shin Yufa had no choice but to agree. It was just this one meal anyway, she could always hire a nanny later. Su Hao grinned. He figured he had to eat and cook anyway, so why not make some money on the side? 5 p.m., Yanbei Airport. Shin Yufa finally met her aunt Xiao Yishuan and cousin Xia Yuyu. Wow! My cousin! Meow! Xia Yuyu happily rushed over and gave Shin Yufa a big hug. The girl was wearing a pink t-shirt and a super short skirt, showing off her long, fair legs, which was quite eye-catching. Her crystal sandals, paired with pink nail polish, made her even more adorable and charming. However, the most dazzling and prominent thing was Xia Yuyu's big F, which bumped hard into Shin Yufa. Yo-yo, you haven't gotten fat, have you? Shin Yufa couldn't help but complain. Cousin, I'm fat in the right places, you know that, I'm 2 sizes bigger than you. Xia Yuyu said proudly. Yes. Keep up the good work and try to unlock the G-Wagon as soon as possible. Shin Yufa couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. She only jokes around so freely with Xia Yuyu. Haha, okay. Xia Yuyu looked on with anticipation. You're still showing off? This is way too short. It's practically showing your butt. Shin Yufa couldn't help but scold him. Cousin, I'm such a cute and pretty girl, can I match my style without wearing a mini-skirt? Xia Yuyu disagreed. You two are so affectionate, Xiaofei, have you forgotten that your aunt is standing here? Xiao Yishuan wore sunglasses, a black halter dress, black stockings, and sky-high heels, looking sexy and charming. No way, auntie. Shin Yufa chuckled, then went over and gave her aunt a hug. Xiaofei, did you come by yourself? Xiao Yishuan glanced around. Yes, I came by myself. Where's the man who tricked you into getting the marriage certificate? Didn't he come with you? Xiao Yishuan asked immediately. Yes, cousin, where's my cousin's husband? Xia Yuyu was also curious. He didn't come. It's not because you guys came back that I asked him to cook at home in advance. Shin Yufa quickly explained. What? Cooking at home? Xiao Yishuan and Xia Yuyu were both stunned. Chapter 54 My cousin is so lucky. Xiao Yishuan sneered, Xiaofei, what kind of amazing man did you find? A grown man cooking at home? Yes, cousin, is your husband a cook? Xia Yuyu asked with great interest. What? Didn't I already tell you? He works at Hongsheng Group as the executive director. Shen Yuefei explained. Working under you? Xiaofei, you must have been fooled by him. He's using you to climb the ladder, you know? Xiao Yishuan offered a reminder. Auntie, that's not necessarily true. Maybe my cousin just likes gigolos, so she's keeping one. Xia Yuyu guessed from the side. Hey, if you keep doing this, I'm going to get angry. Xin Yuefei feigned anger. Okay, let's stop talking now. We'll see what kind of man he is when we get home. Xiao Yishuan nodded. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived home. At this moment, Su Hao is busy in the kitchen. Brother-in-law, where is brother-in-law? Xia Yuyu called out as soon as she entered the door. Yuyu, what are you yelling about? Xiao Yishuan glared at her. Xia Yuyu immediately stuck out her tongue. I'm back. At this moment, Su Hao came out of the kitchen. He doesn't have a big head or a thick neck, but he's so handsome, 1.8 meters tall, a tall and handsome appa, wow. My cousin is so lucky. Xia Yuyu gave her evaluation. Xiao Yishuan was also a little surprised, not expecting that Xiaofei's husband was so good looking. Su Hao, this is your aunt, and this is Yuyu. Shen Yuefei quickly introduced. Hello, I'm Su Hao. Su Hao spoke politely. Hey brother-in-law, you're so handsome. Tell me your love story with my cousin. Who pursued whom? Xia Yuyu skipped and hopped forward and hugged Su Hao's arm. Forehead. Su Hao felt a little embarrassed. Why did his cousin have so many questions? And the first time we met, he hugged my arm and rubbed against me. My goodness, he was huge. Yuyu, what are you doing? Xiao Yishuan immediately glared at her. Xia Yuyu then released Su Hao's arm. Su Hao, is dinner ready? Okay, all done. Auntie, let's eat. Shen Yuefei quickly said. Xiao Yishuan nodded. Su Hao then laid out a table full of the prepared dishes, which were quite sumptuous. The group then sat down at the table, but Xiao Yishuan kept a cold expression on her face. Wow, it smells so good. I'm really hungry. Xia Yuyu immediately picked up her rice and started eating. However, Xiao Yishuan did not pick up her chopsticks immediately, but took the initiative to ask, Su Hao, where is your hometown? Yes, my hometown is in eastern Shandong. Su Hao answered. Eastern Shandong? That means rural areas? Do you own a house in Yanbei? Have you bought a car? Xiao Yishuan picked a plum blossom. Cough cough, no. Su Hao shook his head. What? You don't even own a house? Xiao Yishuan shook her head in disappointment. After finishing the meal, Su Hao went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. Shen Yuefei and the others went upstairs and tidied up the 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor, with Xia Yuyu and her aunt each staying in one. Xiaofei, you're so naive. You and Su Hao should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and get your divorce certificate. Xiao Yishuan suddenly said. Ah? Shen Yuefei was a little dumbfounded and quickly said, Aunt, what are you saying? He comes from the countryside, has no car or house, and got promoted at the company because of you. He is not good enough for you. Xiao Yishuan explained. Auntie, Su Hao is my husband. Please watch your words. I will not allow anyone to insult my man. Shen Yuefei immediately said seriously. Xiao Yishuan didn't expect Xiaofei to defend that kid so much. Auntie, Su Hao and I are truly in love, and my dad is very satisfied with him. Shen Yuefei quickly said. What? Your dad is very satisfied with him? Is he getting senile? Xiao Yishuan was speechless for a moment. Auntie, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. How could you let my cousin get a divorce? Besides, isn't her husband quite handsome, and he cooks delicious food? Xia Yuyu said from the side. What do you know, you little brat? Xiao Yishuan rolled her eyes at her, but she was still quite surprised by Su Hao's cooking skills. Xiaofei, you've always been so stubborn and unwilling to listen to advice. Xiao Yishuan felt somewhat helpless. Auntie, I'm all grown up now, not a child anymore. Don't worry, I'm the president of a listed company. You are the CEO, that's true, but your emotional intelligence is low. Auntie. Shen Yuefei was somewhat depressed. All right. I won't say any more. Ultimately, it's your choice, but I'm reminding you that you and he just got married, so remember to use protection during sex, otherwise, once you get pregnant, there won't be any room for maneuver. Xiao Yishuan gave her instructions. Ha? Auntie, what are you saying? Shin Yufa blushed immediately. Yes, cousin, tell me, what's it like between you and your husband? Xia Yuyu suddenly became interested. Shin Yufa was speechless. You little brat, how can you be so curious? Shameless. Xiao Yishuan slapped Xia Yuyu's butt in anger. Oh dear, auntie, I'm 18 years old, I know everything, okay? Xia Yuyu rubbed her hand in pain and pouted resentfully. Yes, you know. I haven't even dealt with you yet for downloading all sorts of random videos on my tablet last time. Shin Yufa remembered this matter. Huh, cousin, did your husband find out about that video? Oh no, your pure and innocent image is definitely going to collapse in front of him. Xia Yuyu laughed gleefully. You're still laughing. The two girls immediately started playing around. You two always bicker whenever you meet. Xiao Yishuan couldn't help but complain. By the way, auntie, what are your plans for this trip back? Shin Yufa asked curiously. I studied acting in China and directing in cinematography abroad. I'm preparing to make my first film. Xiao Yishuan said with a smile. Yes, cousin, my aunt is going to make me a big star. Xia Yuyu said excitedly. You? You think you can debut with your G-Wagon? Shin Yufa joked. Oh, cousin, you're so dirty-minded. Xia Yuyu snorted. Xiaofei, you should go to rest early too. Yuyu and I will also go to bed early tonight to adjust to the time difference. Xiao Yishuan said. Okay, I'm going back to my room to wash up. Shin Yufa nodded and then went back upstairs. Just as Xia Yuyu was about to go back to her room, Ning Yishuan suddenly called out to her. Yuyu, go to the supermarket tomorrow and buy 2 boxes of Durex for your cousin. Ha? Auntie, what are you buying this for? You forgot what I just said? Your cousin is shy and will definitely be embarrassed to buy it. You should help her out. Xia Yuyu nodded and murmured, then I have to ask my brother-in-law first whether he uses the large or medium size. Xiao Yishuan had a headache. Chapter 55. You're getting a nosebleed. When Shin Yufa returned to her bedroom, Su Hao had also finished tidying up and returned to his bedroom. Hey, honey, you're back? Su Hao, my aunt is that kind of person, but she's kind at heart. Don't take some of the things she says to heart. Shin Yufa said earnestly. Yes, I understand what your aunt is thinking. Su Hao knew perfectly well that he needed to work hard to make money. In this society, without money, who would respect you? You'll have to put up with this during this time. Shin Yufa took a straw mat out of the closet and laid it on the ground, then laid a quilt on top. Now that the weather is no longer cold, you can use this blanket. She took out a blanket. Okay, put it there. Su Hao nodded. Ugh, I'm a little tired. I'm going to take a shower first. Shin Yufa said something and went to take a shower. Su Hao took out his computer and then took out his books and placed them on the bookshelf. When Shin Yufa came out of the shower, she saw Su Hao wearing headphones and studying a course. She didn't disturb them, then quietly went to bed and covered herself with a blanket. It's already 11 o'clock, aren't you going to sleep yet? Shin Yufa asked a question while lying in bed. I need to go to bed around 1 or 2 a.m. Su Hao took off his headphones. You're sleeping so late? Shin Yufa was taken aback. What? Do you want me to sleep with you? If you invite me to bed, I can go to sleep right now. Su Hao smiled sideways. You pervert. You're never serious. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to sleep. Shin Yufa angrily turned off the light and went to sleep. Su Hao turned on the desk lamp and continued studying. On the other side, Shin Yufa opened her eyes again, and she suddenly discovered something terrifying. After spending so much time with Su Hao, this guy actually flirted with me. At first, I was so angry that I almost jumped up and down. But now, when Su Hao flirts with me, I seem to have gotten used to it. I just scold him verbally, but I'm not really that angry inside. It must be because I've managed to adjust myself well, otherwise I'd be driven crazy by this guy sooner or later. Shin Yufa thought to herself, and soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, when she woke up, she instinctively sat up in bed and yawned. Shin Yufa suddenly looked under the bed and saw that Su Hao, who was sleeping on the floor, was not covered by a blanket and was completely exposed. Ah! She immediately screamed. What's wrong? Su Hao sat up abruptly. You're asking what's wrong? You exhibitionist, why aren't you wearing clothes? Shin Yufa crawled into bed and said angrily. Wearing clothes? Sorry, I usually sleep naked. Su Hao gave an awkward smile. You pervert. You're not sleeping alone in the bedroom now, can't you even put on your pajamas? Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. Pajamas? I've never bought pajamas. Su Hao immediately shook his head. No pajamas? You can wear your briefs then. Shin Yufa was speechless for a moment. Okay, I'm putting it on. Su Hao quickly got dressed. Shin Yufa then crawled out from under the covers and saw that Su Hao was already dressed, so she came out from inside. I'm warning you, from now on you're not allowed to be naked in your bedroom, understand? She said it seriously. Okay, what about you? Can you go around naked? Su Hao asked with a smile. You think I'm like you? How could I possibly be naked? Shin Yufa raised her eyebrows. Really? He. Su Hao wiped his nose. Damn it, it was bleeding. Why are you bleeding? Shin Yufa frowned. It's nothing. Su Hao shook his head, his eyes somewhat unfocused. Shin Yufa looked down and was immediately shocked. Although she was wearing pajamas, she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Now that she was exposed in front of Su Hao, wouldn't that be? Ah! Shin Yufa screamed and burrowed back under the covers. Last night, after she got under the covers, she took off her bra. After all, girls shouldn't sleep in a bra, it's bad for their health. But when Shin Yufa woke up in the morning, she had forgotten about it. Oh no. Su Hao saw us just now. So embarrassing. Sigh, I've really lost out this time. She's still a virgin. Shin Yufa felt both ashamed and indignant. Alright, enough with the yelling. Your pajamas are so conservative, they're not see-through, I didn't see anything. Su Hao comforted him. But what he had just witnessed still stirred his emotions. You haven't seen it yet? Your nose is bleeding. You filthy scoundrel. Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. Is this my fault? Besides, didn't you see me just now? We're even. After Su Hao finished speaking, he went to wash up. Even? Sha. Shin Yufa put on her bra inside the blanket, but was still too shy to come out. Su Hao went to the bathroom, wiped away the blood from his nose, and washed his face with cold water. A little while later, he came out after washing up, and Shin Yufa was still hiding under the covers. Why haven't they come out yet? Once you've finished washing up, feel free to go out. Okay then, I'll head to the company now. Su Hao decided to go to work first, since the company cafeteria provides breakfast in the morning anyway. After he left, Shin Yufa came out to wash up, and her pretty face was still flushed after she finished washing up and getting dressed. Thump! Thump! Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Cousin, it's me, Yu. Come in. Just then, Xia Yu ran in, smiling, wearing a nightgown. Hey! You little rascal, what are you doing here dressed so scantily? Shin Yufa said reproachfully. My brother-in-law has already gone to work, so what's there to be afraid of? Xia Yu smiled. Humph. From now on, you're not allowed to dress so revealingly at home, understand? Shin Yufa said in a very serious tone. Ha? I dress like this all the time, it's not considered revealing, is it? You're not showing any skin? You're not wearing a bra underneath, and you're showing off your bare legs. If your brother-in-law were home, how embarrassing would it be for you dressed like this? What's there to be afraid of? My brother-in-law isn't an outsider. Xia Yu said indifferently. Shin Yufa was speechless. This silly girl really didn't treat that bastard like an outsider. If Su Hao heard that, he'd be overjoyed. The key point is that Su Hao isn't actually her brother-in-law. No, even if he's really my brother-in-law, he shouldn't be so casual, okay? Are you deliberately trying to annoy me, you brat? If you keep doing this, I'll kick you out. Shin Yufa said with a cold face. Okay, my dear cousin, I promise I'll dress more conservatively at home from now on, alright? Xia Yuyu quickly replied. That's more like it. But cousin, you and your husband are amazing. You're in such high spirits this morning, making love right after you got up. Xia Yuyu looked at him with a teasing expression. What is clapping for love? Shin Yufa looked completely bewildered. Okay, cousin, stop pretending. I heard you scream just now. Shin Yufa felt like crying. Chapter 56 Such a generous distribution of red envelopes. It was Friday, and the company had a regular executive meeting. Su Hao arrived at the meeting room at 9 o'clock. Unexpectedly, when I took the elevator to the 5th floor, I ran into Shin Yufa who was walking in. Hello, Mr. Shin. The people around Su Hao all greeted her. He originally wanted to greet Shin Yufa, but unexpectedly, he was glared at by her. Su Hao was completely bewildered. What was going on? What's wrong with this auntie now? We arrived at the conference room shortly after the meeting was scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. At the very beginning of the meeting, it was Su Hao's turn to speak first. He mainly reported on the two major directions for the future of the Kuainiao Tushio app, which were the two directions he had mentioned to Shin Yufa that night. However, the second thing mentioned, that 100 million yuan would be given to users as red envelopes, caused a lot of discussion among the executives. After all, this cost 100 million yuan, which turned into a benefit for users. In the eyes of these executives, it was almost like charity. Director Su, what kind of plan is this? Are you throwing money around on the internet? No internet company burns money like this, right? It's ridiculous. Kai Yuba was the first to mock. That's right, giving out red envelopes to users? We're not an e-commerce platform, why are we giving out red envelopes? Should we start issuing coupons next? Huang Dahai, director of the Application Software Business Group, also snorted coldly. Sitting at the front of the conference room, Kang Junjie looked smug and teasingly at Su Hao. Kang Junjie is the company's vice president, in charge of two business groups, online media and application software. Kai Yuba and Huang Dahai were his two underlings, and these two underlings represented his attitude. Moreover, the current struggle for the chairmanship is not a secret. Su Hao was promoted by Shin Yufa, so it's perfectly normal that he would be opposed by Kang Junjie. At that moment, Su Hao and Kang Junjie happened to exchange a glance. Eavesdropping on inner thoughts. Kang Junjie's inner thoughts, humph, pretty boy, you want to be Shin Yufa's pawn? You're not qualified. Watch how I play you to death. Su Hao's expression turned displeased. Kang Junjie was indeed no good. 100 million yuan is no small sum, and I'd like to ask if this red envelope investment will continue in the future? Vice President Lei Jianshu also asked with a serious expression. Mr. Lei, the red envelope investment will indeed require continuous investment in the future, but I have been able to secure 1 billion yuan in advertising revenue for the group, and there will be even more in the future. I think there is no need to worry about funding. Su Hao answered immediately. Su Hao, are you kidding me? Do you really think the advertisers are all your relatives? You only managed to secure 1 billion yuan in advertising revenue this time because you were lucky. If the advertising sales are hindered, your lavish distribution of red envelopes would be like throwing money into the ocean. Kang Junjie said sternly. Yes, this way of spending money is too casual. Yes, this is a typical example of burning money. Do we have that much financial resources to burn money? Yes, advertising sales do change a lot every year. Many executives started discussing it. Shin Yufa frowned. She had anticipated this situation. Since everyone is worried, I have a good idea. Su Hao suddenly said. Director Su, do you have any good ideas? Ning Yusin quickly asked. I will control the annual red envelope expenditure to 1/10 of the annual advertising revenue, so everyone can rest assured now. Su Hao immediately revealed his plan. If advertising revenue is 1 billion, then the red envelope investment will be 100 million. If advertising revenue decreases, the red envelope investment will decrease accordingly. This solution immediately put the executives at ease. Yes, Director Su's method is good. The more you earn, the more you invest, which also motivates the entire department. For our group to develop, it's normal to increase investment while making profits. Lei Jianshu nodded in agreement. Yes, I think this is feasible and practical. Human Resources Director Zhang Yunqi also agreed. As the CFO, I strongly support this practice of allowing departments to independently control financial risks. Ning Yusin also said with a smile. Shin Yufa breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Kang Junjie again, his face turned gloomy, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Since everyone agrees on this, let's settle on it. Shin Yufa immediately said. Mr. Shin, since we're on the topic of investment, it just so happens that my software application business is facing some difficulties. Kang Junjie suddenly said. Vice President Kang, what difficulties are you facing? Shin Yufa asked. As you all know, the software industry is currently highly competitive. We, as software developers, urgently need substantial financial support, and we are preparing to develop several phenomenal software products. Kang Junjie's meaning was quite clear, he also wanted money. Vice President Kang, software development does require initial financial investment. Approximately how much is needed? Shin Yufa asked. Our software development project might cost 1 billion. Kang Junjie said directly. What? 1 billion? Shin Yufa's pretty face changed. The people in the conference room started discussing it, saying, how can you spend money like this? A development cost of 1 billion yuan all at once. Vice President Kang, where would our finance department get 1 billion yuan for development costs? Besides, your application software business has been losing money for 3 consecutive years, totaling 200 million yuan, right? CFO Ning Yusin was immediately displeased. As expected, the meeting room was shocked when these words were spoken. They had been losing money for 3 consecutive years, and they still had the nerve to ask for money. Su Hao was speechless upon hearing this. Wouldn't such a business be cut in half? Director Ning, don't forget that the application software business is the department that made our group what it is today. Our group also built a lot of connections through this business. Even if we lose money, we can't give up this business. That's why we're preparing to increase our investment in development. Kang Junjie felt a little embarrassed and quickly explained. Vice President Kang, software business is indeed important, but Sister Xin is also right. Where in our group can we come up with 1 billion yuan for development costs all at once? Shin Yufa shook her head. Mr. Shin, Director Su was about to receive 1 billion yuan in advertising revenue, isn't she? Kang Junjie suddenly said. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. Su Hao was also taken aback. Holy crap, this Kang Junjie is really shameless. He's trying to steal my advertising fees. Vice President Kang, that's not right. The advertising fees that Director Su brought in are more than what they would invest in their own business. Even Jiang Yunqi couldn't stand it anymore. Yes, Junjie, that's not very kind of you. Lei Jianshu said. When Kang Junjie heard them speak, his eyes flashed with anger. He thought to himself, you two dare to go against me? Just wait. Once my dad takes the chairman's position and I become the president, I'll deal with you two first. Chapter 57. Su Hao strongly supports Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa frowned and immediately said, the 1 billion yuan advertising fee is not a one-time payment. Moreover, even if it were received in one lump sum, the group would not be able to afford such a large development cost. The company has other expenditure items. Mr. Shin, I have an idea that can solve our funding problem. Kang Junjie suddenly said. What idea? Shin Yufa asked. Kang Junjie's lips curled up, and he immediately said with a smile, our Hongsheng Group is currently a listed company, and its performance is steadily growing. Many fund investment institutions are very optimistic about us. Why don't we transfer some more shares and raise another round of funds? Financing? Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Su Hao was taken aback. Seeing Kang Junjie's smug look, he immediately eavesdropped on his thoughts. Kang Junjie's inner thoughts, the group will raise funds by transferring shares, then dilute Shin Yufa's shares even further. My Kang family will then secretly manipulate things, and Hongsheng Group will be under the Kang family's name from now on. Su Hao was stunned. So this was what Kang Junjie was planning. He was really cunning. Vice President Kang, you mentioned financing, but that's a matter for the group's shareholders to decide. We are the company's management, and this is not within our scope of discussion, is it? Ning Yusin immediately reminded her. That's right, this is not something we can decide. Jiang Yunqi nodded as well. Our Vice President Kang is a shareholder of the company. Kai Yuba quickly replied. Shin Yufa was so smart that she naturally guessed Kang Junjie's purpose, but she didn't expect the Kang family to act so hastily. Vice President Kong, this is a company executive meeting, please don't go off topic. She said immediately. Mr. Shen, some well-known investment institutions have already extended offers to us. At this time, financing will not only make our group's working capital more abundant, but we can also increase investment in various businesses. Kang Junjie said again. Vice President Kong, I will not agree to what you said unless I am not the president or a shareholder of the company. Shin Ufa refused outright. You. Seeing Shin Ufa's resolute attitude, Kang Junjie gritted his teeth in anger. Oh dear, Mr. Shin, if that's the case, our application software business group might continue to suffer losses, and it will be difficult for us to survive. Executive Director Huang Dahai pretended to be in a difficult situation. That's right. Currently, the application software business group still has 100 million yuan of outstanding debt and has been losing money for years. If the group doesn't increase investment, I can't save this business. Kang Junjie snorted coldly. Vice President Kong, what do you mean by this? Shin Ufa was somewhat displeased. This is now a hot potato. If you don't agree to invest more money, I suggest you cut this part of the business immediately or find someone else to take it over. Kang Junjie simply shrugged. Everyone immediately realized that Kang Junjie had completely outmaneuvered Shin Ufa. The application software business is currently in debt and operating at a loss. Who is willing to take it over? Who is capable of taking it over? If someone takes over, those employees were all Kang Junjie's former subordinates, and they probably won't obey his management. As for cutting this part of the business, that's even more impossible, firstly because it's the business that made the group its fortune. Another business has hundreds of employees, laying them all off would result in huge severance pay and would also have a negative impact on Hongsheng Group within the industry. Therefore, Kang Junjie's actions were completely thuggish and even had a threatening connotation. Snap. Shin Ufa slammed her hand on the table and angrily said, Vice President Kong, are you just going to throw caution to the wind? Mr. Shin, I'm just telling the truth. Kang Junjie said with a proud expression. Su Hao frowned. This Kang Junjie was rather arrogant. Ding. System task issued, take over the application software business and turn it from loss to profit. Mission reward, 1000 evolution points. Su Hao's eyes lit up. The system had given him a mission, so he decided to take action. Is what Vice President Kong said true? Everyone in the conference room was stunned and looked at Su Hao. Kang Junjie was quite pleased with himself when he saw Su Hao stand up on the other side. Of course I'm telling the truth. What? You have a problem with that? He said sternly. I think there are still plenty of opportunities in the software market. Since Vice President Kong thinks this is a hot potato, why not let me manage the application software business? Su Hao said with a smile. Kang Junjie was a little confused. Huang Dahai suddenly became anxious. He was the executive director of the application software business group. If he really handed over this business, what would he be as the executive director? He only said that to cooperate with Kang Junjie. In that instant, the executives in the conference room began whispering among themselves. Ning Yusin felt a surge of admiration for Su Hao's courage. Shin Ufa never expected Su Hao to stand up for her. However, she hesitated because this was company business, not something to be taken lightly. But Su Hao winked at her. Kang Junjie immediately darkened his face and said, Kid, you're pretty arrogant. You dare to take on business from my subordinates? Why wouldn't you dare? Didn't you just say, Vice President Kong, that you'd find someone else to take over? Are you just talking nonsense or joking around? Su Hao couldn't help but sneer. Pfft, ha. The people in the conference room couldn't help but laugh. How dare you? I'm not joking when I say this. Kang Junjie's face hardened with anger. Vice President Kong, since you think the application software business is a hot potato, then fine, from now on, the application software business group will be under Su Hao's responsibility. Shin Ufa immediately said. You. Kang Junjie was so angry he almost vomited blood. He never expected Shin Ufa to actually dare to do such a thing. Huang Dahai immediately stood up and said, President Shin, how can this be? Su Hao is the executive director, and I am also the executive director. We are at the same level, and these are two different business units. You're right. The Application Software Business Group will be renamed the Application Software Department and merged into the Mobile Internet Business Group. Shin Yuefei immediately said. Ah. Huang Dahai was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? He, an executive director, had been demoted to a department manager? Ning Yusin almost burst out laughing when she saw Huang Dahai's dumbfounded expression. Mr. Shin, isn't your decision a bit too hasty? These are two different businesses. Kang Junjie began to regret his decision. Su Hao quickly replied, Vice President Kang, you don't need to worry about that. Although they are two separate businesses, they are both based on the internet. I am confident in my technical abilities. You, surnamed Su. Kang Junjie's face turned ashen with anger. Hey Vice President Kang, let me ask you something. Is your online media business operating at a loss? Do you want to find someone else to take it over? I'm willing to take it over as well. Su Hao squinted and said shamelessly. Chapter 58 Super Brain Potential. Ha! They were both amused and exasperated. Wasn't Director Su really too greedy? Puff. Ning Yusin quickly covered her mouth, almost bursting out laughing. Cough cough. Lei Jianshu almost spat out his tea again. As expected, Kang Junjie was so angry when he heard Su Hao's words that he almost choked on his own rage. Before he could even speak, Kai Yuba across from him immediately refused to sit down. Goodness, if Su Hao were to be in charge of the online media business, wouldn't he, as the executive director, become a department manager as well? An executive director earns millions a year, while a department manager earns less than $1 million. This is a complete drastic cut. How could Kai Yuba not be anxious? He's also keeping a mistress. If my income is halved, I won't even be able to afford the mistress's support fees. Won't I be laughed at to death by her? Director Su, you've gone too far. How much energy do you have? Don't you know that you can't bite off more than you can chew? Besides, our online media business group isn't even losing money yet, and we also have a marketing department. Kai Yuba immediately stood up and protested. Director Kai, look how anxious you are. I was thinking that since we're both in the internet business, if we merge, I'll be the director and you'll be the deputy director. From now on, we'll be good brothers on the same side. Su Hao grinned. Kai Yuba gritted his teeth and said, Who the hell is your good brother? Alright, that's settled then. Meeting adjourned. Shin Yuefei couldn't help but laugh when she saw how impatient Kang Junjie and Kai Yuba were. After the meeting, Su Hao also got busy. He first confirmed the recruitment plan with HR Director Jiang Yunxi, and then the various departments of the Mobile Internet Business Group held a meeting to formulate the next steps. In the afternoon, Su Hao investigated the business and financial information of the Application Software Business Group. In its early years, Hongsheng Group earned its first pot of gold by developing customized software for enterprise clients. Furthermore, some software also generates revenue from subsequent operations. However, the software industry is currently booming and highly competitive, with some large domestic companies entering the market. Therefore, Hongsheng Group also faces the risk of being eliminated due to its inability to keep up with the technology. Su Hao checked and found that Hongsheng Group was even planning to develop software such as Meitu, music boxes, and input methods in the future. No wonder they're losing money. Su Hao shook his head, somewhat speechless. Currently, there are mature market options for this type of software, which are basically monopolized. To think that you can develop a phenomenal software is simply wishful thinking. No matter how much development money you invest, it will be like throwing good money after bad. In recent years, Hongsheng Group has even abandoned many government and enterprise clients, reduced its customized development business, and decreased its subsequent operating revenue, which has led to continuous losses. Su Hao immediately prepared a business plan and then went to find Shin Yuefei. Unexpectedly, Ning Yusin was also in the office, discussing the company's financial issues with Shin Yuefei. Ha! Director Su, you're here. Ning Yusin originally wanted to call him stinky little brother, but remembering that Shin Yuefei was there, she quickly changed her address. Shin Yuefei frowned slightly. Women are all sensitive creatures. Oh, Director Ning, you're here too. That's great. I have something to discuss with you. Su Hao grinned. Discussion? Is it about the application software business? Shin Yuefei guessed. That's right. Su Hao made himself a cup of coffee without ceremony and sat down at the table. Director Su, you were truly impressive this morning. You dealt a heavy blow to Kang Junjie's arrogance on behalf of Xiaofei. Ning Yusin praised. Su Hao, don't worry about the application software business. I'll find someone to take over as soon as possible. I have a classmate who is a senior executive in a foreign company. I'll try to poach her. Shin Yufa explained. Ha? Find someone else? Why someone else? Didn't I take over? Su Hao was taken aback. Now that you've officially taken over, how can you possibly manage all that? There are so many things to do with the Quinieo Tushio app. Shin Yufa believed that Su Hao's actions in holding the regular meeting were simply to stand up for her. She knew that she would have to handle these things herself. Who says I'm too busy? Look at this. Su Hao handed her the business plan he was holding. Shin Yufa was somewhat taken aback. She took the plan and was a little confused. Good heavens, Director Su, you actually prepared a business plan. You had this planned all along. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes widened. No, I just made it. Su Hao spoke the truth. Nobody would believe you. Ning Yusin rolled her eyes. Although she didn't know what the content was like, the document's layout and data would take more than a day to complete. Shin Yufa glanced at the plan and was shocked. Because in this plan, Su Hao's judgments, market analysis, and data summaries were all well-founded and supported by evidence. However, Su Hao's main plan was to cut off the existing application software business and start a new software development business. Cut off the existing business and develop the software called Silhouette? Shin Yufa was a little confused. That's right. I've looked at the current application software business, and the newly developed software has almost no market potential. So I suggest that, apart from the existing operations department, all other departments should devote themselves to developing new software. Su Hao shared his thoughts. Cough cough, cut all projects? Ning Yusin was stunned. So what type of software is this Silhouette app of yours? Shin Yufa was curious. This is a video editing software that will include the editing and production of images, videos, and audio. It is planned to be available in two versions, a PC client and a mobile app. Su Hao's choice of this software was not blind. Firstly, this software has high commercial value. Secondly, he is extremely proficient and skilled in the technical aspects. In fact, Su Hao currently has too many internet product ideas in his mind, but he is too busy to be in two places at once, so he can only choose which ones to pursue. This stems from the brain's advanced intelligence, which brings inspiration and creative thinking that is unparalleled by anyone else. A normal person has about 14 to 15 billion brain cells, but most people have less than 10% of them developed and utilized, with the majority remaining in a dormant state. Even the brains of scientific elites like Einstein could only be developed to about 20% of their full potential. After communicating with the system, Su Hao found that his advanced intelligence had been developed to about 30%, and his brain evolution had reached an even higher level. Just thinking about the potential of the brain being fully developed 100% is terrifying. Su Hao, but there are already many mature software products on the market. Are you confident you can surpass them? And how long is the development cycle? Shin Yufa asked with concern. Of course I can surpass it, boss, just trust me this once, give me a month. If it doesn't work out, then you can take the business back. Su Hao looked confident. Chapter 59 Direct salary doubled. Shin Yufa was somewhat dazed. If someone else had said these words to her, she would have thought they were bragging. After all, there are many similar software programs on the market that are very powerful. But for some reason, she trusted Su Hao a little, and she couldn't understand why. Perhaps it was the confidence on Su Hao's face when he spoke? A month? You really mean it? Shin Yufa asked seriously. Of course I'm serious. If you agree, I'll start making plans and beginning new software development next week. I also have one small request. Su Hao immediately said. What are the requirements? Shin Yufa asked curiously. Employees in the application software business group will have their salaries doubled during the development period next month, and 1% of the software sales profit will be used as a bonus pool to distribute bonuses to department employees. Su Hao shared his thoughts. Shin Yufa was taken aback, pondered for a moment, and nodded, saying, Okay, I agree. Boss, that's great. I love your decisiveness. After Su Hao finished speaking, he left the president's office. At this moment, Ning Yusin, who was standing next to her, was already dumbfounded. Ahem, Xiaofei, aren't you being a little too impulsive? Ning Yusin asked, somewhat stammering. After all, Su Hao's behavior was too bold, resembling an adventure. Shin Yufa didn't know why she agreed, but she just did. Sister Xin, it's only a month anyway, let Su Hao give it a try, what if he can really do it? Shin Yufa spoke first. Wow, the entire department's salaries will double next month. Wow, he's already working on employee benefits as soon as he takes office. Ning Yusin said with a sigh. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes curved into a smile. She certainly understood Su Hao's purpose in raising the employees' salaries. Many of the long-time employees in the application software business group were once Kong Junjia's subordinates. Now that Su Hao has arrived, many of them are bound to be resentful. Even if Su Hao wanted to start his work, he would encounter invisible resistance from many people. However, Su Hao's decision to double employees' salaries upon taking office was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. For a department that has been losing money for a long time, it would be a miracle if the employees' salaries weren't reduced. But now they're being raised instead of reduced. Su Hao's way of winning people over is undeniably simple and direct. Su Hao left the president's office and went directly to the application software business group on the 4th floor, where he notified everyone to hold a meeting in the conference room. 10 minutes later, all the department managers and staff arrived in the conference room on the 4th floor. And of course, there's Huang Dahai, the former executive director. However, everyone in the meeting room looked dejected and resentful. After all, in everyone's eyes, Su Hao had just arrived out of nowhere, and they were full of hostility towards him. Director Su, may I ask what the topic of our meeting is today? Huang Dahai asked with a cold face. The main purpose of today's meeting is to announce the work plan for the application software department for the next month. Su Hao said, squinting his eyes. Director Su, you've just taken office and you're already announcing future plans. Do you even know the status of all the projects in the software department? You seem to have a strong desire for power. Are you trying to make a big splash as a new leader? Huang Dahai couldn't help but be sarcastic. Sure enough, after those words were spoken, all the department managers were even more resentful. Su Hao's lips curled into a smile as he said, know the status of all projects? No need to know. I hereby announce that starting today, all existing projects, except for operational business, will be cut. What? These words caused an uproar among everyone in the conference room. Huang Dahai was also shocked. The software business had indeed been losing money year after year. Even if reform was needed, there was no need to be so straightforward and direct, right? Mr. Su, our project has been cancelled. We've put in half a year's worth of hard work. Yes, our project is just starting to take shape. Our software is currently in the testing phase. With all projects cancelled, what are we product planning department supposed to do? As expected, the department managers were getting anxious. Snap. Su Hao slammed his hand on the table. These people were too noisy. Only then did everyone quiet down. President Su, you've angered everyone. I really don't know why President Shun promoted you. Huang Dahai laughed gleefully. Su Hao ignored him and said directly, what I just said was the first resolution. The second resolution is that the salaries of all department managers will remain unchanged. Not only will they remain unchanged, but the salaries of department managers and ordinary employees will be doubled for the next month. What? Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. Mr. Su, are you telling the truth? Mr. Su, you're not joking with us, are you? Salary remains the same, and you'll even receive double pay. Am I dreaming? Su Hao immediately emphasized, of course I'm not joking. This is something I personally applied for with the president. It's an official company notification document, and it will be sent to everyone's email address next Monday. Mr. Su is amazing. That's amazing. President Su gave us a raise as soon as he arrived. TSK, we will definitely cooperate with General Manager Su. Then these people's tone suddenly changed, and they no longer harbored any resentment. After all, who would turn down money? Huang Dahai's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, President Su, will my salary be doubled according to the executive director's standard? I hereby announce the cancellation of your current position. From now on, you are a regular employee. Su Hao said irritably. Huang Dahai is even thinking about doubling the executive director's salary standard. Isn't that just wishful thinking? What? Su Hao, this is settling a personal score. You did this on purpose, I protest. Huang Dahai immediately became anxious. You can protest, but you must comply with the job transfer, otherwise, you can resign. Su Hao glared at him. Huang Dahai was dumbfounded. Of course he wouldn't resign, after all, he was dependent on the Kong family. Huang Dahai gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. He thought to himself that he could only endure it for now, and once the Kong family took over the chairman's position, the future vice president position would be his. Su Hao then said, "The original business has been cancelled. In the next month, everyone in the department will be involved in the new software development project. I will send the project plan to everyone next week. In addition, I also applied to the president to set aside 1% of the software sales revenue as a bonus pool to distribute bonuses to everyone in the department. So how much money we can make in the future depends on everyone's efforts." Wow! Upon hearing Su Hao's words, everyone in the conference room cheered excitedly. This is real employee welfare, unlike before when all the department's bonuses went into Huang Dahai's pocket. Long live Director Su! President Su is such a good leader. President Su's leadership is excellent. We will definitely obey General Su's orders. Chapter 60. When will the wedding take place? That evening, in a private room at the Dongyue Club, Huo Tianhao had a voluptuous woman in his arms, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking quite content. Sitting opposite him were Kong Xinghe and his son Kong Junjie. I said, "Lao Kong, I've prepared all the funds for you. How's the financing going?" Huo Tianhao asked arrogantly. "Sai, young master Hua, Junjie mentioned it to Xin Yuefei indirectly today, but Xin Yuefei rejected him." Kong Xinghe replied helplessly. "Refuse? How could we refuse? You and your son are both utterly useless." Huo Tianhao snorted coldly. "Young master Hua, that's a harsh thing to say. We're business partners, my dad and I aren't your underlings." Kong Junjie said through gritted teeth. Yes, today Junjie even threatened Xin Yuefei with a department because of this, but unexpectedly, the entire department was taken over by Xin Yuefei's gigolo. Kong Xinghe said unhappily. "Pretty boy?" Huo Tianhao's eyes turned cold. "That's right, it's that kid named Su Hao." Kong Junjie said. "It was him. I saw that kid at the last birthday party, I've wanted to teach him a lesson for ages." Huo Tianhao's eyes were filled with hatred. "I initially thought this guy was a gigolo promoted by Xin Yuefei, but it seems he's quite capable. He was the one who resolved the hacker attack the company suffered last time." Kong Junjie looked serious. "What? He actually solved this problem?" Huo Tianhao's expression changed. Mr. Hua, you know about this too?" Kong Junjie frowned. "Ahem, I've heard about it." Huo Tianhao nodded. How could he not know that he was the real mastermind behind the hacker attack a few days ago? Huo Tianhao had always wanted to acquire Hongsheng Group, and since Xin Yuefei disagreed, he planned to trip her up. So they partnered with the Kong family father and son, and also hired hackers on the dark web to attack the Kuainiao app. To Huo Tianhao's surprise, his investment of several bitcoins was completely wasted, and he later heard that Xin Yuefei had caught several hackers. He was naturally furious when he found out, but he never expected that it was that pretty boy who helped Xin Yuefei. "This pretty boy has ruined my plans several times, and last time he even dared to be disrespectful to me. I think he's asking for it." Huo Tianhao's eyes flashed fiercely. "Young Master Hua, you have many friends. You can find someone to teach that little bastard surnamed Su a lesson." Kong Junjie quickly added fuel to the fire. "Alright, you don't need to worry about this anymore. I'll handle this kid myself." Huo Tianhao snorted. "Don't worry, Mr. Hua. Even if we can't raise funds to acquire shares, we won't lose at the shareholders' meeting. We've already secured the support of most shareholders." Kong Xinghe said with a smile. "Yes, once you gain control of the company, the Hua family will not treat you unfairly." Huo Tianhao appeared very generous. "Thank you very much, Mr. Hua." Kong Xinghe smiled, his eyes narrowing. Meanwhile, Su Hao returned to the villa after get off work and once again took charge of cooking that night. Xin Yuefei originally wanted to order takeout, but unfortunately her cousins Xia Yuyu and Aunt Xiao Ishuan both refused to eat takeout, so Su Hao had to cook instead. Xin Yuefei had to give Su Hao 1,000 yuan for cooking a meal. Although she was rich, she still felt it was a bit extravagant. During the day, Xiao Ishuan and Xia Yuyu went to the sanatorium to visit Xin Yuefei's father. Of course, Xiao Yixuan wanted to talk about Shin Yuefei getting her marriage certificate, but unfortunately, Shin Yuefei's father didn't object to it. On the contrary, he was very satisfied with Su Hao, which made her very depressed. Looking at the table full of dishes, Xiao Yixuan was speechless. What was so good about Su Hao? Apart from being able to cook, he didn't seem to have any other merits. Su Hao, now that you and Xiao Fei have registered your marriage, when do you plan to hold your wedding? Xiao Yixuan asked a question while she was eating. Holding a wedding? Su Hao was stunned. Ahem, Auntie, Su Hao and I aren't planning on having a wedding. Shin Yuefei quickly said. No wedding? That won't do. Marriage is a big deal, how can a girl not have her own wedding? That's too hasty. Xiao Yixuan immediately shook her head. Auntie, weddings these days are all for outsiders. It's enough that the two of us are happy together. Shun Yuefei continued. Cousin, that won't do. We agreed that I'd be your bridesmaid at your wedding, and then you give me a big red envelope. Xia Yuyu said with a grin. Su Hao almost laughed. This fierce but brainless cousin was just like him, a money grubber. Xiao Fei, the wedding is a must, or you'll regret it. Xiao Yixuan said seriously. Auntie, but I don't want to have a wedding. Shin Yuefei said helplessly. Even if the wedding is postponed, shouldn't both sets of parents at least meet and have a meal together? Xiao Yixuan made the suggestion. Ha? Meeting the parents? Shin Yuefei felt somewhat embarrassed. Yes, Su Hao, you should invite your parents to Yanbei so both sets of parents can have a meal together. Otherwise, if neither set of parents shows up, it's like they don't value our Xiao Fei enough. Xiao Yixuan said in a firm tone. Okay, sure. Su Hao nodded and did not refuse. Shin Yuefei was somewhat taken aback. She had thought Su Hao would refuse outright. She didn't continue the topic. At worst, she could just hire fake parents to fool them. After dinner, Su Hao went back to his room to study. Xiao Yixuan, Xia Yuyu, and Shin Yuefei were watching TV in the living room on the first floor. However, not long after, Shin Yuefei also went upstairs. Auntie, my cousin went upstairs to be intimate with her husband in such a hurry. They're really inseparable. Are they eager to have a baby? Xia Yuyu's bright eyes darted around, and she said with a grin. Creating a baby? I told you to buy Durex, did you buy it? Xiao Yixuan remembered this. Ha? I forgot. Xia Yuyu replied. Forgot? Go buy it now. Auntie, it's dark now, and I'm scared. What are you afraid of? There's a supermarket in the neighborhood. Oh well. Xia Yuyu was very upset and had no choice but to go to the supermarket. Upstairs room at this moment. Su Hao, you don't need to worry about your parents' meals, just put it off for now. Shin Yuefei spoke up. Okay, sure. Su Hao nodded. By the way, tomorrow is Saturday, do you have anything planned? Shin Yuefei asked. She remembered that Su Hao didn't have pajamas or anything like that yet, so she thought she would go shopping with Su Hao tomorrow to buy them. After all, living together without pajamas is really too much trouble. Moreover, Su Hao had helped her several times, and she wanted to take this opportunity to express her gratitude. Oh, I actually have something to do tomorrow. I've made an appointment to go to the gym. Su Hao remembered that he had already made an appointment with Ning Yusen. Go to the gym? Okay then. Shin Yuefei nodded helplessly. Hey boss, could you settle the 2,000 yuan for the food I cooked? Su Hao remembered this matter to prevent the ice beauty from forgetting to renege on her debt later. I'll transfer it to you right away. Shin Yuefei was speechless. This guy's mind was full of money. Chapter 61. You're making me eat dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. The next morning, after Su Hao got up and washed up, he was surprised to find that Shin Yuefei had bought breakfast from outside. Honey, breakfast is ready. Shin Yuefei suddenly called out Su Hao's name. Su Hao was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. This ice queen is actually calling herself her husband? Is it for real? He glanced around and saw that it was his aunt, Xiao Yixuan, sitting in the living room. He must have called out to her on purpose. Okay, little one. Su Hao grinned and responded in a cooperative manner. Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Su Hao to respond to her. The way she addressed him just now was actually for her aunt's benefit. She wanted her aunt to believe that she and Su Hao were very much in love. Oh dear, cousin and brother-in-law, you're making me eat dog food first thing in the morning. Xia Yuyu, who had just come downstairs, couldn't help but complain. Come on, auntie, breakfast is ready. Xin Yufa called out. Yes, it's here. Xiao Yishuan nodded. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Hao, seeing Xin Yufa so happy made her feel relieved. Su Hao ate a few vegetable buns, checked the time, and realized he still needed to drive to pick up Ning Yusen, so he had to leave. I have to go now. He said something and then left. At this moment, Xia Yuyu's bright eyes darted around, and she followed them out. Su Hao opened the car door, preparing to get in. Brother-in-law, what are you going to do? I had arranged to go to the gym with my friend. Su Hao replied. A gym? Oh. Why don't you take me with you? I want to work out too. Xia Yuyu immediately became interested. Take you? You still need to go to the gym? Su Hao was taken aback. Brother-in-law, do I not need to work out to maintain my figure? Xia Yuyu giggled. I don't think so. Su Hao answered truthfully. Ha, my brother-in-law said it's not necessary, so I won't go. But I have something for you. Xia Yuyu looked mysterious. What is it? Su Hao was somewhat curious. This is it. Xia Yuyu immediately took out a box of Durex from her pocket and stuffed it into Su Hao's hand. Su Hao was completely dumbfounded. Why is Xia Yuyu giving me a little umbrella? Brother-in-law, this is what my aunt asked me to buy for you. Xia Yuyu explained with a smile. Aunt? Su Hao was taken aback, then realized that Xiao Yishuan had her own ulterior motives. Okay, I understand. He nodded. Brother-in-law, I specially bought the large size. Does it fit you? Xia Yuyu asked slyly. Well, thankfully it's the large size, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use it, but... Su Hao frowned. What's wrong, brother-in-law? What is it? Xia Yuyu was puzzled. You bought a pack of 3, that's not enough for one of my needs. You should at least buy 2 more boxes. Su Hao said shamelessly. 2 boxes? Xia Yuyu's eyes widened in surprise. Okay, I'm leaving. Su Hao stuffed the box of Du Lei Si into his pocket and got into the car. Xia Yuyu was left alone, bewildered in the wind. 2 more boxes of brother-in-law stuff, that's awesome. Gatling guns, can my cousin handle that? Xia Yuyu murmured. Su Hao drove his Lamborghini and quickly arrived at Minghua residential area in the East District, following the address Ning Yusen had sent him. He immediately sent Ning Yusen a voice message. Director Ning, I've arrived at the entrance of your residential compound. My little brat got here so fast. Wait 2 minutes, I'll be right down. Okay. Half an hour later, Ning Yusen came out, swaying her slender waist. Su Hao sighed helplessly. Women, they're definitely not punctual. Ning Yusen wore lipstick today, and her soft, full red lips were especially alluring. She wore a fitted bodycon dress that perfectly accentuated her beautiful figure. Ahem, Director Ning, are you dressed like that to go to the gym? Su Hao felt somewhat ashamed. I'll change when I get to the gym. Do I look pretty in this outfit today? Ning Yusen, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly leaned towards him, her breath sweet as orchids. Yes, it looks good. Su Hao couldn't help but nod. Hey little rascal, why is your nose bleeding? Ning Yusen suddenly said. Ah. Su Hao touched it, and sure enough, it really was. The last time I got a nosebleed was because of Xin Yufa, and this time it's because of Ning Yusen. Are they trying to kill me? It's time to find a good opportunity to replenish my blood. Hurry up and wipe it. Ning Yusen quickly took out a tissue. Su Hao took it, wiped it, and said awkwardly with a smile, It's hot, I'm feeling a bit feverish. Pfft, ha ha. Ning Yusen giggled, seemingly seeing through Su Hao's thoughts, her pretty face showing smugness and pride. Su Hao glanced at her and thought, oh no, this woman is such a little vixen, so alluring and seductive. Director Ning, where shall we go? CA Club. Su Hao was taken aback. Shiyu, without a doubt, this must be another property of the Chu Group. He then immediately started the car. Ning Yusen laughed and said, Little brother, this isn't the company, so don't call me Director Ning. What should I call you? Hey little brat, what do you want to call me? Or should I call you Sister Xin, just like President Xin does? Call me sister? Okay, you naughty little brother. Su Hao's lips twitched. Chatting with this woman, tisk, it's bad for your health. A short while later, Su Hao and Ning Yusin arrived at the club. At this moment, there are many luxury cars parked in the parking lot in front of the club, which shows that the people who come here to spend money are all wealthy. Hello sir, madam, welcome to Siya Club. As soon as I entered the club, two hostesses bowed to greet me. Su Hao glanced at the decor. It was extremely luxurious and grand. Wow, this club is so luxurious. Sister Xin, it must be expensive to come here. Su Hao couldn't help but sigh. It's not too expensive, a membership card costs 100,000 yuan a year. Ning Yusin replied. 100,000 yuan? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. A typical gym membership costs only a few thousand yuan per year, and tens of thousands of yuan is considered high-end. This club, however, charges 100,000 yuan for an annual membership. He was both amused and exasperated, wondering what kind of special services this fitness club could offer. Does that mean you're served by a bunch of beautiful women when you work out? Is it possible to work out while getting an oil massage? Ha, you little rascal, you don't need to get an annual pass yet. Mine is a family pass, which allows you to bring two people in for free. Ning Yusin took out her club annual pass from her pocket. Sister Xin, no wonder you have such a great figure, it seems you've put in a lot of effort. Su Hao joked with a smile. Well, the main thing is that the club has a lot of entertainment options. Besides fitness, there are also fencing, yoga, dance, and even combat sports if you want to try them all. Ning Yusin introduced the gym to Su Hao, and soon they arrived in front of the gym. Chapter 62. You look good without makeup. Ning Yusin said, Hey little brother, wait a minute, let me ask if the boxing coach has arrived yet. She then took out her phone and made a call. I asked, and Coach Fong is supposed to come around 10 o'clock. How about I take you to the gym for a while first? They only arrived after 10 a.m.? What kind of coach is this? They must have a very flexible work schedule. Su Hao couldn't help but complain. Hey little brother, you don't understand. This Coach Fong is a national martial arts champion, an expert in real combat, and very famous in the industry. He also works part-time as a coach at the club. Ning Yusin explained. Oh, I see. Let's go to the gym first. Su Hao nodded. The two entered the gym, and Ning Yusin showed her membership card to the staff. A staff member then became their personal gym manager. Hello, housekeeper, please prepare 2 sets of sportswear for us. Okay. The fitness manager immediately had 2 sets of workout clothes brought over. Su Hao's sportswear consisted of a very stretchy black t-shirt and loose shorts. Ning Yusin changed into a sports vest and black leggings, revealing her figure perfectly. What the hell? Su Hao was somewhat surprised to see her, realizing that his previous guess was wrong. He had previously guessed that Ning Yusin was an F, but now it seems she is a G. Hey little brat, what are you staring at? Ning Yusin noticed Su Hao's gaze. Hey, Sister Xin, you look beautiful without makeup. You never needed to wear makeup before. Su Hao quickly replied. Ning Yusin's hair was now styled in a bun, and her morning makeup had been washed off, but her skin remained fair and smooth. Really? I'm worried that if I sweat during exercise, my makeup will run and I'll look like a monster. Ning Yusin giggled. The two entered the gym, and Su Hao tried out a few stretching machines, only to find that they seemed somewhat unsuitable for his physical abilities. Because his power is now on a completely different level. Ning Yusin warmed up by doing a set of yoga on the exercise mat. Just then, she suddenly noticed that Su Hao was performing a difficult move on the parallel bars. Su Hao braced himself on the bar with one hand, stood up, and then quickly spun around on the parallel bars, completing the set of movements with great skill. Wow! Ning Yusin's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Call out! Su Hao completed a set of moves on the parallel bars, landing on the ground with a backflip. Good heavens, little rascal, you know gymnastics? I only know a little. Su Hao had no idea how to do gymnastics, he was just doing it haphazardly to test his own coordination. At this moment, Ning Yusin suddenly noticed the large goal frame next to her and gave him a flirtatious look. Hey little brother, I want to do pull-ups, but the crossbar on this cable machine is too high for me to reach. Can you hold me and help me up? She said with a smile. Su Hao was somewhat taken aback. Pull-ups are mainly for building arm strength. Why does this big-breasted woman want to do this? Is she trying to build up muscles to box? However, since the beautiful woman made a request, he couldn't very well refuse. Okay, I'll hold your legs and lift you up. Su Hao nodded. Okay. Ning Yusin's lips curled up, a hint of triumph in her expression. Su Hao held her slender, long legs and lifted her up with a gentle effort. Oh dear, Sister Xian, you need to lose weight. How come you're so heavy? This guy deliberately teased. Hee hee, I hate you, you naughty little brother, you're making fun of me. Ning Yusin covered her mouth and smiled. Sister Xian, why don't you grab the horizontal bar? Humph, it's all because of you, you were just teasing me. Ning Yusin immediately grabbed the horizontal bar with both hands. Alright. Then I'll let go. Unexpectedly, Ning Yusin lost her grip as soon as Su Hao let go. Hey, little brother, grab my waist right now, I can't hold on anymore. Ning Yusin suddenly exclaimed. Su Hao was speechless. He hadn't even started the pull-ups yet, and he was already failing. He quickly reached out and supported Ning Yusin's slender waist. Sister Xian, I think you shouldn't do this anymore, it's not suitable for you. Su Hao suggested. No. I'll do this, you hold my waist and give me support from below. Ning Yusin bit her lip lightly and said stubbornly. So Su Hao put his hands on her waist and pushed upwards. Ning Yusin exerted a little force in her arms and began to do pull-ups. 1. 2. 30. Wow, I actually did 30 pull-ups. Ning Yusin said excitedly. Cough cough. Su Hao felt a little embarrassed. He was the one who was holding her up, so what was so exciting about her? Just then, he looked down and his gaze suddenly fell on Ning Yusin's shapely buttocks. Ahem. This is truly a marvel of nature. Suddenly, two little voices appeared in Su Hao's mind. One voice said, don't look at what you shouldn't see, while the other voice said, look, enjoy it. Soon the two little figures started fighting, and in the end, the little figure who said don't look at what you shouldn't see was killed. However, this kind of appreciation, which goes up and down in turns, can easily lead to evil thoughts. Su Hao gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, won't this cause another nosebleed? At that moment, Ning Yusin was excitedly talking when she realized that Su Hao was not responding. She couldn't help but look down and saw that Su Hao's eyes were actually on her butt. Ouch, ouch, you little rascal, you're tickling my waist. Suddenly, Ning Yusin let out a soft hum. Itchy? Then let me put you down. Su Hao was taken aback. No, I want to do 50. Or you can hold my butt up. Ning Yusin winked seductively. Aha! Su Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Cough cough, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with this? Hurry up, I'm going to fall. Su Hao gritted his teeth. You forced me to do this, he thought, and lowered his hand from his waist. Ouch! Just then, Ning Yusin's hand slipped while gripping the horizontal bar, and she fell off. Su Hao's eyes widened, and he quickly reached out to catch her. However, his hands happened to be supporting Ning Yusin's lower back. Ouch! Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes widened. She immediately felt the warmth of Su Hao's hands, and her neck turned red with embarrassment, her pretty face burning. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She had actually let Su Hao hold her there. Wasn't that incredibly daring? Are you all right? Once she landed and stood firmly, Su Hao released her. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, the lingering sensation in his hand was truly unforgettable. Hey little brat, you hurt me just now. Ning Yusin said quietly. Su Hao was stunned. He was innocent. At that moment, on the other side of the gym, a muscular man happened to witness what had just happened. Chapter 63. You like pretty boys? Pan Hongwei is a fitness instructor at CA Club. With his muscular physique and extensive flirting skills, he is a seasoned PUA pickup artist at the club. Many of the people who come here to work out are pretty girls, and quite a few women come here to take photos and check in. Pan Hongwei took advantage of his position as a coach to seduce many women. When Ning Yusin came to work out, Pan Hongwei was immediately smitten and began a series of extravagant pursuits, sending her flowers and bags, but Ning Yusin rejected him every time. Unexpectedly, Pan Hongwei saw Ning Yusin bringing a young man to exercise today, and the two were behaving intimately. The actions they just took made him so angry that he almost fainted. This pretty boy dares to lay a hand on my woman, he's asking for it. Pan Hongwei walked over with a dark expression. Hey, Ning, you're at the gym today. Ning Yusin saw him frown and nodded, saying, yes, that's right. I thought you were so high and mighty, but it turns out you like pretty boys. Pan Hongwei glanced at Su Hao beside him. Su Hao frowned. Coach Pan, watch your tone of voice. This is my friend. Please be more respectful. Ning Yusin immediately got angry. Friends? The way you two were acting just now didn't seem like ordinary friends, Ning Yusin. What's so great about this pretty boy? Your taste isn't much better either. Pan Hongwei said sarcastically. What I like is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Ning Yusin said speechlessly. You. You'd rather choose this weakling than give me a chance? Pan Hongwei, his face dark, pointed at Su Hao and said. Who the hell are you calling a weakling? Su Hao was really unhappy this time. Why do you always try to step on me when you're chasing after women? Hey, pretty boy, are you not a weakling? Pan Hongwei snorted coldly, stepped forward, and shoved Su Hao. But to his surprise, his push was completely ineffective. Su Hao stood motionless in place. Get out of my way. Su Hao immediately pushed back. Thump! Pan Hongwei was pushed away by Su Hao and fell to the ground with a thud. Ning Yusin was stunned. Su Hao's power was too strong. Pan Hongwei is a fitness coach, and his large physique is no joke. Yet, this strong man was pushed down by Su Hao and fell over. Puff! Ning Yusin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Kid, you tricked me. I lost my balance just now. With your muscles, do you dare to compete with me? Pan Hongwei's face was rather unpleasant. His move with Su Hao had made him a laughingstock among so many people in the gym. He immediately issued a challenge, wanting to regain his pride. Ignore him. Let's go. Ning Yusin pulled Su Hao, wanting to leave. Compare? Compare what? Su Hao, however, became interested. Pan Hongwei immediately pointed to the smith machine next to him and said, let's have a bench press contest, are you in? No problem. Su Hao glanced at the barbell on the rack and a smile crept onto his face. Alright, kid, if you lose, you'll kneel down and kowtow to me. Pan Hongwei said arrogantly. Okay, but if you lose, you're fired from the gym. Su Hao squinted as he spoke. No problem, but I definitely won't be the one to lose. Pan Hongwei said smugly. Su Hao. Ning Yusin was a little frustrated and grabbed Su Hao, trying to persuade him to give up. Because she knew that Pan Hongwei was a fitness coach, and that the guy was all muscle and had tremendous strength. In the entire gym, no one can beat Pan Hongwei in bench press. Don't worry, I just want to test my potential. Su Hao said with a smile. Kid, this barbell has many weight classes. How about we start with 200 kilograms? Pan Hongwei said slyly. Pan Hongwei, aren't you bullying me? Ning Yusin said angrily after hearing this. At this moment, many people in the gym gathered around to watch. Bullying someone? Since it's a competition, it has to be challenging. Is this kid not good enough? Pan Hongwei said smugly. Bench press enthusiasts are divided into several levels, and those who can work with 100 kilograms are generally considered top performers in the gym. In the 140 kilograms weight class, you'd generally be considered a gym pro. In the 200 kilograms weight class, even among athletes, he is considered one of the best. Being able to lift this weight means he is fully capable of competing in powerlifting competitions. Pan Hongwei has been training for many years and can easily do 30 reps at 200 kilograms. This is why he chose this competition, so that he could embarrass Su Hao and make him admit that he is not good enough. Who says it's not possible? I just think 200 kilograms might be a bit low. Su Hao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. This guy is too arrogant. 200 kilograms is low? He'd be a god if he could lift 3 of them. That's right, the current record for bench press among Chinese people is only 260 kilograms. You're still too young. People around started talking about it. Ning Yusin almost burst out laughing when she heard Su Hao's words. You brat, you always talk so domineeringly. Pan Hongwei sneered, kid, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? You can lift 200 kilograms first. Okay. Let's begin. Su Hao was too lazy to waste words with him. Pan Hongwei immediately lay down in front of the equipment and had the staff hang 90 kilograms barbell plates on both sides, plus 20 kilograms on the empty bar, for a total of 200 kilograms. The next moment, Pan Hongwei exerted force with his chest muscles and arms, and lifted the 200 kilograms barbell directly. Wow! A chorus of screams erupted from the crowd, with many of the girls who came to exercise exclaiming in surprise. He then lifted it 20 times in a row and then stopped. Although he could continue, Pan Hongwei felt that it was enough. Coach Pan is amazing. Coach Pan truly deserves to be called the king of strength at the gym. Coach Pan, I'll add your contact information later. Many of the women working out around him started to swoon over him. Seeing so many people admiring him, Pan Hongwei became arrogant and conceited. Kid, it's your turn, he said to Su Hao. Su Hao grinned and walked over to lie down in front of the equipment. Pan Hongwei immediately scoffed when he saw Su Hao lying on the equipment, because Su Hao's movements were completely incorrect and he was unable to exert his full strength. But Su Hao suddenly gripped the barbell with his left hand, a smile playing on his lips, and then with a sudden burst of strength, lifted the 200 kilograms barbell with one hand. Hiss! This scene caused everyone watching to gasp in shock. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, thinking she was seeing things. She couldn't help but rub her eyes and realized that what she was seeing was real. Su Hao actually lifted a 200 kilograms barbell with one hand. Chapter 64. I don't want to find a vase. Holy crap, is this even human? He lifted 200 kilograms with one hand. Am I seeing things? Is this Superman or a strongman? That's terrifying. Absolutely horrifying. At this moment, the onlookers in the gym couldn't help but marvel. Pan Hongwei's eyelids twitched, and he stared in disbelief. Just as everyone was in shock, Su Hao spoke. Oh dear, it's too light. This guy lifted the barbell up and down with one hand, effortlessly. It was as if he wasn't holding a barbell at all, but a feather duster. Cough cough. The two gym staff members responsible for increasing the weights both looked exasperated. Damn it, this is light? This is ridiculous. At this moment, Su Hao simply put the barbell in his hand on the rack and said casually, "Increase the weight for me, increase it to 350 kilograms. What? The two staff members were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. 350 kilograms? Good heavens! The world record for bench press without equipment is 335 kilograms. This handsome guy is going to break the world record. They can easily lift 200 kilograms with one hand and 350 kilograms with both hands." The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Ning Yusin was both surprised and delighted. This brat of a younger brother was creating miracles at the company, and he was doing the same outside. Pan Hongwei was completely stunned, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. "Sir, are you sure you want to add up to 350 kilograms? The staff member next to him asked again. "Okay, add it." Su Hao nodded. So the two staff members immediately changed the weight plates on both sides, and the total weight reached 350 kilograms. At that moment, everyone in the crowd held their breath, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. They suddenly felt like they were watching a sporting event. Su Hao gently gripped the barbell with both hands. This time, he didn't use one hand. He was afraid that if he lifted it with one hand, he would scare the onlookers to death. What would he do then? Rise. Su Hao exerted force upwards with both hands. He suddenly realized that 350 kilograms was still easy for him, which is a full 700 Gene 350 caddies. At this moment, the people around saw the barbell rise and their mouths dropped open. Su Hao thought for a moment and realized he couldn't relax too much, or he'd be seen as a monster. He immediately put on a show of strain and slowly lifted the barbell. Wow! The onlookers screamed in unison. Wow! At that moment, everyone spontaneously burst into applause. 5 seconds later, Su Hao immediately put the barbell on the rack. He really hadn't expected his strength to be so formidable. This platinum-enhanced bone and muscle structure is truly formidable. Hey handsome, can we be friends? Wow, you're so handsome. You're amazing. Can I have your contact information? Hey handsome, wanna have a match with me tonight? Many girls became infatuated with Su Hao and tried to win his favor. Su Hao was in a panic. These women were too crazy. They wanted to tear him apart alive. Sorry everyone, I already have a girlfriend. He quickly pulled Ning Yusin over to act as a shield. Ah. These women were all extremely depressed when they saw Ning Yusin. After all, Ning Yusin's looks completely outshone them, and they all gave up on her. At this moment, Su Hao looked at Pan Hongwei, whose face was ashen. Coach Pan, do you still want to compete? Su Hao asked with a smile. Pan Hongwei was speechless. Damn it, what are you comparing? Are you making a fool of me? I lost. He gritted his teeth. Yes, Coach Pan remembers what he said. Su Hao reminded him. Don't worry, I keep my word. Pan Hongwei was filled with regret. Su Hao and Ning Yusin then left the gym. You little brat, you've been hiding your strength for too long. Your power is incredible. Ning Yusin sighed deeply. I've been very strong since I was a child. Su Hao came up with an excuse. Pan Hongwei's face just now cracked me up. He was asking for trouble. Ning Yusin was overjoyed. The two chatted as they arrived at the boxing gym. There are many instructors at this fighting gym, including boxing instructors, Muay Thai instructors, Taekwondo instructors, karate instructors, and so on. The person Ning Yusin introduced to Su Hao was a combat coach who had been a national martial arts champion. At this moment, a female coach wearing boxing gloves is sparring with a student on the stage. The female coach has a delicate and pretty face, but her punches and kicks are incredibly fast, and the students can't defend themselves at all. Coach Fong. Ning Yusin immediately greeted the female coach on the stage. Yusin, you've arrived. The female coach then stopped. Su Hao, this is Coach Fong Yining, whom I told you about. Ning Yusin quickly introduced. Cough cough, the coach is a woman? Su Hao was stunned when he saw the combat coach. She was actually a woman. Fong Yining frowned upon hearing Su Hao's words and said, What? Does this gentleman look down on me, his female coach? Coach Fong misunderstood. I just wanted to find someone with a lot of practical experience, not just a pretty face. Su Hao said this deliberately. Unexpectedly, one sentence angered Fong Yining. The thing she hated most was being called a pretty face by others. Kid, you're doubting my abilities? Come on up here, I'll show you. Fong Yining immediately waved to Su Hao. Ahem, Coach Fong, Su Hao didn't mean that. Ning Yusin felt awkward and offered an explanation. But unexpectedly, Su Hao suddenly leaped onto the fighting platform with a very graceful and elegant movement. Fong Yining is also a martial artist. The fighting platform is 1.5 meters high, but there are railings on it. Su Hao was able to jump over it easily, which shows that he is agile. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Coach Fong, I didn't mean to provoke you. I'm here to learn boxing. Su Hao grinned. Enough talk. Here we go. Fong Yining picked up a spare pair of boxing gloves from the side and tossed them to Su Hao. Boxing gloves? I'm not used to wearing these. Su Hao explained. But in Fong Yining's eyes, those words were nothing short of arrogance. Bring it on. Without saying a word, Fong Yining moved and rushed over, throwing a powerful punch straight at Su Hao's face. Su Hao's expression hardened, and he instinctively moved his feet to quickly dodge the punch. Fong Yining didn't expect Su Hao to react so quickly, and she immediately followed up with another punch. Su Hao dodged again, while Fong Yining's attacks continued. Su Hao dodged quickly, but he lacked practical experience and sometimes misjudged Fong Yining's attack intentions, taking several punches to the shoulder. However, he discovered that not only was his strength and speed formidable, but his defense was also very strong. Fong Yining's punches had no effect on him. Although Fong Yining landed several punches, her mind was in turmoil. She had participated in many martial arts and combat competitions and knew her own speed and moves, but when fighting against the man in front of her, she was completely at a disadvantage. The key issue is that Su Hao didn't retaliate, which made Fong Yining even angrier. Chapter 65. Are you here to cause trouble? Because Fong Yining is a well-known coach at the boxing gym, her matches attracted a lot of students to watch. This is interesting. Who is this guy? I don't know, it seems like they came to learn boxing from Coach Fong. That's right, the guy just now even called Coach Fong a pretty face. What? This guy is too bold. The last one who said Coach Fong was just a pretty face ended up getting beaten up by Coach Fong. But this guy is pretty good. Look how fast his reaction speed is. At this moment, the combat training students below the stage started discussing among themselves. Why are you dodging? Throw a punch. Fang Yining rushed forward and quickly threw punches at Su Hao. She was getting impatient with Su Hao's repeated attempts to dodge her. Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he finally threw a punch with incredible speed, making Fang Yining's eyelids twitch. Not good. Fang Yining's expression changed because Su Hao's punch was too fast. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Fang Yining's shoulder. Hiss! Fang Yining frowned in pain. Su Hao threw another punch, and this time Fang Yining began to defend. Thus, the battle between the two shifted from Fang Yining taking the initiative to attack to Su Hao. Su Hao began to continuously control his strength. He knew that his current all-out attack might cripple the person, so he wasn't going all out. Even so, Fang Yining still gasped in pain after taking a punch. Humph. You're here to learn boxing, aren't you? This time, Fang Yining got angry, thinking that Su Hao was pretending to be weak while actually being strong. She angrily punched and kicked Su Hao. Su Hao could only quickly respond and counter the attacks. So the two people on the stage didn't seem to be sparring anymore, they looked more like they were having a heated argument. Perhaps because Fang Yining was too impatient, her punches became disordered and started hitting randomly. Hey Coach Fang, let's stop playing, okay? Su Hao quickly asked. No. The battle isn't over yet. Fight. Fang Yining was still unhappy. Why do we need to determine a winner? Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. What? I hate you. You came here pretending to be weak to take advantage of me. Humph. Fang Yining greeted him through gritted teeth. Seeing that the situation was not going to work, Su Hao rushed over and grabbed Fang Yining by the waist. Call out. Fang Yining immediately threw a punch at Su Hao's arm. Bang! But when the punch landed on Su Hao's arm, Su Hao didn't react at all, not even raising an eyebrow. Fang Yining was stunned. Was this man made of iron? The next moment, Su Hao grabbed Fang Yining's waist with both hands and suddenly lifted her up with a force. The students watching were all stunned. Cough cough, are you sure this guy is here to learn boxing? Is this a new coach? That's incredibly audacious. They lifted Coach Fang up. The trainees were all shocked. Ning Yusin was stunned when she saw this scene. Was Su Hao here to learn boxing or to cause trouble? The most frustrated person was undoubtedly Fang Yining. Being lifted up like that by her opponent was an utter disgrace in combat. Coach Fang. Shall we continue playing or not? Su Hao held her up and asked. Put me down. Fang Yining said angrily. Let's not fight anymore, right? Su Hao asked again. Not going to fight? No way. I'm going to beat you today. Fang Yining gritted her teeth and said, completely unconvinced. Then I won't put you down. Su Hao held it up and said that. You. Fang Yining quickly reached out to grab Su Hao's arm, but was suddenly blocked by Su Hao's other arm. Su Hao had one hand supporting Fang Yining's stomach, making the scene quite comical. Pfft, ha ha. The students watching couldn't help but laugh. Is this a fight? Or some kind of acrobatics? Fang Yining was filled with shame and indignation, and said helplessly, put me down. We're not playing anymore? I'm not playing anymore. Su Hao nodded and then put her down. At this point, many people gathered around and started discussing it. Snort! Fang Yining felt extremely embarrassed and angrily left the dueling platform to return to her room. Su Hao shrugged helplessly and stepped down from the dueling platform. You naughty little brother, you're so bad. You're so amazing, yet you still made me find a coach. Now look what happened, you've made him angry. Ning Yusin rolled her eyes at him. Sister Xin, I really want to learn some moves. Actually, I don't have much practical experience, I'm just strong. Su Hao spoke the truth. Sai, come to my room with me right away and explain things to Coach Fang. You've made a fool of Coach Fang in front of everyone, and you might cause him to lose his job. Ning Yusin quickly said. As the CFO of Hongsheng Group, she pays close attention to interpersonal relationships. Ahem, all right then. Su Hao nodded. The two arrived at the coach's room, where they saw Fang Yining holding a bottle of water, her lips bulging, sulking. Coach Fang, don't be angry. Su Hao didn't do it on purpose. Ning Yusin stepped forward and said. Yes, Coach Fang, I really came here to learn boxing. Su Hao echoed. You've come to learn boxing? You're just here to cause trouble, aren't you? I can't teach you. Fong Yining glared at him. Coach Fong, you probably noticed during our sparring session that I actually know very few boxing techniques. My advantage is mainly in strength and reaction speed. Su Hao told the truth. Fong Yining thought about it for a moment, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. So, the reason I was able to hold my own just now was entirely due to my brute force. Su Hao said modestly. So you really don't know any fighting moves or any boxing techniques? Fong Yining was stunned. I really don't know how. Su Hao shook his head. I understand now, no wonder your movements are so comical. Fong Yining made a comment. Su Hao continued, that's why I asked Sister Xin to introduce me to this place, hoping to learn some boxing techniques or moves. You're already so strong, why are you still learning moves? My arm still hurts. Fong Yining looked at him with a hint of resentment and rubbed her arm. Ning Yusin couldn't help but chuckle. Coach Fong, that's different. I can't waste my energy. Su Hao grinned. Fong Yining was a little angry, but then she thought about how she usually had no worthy opponents at the boxing gym and was quite bored. Now that she has a formidable opponent like Su Hao, she can finally indulge in some real combat. Okay. But you won't be learning with the other students anymore. From now on, you'll come on Sundays and I'll teach you individually. Besides that, you'll have to spar with me. Fong Yining said earnestly. Okay, no problem. Su Hao readily agreed. Chapter 66 The Trouble Caused by 10 Skewers of Kidneys. It was already evening when Su Hao and Ning Yusin left the club. Hey little brother, it's so late, you have to treat me to dinner, right? Ning Yusin said softly. Su Hao nodded and said, okay, no problem. Sister Xin, what would you like to eat? How about this? There's a street food stall near my house. Let's go there for some grilled skewers and beer. Ning Yusin took the initiative to make the suggestion. Su Hao was stunned. It seemed that the beautiful Ning really loves drinking beer. What? You don't want to? Ning Yusin noticed that Su Hao did not respond. No, I didn't expect Sister Xin, such a beautiful woman like you, to be eating at a street food stall. Su Hao joked with a smile. I just love the feeling of drinking beer and eating barbecue skewers. Ning Yusin giggled. Half an hour later, Su Hao arrived at a Lao San barbecue restaurant near Ning Yusin's home. As June arrives and the weather gets warmer, many tables have been set up in front of the barbecue restaurant. At this moment, many people are already sitting at the tables, eating kebabs and drinking draft beer, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Su Hao's Lamborghini, parked in the adjacent parking space, immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, a sports car of this caliber is always the center of attention wherever it goes. TSK, look at that handsome guy driving a sports car. Wow, no wonder he drives a sports car, all the girls he picks up are top-notch. Now that's what you call a perfect match. He is a role model for men like us. This is truly the pinnacle of a man's potential. Many people discussed it with envy. Su Hao and Ning Yusin found a table to sit down, and at that moment the proprietress came over with a small notebook and a menu. Wow, handsome guy and beautiful girl, you two are a match made in heaven. Your presence here has made my barbecue restaurant so lively. The proprietress couldn't help but praise her. Ning Yusin smiled and said arrogantly, Boss lady, do you really think we're a good match? Of course. Your boyfriend is so handsome, and you're so beautiful you're a match made in heaven. The proprietress looked certain. Wow, boss lady, you have such good taste. Ning Yusin couldn't help but smile. When she smiled like that, even the male animals eating nearby couldn't resist, because she was just too beautiful. Su Hao could feel the envious, jealous, and hateful stares he was receiving from many men. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, what would you like to eat? Boss lady, give me 50 lamb skewers first. Ning Yusin said generously. Sister Xin, you're ordering so much all at once? Can you finish it all? Su Hao was taken aback. It's definitely edible. Oh, and boss lady, give him another 10 skewers of kidney. Ning Yusin pointed at Su Hao as she spoke. All right. 10 skewers of kidneys. The proprietress called out to the owner who was in charge of grilling the skewers. Cough cough. Su Hao was immediately embarrassed. Kidneys? He didn't need to supplement them. At that moment, the male animals eating kebabs couldn't help but laugh when they heard 10 kebabs of kidney. TSK, someone's so handsome, yet he has kidney deficiency. Isn't that obvious? If I had a girlfriend that beautiful, I'd be envious too. Not only am I weak, I also need to take some powerful tonics. Wei GE, start taking them. You beast. 10 skewers of kidneys, another fight is brewing tonight. Some of the men were envious, while others mocked him, and Su Hao quickly became the talk of the town. Sister Xin, why did you order so many kidneys? I can't eat this. No, I don't need to eat this, I don't need to supplement my diet. Su Hao quickly replied. The male animals around them all looked incredulous when they heard this. Just eat it. Don't be shy. Yeah, you don't even need to moisturize. Your face is so white, it's obvious you need to. I have to make it up for my girlfriend. Yes, you have to learn to pamper your girlfriend. Su Hao was speechless after hearing these people's comments. It seemed he couldn't explain himself. Pfft, you can eat it even without supplements. Ning Yusin covered her mouth and laughed. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. Ning Yusin then handed him the menu and ordered a lot of other meat skewers and vegetables. Boss lady, 2 draft beers, please. Okay, sure. The proprietress nodded and went to get the draft beer. Sister Xin, I'm driving, so I can't drink. Hey little brother, let's call a designated driver later. Besides, it's our first time eating together, aren't you going to have a drink with your sister? Ning Yusin gave him a charmingly disdainful look. Okay, I've lost. Soon after, the skewers and draft beer arrived. Hey little rascal, let's clink glasses. Ning Yusin raised her glass in a hearty manner. Su Hao clinked glasses with her in response. This beautiful Ning was truly forthright and unpretentious. Hey, Sister Xin, this draft beer is pretty cold. Are you okay drinking it? He took a sip and asked a casual question. Ning Yusin was taken aback, her eyes filled with seductive charm, and the corners of her mouth turned up as she laughed. You naughty little brother, you're so naughty. I can drink it cold today. Okay, that's fine then. Su Hao nodded, but why did that answer seem a bit strange? By the way, little brother, you're so handsome, how many girlfriends have you had? Ning Yusin blinked, transforming into a curious child. Sister Xin, are you trying to make fun of me? I'm still single. Su Hao spoke the truth. How could that be? You're so handsome, don't any girls pursue you? Yes, I do, but I'm a sucker for good looks. This guy said shamelessly. Looks obsessed? Hee, you little brat, does my appearance meet your requirements? As Ning Yusin spoke, she tossed her hair behind her neck and straightened her posture, revealing her impressive assets. Well, with Sister Xion's looks and figure, she definitely fits the bill. Su Hao stared at the alluring enchantress for a moment, his heart fluttering. Really? But I haven't seen you pursuing your sister. Ning Yusin said boldly. Sister Xin, you're teasing me again. I was just a junior employee at the company before. That just means you weren't given the opportunity. Now that you have a stage, everyone knows your abilities, and you're now the dream man of all the female employees in the company. Sister Xin, if you keep praising me, I'll really believe you. Hee, I'm telling the truth, even Xiaofei has a crush on you. Ning Yusin clinked glasses with Su Hao and took another sip. Her? Sister Xin, don't be silly. Isn't she a lesbian? Why would she have feelings for me? Su Hao shook his head directly. Put. Lala? You brat, who told you that? Ning Yusin burst into laughter, bending over backwards. Isn't that right? You see how cold she is every day, she must have problems with her sexual orientation, that's my experience from observing her for a long time. Su Hao said in a very serious tone. Well, you little brat, you talk about Xiaofei like that behind her back. Aren't you afraid I'll tell her? Ning Yusin raised an eyebrow. I'm not afraid at all. Besides, Sister Xin, are you that kind of person? Su Hao said boldly. He might have been a little wary in the past, but now he's not afraid of Xin Yuefei at all. They've shared a bed several times already, so what's there to be afraid of? Chapter 67 Rich People Know How to Play. Ning Yusin burst into laughter when she heard Su Hao say that. Hey little brother, I think Xiaofei treats you pretty well, she even lent you her sports car. Yes, that's right. Su Hao nodded, thinking to himself that it wasn't her kindness at all, he had clearly fought for it himself. While the two were drinking and chatting, a minivan was parked across the street. Several men were sitting in the car. The man in the lead was wearing a floral shirt, had an earring in his left ear, and a scar on his right cheek. "Brother Dao, is this pretty boy the one young Master Hua is going to deal with?" The tattooed man in black next to him asked. "Yes, that's him. The photo is correct." The scarred man nodded. "Brother Dao, what's this kid's background?" "He's driving a sports car and has a beautiful girl with him. That girl is really gorgeous." The tattooed man's eyes revealed an evil intent. "He has no legitimate background. This guy is Shin Yuefei's kept man at Hongsheng Group." The scarred man looked at him with disdain. "What? Shun Yuefei? The one who's one of the four beauties of Beijing?" The tattooed man looked surprised. "That's right. But who is this pretty girl?" "Based on my guess, this pretty boy was not satisfied and kept a mistress." That's what the scarred man guessed. "What a mess." The tattooed man looked a little confused. "Rich people like them all know how to have fun, their relationships are all messed up. Okay, let's not discuss this anymore. Young Master Hua doesn't want our identities revealed, looks like we need to find some trouble." The scarred man's dark eyes revealed a hint of cold-bloodedness. "Brother Dao, this is easy. We'll pretend to go eat some barbecue, then flirt with some pretty girls. This pretty boy will definitely come to the rescue, right? We'll just pull him aside and beat him up." The tattooed man came up with an idea. The scarred man nodded. Good idea. By the way, Brother Dao, what did young Master Hua say? We need to be careful when we make our move. One leg was broken. Okay. The tattooed man nodded, then found a steel pipe in the car and wrapped it in his clothes. Then the scarred man and several others got out of the car. There were 6 of them in total. They sat down at the table next to Su Hao and Ning Yusen. "Boss, give me 100 lamb skewers and 50 kidney skewers," the tattooed man shouted in a rough tone. "Okay, sure," the owner of the barbecue restaurant responded. At that moment, the scarred man gave the tattooed man a wink, and the tattooed man immediately cleared his throat. "Hey girl, you're so pretty. My older brother has his eye on you. Come over and have a couple of drinks with him," the tattooed man said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Ning Yusen, who was chatting with Su Hao, immediately frowned and became somewhat displeased. "Hey girl, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you, come here right now," the tattooed man said arrogantly. "Ha, come over here, little girl. Yeah, come over and have a drink with us guys. That's right, my older brother is very caring. Judging by that, she must be very wild in bed." A few thugs provoked him with foul language. "A bunch of scoundrels. Get out." Ning Yusen immediately cursed angrily. "Hey little girl, don't push your luck," the tattooed man said with a dark expression. Su Hao frowned and immediately said in an icy tone, "I'll give you 1 minute to get out of here, or I might get very angry." The scarred man and the tattooed man exchanged glances and grinned. "Kid, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Are you tired of living? Our boss has his eye on your girl, aren't you going to offer her up?" One of the thugs immediately stepped forward arrogantly. Su Hao's face darkened. As the thug approached, he suddenly swung his fist and smashed it directly into the thug's chest. Bang! Ah! With a scream, the thug was sent flying, crashing into a trash can behind him and spilling garbage all over himself. This sudden action startled the people eating the kebabs. The scarred man and his men's faces darkened, and they immediately surrounded him. Ning Yusen didn't expect Su Hao to suddenly make a move. "Hey guys, don't fight. Let's keep things peaceful and make money together. It's not easy for me to run a business." The barbecue restaurant owner rushed over and tried to mediate. If a fight breaks out at his barbecue stand, his business for the night will be ruined, and if things get damaged, the losses will be huge. "Get out of my way. Mind your own business." The tattooed man glared at him. The barbecue restaurant owner's eyelids twitched, and he was too frightened to speak. Su Hao stood up, pointed to the side, and said, "Want to fight? Let's go to that open space over there." "You little bastard, I bet you're trying to run away," the scarred man said coldly. "No, I'm afraid I won't be able to fully utilize my abilities," Su Hao replied. Ning Yusin was initially worried, but upon hearing Su Hao's words, she inexplicably wanted to laugh. Fine. You're pretty arrogant. Just as you wish. That's what the scarred man said arrogantly. Su Hao then walked directly to an open space, and the tattooed man and his group immediately chased after him, afraid that Su Hao would run away. Get it done for me. The scarred man waved his hand. The tattooed men immediately surrounded them. Call out. Su Hao suddenly moved and slapped the thug at the front. Ouch. The thug was sent flying, and a row of his teeth fell to the ground. The tattooed man's eyelids twitched. This was too brutal. He'd knocked out a tooth with a single slap. Court death. The group became enraged, opened their clothes, pulled out steel pipes, and hurled them at Su Hao. Ning Yusin was so frightened by what she saw that she covered her mouth, filled with worry. People eating at the barbecue stalls nearby were startled by what they saw. This fight involved steel pipes. It could kill someone. But what happened next stunned everyone. Su Hao made a swift move, and before the thugs could even land their steel pipes, they were sent flying. In the blink of an eye, all the thugs were lying on the ground screaming in pain. The scarred man was completely dumbfounded. Seeing this, Ning Yusin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She then remembered that when Su Hao was at the club, he could even subdue Fang Yining, the martial arts champion. Dealing with a few thugs would be more than enough for him. Wow, that handsome guy is a trained fighter. This handsome guy is amazing. He took on 5 opponents and brought them all down. These thugs must be totally dumbfounded. That handsome guy is ruthless. Look at those thugs, they're practically crawling on the ground. Those nearby then realized that Su Hao had knocked out the teeth of these thugs. The scarred man realized he was in trouble. He had kicked a hornet's nest. Come here. Su Hao squinted and suddenly waved at him. Oh dear, brother, no, big brother, I've offended you, I apologize. The scarred man immediately chickened out. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Snap. Su Hao slapped the scarred man across the face. Chapter 68. My little brother went upstairs for a while. The scarred man took a solid slap, felt a sweet taste in his mouth, and when he opened his mouth, 2 of his teeth had fallen out. He was filled with regret, and at the same time, he cursed Hua Tianhao's ancestors for 8 generations. That Hua Tianhao was such a bastard. The other guy is a martial arts expert, and he actually made them break one of his legs. Now look what happened, they'd had their teeth pulled out. Hey sir, brother, I was wrong, please forgive me. The scarred man begged for mercy with a pained expression. Roll. Su Hao said coldly. Yes. I'll get out of here right now. The scarred man immediately led his henchmen to their car and disappeared down the street. Good. Pretty. Those watching the spectacle couldn't help but applaud. Ning Yusin rushed forward and asked, Su Hao, are you alright? I'm fine. Su Hao grinned, looking at the few teeth on the ground. He wondered to himself if he had used too much force. Little brat, you're so awesome. Ning Yusin suddenly hugged Su Hao's arm, looking at him with admiration. Ahem, Sister Xin, so many people are watching. Su Hao pointed to the people sitting at the barbecue stall. They were all watching the 2 of them. Ning Yusin's pretty face instantly turned red. Sister Xin, are you still drinking? Su Hao asked with a smile. These people spoiled my fun, but I've already had some drinks and skewers. How about you take me home? Ning Yusin said quietly. Okay, sure. This place is close to my neighborhood, let's walk back. Good. So Su Hao paid the bill and walked towards the residential area with Ning Yusin. Hey, the handsome guy and beautiful girl are gone, but their sports car is still parked there. They've been drinking, so they definitely can't drive. What do you know? That's the Donghu Hotel up ahead. They're obviously booking a room. Wow, I'm so envious. It's going to be another bloodbath tonight. You're all acting strangely. A short while later, Su Hao and Ning Yusin arrived at Minghua residential area. Sister Xin, the neighborhood you live in is nice. It's alright, that's the building in front. The 2 chatted as they went downstairs. Hey little brat, why don't you come upstairs and sit for a bit? I'll make you a cup of honey water to help you sober up. Ning Yusin took the initiative to invite her. Oh? Sister Xin, you invited a grown man like me upstairs? Aren't you afraid I'll lose my temper? I've been drinking. Su Hao made a bold joke. Really? I'm not afraid at all. Ning Yusin covered her mouth and smiled. Okay then, I'll take you upstairs and ask you for a drink of water at your place. Su Hao readily agreed. This is a villa community. Ning Yusin's apartment is on the 5th floor, a north-south facing unit facing east. As soon as Su Hao entered the room, he had one feeling: clean, very clean. Everything in the room was neat and tidy. Hey little brother, these are slippers. Ning Yusin handed over a pair of brand new slippers. Su Hao changed his shoes and said with a smile, Sister Xin, your house has 2 bedrooms. It looks quite spacious to me. It must be over 100 square meters, right? Yes, it's 102 square meters. I prefer a large kitchen and a large bathroom, so I chose a larger unit. Ning Yusin nodded. Su Hao walked up to the sofa and saw that it was covered with plush toys. He really didn't expect Ning Yusin to like these too. Little brother, sit down first, I'll make you some honey water. Okay, sure. Su Hao then sat down. A little while later, Ning Yusin prepared the honey water and brought it over to him. Hey little brat, why don't you stay here tonight? Suddenly, Ning Yusin said something. Puff. Su Hao had just taken a sip of honey water when he spat it out. Hee hee, little rascal, what's wrong? Did you get scared? Ning Yusin couldn't help but laugh when she saw Su Hao's strong reaction. Sister Xin, you're kidding me. I saw you'd been drinking and can't drive. My spare bedroom is empty, you can stay there. Ning Yusin explained. No, I'll just find a designated driver. Su Hao immediately reached into his pocket and took out his phone. Thump. Unexpectedly, something else came out of his pocket and fell onto the sofa. Su Hao looked down and his face instantly turned red. What just fell out was the 3-pack of Durex that Xia Yuyu had given her that morning. This is so incredibly awkward. Su Hao put it in his pocket in the morning and forgot about it all day. Why did you have to fall out now of all times? You're making Sister Xin misunderstand. Oh no, I have no idea what kind of image I have in Sister Xin's eyes now. Ha? What's this? Ning Yusin was quick-witted and picked up Du Lacey from the sofa. When she realized it was a small umbrella, her pretty face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Ning Yusin's thoughts immediately raced. Why was Su Hao, that brat, bringing this along on their date? What else could it be? So this brat had been having those kinds of thoughts about me all along. She had previously thought Su Hao was a simpleton, a straight man, but she never expected him to be an experienced lesbian. Although bringing Du Lacey along is a bit awkward, it also shows that the younger brother is responsible. Isn't my little brother in a bit too much of a hurry? You naughty little brother, you're so mean, bringing this with you when you come here. Ning Yusin said coquettishly. But her voice was soft, magnetic, and even more alluring. Ahem, Sister Xin, don't misunderstand, I didn't buy this. Su Hao quickly explained. You didn't buy it? Yeah, it was on sale at the supermarket, they practically forced it on me. Su Hao made up a random excuse. Little brat, I don't believe you. We're both adults, don't try to fool me. It's just that you're thinking a little too hastily, and I'm starting to panic. Ning Yusin spoke boldly. Although she was usually bold and often joked with Su Hao, she had never truly been in love with any boy before. Who wouldn't be nervous about that kind of thing? Sister Xin, you've really misunderstood. That wasn't my intention. Su Hao was on the verge of tears, realizing he couldn't explain himself. Little brat, look how anxious you are. Your sister isn't blaming you. Ning Yusin chuckled and handed Du Lacey back to him. Su Hao took it and quickly put it back in his pocket. Sister Xin, it's getting late, so I'll be going now. Su Hao quickly said that it would be too awkward to sit down at this time. Ha? Not drinking any more water? It's getting late, you should get some rest. Okay then, remember to send a WeChat message to your sister when you get home to let her know you're safe. Ning Yusin said in a soft tone. Okay, Sister Xin. Su Hao agreed and then left. Ning Yusin closed the door, her heart pounding a little fast. Although she had remained calm, she was actually quite nervous inside. My little brother brought Du Lacey along, it seems he's really interested in me. She felt both shy and a little excited, took out her phone, and couldn't resist posting it on her WeChat moments. Chapter 69, Is He Jealous? Shin Yufa was a little irritable tonight because it was almost 9 o'clock and Su Hao still hadn't returned. During the day, Xiao Yixuan took her cousin out, supposedly to meet with the CEO of a film and television company, hoping to secure some investment for her script. Shin Yufa went to the mall alone to buy pajamas for Su Hao. To be honest, this was the first time Shin Yufa had ever bought underwear for a man. She had never even bought it for her father before. While buying pajamas, Shin Yufa also picked out a few pairs of boxer shorts for Su Hao because of the salesperson's enthusiasm. After buying all that, Shin Yufa picked out a brand-name suit for Su Hao. Now that Su Hao is the executive director, he needs to have a decent suit. Su Hao had helped her a lot at the company these days, and she was very grateful. Especially when there was danger during the last time they caught a hacker, Su Hao stepped forward, which moved Shin Yufa deeply. However, Shin Yufa has always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside and not good at expressing herself, so she wanted to buy these clothes for Su Hao to express her feelings. When she bought the clothes and returned home, her aunt and cousin were both very surprised when they saw them. Even her aunt, who was initially full of doubts, now believed that Shin Yufa truly loved Su Hao. Looking at the clothes she had personally chosen, Shin Yufa felt a strange sense of anticipation for Su Hao's return, wondering if he would be moved to tears upon seeing them. They waited all night, and it was almost 9 o'clock, but Su Hao still hadn't returned. My brother-in-law is really something, why isn't he back yet? I wanted to see him come back and see his surprised and delighted expression. Xia Yuyu pouted and said. Humph, this guy said he went to the gym, I wonder if it's true or not. Shin Yufa complained. Cousin, do you think your husband might be going to the gym to meet up with other women, which is why? Xia Yuyu said awkwardly. You have no sense of propriety. What do you mean by secret rendezvous? Besides, who could he possibly be having a secret rendezvous with? Shin Yufa pouted. She took out her phone, ready to send Su Hao a WeChat message to ask when he would be back. However, she typed the message and then deleted it, feeling embarrassed because asking it like that made her feel like a young wife nagging her husband. So Shin Yufa opened her WeChat moments, ready to see if Su Hao would post anything. She rummaged through the chat and didn't find Su Hao's post on WeChat moments, but she suddenly saw that her senior, Ning Yusin, had just posted a message on WeChat moments. At Ning Yusin, I spent the whole day at the gym with my friends today, and then we had beer and barbecue together in the evening. It was a very happy day. Below this post on WeChat moments were several pictures of a gym and a barbecue stand, and finally a selfie of Ning Yusin. Although Su Hao wasn't mentioned in the post, Shin Yufa thought, it can't be such a coincidence, can it? Su Hao went to the gym, and so did his senior, Ning Yusin. Shin Yufa looked at the picture of the barbecue stall that Ning Yusin had posted. She saw that the tray on the table was full of skewers, but there was a cell phone on the other side of the table. The style and color of this phone, isn't this Su Hao's phone? Because Su Hao's phone was released a few years ago, it was very easy to recognize. It turns out that Su Hao went out with Sister Xin today. Shin Yufa became even more agitated after learning this. Cousin, it's getting late, I'm going back to my room to take a shower now, so I won't wait for your husband with you. Xia Yuyu stretched. Shin Yufa nodded mechanically, her expression somewhat dazed. After Xia Yuyu left, Shin Yufa looked at the men's clothes on the bed and felt a sudden surge of anger. I'll kill you, you bastard. I'll kill you, you bastard. Shin Yufa angrily punched the suit several times. No wonder that jerk isn't back so late, he's out on a date with Sister Xin. She gritted her teeth, thankfully she was still eagerly waiting for this guy. For some reason, Shin Yufa felt angry and aggrieved, and her nose felt sore. She had never felt this way before. That bastard. He's a married man, and he's still dating other women. Humph. Shin Yufa said angrily. But after she finished speaking, she suddenly froze. Weren't she and Su Hao just a fake couple? Isn't it normal for him to go out and date other women? She had previously told Su Hao that even though they had gotten their marriage certificate, they shouldn't interfere with each other's private lives. Shin Yufa frowned. What was wrong with her? Was she jealous? She was startled by this terrible thought of hers. No, that can't be. How could she be jealous? Jealousy is something that happens between couples. Su Hao and I aren't a couple, we're just a fake married couple who got a marriage certificate. Unless she has developed feelings for Su Hao after spending time with him these past few days. Cough cough, there's no such exception. Shin Yufei thought to herself with absolute certainty, how could she possibly fall in love with Su Hao? This guy is a money grubber, always grinning, with a thick skin like a city wall, and a scoundrel's nature. There's no way she could like him. Finally, after some thought and analysis, Shin Yufei concluded that she had only bought clothes for Su Hao, but Su Hao hadn't returned in time, so she felt a sense of imbalance. Just then, the sound of a sports car came from outside the villa Su Hao had returned. She went to the window and looked out. The Lamborghini scissor doors opened, and soon she saw a chauffeur get out of the driver's seat, followed by Su Hao getting out of the passenger seat. This guy even called a designated driver. It turns out he had been drinking with Sister Xin. Shen Yufei said irritably. 10 minutes later, Su Hao went upstairs to the bedroom and saw Shin Yufei sitting on the edge of the bed reading a book, pretending to be calm. Oh, reading a book, the fellow said with a smile. It's already 9 o'clock, and you still know to come back? Who allowed you to come back so late? Shin Yufei snorted. Ha! It's only 9 o'clock, not 1 a.m., why are you reacting so strongly? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. What do you mean it's only 9 o'clock? Do you even know you're a married man? Shin Yufei's anger erupted for no apparent reason. But you are not me. Su Hao was also a little angry and wanted to say that she wasn't really his wife, but then he suddenly remembered that the walls had ears, so he stopped. No, it's not that it's not. He reeks of alcohol. It's suffocating. Shin Yufei spoke again. Okay, it was my fault. I'm going to take a shower. Su Hao realized that Shin Yufei must be on her period, which was making her irritable. He couldn't afford to do anything reckless. Su Hao took out his bedding roll, laid it out, and then began to take off his clothes. Upon seeing this, Shin Yufei immediately threw the book onto the bedside table and then covered herself with a blanket. Seeing her reaction, Su Hao couldn't help but grin, though he was a little embarrassed to look. He also took off his pants and threw them onto the bedding roll before going to the bathroom. Chapter 70. My wife gave me couple-style pajamas. Shin Yufei only emerged from under the blanket after hearing Su Hao go to the bathroom. Drinking, chasing girls. And I even bought you clothes. Humph. Here you go. She angrily threw the clothes she had bought for Su Hao onto Su Hao's bedding roll. Unexpectedly, this throw caused a blue box to fall out of Su Hao's pants. What's this? Shin Yufei curiously reached out and picked it up. Durex. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. This guy brought a small umbrella on his date with Sister Xin. Does that mean they've already done that? The thought of this made her breathing inexplicably rapid, and she didn't know why. Shin Yufei suddenly felt her eyes getting wet, and then threw Du Lacey back. Thump. She lay down on the bed and bit her lip. I didn't expect Su Hao and Sister Xin to develop their relationship so quickly. They're even using Durex now. What's wrong with me? Am I really jealous? Could it be that she's actually fallen for Su Hao? That can't be. Even if Su Hao and Sister Xin had already done that, what business was it of his? Shin Yufei's thoughts were somewhat disordered. She figured it was just that Su Hao was a little uncomfortable because he had registered their marriage. But she still tossed and turned in bed, inexplicably irritable. After a while, Su Hao finished showering and came out wrapped in a bath towel. When Shin Yufei saw him come out, she quickly turned around and faced away from him. Su Hao wiped himself clean and then sat down on the bedding roll. He suddenly noticed the clothes that had been thrown on top. There were pajamas, tight shorts, and a very nice suit. Ha! Honey, did you buy all of these for me? Su Hao picked up his suit jacket and looked at it. Wow, it's a brand name product, it must cost tens of thousands of yuan, right? Who's your wife? She wasn't bought by me, she just fell from the sky. Shen Yufei said irritably. Thanks. These pajamas fit perfectly, I'll put them on right away. Su Hao immediately put on his pajamas. I must say, this brand's pajamas and sleep pants are made of good materials and are very comfortable to wear. Honey, why did you suddenly decide to buy me clothes? Su Hao asked a question. Humph. I've gone crazy, I've lost my mind. Shin Yufei's tone was cold. Then send it again, honey. I still need a watch. I've heard Patek Philippe is pretty good. Su Hao was pushing his luck. You're dreaming. Don't you have a lover? Let your lover buy it for you. A lover? There's no such thing as a lover. Su Hao was stunned. What a scumbag! He did that kind of thing and still won't admit it. Shin Yuefei sat up abruptly and glared at him. Cough cough, honey, what are you saying? What kind of thing? Su Hao was truly confused. What is that? Shin Yuefei immediately pointed to Du Lacey next to her. Su Hao looked down and saw Du Lacey, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What? Speechless now? You're already using a condom, and you still say you don't have a lover? Are you two one-night stands? Shin Yuefei looked furious. Pfft, ha. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. He finally understood why Shin was angry. She had misunderstood him. So it turns out that Xia Yuyu bought this for herself, and she didn't even know. What are you laughing at? I think you're a scumbag, you did it and you won't admit it. Shin Yuefei snorted. Honey, your imagination is running wild. I had a box of Durex in my pocket. That doesn't mean anything, does it? Besides, the box of Durex isn't even opened yet. Su Hao couldn't help but say. Why would you buy this for no reason? Are you going to blow up balloons? Shin Yuefei glared at him. Who told you I bought it? It was clearly your dear cousin who bought it. Su Hao said helplessly. You bought it? You're talking nonsense, why would she buy this? Shin Yuefei frowned. You're asking me? I'm the one who should be asking you. She gave me a box of this morning, and I was completely baffled. Su Hao couldn't help but complain that this box of Durex was too much of a troublemaker. Shin Yuefei was stunned. She suddenly remembered what her aunt had once told her, that she and Su Hao should take precautions when they were doing that kind of thing so that she wouldn't get pregnant. Could it be that my aunt asked my cousin Xia Yuyu to buy this? She immediately picked up her phone and sent a voice message to her cousin, Xia Yuyu. Yuyu, you little girl, come out here. What's wrong, cousin? I was just getting ready to go to sleep. Did you buy Su Hao a box of Durex this morning? Yes, cousin. Shin Yuefei blushed instantly upon seeing the reply, feeling deeply ashamed. She had just been scolding Su Hao, and it turned out that all of this was because of her. You little brat. Who told you to buy this? She immediately replied to Xia Yuyu. What's wrong, cousin? Is it not suitable for your husband? It's a large size. Or is it not enough for tonight? If not, you two will just have to bear with it. What? We don't need this. Shin Yuefei was speechless, but she couldn't tell the truth directly. No need? That makes sense. It's too cumbersome to use, and men don't like it. Xia Yuyu spoke in a lewd tone. All right. Go to sleep now. Shin Yuefei turned off her phone, feeling somewhat annoyed. At that moment, Su Hao was standing in front of the mirror, trying on a suit. I'm so sorry, Su Hao. I really didn't expect that Yuyu bought this box of Durex. Shin Yuefei said somewhat apologetically. Yuyu? I'm afraid your aunt asked her to buy it. Su Hao had already guessed it. Anyway, it's all my fault. Shin Yuefei pouted. What? I'm not a jerk anymore? Su Hao grinned. I misunderstood you just now. I shouldn't have said that to you. Please don't mind it, okay? It was my fault. Shin Yuefei was truly ashamed. Alright, I'll forgive you since you bought me clothes. Su Hao said generously. He felt a little smug. He really hadn't expected that someone as assertive as Shin Yuefei would apologize. Seeing Shin Yuefei's apologetic and remorseful expression, Su Hao had the illusion that he was a great man taming his delicate wife. Wait a minute, boss, even if I bought this Durex, why are you so angry? Are you afraid I'll cheat on you? Su Hao couldn't help but tease him. Don't talk nonsense. Shin Yuefei leaned against the headboard. Su Hao then asked, or are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? Stop being so narcissistic. Shin Yuefei's eyes showed a hint of panic. She bit her lip and quickly denied it. Oh no, Shin Yuefei, you must really be in love with me, otherwise why are the pajamas you bought for me matching yours? Su Hao glanced at Shin Yuefei's fan pajamas. They were the same style as his own.